Introduction. In the realm of divine creation, amidst invincible forces, agricultural endeavors, and the resurgence of spiritual energy, one might question whether the celestial empire is merely a quagmire. Yet, let us extricate ourselves from it. As the red god and the cold god vie for dominance in this world, it would be more prudent for you to manage the boiler and cold storage of my heavenly abode. Chapter 1. The Flea Pit. In the year 283 AC, despite the arrival of spring several years prior, the plight of the impoverished within Junling showed no signs of improvement. Rumors regarding the royal army's failures circulated widely, causing unrest among the populace. Although the noble lords repeatedly asserted that the royal forces were engaged in pursuit of the rebels, the absence of grain carts entering Junling for nearly half a month and the soaring prices of food only served to validate the whispers of discontent. The radiant spring sunlight failed to warm the flea pit. Layer upon layer of eaves obscured the scant light, leaving only the narrow, winding streets, the nauseating stench, and the paths muddied with filth as the prevailing themes of this place. Old Mike, clad in tattered black linen and stooped with age, dragged a dilapidated cart along the pitted muddy road. The wheat straw piled atop the cart occasionally scattered to the roadside as it jostled over the ruts. As the creaking wheels rolled over a large puddle, a frail, mud-covered hand emerged from the straw, listlessly swaying with the bumps of the journey. Yet the alley was not devoid of life. Aunt Magda, seated at her doorstep, witnessed this hand but uttered no words. She merely closed her door, pried loose a stone from the corner of the wall, and retrieved a small wooden box to sift through its copper coins. Today's brown stew promised a rare abundance of solid currency. Her growing son, little Jerry, required ample sustenance. With a series of creaks and groans, Old Mike maneuvered his cart into a larger courtyard at the end of the alley. He halted the cart at the center and turned to secure the gate, calling out to a plump figure under the eaves, who was chopping the carcass of an unknown animal with a rusty cleaver. "Cleaver, come unload the cart. We got a big haul today. Remember to chop some up. Don't let that old codger in the east snatch away a whole leg bone again. I only got 3 copper coins from him last time." The greasy, blood-stained cleaver shuffled over, pushing aside the straw to begin hoisting the bodies from the cart onto his shoulder. Old Mike, observing Cleaver's actions, shouted, "You fool! How many times must I say it? Strip the clothes off them first. Even tattered rags can fetch a few copper coins." After a moment of bewilderment, Cleaver finally set the body down and began to laboriously peel the rags from the deceased. Old Mike muttered to himself, "Right, I must head to the front and inform Little Flower that today's brown stew will be pricier. We can't let those cheapskates get a bargain." Just as Old Mike turned to amend the price list in the front, a shout echoed behind him. But oh my butt." The sudden cry startled Old Mike, for Cleaver was a mute with limited wits, and the cart held several corpses brought from the market. Logically, he should be the only one capable of speech in this courtyard. Could it be that the legends of the undead were true? Had someone risen from the dead behind him? Old Mike hurried to peer from the doorway of a small building on the other side of the courtyard. There, he saw Cleaver still clutching a piece of tattered cloth, staring blankly at another corpse kneeling on the cart. Leo felt a sharp pain in his rear and dared not place any weight upon it, instead kneeling on the hard cart, supporting himself with his hands to relieve the pressure. The immense agony rendered him incapable of attending to his surroundings. Previously, Leo had been lounging in his comfortable armchair, wielding a divine artifact bestowed by the wind spirit ancestor, eagerly confronting a troublesome foe in the DLC. Just as he unleashed a powerful strike, everything around him blurred, and he inexplicably found himself in this unfamiliar world, only to be struck by an overwhelming pain in his backside. Seeing that the kneeling corpse was merely howling and posed no threat, Old Mike mustered his courage to step out, though he dared not approach closely, instead bellowing, "By the 7 gods, Cleaver, fetch your knife. Let's deal with this meat. Don't let him wail like that." Annoying, Leo's voice rang out, and with a flick of his right hand, a brilliant character for stillness appeared above the heads of the other two. Feeling the pain in his rear diminish, Leo looked up to see a white crane, clad in Daoist robes and wielding a whisk, abruptly materialize in the courtyard. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Was this your doing, you old bird? You, young one, lack courtesy employing such despicable methods against me, and yet you dare to speak boldly here. It seems you have not faced enough lessons." The crane's voice resonated like thunder, nearly causing Leo's head to split. "Can I be blamed? If you're capable, go confront Feng Chiang. He wrote you as a villain and made you refine for golden pills. Besides, I'm not the only one who wishes to see you suffer." "Huh." That lad Feng possesses great merit. Even I cannot harm him. However, you, rootless wretch, are quite suitable for my amusement." Leo felt the pain beneath him receding further, and with a furrowed brow, he replied, "Amuse me? You are certainly not the supreme old lord. Feng merely created a popular fanfiction. Our original world was a material one. We have merely traversed from one literary work to another." The white crane flicked its whisk and retorted, "Oh, young man, you possess some insight, yet it is regrettable. Entangled by fate, the ephemeral existence of life is but an illusion. Seek the realm of nirvana, devoid of self and form." With that, it waved the whisk towards Leo. Upon hearing this, and feeling the pain beneath him nearly vanish, Leo gradually shifted his posture, seated himself at the head of the cart, and fixed his gaze upon the white crane. "Huh, you are indeed not the supreme old lord. How can a Taoist ancestor speak of Buddhist concepts? And if not, what of it?" Though the crane's tone retained a semblance of authority, it now bore hints of weakness. "Huh, you are merely a manifestation of collective grievances, having borrowed the lingering essence of the old lord from the world of the black monkey to bring me to this realm. Alas, the blade remains in my hand." The white crane faltered, retreating a step, panic evident as it exclaimed, "How do you know?" Leo had risen from the cart and slowly approached the white crane, saying, "This essence is singular. You are but a specter lacking the complete 3 souls and 7 spirits. To escape that world, you had to borrow my soul, intending to resurrect in this realm. My soul ought to have been rendered blank by you. Yet thanks to the protection of the Taoist ancestor, I retained my intellect, while you became this remnant spirit. The magic that immobilized those 2 earlier emanated from my hands. Did you think I was merely preoccupied with my pain?" The white crane's expression shifted to one of horror, as it found itself cornered by Leo's relentless advance, trapped against the wall. Seeing Leo raise his hand, it could only emit a piercing scream. "No, no, I can be your servant. Do not kill me." Chapter 2. Flames devour the city. Leo gazed at the wisp of smoke in his hand, tightening his fist. As flames erupted from his palm, a shrill wail echoed, and that lingering grievance dissipated entirely from this world. Turning to the 2 individuals in the courtyard who were still immobilized, he calculated a few subtle gestures. Although he could not foresee 500 years into the future or retrospectively calculate 500 years, he gleaned from the world's consciousness that this realm was indeed the famed fantasy world of A Song of Ice and Fire, and it coincided perfectly with the time when the mad King Aerys was preparing to set the city ablaze. Liar sighed. Although these 2 were not irredeemably wicked, they had witnessed his traversal, and he preferred to keep his true origins concealed. Thus, he had no choice but to silence them. A pair of gentle breezes swept through, and the 2 collapsed to the ground, rendered voiceless. Liar raised his gaze to the bright spring sunlight, shook his head, and ceased his inner turmoil, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that soared into the sky. In midair, Liar oriented himself, spotting the massive red keep to the east, which shimmered ominously in the sunlight. Though he yearned to witness one of the iconic moments of the series, the birth of the Kingslayer, he felt the thread of magic that had accompanied his crossing was rapidly dissipating. He needed to find a secluded spot to stabilize his foundation without further delay. Dismissing any lingering thoughts, he veered towards the vast expanse of the Kingswood south of the Blackwater River. Liar believed his arrival had not altered the course of events, yet the small butterfly had indeed stirred a formidable tempest. The disappearance of Old Mac and the butcher not only disrupted the supply of brown stew in the vicinity, but also incited a brawl between 2 small factions vying for Old Mac's business. During the skirmish, 2 brawling thugs crashed through the gate of a nearby courtyard, which happened to be an exit to the secret passages beneath King's Landing, also piled high with wildfire. Moreover, the individuals transporting the wildfire had carelessly left these deadly substances stacked in plain sight, with 2 jars even showing signs of damage. Like the punchline of a joke, when faced with the possibility of a gas leak, the first instinct was to light a cigarette to calm oneself. As dusk approached, the dimly lit courtyard became nearly impossible to navigate. The thugs, believing they had stumbled upon a treasure, ignited a torch, with predictable results. Tywin, leading the Lannister forces, was half a day's journey from King's Landing. Initially contemplating how to deceive the city gates the following day, he was interrupted by a soldier bearing news of flames lighting up the sky in the direction of King's Landing. Stepping out of his tent, Tywin beheld the once pitch-black eastern sky now illuminated by fire, with a ghastly green hue flickering ominously amidst the bright flames. With no other recourse, he ordered his soldiers to break camp and march through the night towards the source of the fire. He understood that reaching King's Landing first and seizing it would secure him advantages with Robert. Despite an unspoken understanding between the two camps, the fire could incite the sentiments of other nobles, compelling Robert to accelerate his advance. When a morning sun bathed the land, Tywin finally arrived at the gates of the Lion's Gate. The once grand and imposing gates had been reduced to ruins, with eerie green embers occasionally leaping from the rubble. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed from behind the debris, and Tywin observed no signs of life. Soon, an insider from the city emerged from the river gate, having traversed the Blackwater to reach him, bringing the latest news. It turned out that the wildfire piled near the Lion's Gate had been accidentally ignited, causing flames to spread through the densely packed slums and triggering explosions from other secret caches of wildfire, even collapsing the Lion's Gate. Fortunately, Ser Jaime Lannister, leading the white-cloaked knights, organized some of the gold cloaks to forcibly demolish portions of the street-side buildings, establishing a containment line along the city's main thoroughfare, which halted the fire's further spread. Only the western part of King's Landing was consumed by flames. After hearing the report from the insider, Tywin nodded, saying, "Return and inform Pycelle that the time has come. I care not what methods he employs, but he must eliminate Aerys and prevent him from utterly destroying King's Landing. Furthermore, he must ensure Jaime's safety. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord." Once the insider departed, Tywin arranged for a messenger to enter the city through the God's Gate, pledging loyalty to the king and requesting permission to enter for protection. Having dispatched the messenger, Tywin summoned his brother Kevan, instructing, "Go find Robert and inform him of the situation in King's Landing. Advise him to keep his distance for now and secure at least a week's time for me." Kevan nodded without further comment and turned to leave with his guards. After completing these tasks, Tywin gazed at King's Landing in silence, pondering, what is Aerys doing now? At that moment, Aerys was not spiraling into madness upon the Iron Throne, but reclining on the large bed in his chamber within Maegor's Holdfast. The sudden outbreak of fire and explosions in the western part of the city had stimulated this nearly deranged king. While he did wish to annihilate all of King's Landing, he intended to do so alongside his enemies at the final moment, rather than succumbing to accidental flames and leaving his foes to revel in his disgrace. The fire raged throughout the night, the tremendous noise and smoke rendering the king sleepless. This was particularly harsh for a man whose mind was on the brink of collapse and whose body was weakened from prolonged hunger. Nevertheless, despite leaning against the headboard, the king displayed an unusual fervor. As he listened to his plump eunuch at the bedside report the latest intelligence, he exclaimed, "Spider, cease discussing those wretched commoners. Their lives are not of great consequence. The more of them that perish now, the fewer troubles they will cause me in the imminent battle. What I need to know is the status of the army that has just appeared outside the Lion's Gate." Varys spoke in a gentle yet audible voice. "Your Grace, my little birds have just confirmed that the army bears the sigil of the lion and arrived overnight without launching an attack on King's Landing." The king's expression brightened considerably. "Excellent. My brother has finally arrived. As long as Tywin is in King's Landing, everything will turn out well." Varys frowned, cautioning, "Your Grace, the Warden of the West has not responded to King's Landing's ravens for the past year. We must remain wary of this suddenly appearing army from the west." Irritated, the king waved his hand, interrupting the spider's counsel. "Enough, you little eunuch. If you wish to question a duke's loyalty, bring forth evidence. And how did Ser Jaime fare last night?" Ser Jaime led the charge last night, successfully containing the flames and protecting the citizens of King's Landing. "Very well. It seems the West remains loyal. You may leave now. Oh, and send for Lord Rosart to join me for breakfast. I wish to dine with him." With that, the king yawned. "Yes, your grace," Varys replied, reluctantly taking his leave. "By the way, keep an eye on those cooks in the kitchen. I do not wish for anyone to have the opportunity to poison the true dragon. Also, have Pycelle bring me some invigorating draught. Today, the king must greet his loyal Warden of the West, and I cannot afford to doze off during the ceremony." "Yes, your grace." Chapter 3. The white-cloaked knight. The emerald flames bore no distinction from the visions that haunted his dreams. Wildfires served as a formidable fuel. Once ignited, these infernos could burn even amidst water, spreading relentlessly with the flow, while mere grains of sand were rendered impotent, melting under the oppressive heat. The only effective means to combat such wildfires was to allow them to consume everything in their path. The remaining white-cloaked knights of King's Landing volunteered, leading the city's guard and assembled militia along several main thoroughfares to forcibly dismantle structures, creating fire breaks. After a night of relentless struggle, the once proud Jaime Lannister, now cloaked in black, finally caught a glimpse of hope. In the light of dawn, the flames that had devoured all were gradually reduced to ashes and swirling smoke. Though he longed to save every soul, the young knight could only sigh in despair upon confronting a heap of ash that barely resembled skeletal remains. The nightmares that had plagued his mind had ultimately materialized into grim reality. The increasingly deranged king conspired with the newly appointed prime minister, Sir Rosart, head of the Pyromancers Guild, to obliterate King's Landing with wildfire, and Jaime silently absorbed the entirety of their mad scheme from behind the throne. Yet, faced with this perilous situation, he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. On one hand, his knightly oath forbade him from betraying his sovereign, and only Rosart possessed complete knowledge of the wildfire's concealed locations. On the other hand, sacrificing 500,000 innocent lives for the Targaryen dynasty weighed heavily on the young knight's conscience, while his forbidden love for his sister had already breached the moral boundaries of knighthood. He still believed himself to be a white-cloaked knight bound by a code to protect the weak. Thus, amidst the turmoil of thoughts and mounting pressure, when the wildfire erupted unpredictably, Jaime instinctively sought the king's permission to lead a firefighting effort. He even contemplated that should he perish in the flames, he might be spared from this torment, though the thought of never again kissing Cersei's crimson lips left him melancholic. Regrettably, the hidden wildfires throughout King's Landing were not as abundant as he had imagined, despite the knight's efforts that left him cloaked in soot. Sporadic explosions did not claim his life, and the inferno gradually began to subside. Perhaps this was the cruel jest of fate. As the sun climbed nearly to its zenith, Jaime continued to lead a contingent of gold-cloaked guards through the streets, searching for any lingering embers of danger. Suddenly, the massive red keep atop Aegon's Hill began to toll its bells in rapid succession, soon followed by the resounding chimes of the Great September upon Visenya's Hill. Jaime, momentarily adrift in thought, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Just as he began to register the commotion behind him, a cacophony erupted, intermingled with cries of distress and the clash of weapons. Jaime jolted awake, turning to find a cavalry unit charging down the street towards the gates of the gods. At the forefront rode a knight of extraordinary stature, unmistakably recognized by his armor's sigil as Gregor Clegane, the most ruthless and formidable knight in service to his father. Through the ranks of the cavalry, one could observe in the distance that soldiers had begun to invade the still intact houses lining the street, engaging in acts of plunder. Amidst the cacophony of voices that included the shrill screams of women, Jaime, having heard numerous tales of the brutalities associated with Gregor, promptly led his golden-clad companions forward to intercept them, exclaiming loudly, "Sir Gregor, where do you intend to go?" The mountain, mounted upon an exceptionally large steed, recognized the figure before him as the son of his lord. After a moment of silence, he replied, "By the command of Lord Tywin, I am to assume control of the defenses of the Red Keep." Jaime furrowed his brow and retorted, "How does my father possess the authority to take over the defenses of the Red Keep? The king would not issue such an order." The visor of the mountain obscured his expression, yet Jaime sensed a mocking undertone in his voice as he stated, "My lord, did you not hear the bells? The king is dead. This is your father's command. Will you, the White Cloak, attempt to hinder me?" With that, his arm, clad in armor, reached for the hilt of his great sword. Jaime's countenance darkened further. He stared intently at the mountain for a moment. Just as the tension between them was about to reach its zenith, Jaime seemed to relent, taking a step back as he said, "Very well. The road to the Red Keep has been consumed by flames last night. Loras, mount your horse and guide this lord around to the Red Keep via the old northern gate. Be cautious and do not rush, understood?" A squad captain in golden armor, uncertain if he comprehended Jaime's intent, nodded and turned to fetch his steed, leading the cavalry northward. Once the cavalry rounded the corner and disappeared from sight, Jaime immediately mounted the warhorse that had been brought forth by his men, turning back towards the Red Keep. Upon traversing the shortcut created by last night's barricade to reach the Red Keep, he was met with a scene of utter chaos. The news of the king's demise had spread. The gates of the Red Keep stood wide open, unguarded. Astute guards and serving maids had begun to flee, while the avaricious surged into the Red Keep to loot. Jaime paid little heed to the pandemonium. His foremost thought was to rush towards Maegor's holdfast. However, as he passed by the Maiden's Tower, he suddenly spotted a familiar yet alien figure. It was a tall, robust jailer, whose physique bore a resemblance to another departed acquaintance. Yet the presence of such an individual within the Red Keep was, in itself, highly unusual. A sudden realization struck Jaime, prompting him to abandon his pursuit of Maegor's holdfast and instead follow the figure into the Maiden's Tower. Upon entering and closing the intricately carved doors behind him, Jaime found himself bathed in the dim light filtering through the crystal glass. Not far down the corridor, he saw the jailer turn to face him, as if he had long anticipated being followed, patiently awaiting the arrival of the white cloak. James's hand instinctively moved towards the hilt of his sword, a pang of regret washing over him for not donning the armor he had shed in haste to extinguish the flames back at the White Sword Tower. With caution, he inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" The guard's face remained shrouded in shadow, the light filtering through the glass illuminating only his lower half, creating a stark contrast that rendered James unable to discern the details of his upper body. A strange, coarse voice emanated from the figure opposite him. "My Lord Knight, I am here on a mission to rescue Princess Elia and Prince Aegon. Please believe me, I harbor no malice." James, wary of placing his trust in the unknown, pressed further, "Who sent you? Dorne? Dragonstone? Forgive me, but I am not at liberty to disclose my identity. However, I believe our objectives align. We must safeguard the Targaryen bloodline, mustn't we, White Knight?" Caught in a moment of indecision, James found himself at a loss. Yet, the commotion outside escalated abruptly, revealing that his attempts to stall had not fully succeeded. His father's cavalry had breached the Red Keep. Biting his lip, James retorted, "Surely you have an alternate escape route. There is no way out now." "Of course, please follow me," James observed as the enigmatic guard bowed slightly before turning to lead him deeper into the maiden's residence. With a steely resolve, he followed suit. Chapter 4. The forest sage Lear descended enveloped in dark smoke, unnoticed by anyone, largely due to the remoteness of the area. It seemed inconceivable that such a vast expanse of forest could exist on the periphery of a medieval city housing nearly 500,000 souls. The tremendous consumption of fuel should have long since decimated the woods. Perhaps it was the royal edict or the peculiar climatic conditions of this world of ice and fire that allowed such a grand natural forest to endure. This secluded woodland, however, provided Lear with a most advantageous refuge. First and foremost, it was largely untraveled, frequented only by the pedestrians of the King's Road. King Robert on his occasional visits, a few impoverished souls foraging at the outskirts, and a handful of mountain clans. In comparison to its vast size, this area was essentially a desolate expanse. Moreover, its proximity to King's Landing was favorable. Once he established his foundation, it would be convenient to influence or even engage in the power struggles of the capital. Lastly, dwelling within the mountains echoed the quintessential retreat of a sage, a far more harmonious existence than the foul, unrelenting stench of King's Landing, particularly suited to Lear's proclivities, especially while carrying the weight of his mystical powers. Of course, all of this hinged upon the possession of strength to preserve his waning magical essence. Lear's soul originated from a material plane, fortunate enough to receive not only the powers of the Old Lord upon his arrival in this new realm, but also fragments of the Old Lord's myriad mystical memories, enabling him to perceive the bluster of that old bird and to wield the magic at his disposal. His immediate task was to harness this experience, first stabilizing his cultivation, then exploring the possibility of further advancement for greater development. He discovered a magnificent oak tree, unmistakably aged for centuries, leaning against a sturdy branch nearly 100 meters above the ground. Instantly, Lear entered a state of profound meditation, focusing his mind and harnessing the ever-flowing energy within him. Gradually, he seemed to merge with the great tree and the surrounding forest, akin to a small patch of moss. Regarding the world of ice and fire, it is evident that the author's hiatus has left the narrative incomplete, particularly given its fantastical backdrop. Consequently, various elements within this realm are rife with contradictions, prompting many to aspire to refine its intricacies. Yet, it was only when Lear truly immersed himself in this dimension, employing the three purities heart method to commune with the world's essence, that he comprehended the vast divergence from his former materialistic reality. Firstly, in this realm, a year does not consist of 4 seasons, but rather stretches into several years per season. Some speculate that the world of ice and fire exists on a planet within the 3-body system, while others believe there is an anomalous tilt in its axial orientation. In essence, this is a forsaken land, where the creator, having lost patience or the ability to continue crafting, abandoned this world, resulting in chaotic and unstable energies. However, these factors do not fundamentally account for the climatic discrepancies compared to Earth. The core reason lies in the fact that this realm is inherently mythical, not a universe governed by material laws. In the world of ice and fire, the concept of celestial bodies is absent. The entire realm resembles a vast pancake spread across the fabric of space. Clearly, this world is flat. Furthermore, the sun here differs from that of the material world. It is not a conglomerate of hydrogen atoms, but rather an artifact left by the Creator, traversing the sky and bestowing endless light and warmth upon the land. As for the changing of the seasons, just as a vehicle requires maintenance after a certain mileage, so too does this divine artifact require no rest. Given the vastness of the world, heating and cooling cannot occur instantaneously, thus resulting in the variability of the seasons. Regarding the length of seasons, one might refer to their vehicle's maintenance manual, noting that each service involves different tasks. Driving on highways versus off-road places varied demands on the car, leading to differing maintenance intervals for the artifact, ultimately causing the inconsistency in seasonal durations. As for the emergence of the concept of time, the moon in this world is remarkably punctual and durable, allowing time to be measured by its cycles. Following the Creator's departure, magic, as an essential component of this world, gradually manifested into both tangible and conceptual forms. Various entities, eager to seize dominion over this realm, ignited conflicts among the divine. Regrettably, due to the unfinished creation, the world remains highly unstable, with magic at times plunging into a deep slumber. As Laozi unraveled the truths of this world, he gradually recognized that, as a conceptual entity, he had no retreat back to the material realm. As a powerful transcendent being, the allure of the mortal experience was undeniable. However, the prospect of perfecting the power structure of this world and establishing a celestial hierarchy centered around himself also held great promise. At the moment of this realization, Laozi completed the circulation of his energy through 49 cycles. The cultivation methods of the Tao ancestor are indeed pure. Although 99% of his celestial power dissipated during his integration into the world of ice and fire, he has nevertheless secured a place within its power system, ensuring that he will not be extinguished due to their incompatibility. With continued practice, he can gradually restore his strength. Slowly opening his eyes, he rises gently from the tree branch, as a multitude of hardened dirt begins to fall away from his form. Laozi's body glistens in the light of the nascent sun, and, being youthful in spirit, he instinctively refines himself into the visage of a handsome Caucasian male. His skin is as flawless as white jade, radiating with a sense of strength, and beneath him, his lower form is equally impressive, likely captivating many noble women and young ladies. With a flick of his wrist, he drapes a moon-white Dao robe over his shoulders, dons a pair of satin cloth shoes, and takes up a whisk. Thus, a striking amalgamation of Eastern and Western aesthetics manifests atop the oak tree. Descending gently from the oak, he finds his diminished powers too great a loss for cloud surfing. So Laozi leaps forward, navigating through the forest. With a clear intention for the path ahead, he sets out to find a suitable location to construct a woodland cottage for his abode. Soon, at the foot of a small hill, he discovers a flat expanse, not far from which flows a stream of crystalline water descending from the mountain, likely meandering toward the Wendell River. At this chosen site, his first task is to establish a protective formation. Utilizing stones and timber, he constructs the rudimentary shape of a large array, knowing that as his cultivation and strength grow, he can later refine it with more advanced materials. Furthermore, another purpose of the array is to attract those of fortune, to stir the situation in Westeros, and to engage with the mortal realm. It would not do for those in possession of fortune to easily find him. It is far more astute to entice them to seek him out, rather than appearing too eager and thus diminishing his worth. Chapter 5. The inhabitants of the forest. Eddard Stark felt certain that he had lost his senses. He could not comprehend how he had arrived at such a conclusion. Rejecting the loyal Howland Reed's counsel, entrusting him with the task of returning Dawn to House Dane and delivering the body of his sister Lyanna back to the north. While he set off alone with the child, he could not fathom the motives behind his actions. Perhaps it was influenced by the rumors suggesting that his brother Robert lacked the noble spirit of a knight. Or perhaps the teachings of his foster father Jon Arryn regarding the schemes of power. It could also be the recent whispers about Tywin's alliance with the rebels. He understood that, apart from himself, no one wished for the child's survival. Yet this was the flesh and blood of his sister, part of their Stark lineage. Deep down, he could not bear to watch this child perish or be offered to Robert, as that would also mean the child's demise. Thus, he took the child and set off along a secluded route, avoiding the main roads, traversing the Red Mountains in search of a shepherd to procure goat's milk for the child's nourishment. Initially, he had intended to find a remote harbor and secure a ship to White Harbor, returning to the north and presenting the child to the world as his illegitimate son. However, unbeknownst to him, Some unseen force led him step by step into the heart of the royal realm. Eddard had initially believed that advancing along the fringes of the royal forest would allow him to evade undue attention while also securing some prey to satiate his hunger. However, a sudden tempest led him astray amidst the woods at night. He had lost track of time traversing the thorn-laden depths of the jungle, and the supply of goat's milk he carried had long since been exhausted. The prolonged absence of sustenance had drained the strength of the child in his arms to the point of silence. Eddard felt an overwhelming sense of despair, burdened by an unrelenting guilt. He perceived his life as a profound failure, having been unable to vanquish Prince Rhaegar in their duel and thus prevent the series of tragedies that befell House Stark. He lamented his inability to thwart his father and brother's journey to King's Landing, ascending to the position of Warden of the North upon the very corpses of his father and brother. He grieved the loss of Lyanna's life and now feared that his foolish and arrogant decisions would cost his sister's only child their life as well. As the sun began its descent, the light in the forest dimmed. Amidst Eddard's desperate march, feeling the life of the child in his embrace fading with the setting sun, he suddenly heard the sound of wood being struck by a hammer. A jolt of realization coursed through him. He recognized this as a sign of human activity. Dismissing any concerns regarding the potential hostility of the forest clans towards outsiders, Eddard followed the sound with determined strides. On the other side of the woods, he was not alone in his pursuit of the source of the noise. A swordsman clad in simple attire was assisting a woman cradling an infant and a young girl. Also drawn towards the sound, Jaime, having discovered Princess Elia and her children, Rhaenys and Aegon, in the hidden chamber beneath the Maiden's Tower, found himself confronted by a guard who opened a secret passage concealed behind a fireplace. With little time for questions, Jaime, pressured by the approaching footsteps behind him, followed the guard as they ushered the princess and her children into the underground tunnel, navigating through the dimly lit passageways with the familiarity of a seasoned guide. The guard led them through various forks until they emerged in a courtyard near the docks of King's Landing. They donned the civilian clothing that had been prepared for them and were subsequently escorted by the guard onto a merchant vessel bound for the shores across the narrow sea. Jaime had yet to find an opportunity to inquire further. However, during the change of attire, the guard mentioned that upon reaching the other side, they would be met by someone awaiting them. Nevertheless, Jaime harbored distrust towards the guard's arrangements. He felt an unsettling familiarity with the guard, yet the man's visage, voice, stature, height, and even his scent diverged significantly from his mental image of the individual he had in mind. Once aboard the ship, Jaime's unease escalated, but a sudden epiphany sparked within him, prompting him to take decisive action. After gaining Princess Elia's consent, he executed his plan. As the merchant vessel departed King's Landing and navigated towards the mouth of the Windwater, he seized control of the captain, demanding to disembark, and ultimately landed at the river's mouth via a small boat. Cloaked in secrecy, he plunged into the royal forest with the princess and her children. His original intent had been to stealthily return to King's Landing and seek another vessel to escape to Dragonstone in pursuit of Queen Riella or to seek refuge in Essos. However, he greatly overestimated his wilderness survival skills. Soon, they found themselves lost and deprived of food. Just as he silently regretted his decision that had led the one he was meant to protect into distress, the young Princess Rhaenys behind him exclaimed in a clear, melodic voice, "Sir James, it seems there are sounds ahead." Upon hearing the princess's alert, James immediately snapped back to attention, instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword while gazing forward. The dense jungle obscured his view, and the twilight cast an even darker pall over the forest. Yet it was evident that human activity was indeed afoot ahead. Grasping his long sword tightly, he nodded to Princess Elia and stepped forward. Though he had lost 90% of his magical power upon merging into the world of ice and fire, the formations set by the Daoist ancestors were no trifling matter. Early that morning, the disturbance in the array had caught Lyre's attention. Following the signals emanating from the formation and calculating the information, he discerned that two groups of individuals, whose destinies had been altered, had arrived nearby. Lyre, following the trail, deftly navigated through the woods, stealthily approaching the newcomers to ascertain the situation. Although the two groups were situated one to the south and the other to the north, Lyre swiftly made his rounds. Having clarified the circumstances of both groups, Lyre arrived at the intersection of their paths, preparing to act. This was precisely the periphery of the mountain defense array he had established, making it an ideal location. Thus, he procured tools and began to fell trees and gather materials on site, preparing to provide the future occupants with a place to dwell. Stripping off his Daoist robe, he donned only a pair of sturdy trousers that revealed his well-defined physique. He first cleared the surrounding woods to create a level area. At the chosen site, He excavated tree roots, delving deep into the soil to lay a solid foundation. He charred one end of the selected timber to prevent decay, then drove it into the foundation pit. Using carpentry tools, he fashioned wooden planks and commenced laying the floor, renovating the walls. With beams suspended, he erected the framework. Employing the felled branches, he wove a fence around the house, enclosing a small courtyard. What would ordinarily take a solitary person over a month to complete, under the enhancement of his celestial power, was nearly finished in just an afternoon. By the time Ed and James appeared in each other's sight, gazing in astonishment at the small house that had materialized in the forest clearing, Lyre was already weaving a roof from vines and fallen leaves. The last rays of sunlight were fading, and the soft glow of fireflies surrounded Lyre, providing illumination. Though clad simply, his focused demeanor, perfect physique, and an aura of unique mystery evoked an involuntary sense of reverence in those who beheld him. Chapter 6. The gods above Ed felt an inexplicable warmth emanating from the youth atop the roof. The natural essence he exuded reminded him of the heart tree of the north. As a devotee of the old gods, he momentarily felt as though he were in the presence of the true deity. James perceived the embodiment of the seven gods. The youth on the roof radiated the brilliance of the divine, and as a knight draped in white, a devout believer, he was nearly compelled to kneel in prayer. A startled exclamation from both a young and an elder voice jolted the two from their reverie. Princess Elia and Princess Rhaenys had hurried to join them, arriving behind James. Upon beholding the youthful, hormone-laden figure, gasps of astonishment escaped the onlookers. Lyre, perceiving that his intended effect had been achieved, descended gracefully from the rooftop, a smile gracing his face. He donned the robe draped over the fence and performed a sweeping bow towards the two approaching parties. Esteemed guests, I am Lyre, a humble practitioner of the arcane arts. The unusual self-introduction elicited furrowed brows from both knights. Jaime, the first to voice his curiosity, inquired, Lyre? An odd name. From whence do you hail, and what is your surname? Eddard, glancing at the white knight opposite him, echoed the question, what do you mean by humble practitioner? Lyre grinned. My surname is Lee, and my given name is Aer. You may consider me a sorcerer from a distant land. Jaime nodded, aware that in the far eastern territories of Essos, surnames precede given names. Yet, the man's distinctly Westerosi features imparted an inexplicable peculiarity to the moment. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on this, redirecting his focus to the northern lord before him. While he held Duke Eddard in high regard, Jaime understood that their current circumstances were adversarial, and he had a responsibility to protect those behind him. Eddard observed the frail woman and child behind Jaime, both bearing the unmistakable traits of their Dornish heritage. He found himself perplexed by the presence of the White Knight from King's Landing in this locale. Just as the standoff began to grow tense, a timid voice emerged from the little girl standing behind Jaime. Lord Lyre, do you have any food? We have not eaten for a day. Lyre nodded, addressing both parties. Fear not, for all who come are guests. Please, step into my courtyard, and I shall prepare sustenance for you. Eddard, noting Lyre's peculiar manner of speech, though unfamiliar, assumed it was akin to the customs of hospitality in Westeros. He furrowed his brow at the opposing party, then felt the weight of the child in his arms, and, guided by Lyre, stepped into the courtyard. Within the courtyard, a small long table had been constructed from wooden stakes and planks. The two groups seated themselves upon the wooden stools at either end of the table. Although a hint of wariness lingered, the gentle sound of flowing water from the nearby stream, the soft glow of fireflies dancing in the air, and a mysterious fragrance wafting through the atmosphere gradually eased their tension. It was evident that this was a newly erected dwelling. Jaime had anticipated Lyre would fetch portable provisions from within the house, but to his surprise, Lyre approached a pile of timber beside the small structure and grasped a hefty log. With deft movements, he skillfully carved the log, with shavings cascading like snowflakes. In no time, several wooden bowls emerged in Lyre's hands, astonishing all present. Initially, they had assumed Lyre, in declaring himself a magician, was akin to the fire dancers from across the narrow sea performing tricks for the lords of the Red Keep. Yet, they were unprepared for such craftsmanship. Soon, Lyre placed the polished wooden bowls upon the table before them, prompting curiosity among the onlookers. He then turned, retrieving a gourd hanging from the eaves, and proclaimed, Our meeting is fortuitous. Allow me to offer you this refreshing jade due to alleviate your hunger. With that, he uncorked the gourd and poured the liquid into the bowl set before them. James gazed into the bowl containing the translucent liquid, shimmering with faint luminescence, known as jade dew. For a moment, he found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. The circumstances felt too fortuitous, prompting a wary consideration of whether this was a trap. Across from him, Ed appeared to share his sentiments, remaining still as he observed Lear, who stood at the center of the long table. Lear, noticing the expressions of the gathering, offered a subtle smile before pouring himself a bowl and beginning to savor its contents. The atmosphere descended into a contemplative silence. At that moment, Princess Ilia, seated beside James, broke the stillness, saying, "Sir James, we have endured many hardships on our journey thus far. I believe this venerable Lear would not wish us harm. I find myself rather parched, so I shall not wait for you." With that, Princess Ilia resolutely lifted the wooden bowl before her and tilted it back, consuming the liquid in one swift motion. James, witnessing her actions, contemplated intervening but, sensing her intent, refrained from doing so. Since the birth of Princess Rhaenys, Ilia had been frail and ailing. Just prior to the fall of King's Landing, she had recently given birth to Prince Aegon, and her body had yet to recover. Following the siege, she had traversed the harsh terrain of the Kingsguard, deprived of sustenance while caring for 2 young children, pushing her physical limits to their brink. Even James recognized that Ilia's body might no longer be capable of enduring the journey, sustained only by a mother's instinct. Faced with this enigmatic sorcerer and the adversarial Duke of the North seated opposite them, Ilia was willing to make sacrifices, whether to gain favor with the mage, alleviate James's burdens, or seek a path for her children. James understood this was the most rational decision and silently awaited the outcome. As the jade dew coursed through her, Ilia's pallid complexion transformed, vitality flooding her limbs as warmth radiated from her stomach. The gnawing hunger and fatigue began to dissipate. Even the aches inflicted by childbirth and travel started to ease. Not hastening to express her thoughts, Ilia closed her eyes, allowing several moments to pass as she attuned herself to the changes within her body before finally opening her eyes in astonishment. "Sir James, the sorcerer's holy water is remarkably potent. I feel the pains within me almost vanish, and I am no longer hungry. You should partake as well." Without awaiting James's response, she handed the wooden bowl before Rhaenys to her, urging her to drink, before picking up another bowl to cautiously feed to Aegon in her arms. Seeing the princess's actions, James sighed, steeling himself as he lifted the bowl before him and drank the jade dew in one gulp. Observing this, Ed hesitated for a few seconds, then set aside his doubts and consumed the contents of his own bowl. Experiencing the sensations coursing through his body, he involuntarily exclaimed, "By the gods above! Is this a blessing from the old gods?" After a brief pause, Ed no longer hesitated and carefully fed another bowl of jade dew to his nephew. Chapter 7. The Secrets of the Forest, Part 1. As Lear observed that everyone had finished their jade dew, he noticed the weariness beginning to show on their faces. He remarked, "It is getting late. Let us postpone any discussions until tomorrow. This abode has been prepared for you, furnished with simple bedding for your comfort. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a response, Lear rose, maneuvered around the long table, exited the courtyard, and secured the gate behind him, quickly vanishing into the dense forest. Sir James had raised his hand, intending to halt Lear's departure, eager to inquire further, but was restrained by Princess Ilia. "Sir James, it is evident that this Daoist, Lear, is no ordinary individual. He may not belong to the nobility, yet he possesses formidable power. We must not be hasty. Would you not agree, Duke Ed?" Duke Ed, upon being addressed by the princess, nodded in agreement. "The princess speaks wisely. We are all outcasts here, and your presence signifies that the outcome at King's Landing has been determined. Let us set aside our concerns for the time being and discuss matters anew tomorrow." James acquiesced. Nodding silently, he rose from the wooden stool and turned towards the wooden cabin. The structure was peculiar, unfamiliar to him. Upon entering, he found a small hall flanked by 2 rooms, each containing a simple bed adorned with dry grass. Noticing James's movements, Ed chose not to speak further. After exchanging a nod with the princess, he entered the small cabin, and upon observing the interior, he acknowledged the White Knight with a nod before stepping into one of the rooms and closing the door. Princess Ilia, cradling Aegon and holding Rhaenys' hand, also entered. The White Knight ushered the princess and her children inside, then secured the door from the outside. He settled beside the door with his long sword, vigilantly watching the opposite door for a moment. Hearing the soft lullaby from the room behind him and noting the silence from the room across, he gradually closed his eyes. When the morning birdsong roused the White Knight, James discovered that this was the most restful sleep he had experienced in days. The cheerful voice of young Princess Rhaenys echoed from the room behind him, prompting James to rise and adjust his attire. Despite the wear and tear from their long journey, he wished to maintain the dignity befitting a knight. Soon, activity stirred in the opposite room. A small stream flowed just beyond the courtyard fence, and the group quickly completed their morning routines by its banks. As they returned to the courtyard, a sense of awkwardness lingered across the long table when Laer's figure re-emerged from the forest. Duke Ed noted that the enigmatic mage donned the same peculiar, oversized garment as the previous day. Emerging unscathed from the woods, his silken attire bore no signs of being snagged by the branches. Today, Laer carried a large bundle, and upon entering the courtyard, he produced a sizable ceramic pot and several steaming baskets from within. He addressed the group. It would not do to have you feast solely on the wind and dew. Today's breakfast consists of soybean milk and buns. James observed the strange white liquid being poured from the pot, glancing at the peculiar containers exuding warmth, filled with white delicacies, and felt a sense of curiosity. Based on yesterday's experience, he temporarily set aside his concerns regarding food safety, yet curiosity arose for the unfamiliar delicacies he had never seen or heard of before. Laer had always been reluctant to compromise his palate, even if it meant expending precious magical energy. He would occasionally conjure ingredients that were absent in the realm of ice and fire. However, relying solely on magic seemed somewhat excessive. So he had prepared various seeds of flora and fauna, awaiting the right hands to cultivate and rear some sustenance for his own consumption. The mysterious cuisine from the east swiftly captivated several natives of Westeros, and soon breakfast was devoured entirely. With the meal concluded, it was evident that it was time to address serious matters. Princess Ilia sent her daughter to play by the brook, and the little princess obediently stayed within sight, allowing her mother and the White Knight to see her through the fence. After consuming another bowl of delicious nectar, the two infants ceased their cries of hunger and drifted into a sweet slumber on the beds within the house. At the long table in the courtyard, only 4 adults remained. James glanced at the Princess Ilia, who had just arranged her 2 children, and turned to the enigmatic sorcerer, inquiring, "How did you know we would be here?" "To be honest, I myself am uncertain why I find myself in this place." Eddard appeared to share the same question. Seeing someone voice it first, he too looked towards Laer, seated at the center of the long table. Laer nodded and smiled, responding, "I hail from a distant land, intending to live a carefree life amidst these woods. However, fate has intertwined our paths, and I have become entangled in this cycle, bearing the consequences of this realm. You need not harbor suspicions. It is precisely because you are individuals of great fortune that fate has led you here. This is indeed your grand fortune, perhaps guided by a higher power." Eddard, perplexed by the unfamiliar terms, hesitated and asked, "Are you suggesting that it is due to the guidance of the gods that we found ourselves here?" "Indeed, Lord Eddard, your understanding is quite astute." Laer replied with a laugh. James, suddenly startled, interjected, "Do you know us? I recall that we did not introduce ourselves last night." Seeing the knights on either side grow wary, Laer laughed heartily. "There is no need for astonishment. Although my skills in the arcane are not profound enough to foresee 500 years ahead or perceive 500 years back, I can discern many threads of fate from the world around us." James felt a sense of unease, akin to being exposed. Yet he steeled himself to ask, "Then do you know the identities of all of us?" Laer smiled in response, "Of course. However, please rest assured, I understand your desire to keep certain matters private. As a humble man of the cloth, I shall not speak indiscreetly." Eddard, feeling a twinge of anxiety, interjected, "I am grateful for your hospitality, and the North shall never forget it. I wish to offer my gratitude in the future, but I am eager to return to the North. Please, can you inform me of the nearest port we can reach?" Laer shook his head. "I have foreseen that your fates here are not yet concluded. You must remain in this place for a while longer." Ed's complexion changed dramatically as he glanced at the equally troubled James. Rising, he questioned, "Are you, esteemed Daoist, intending to violate the rights of your guests?" Laer smiled and replied, "My Lord Duke, you have misunderstood. If you wish to depart, you are free to do so." Ed tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, observing that Laer remained seated with a serene smile, unmoved. Without further hesitation, he turned and entered the room to lift his slumbering nephew, striding purposefully out of the courtyard. Outside, by the brook, Princess Rhaenyra was tossing stones into the water, regarding the uncle she had seen just the day before with a curious gaze. He hastily entered the thicket, troubled and unsure of what had transpired moments earlier. Chapter 8. Secrets of the Forest, Part 2. At the moment Ed reacted, James too had placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. However, Princess Ilia, seated beside him, restrained his hand. Once Ed's figure had vanished into the woods, Ilia turned to Laer with a smile, saying, "Daoist, I am grateful for your hospitality towards us, the homeless. I wonder, what is the nature of the fate you speak of?" "Haha, the princess is indeed a true child of Dorne, so forthright. I shall not conceal the truth from you. The fall of King's Landing was inevitable, originally. The princess and her sons were destined to perish within the Red Keep. Yet, the whims of fate intervened, and Sir James miraculously rescued you. As I have entered this cycle, I intend to establish a sanctuary here within the Imperial Forest and take on disciples. Your children possess a connection to me, and I wish to accept them as my students. As one who has escaped the clutches of destiny, it seems I have nowhere else to go, and thus I can remain here to care for your children." James could not contain himself, exclaiming, "How can Princess Ilia be considered homeless? Dragonstone remains under royal control, and the royal fleet still commands the waters of Blackwater Bay. Moreover, Dorne could welcome the princess. How could Prince Aegon and Princess Rhaenys, scions of House Targaryen, remain here to learn magic from a stranger?" Seeing the White Knight's agitation, Princess Ilia calmed him, saying, "Sir James, please remain composed. I trust that Daoist liar harbors no ill intentions. The Targaryen dynasty is no more. Dragonstone is narrow and sparsely populated, and the royal family lacks dragons. Dragonstone can no longer sustain the royal fleet for long. As remnants of the Targaryen lineage, our best fate is to seek refuge in Essos. To avoid the suspicions of the new king in King's Landing, my brother will not welcome us. Conversely, here, you have witnessed Daoist liar's remarkable abilities. I believe he can protect us. Moreover, Aegon may learn skills that can ensure our safety. Would you not agree?" Liar nodded with a smile, acknowledging that Princess Ilia, sister to Dallowin and Oberyn, possessed an equally astute mind, fully aware of their current circumstances. James fell silent, contemplating for a moment, and came to the realization that the flame of House Targaryen was indeed flickering out. A wave of despair washed over him, and he resignedly said, "Princess, I am a sworn White Knight. I shall protect you until my last breath." Liar smiled and replied, "Sir James, your destiny does not lie here. Once affairs are settled, you must take your leave." James tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, feeling as though he were the subject of a cruel jest. Liar, observing the tense and rigid form of the White Knight, smiled and shook his head gently, waving his hand with a flourish. Princess Ilia was astonished to see Sir James seemingly petrified, his body frozen in a vigilant stance, no longer following the movements of Liar. His gaze fixed unwaveringly in one direction. A faint golden glow flickered around him, and a pale golden rune shimmered above his head. Liar reassured the princess, "Do not worry, Your Highness. The knight, being a swordsman, will not rest easy until he has personally experienced the full extent of my abilities. Much like Sir Eddard. When he returns at dusk, both will come to understand." Ilia quickly regained her composure. "I appreciate your understanding of my knight's impetuousness, Master Liar. And I am grateful for your arrangements for us three. I fully agree with your plan, trusting that you will protect us, yes?" She regarded Liar with a smile, a hint of flattery and an inexplicable shyness gracing her expression. Liar responded with a smile of his own, "Indeed, indeed. I have some tools and provisions in my pack. When Lord Eddard returns, Sir James will recover as well. Let them stay here for a few days while we refurbish your home and procure some necessities. As for your future sustenance, I will take care of that. By the way, when Lord Eddard returns, inform him that the child he carries is fated to be my disciple. Let him stay as well. This would be beneficial for him, for Catelyn, and for the child. Would it not?" Ilia nodded thoughtfully, watching as Liar turned and vanished into the dense forest before returning to the house to check on her peacefully sleeping child. She then stepped back into the courtyard, quietly observing her daughter, Rhaenys, playing by the brook. After enduring a series of significant upheavals and arduous journeys, the rare moments of tranquility enveloped Ilia with a profound sense of reassurance. As the sun began its descent in the west, Ilia, cradling little Aegon, watched her daughter gather wildflowers at the edge of the woods to weave into a garland. It was then that she spotted the troubled expression of Eddard Stark reappearing in her line of sight. Rhaenys, seeing the somewhat reticent man from the previous night return, was filled with joy, taking his hand to lead him into the courtyard. Ilia stepped forward to greet the Duke of the North, inviting him to sit at the long table, while instructing her daughter to fetch some brook water to quench the evident thirst of the man who had traveled all day. Eddard nodded in acknowledgement and drank deeply from the bowl, feeling somewhat refreshed, and only then did he notice the White Knight sitting rigidly at the edge of the table. Ilia explained, "After you departed this morning, the knight questioned Master Liar's authority, and he was subdued by Liar's magic. But rest assured, as per Liar's words, Sir James should soon be freed." Indeed, as Ilia finished speaking, the rune above the White Knight's head shattered instantaneously, the golden sheen surrounding him dissipating. James awoke as if from a dream, gasping for breath. Rhaenys rushed to his side, concern etched on her face. "My lord, are you well?" Jaime lifted the wooden bowl that had been set on the table and drank the stream water within it in one go. After a brief moment of catching his breath, he reassured the young princess, "Your Highness, I am quite well." He then cast a questioning glance towards the Duke of the North. Eddard's heart ached as he wore a troubled expression. "After I dashed into the forest, I proceeded northward, yet at some point, I would invariably return to a place I knew all too well. I initially thought I was lost and began marking the trees, yet no matter what I did, I always ended up back at the very first tree I marked. Eventually, I attempted to retrace my steps, but I found it impossible to navigate my way back. I persisted in walking in one direction for an entire day, only to feel as though I was going in circles. Just as despair began to grasp me, I suddenly noticed that the quaint cottage was to my left. Both knights fell silent, the peculiar abilities of Liar weighing heavily upon them. Although Liar claimed to harbor no ill intentions, certain actions and thoughts of his appeared, to them, inherently rebellious. Chapter 9. Secrets of the Forest, Part 3. As the knights lingered in silence, Ilia took the initiative to speak. "My lord Eddard, Liar has asked me to convey that the child in your arms is fated to him, and he wishes to take him as his apprentice. This would be beneficial for you, for Caitlin, and for the child. May I inquire if this child possesses a unique identity?" Eddard gazed at the astute Dornish princess before him, his troubled expression deepening. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Your Highness, this child is the offspring of my sister and Prince Rhaegar. I found my sister at the House of Bliss. After giving birth to this child, she departed for the realm of the deceased. I intended to return to the north with this child, presenting him to the world as my bastard, thereby distancing ourselves from King S. Landing. I never anticipated that I would end up here." Upon hearing that the child was born of her late husband and another, Ilia felt a tinge of displeasure, yet she had surmised this long ago and was not overly astonished. Moreover, she did not harbor deep affections for Rhaegar. Their marriage was merely a political alliance. Rhaegar had grown increasingly indifferent towards her after falling madly in love with the sister of the Duke of the North. Frankly, had it not been for her fanatical father-in-law's attempts to control her as a hostage and manipulate Dorne, she might have returned to Dorne in a fit of anger long ago. Dornish women also had rights to inheritance. Thus, they were generally more spirited and open-minded than the average noblewoman, finding it intolerable to endure their husband's humiliation. However, her keen intellect allowed her to grasp the situation, and she nodded, saying, After all, this is still Rhaegar's child. Lord Eddard, you may trust me with him. I shall care for him here. In the name of Dorne, I assure you, I will treat him as my own child. Aegon will regard him as a brother, and Rhaenys will cherish him as her own kin." Lord Eddard sat silently at the long table, lost in thought. Seeing this, Ilia remained unhurried and addressed the White Knight. "Sir Jaime, there are provisions and tools in that bag. Liar instructed me to tell you and Lord Eddard to stay here for a few days to help us refurbish this cottage as a final fulfillment of your duty. Would you oblige?" Jaime, with a somber expression, nodded quietly and approached the large bundle, beginning to extract various tools from within. Eddard sat observing the clumsy movements of the Westerland's noble heir, aware that the son of the wealthy guardian had never engaged in such artisan tasks. As the White Knight stood there, hammer in hand, lost in thought regarding the wooden dwelling, the Duke of the North seemed to reach a realization. He stepped forward to Elia, gently handing her the child in his arms, and saying, "Your Highness, this may indeed be the will of the gods. I hope you will treat this child well." Elia accepted the child with one hand, cradling both infants, and solemnly replied, "Lord Stark, you need not worry. He shall share my milk with my children." Eddard nodded in gratitude and turned to approach the White Knight. The North, unlike the opulent South, was not as prosperous, and though he was a duke, Eddard had learned the rudiments of carpentry in his youth. Thus, the group enjoyed a simple yet tranquil rural life for some time. During this period, Liar visited several times, bringing provisions and instructing them on constructing a stove-connected heated bed and an independent lavatory within the house. Jaime remained indifferent. Yet Eddard was astonished by the practicality of the heated bed in the north, as well as the ingenious design of the so-called septic tank and Liar's stringent hygiene principles. Eventually, the day of parting arrived. One morning, Elia held both princes, while Rhaenys clutched the hem of her mother's gown. Gazing at Liar and the two knights at the gate, Liar casually plucked 2 blades of grass from the thicket by the fence and handed one to each of them, saying, "With this blade of grass, you may exit the mountain guarding formation I have set here. Once you leave the formation, the grass will naturally lose its efficacy. You need not return to seek this place. Without destiny, no one can find it, and it would only result in a futile expenditure of energy." A truth well understood by Lord Stark. Eddard, his expression slightly grim, nodded and gestured to Jaime before stepping into the woods. Jaime hesitated for a moment, realizing he had no choice but to follow suit. He turned back to bow once more to Elia and the others, then, gritting his teeth, entered the forest as well. In the days prior, during their leisure, Eddard, Jaime, and Elia had discussed everything. As remnants of the Targaryen dynasty, having a place to call home was indeed a fortunate refuge. Both Eddard and Jaime wished to avoid any resurgence of war for the two young princes that would bring further calamity to their families and the continent of Westeros. Hiding here seemed a prudent choice, for even fleeing to Essos would risk exploitation by those with ulterior motives. Although Lyre's intentions remained inscrutable, his manner suggested he posed no immediate threat. In the face of their inability to resist, choosing acquiescence was a reluctant but necessary decision. Eddard and Jaime had reached an agreement. Jaime would assume the guise of the White Knight and journey to Dorne to inform Prince Doran and Prince Oberyn that he had safely sent Elia and her children to Essos. Whether he would divulge the truth in private would depend on the circumstances at that time. Regarding Jon Snow, who is, in truth, a Targaryen and not merely Jon, as he has been inconveniently named by Eddard for the sake of the readers, Jaime has sworn by the old gods never to reveal his true identity to a third party. Following his journey to Dorne, Jaime intends to proceed to Dragonstone, where he will, circumstances permitting, offer protection to Queen Rhaella and her children as they seek refuge in Essos. Eddard, on the other hand, will make his way directly to King's Landing, having also vowed by the old gods to keep this secret and to do his utmost to prevent Robert from continuing his assault on Dragonstone. Whilst awaiting the departure of Queen Rhaella and her kin, lost in thought, Jaime suddenly noticed an emptiness in his hand. Looking down, he realized that the blade of grass he had been tightly grasping had vanished without a trace. Raising his gaze, he was startled to perceive the distant outline of the King's Road ahead. He turned back, only to find the path he had traversed completely obscured. The forest seemed untouched, as if he had never ventured into its depths. Jaime understood that this was the so-called magical interference that had clouded his mind and obscured his vision, rendering him incapable of retracing his steps. The experiences of the preceding days felt like a fleeting dream, blurring the line between reality and fantasy. He recognized that the secrets of the woods were best left to the confines of the royal grove. Shaking his head resolutely, he strode towards the edge of the forest, hoping it was not too late to encounter a caravan heading south, which would allow him to secure a passage. Almost simultaneously, Eddard appeared on the southern bank of the Blackwater Rush, reaching into the void as if to grasp that blade of grass once more. He too was at a loss for words to describe the experiences he had endured, uncertain if he had made the right decisions, yet resolved to bury these secrets deep within his heart. Chapter 10. King's Landing. When Eddard finally found a fishing boat along the banks of the Blackwater and persuaded the fishermen to ferry him to the docks of King's Landing, he was struck by how much the city had changed. The banners of the three-headed red dragon had vanished, replaced by the crowned stag of House Baratheon. The merchants at the docks seemed to have resumed their bustling trade, undeterred by the ravages of war. Eddard had already heard from Jaime of the city's dire state on that fateful day. Upon entering through the river gate, he could still see faint wisps of smoke rising from the western sky. With a sigh, Eddard turned towards the Red Keep, eager to ascertain the latest developments of the conflict, determined to avert further tragedies if time allowed. Fortuitously, the guards at the great doors of the Red Keep recognized the Duke of the North, granting him swift entry. As he stepped into the throne room, a hearty laugh echoed through the hall. The robust Robert Baratheon descended from the Iron Throne, arms wide open as he embraced his brother with great enthusiasm. "Ha ha, Eddard. You've finally arrived. I thought you had been bewitched by some maiden and had succumbed to slumber in her bed." Eddard, wearied by the jest of his childhood companion, replied softly, "I went in search of Lyanna." At this, the new king fell silent, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features. "Is she well?" Eddard, observing his brother's expression, felt a pang of sympathy but spoke gently. "When I found her, she had already departed for the realm of the dead. I am sorry, Robert, I could not save her." Upon hearing this, Robert's expression instantly grew more somber, yet he mustered the strength to pat Eddard on the shoulder, saying, "Take heart, Eddard. We all loved him." The Lord of Winterfell nodded solemnly, gazing past King Robert's shoulder at the several figures standing in the hall. There was the stern and imposing Tywin Lannister, the benevolent and smiling Jon Arryn, the aged Maester Pycelle, the tightly clenched Stannis Baratheon, who seemed to be grinding his teeth, the obsequious yet cunning fat eunuch Varys, and the somewhat portly, vibrant Lord Mace Tyrell of the Reach. The Stark of Winterfell understood that these individuals flanking the new king were the victors of this round of the Game of Thrones. Regardless of the betrayals and deceptions along the way, he would have to adapt to the southern rules of engagement. Failing to do so would necessitate a swift return to the lands of the Stark. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the assembly resumed their earlier discourse. After discreetly inquiring of Stannis, Eddard learned that the royal fleet of Dragonstone had been obliterated by a storm, and Queen Riella, along with her children, had vanished without a trace. Presently, the only concern for King's Landing was the stance of Dorne, as Prince Rhaegar's wife hailed from that region. According to interrogations of a servant who escaped the Red Keep on the day of its fall, the last to see Princess Elia and her children was Ser Jaime Lannister, who was reported to have stormed into the Maiden Vault where they were imprisoned. However, no one had witnessed anyone emerge from the Maiden Vault, and the subsequent arrival of Ser Gregor Clegane and his men, who thoroughly searched the premises, yielded no sign of them. The prevailing speculation was that the last White Knight had escorted Princess Elia and her children to safety, fleeing King's Landing towards Dorne. Today's council convened to deliberate whether to compel Dorne to surrender the Targaryen bloodline, and if Dorne were to refuse, whether further action should be considered, even to the extent of responding to a declaration of independence from the Seven Kingdoms, faced with lands that even the Targaryen dynasty, with its dragons, could not conquer. Opinions varied widely among the council members. Eddard listened silently to the ensuing debate, his mind preoccupied with personal thoughts, when suddenly a loud voice emanated from the Iron Throne. "Eddard, why don't you weigh in? Should we send forces to Dorne and see if their spears can withstand my warhammer?" Awakened from his reverie, Eddard gazed at the new king seated upon the throne and replied, "My lord, I believe it unnecessary to exert ourselves over a few flickering flames. The Targaryen dynasty has turned to dust, and a handful of children pose no threat to your warhammer. I advocate for a more conciliatory approach towards Dorne. After all, there is little there besides sand." Upon hearing his brother's words, King Robert appeared exceedingly pleased, bursting into hearty laughter. "Well said, Eddard. Today is a joyous occasion. Let us go and enjoy a fine feast." Without waiting for the Northern Lord's assent, he descended from the throne and whisked his brother towards the banquet hall. Seeing the king depart, Jon Arryn, now appointed as the hand of the king, could only smile wryly and shake his head as he declared the meeting adjourned. Preparing to take his leave, as he exited the throne room, a voice called out behind him, "Prime Minister, please wait." "Ah, it is Lord Tywin. What brings you here?" "I am uncertain if you have time today, but I would like to discuss the marriage of my daughter to His Majesty." "Ah, very well, Lord Tywin. Let us proceed to the Prime Minister's tower. I have a fine bottle of wine there." Stannis stood at the entrance of the throne room, watching the two lords recede into the distance, and began to unconsciously grind his teeth. He had just learned that his brother had no intention of granting him the vacant title of Duke of Storm's End, but instead planned to send him to the barren and cramped Dragonstone. The sniveling Renly had done nothing yet emerged as the greatest beneficiary. The mere thought of this filled him with a nauseating sensation reminiscent of dead rats stirring in his stomach. A wave of revulsion crested in his throat, and to avoid humiliation, he clenched his jaw even tighter. "Ah, Lord Stannis, I wonder if you are free this evening. I have a bottle of golden wine from Dragonstone that we could enjoy together." Maester Tyrion appeared behind Stannis, greeting him. As a former supporter of the crown, he had swiftly changed sides to align with the victors. However, the Lord Protector of the South remained uneasy. Upon arriving in King's Landing, he had been networking extensively, hoping to improve his standing with the upper echelons of the capital. Stannis regarded his tormentor before him, the taste of dead rats intensifying in his mouth. He clenched his molars fiercely and forced out a terse response. "I am not available." Maester Tyrion, feeling rebuffed, shook his head as he watched the newly appointed Duke of Dragonstone depart, then made his way towards the Red Keep. After the crowd dispersed, a trembling figure appeared at the entrance of the throne room. Grand Maester Pycelle always gave the impression of a man on the verge of collapse, yet a pair of eyes remained fixed upon him, as the Grand Maester trembled towards the direction of the Ravenous Nest. A pair of soft silk slippers also stepped out of the throne room. Varys silently observed the Grand Maester's retreating figure, aware that this old dog lurking in the shadows had played a significant role in ensuring that Tywin could confidently discuss matters of the king's marriage with the Prime Minister. Chapter 11. The maiden's tender heart. Cersei Lannister was at the most splendid moment of her life, an age that should be carefree. Yet sorrow had already crept onto her exquisite visage. Cersei was a quintessential beauty, confident that her allure was unmatched, believing that only the most handsome knight in all of Westeros could be deemed worthy of her. Thus, the sole candidate for her husband in her heart was Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, until Rhaegar, in a brutish display at the Trident, shattered the breastplate of a rival. He had not even cast a glance at her, instead becoming envious of a direwolf from the north. Now, Her father had summoned her from Casterly Rock to King's Landing, and Uncle Kevin had informed her that she would wed the new king and become his queen. Was the prophecy about to come to fruition? She loathed the fate that had already been inscribed for her. That old woman possessed no prophetic powers. Cersei inwardly rejected the prophecy concerning her destiny, her mind growing increasingly agitated with the jostling of the carriage. Although she did not oppose marrying Robert, despite the new king's lack of handsomeness, his robust physique was somewhat appealing. Moreover, his ability to slay Rhaegar indicated that he was indeed stronger. And women are inherently inclined to gravitate towards more powerful men. Undoubtedly, the prospect of becoming the most powerful woman in all of Westeros, the queen, was a significant allure for Cersei. Ultimately, Cersei loved herself the most. Whether it was Rhaegar or Robert, to her, they were merely embellishments to her beauty, labels defining her allure. As the first queen of the Baratheon dynasty, Cersei was confident that the nation would flourish under her guidance. With this mental fortitude, the furrow in her brow began to relax. Yet soon, her expression tightened once more. The caravan had passed through the newly cleared Lion's Gate into King's Landing. Although this area had been utterly devastated by fire, a faint stench still permeated the carriage. In medieval European metropolises, pleasant aromas were a rarity. Realizing that she would be bound to live in such an environment for the coming decades, Cersei's agitation resurfaced. As the caravan ascended the Hill of Aegon, the sea breeze from Blackwater Bay dispersed the foul odors of King's Landing, lifting Cersei's spirits somewhat, and she found the inclination to draw back the curtains and gaze at the scenery outside. At the gates of the Red Keep, there was none of the grand welcoming ceremony she had envisioned. Only her solemn father awaited her arrival. Cersei felt displeased, but her habitual fear of her father silenced her, compelling her to accept his arrangements in silence. He said little, merely advising her to humbly learn from the elderly lady-in-waiting he had appointed about how to be a good queen. Cersei believed herself to be the natural first choice for queen. All her actions were those befitting a queen, her tastes were those of a queen. Her demeanor was that of a queen, and her morals were those of a queen. Yet in her father's presence, she dared not voice any dissent, silently following the elderly matron into the Red Keep. Inside the Red Keep, she was not afforded a luxurious bedroom or an exquisite dwelling. Instead, the bride was confined to the secluded and dimly lit maiden's chambers before her wedding. Each day was spent in the company of the governess, devoid of fine wine and sumptuous feasts, and burdened with the tedious study of royal etiquette, which drove Cersei to the brink of madness. Thus, the monotonous days continued, with the promise of better times on the horizon. As the sun gradually sank below the western horizon, the girl retired early to bed, anticipating the grand wedding that awaited her the following morning. On the eve of her nuptials, free from the governess's incessant interruptions, the maiden's chambers fell into tranquility, with only the guards at the entrance to break the silence. The girl lay in bed, intending to admire the moon through the crystal glass window one last time and offer a prayer to the Maiden of the Seven before drifting into peaceful slumber. Yet, in an instant, clouds obscured the moon in the sky, casting a shadow over Cersei's heart. Soon, the howling winds outside began to wail, and raindrops, as large as beans, began to beat against the window. It seemed that the seven gods were determined to thoroughly cleanse this castle, once tainted by blood, in preparation for the grand wedding. Cersei suddenly felt a wave of despair wash over her. She felt profoundly alone. Just as she began to wallow in self-pity, an unusual sound emanated from the fireplace on the other side of the room, startling her. The girl looked on in terror as the fireplace opened, revealing a tall figure who stealthily emerged. Cersei, attempting to maintain her composure, whispered, "Who goes there? Do you realize this is the queen's chamber?" The figure paused momentarily before moving towards the bed and bending down. In the dim light of the nightstand's candle, Cersei beheld a handsome visage, and she let out a soft gasp, eagerly rising to touch the man's golden hair, pressing her smooth forehead against his and murmuring, "Jaime, my knight, you have finally arrived. I have missed you so much, do you know?" Jaime, filled with emotion, replied, "I have missed you too, Cersei, I have missed you." Another night passed, with Jaime leaning against the bow of the ship, gazing at the bright moon hanging in the sky. He had boarded a merchant vessel bound for Bravos. As Lyanna's name echoed in Cersei's ears, the girl, unaware if the inebriated Robert had heard, called out for Rhaegar. Chapter 12. The Dornishman in the woods. After Jaime and Eddard departed, Lyra brought Elia a set of spinning and weaving machines, along with a book containing illustrated instructions. Lyra encouraged her to diligently learn the arts of spinning, weaving, and embroidery, assuring her that mastering these skills would prove invaluable in the future. Elia was evidently a sensible woman. Although she had transformed from a princess living in luxury to a seamstress who toiled for her sustenance, she felt content. Having traveled with her brother along the shores of the narrow sea, she was acutely aware of the fate that befell the kin of those who lost in the power struggles. She had witnessed too many noble maidens sold into brothels. Thus, finding such an undisturbed refuge exceeded her expectations. Moreover, aligning herself with Lyre offered numerous advantages. He had previously expressed his intention to take Rhaegar's 2 sons as apprentices. Clearly, a master of such formidable abilities would cultivate equally exceptional disciples. In the future, when they emerged from the royal woods, they would possess the means for self-defense. Furthermore, contemplating the potential of wielding extraordinary powers, they would not differ greatly from Aegon Targaryen, who commanded dragons. The revival of the Targaryen dynasty was not beyond the realm of possibility. Additionally, as a passionate and daring Dornish woman, Elia harbored her own secret desires for the enigmatic sorcerer. In her eyes, Rhaegar had betrayed her the moment he began pursuing Lyanna. Now that both the illicit lovers had turned to dust, she felt no obligation to remain faithful. The memory of that perfect, godlike body she had seen on the evening of their first encounter lingered in her mind. In truth, Elia was aware that Lyre harbored feelings for her as well. Just a few days prior, one afternoon, she had been seated in the courtyard, basking in the warmth of the early summer sun while freely nurturing Jon. Just as Master Lee arrived outside the courtyard, although his voice was barely a whisper, Elia noticed him gazing intently at her exposed form for quite some time. At that moment, her cheeks flushed with a hint of color. That very night, she was plagued by a damp and restless dream, causing Rhaenys to believe she had once again wet the bed, leading to a fit of tears the following morning. While Lyre engaged in a game with the charming widow from the neighboring house, a small band of individuals struggled through the forest. Upon arriving in Dorne, the tale recounted by Jaime astounded Prince Doran and Prince Oberyn. They had already learned through their spies in King's Landing of Princess Elia and her children's disappearance from the Red Keep. But they had never anticipated such a turn of events, leading them to suspect it was a scheme devised by Lord Tywin, with Jaime merely deceiving them. The White Knight had not intended to reveal the entire truth, aware that his experiences were too fantastical for any rational person to accept. Thus, he concocted a narrative of his own. His initial story was that after escorting Elia and her children to Pentos, the princess, disheartened and unwilling to engage further in the politics of the Seven Kingdoms, had chartered another ship with her personal belongings to journey eastward. Jaime, bound by his oath to the late king, asserted that he would proceed to Dragonstone to seek refuge and safeguard Queen Rhaella and her children after delivering news of Elia's safe arrival in Dorne. However, Jaime underestimated the acumen of the 2 Dornish princes. Oberyn's persistent inquiries revealed numerous inconsistencies in Jaime's account. As tensions escalated to the brink of confrontation, Jaime was compelled to divulge the truth, which only incited further skepticism. Nevertheless, Jaime believed he had spoken nothing but the truth. Aside from withholding information regarding Jon and Eddard Stark, and thus felt justified in his declarations, even swearing upon any knightly vow. The 2 princes, seasoned in the ways of men, found themselves at a loss for words as they interrogated him, realizing that Jaime might indeed be truthful. Ultimately, faced with the glaring honesty embodied by the White Knight, the Dornish princes had no alternative but to allow Jaime his freedom. Of course, they remained vigilant. Soon after, a covert agent from Dorne followed Jaime aboard a merchant ship bound for King's Landing. However, the information relayed by the spy only deepened the enigma. According to the report, upon disembarking in King's Landing, Jaime did not proceed to the Red Keep, but instead vanished into the slums. After a night of absence, the following morning, the spy once again spotted Jaime aboard a ship leaving King's Landing. Subsequent reports from spies and bravos confirmed Jaime's presence alongside the exiled Viserys Targaryen. Jaime's actions seemed to affirm his reputation as the honest White Knight. Yet his disappearance that fateful night in King's Landing raised suspicions. Had Jaime received commands from Tywin during his time in King's Landing before crossing the narrow sea? And did his visit to Viserys conceal ulterior motives? In contrast to the more measured Doran, Oberyn preferred decisive action. Thus, he led an elite cadre of Dornish warriors disguised as mercenaries into the capital, determined to delve into the secrets of the royal court. Indeed, the expanse of the Kingswood is astonishingly vast. The entirety of Westeros is comparable in size to South America, and the area of the Kingswood is roughly equivalent to that of Venezuela. To believe that a mere small party could locate someone within such an immense wilderness is, quite frankly, a folly. The only reason Eddard and Jaime were able to delve deep into the thicket was due to the blessings of the gods, and as for Oberyn, that is another matter entirely. Thus, after enduring the trials of mosquitoes and venomous snakes, and suffering through multiple ambushes from the clans of the forest and the stealthy attacks of wild beasts. The solitary Oberyn sorrowfully realized he had become lost in this verdant desert. The fervor of his impulsive spirit had long since cooled. Gazing at the 12th tree trunk marked with the same etchings, he felt as though he would be entombed here. The spear he once wielded had long since splintered, and his sole hope now lay in discovering a straight branch, for how could a noble of Dorne face the enemies of the underworld without a worthy spear in hand? As he silently sensed the life ebbing from his body, an eerie rustling once more captured his attention. The shrubbery ahead quivered with the movement of leaves, and a frown crossed Oberyn's face. He lacked the strength to continue the fight. Yet, he surmised that the disturbance was likely caused by a creature of modest size, yet ferociously predatory. He could scarcely fathom that the illustrious Prince of Dorne, a charming figure adored by many, would meet his end in such a manner, subjected to the torment of being torn apart by beasts. Had the gods truly forsaken him, denying him even the dignity of a quiet demise? He would rather face the violent end of a mortal hand than suffer so. The rustling grew louder, and as despair settled in Oberyn's heart, a wisp of white smoke erupted from the thicket. The mist did not disperse with the wind. Instead, it began to swirl around a focal point, gradually revealing a diminutive, hunched figure. Upon witnessing this peculiar apparition, Oberyn widened his eyes. Chapter 13. The little god offers his greetings. As the swirling dust dissipated, a small figure clad in a garment of pure white silk appeared before the Prince of Dorne. Barefoot, one hand cradled a long pipe, while the other supported himself with a staff fashioned from a branch, atop which dangled a gourd. His stature was diminutive and stooped, and his visage bore the marks of age, with wrinkles that seemed to compress his entire countenance into a mass. Upon his head sat a peculiar hat woven from several banana leaves. With a trembling voice, the elder proclaimed, "I am the local deity of this land. I offer you my greetings." Oberyn, roused by the voice, hesitated before inquiring, "Are you a god?" "Haha, I am but a 1,000-year-old oak tree within this kingswood. Due to my benevolent protection of the immortal Lee, I have been bestowed with enlightenment and granted this position as the guardian of the land." Oberyn seized upon the mention of Lee in the deity's words and pressed further, "You speak of Lee? Are you in service to the magician known as Liar?" The deity, unfazed by the lingering arrogance and disdain of the Dorne prince, smiled and replied, "Indeed, you may interpret it as such." The red viper, furrowing his brow, asked, "Then why have you sought me out?" The small deity was tasked with guarding this land. Upon observing you lingering outside the grand mountain formation set by the celestial being, it seems you are indeed a person of some fate. Alas, the timing is not yet favorable, and you cannot seek the true teachings at this moment. It would be wise for you to depart now. I shall ensure your safe passage. You inquire if I cannot see Lee at present? Indeed, that is correct. What of my sister and her child? My dear, as it is said, the destined encounters have not yet arrived. When the time is right, you shall meet again. Do not force the issue. Aubrey's expression shifted several times before he sighed. Very well, lead the way. The land spirit, beaming with delight, replied, "There is no rush. Your body is weary. Rest here for the night, and we shall continue our journey on the morrow." Uncertain of the spirit's intentions, Aubrey acknowledged his fatigue and nodded in acquiescence. The land spirit assessed Aubrey's condition and remarked, "Your connection with the celestial being is indeed profound. Though you cannot meet today, your fortune will surely be abundant in the future. I understand your exhaustion, so rest here while I prepare some nourishment." Without waiting for Aubrey's response, the spirit transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished into the forest. As Aubrey marveled at the occurrence, sounds of rustling and wild beasts echoed through the woods. Moments later, several monkeys leapt from the treetops, landing before Aubrey, chattering animatedly. They placed wild fruits upon a broad banana leaf and left a pile of dry twigs in a clearing. Having completed their task, they scampered back up the trees and disappeared into the foliage. Shortly thereafter, a graceful spotted deer glided over the underbrush. Its keen eyes glanced at the prince, and it gently placed a gourd it had been carrying at his feet. Just as it set down the gourd and raised its head, seemingly startled, it swiftly bounded away into the dense forest. While Aubrey pondered these events, two shadowy bobcats emerged from the woods. The prince felt as though his blood had turned to ice, yet the formidable creatures exhibited no intent to attack. They approached him and dropped the two plump rabbits they had caught before leaping back into the thicket. As the prince finally took a breath, the land spirit reappeared, smiling. "My abilities are limited, so please make do with these wild delicacies. I shall return tomorrow to escort you from this place." Seeing Prince Don nod silently, the spirit faded once more without further words. The prince, somewhat numbed by the repeated surprises, grasped the gourd, uncorked it, and took a deep drink of the refreshing spring water. Feeling a surge of strength returning to him, he tended to the campfire and began preparing the wild rabbits. When the moon ascended to its perch, a satiated Prince Dawn felt waves of drowsiness wash over him. Without much struggle, he leaned against the tree trunk and succumbed to a deep slumber by the flickering firelight. Aubrey sensed he had entered a lengthy dream, beginning in a tranquil garden. In a secluded glade, countless exquisite wildflowers adorned the landscape, while at the center lay an enchanting courtyard exuding a breath of fresh, natural essence. A gentle stream flowed past the fence of the courtyard. He beheld his sister, the princess from Dorne, diligently weaving fabric within a quaint wooden cottage, gently rocking a large cradle beside her, which cradled two infants singing the lullabies of Dorne. His niece was by the stream, using a small fishing rod to catch tiny shrimp. The harmonious sounds of the loom, the lullabies, and his niece's cheerful laughter composed a beautiful symphony that entranced Prince Dorne. However, this delightful reverie was abruptly shattered as he felt a disorienting sensation. He perceived himself plummeting from the sky, his head tilted back to gaze at a colossal red comet dominating the heavens. Turning to glance at the ground, he saw three enormous dragon heads swiftly sweeping through the low sky, their mouths spewing crimson flames that consumed the golden fields below. Just as Prince Dorne began to feel bewildered, the scene shifted once more, transporting him to a frigid northern realm. One far more bitterly cold and dark than the north he had previously known, where he felt as though his very soul might freeze. Suddenly, pairs of eerie blue eyes emerged from the shadows, casting chilling glances. The scene then twisted again, and the prince found himself engulfed in flames, surrounded by an endless blaze of light and heat. Yet, amidst the brilliance, he could inexplicably discern a shadow flitting through the radiance. The subsequent visions became chaotic, filled with fleeting glimpses, as if his body were soaring through clouds, accompanied only by the howling wind and ethereal melodies. When the morning sun illuminated Oberyn Martell's face, Prince Dorne awoke with a start. He rose with great effort, discovering that the landscape before him bore no resemblance to the previous night. The traces of the campfire had vanished, revealing the view of the King's Road beyond a few trees ahead. Oberyn faintly recalled the ancient voice from yesterday, claiming to be the guardian of the forest. "You may proceed on your own, for the little deity shall guide you no further." He swiftly turned to glance back, finding the deep woods seemingly untouched, devoid of any lingering presence. It dawned upon Prince Dorne that the fantastical experiences recounted by the White Knight were likely not mere fabrications. He needed to hasten back to Dorne and discuss with his brother whether circumstances had indeed altered. Chapter 14. Walking with the old gods. The changes brought forth by Lyr's arrival in this realm were first felt not by the ordinary populace, but by the ancient and new gods hidden within the world's depths. Yet, Lyr quickly entered the sacred grove, establishing a great barrier to cloak his presence, ensuring that the gods' gaze could only linger beyond the grove, obscuring their understanding of Lyr's situation. Originally, according to the gods' design, the forthcoming theme of the Ice and Fire world was to be the Song of Ice and Fire, a struggle for dominion over this world between the Ice God and the Fire God. On a grander scale, it is a contest for the dominion over the creation of the world of ice and fire, a struggle to determine who will initiate the song of creation and ultimately establish the foundational order of the realm. However, as an American Martin, despite crafting the faith of the Seven, which epitomizes the song of humanity, remains oblivious to the fact that history is forged by the collective will of the masses. In his narrative, the realm is merely a game of power among the nobility, while the divine realm is embroiled in the wars of gods, relegating the vast majority of ordinary people to mere backdrop in the power plays. Ultimately, the aristocracy continues to embody their age-old principles. In the eyes of the gods, mortals are but sacrificial offerings and living corpses for their mutual strife. It is not surprising that Martin, unacquainted with a materialist view of history, would produce such a fantastical work. Lear, too, is not a savior come to alleviate suffering. He lacks the spirit of self-sacrifice. Instead, he intends to reshape this world according to his own desires. While he may not aspire to be a revolutionary, he is prepared to be a more enlightened feudal figure. Compared to the current landscape of serfdom and slavery that pervades the world of ice and fire, he undoubtedly aims for progress. Thus, he refuses to accommodate the existing power dynamics of this realm or to follow the original timeline into a mythological conflict. He is determined to gradually reconstruct the Eastern mythological power system piece by piece, among the myriad local mythologies. The most amenable to integration into the system he seeks to establish is that of the old gods of Westeros. Although the faith in the old gods retains primitive traditions such as blood sacrifice, it has largely waned, persisting only in the north and beyond the wall. Furthermore, the old gods' association with the Song of the Earth and the faith in the weirwood trees is closely tied to the bloodlines of the others. This intrinsic connection to nature endows this primitive natural worship with a natural affinity to Eastern mythological concepts. Consequently, Lear extends an invitation to the three-eyed raven of the north. When the figure clad in black appears before Lear, he is engrossed in play with a small spider in his hand. The diminutive creature, entirely black with faint purple patterns, scuttles across Lear's palm as he gently caresses its fuzzy tail with his thumb. The spider vibrates in response to his touch. The old man regards Lear's actions with curiosity and nods in greeting. Visitor from another realm, as the emissary of the old gods, I welcome you. Lear smiles and replies, I am truly grateful for your presence, esteemed one. What brings you to this land? To be candid, I too have arrived here by chance. Since fate has led me to this place, I intend to explore it thoroughly. The three-eyed raven finds the peculiarities of this individual's speech somewhat disconcerting and murmurs, I have witnessed the history of humanity spanning millennia and have encountered innumerable machinations. Though your intentions remain shrouded, I can discern that you are orchestrating something significant. I do not speak in riddles. I indeed have plans, Lear affirms. The rules of this realm are not well defined, and the cycle of power between heaven and earth is incomplete. Therefore, I am prepared to restore the order of this world and establish a comprehensive system. A system? Are you suggesting that you will lead the hymn of creation? I fear that Lara will not consent. In the foundational logic of your world lies a monotheistic belief. The gods cannot coexist, each perceiving the other as malevolent and heretical, leading to a conclusion where only one can prevail, resulting in the total annihilation of the other. The world from which I originate differs from yours. The gods there are based on merit and virtue, emphasizing inclusivity and harmonious co-construction, with a hierarchical order respected. As long as one acknowledges a shared ideology, individual actions need not be excessively constrained. Merit? Achievements? Do the gods of your world not vie for worship? A widespread following certainly enhances one's magical prowess, but in the realm from which I hail, there are inherent rules. Working for the welfare of all beings is the true merit, and only such virtue is the foundation for the longevity of immortals. Stranger, your ideals are indeed beautiful. However, my era has long passed. My power has deeply rooted itself within the earth, yet as a consequence, my strength has gradually distanced itself from my will. My essence has melded into the land, becoming a part of the world's order, leaving merely this corporeal shell to chronicle the history of this continent. Lyre smiled and nodded, stating, Is this not the way of nature? Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. If heaven and earth were to develop personal affections, how could they treat everything in the world equally? If there were preferences among them, it would be the source of great chaos. Thus, in my view, no one can ascend to the sovereign position in this realm. We are but humble tools serving the myriad creatures of this world. The elder also nodded in agreement. As a consciousness, I naturally possess desires for life. Since you have a mature concept, I hold no objections. However, should you wish for my allegiance, I must contemplate it further. Lyre understood that the ancient god was not naive. Millennia of memories were not easily forgotten like fleeting videos on a hard drive. He would wait to see the outcome once Lyre truly confronted the red god and the cold god, refraining from risking his ultimate card in the gamble. Lyre communicated some minor issues with the three-eyed raven and glimpsed a hope of liberation from silence. The raven was no longer impatient and was willing to extend a small favor to Lyre. It promised that the most gifted among the Duke of the North's children would be granted to Lyre as a disciple. If Lyre could indeed achieve such a status, there would be no need to seek human vessels in the future. After discussing the matter at hand, Lyre did not invite the three-eyed raven to dine, for he knew it was merely a phantom, promising to revisit the borders in the future. Watching the black raven ascend into the sky, Lyre fell silent for a moment. Feeling the vibrations in his hand growing increasingly erratic and feeble, he chuckled softly, turning to return the little spider to the treetop. The small spider climbed to the branch's tip and attempted to escape through a small hole, nearly slipping and falling. Lyre found this amusing and laughed heartily, bending down to wash the sticky silk from his hands in the stream. Rising, he noticed 8 pairs of glistening, watery eyes watching him from the small hole in the branch, shook his head, and turned to walk toward the clearing in the forest downstream. Chapter 15. The conspirator across the narrow sea Illyrio, a man of middle age from the land of Pintos, found his once nimble agility diminished by a slight paunch. Yet, the affluence of his life had not dulled his keen insight into opportunity, particularly with his closest confidant present at the scene. The governor cherished his current wife, a woman of the Lycene named Scylla, who possessed flowing hair of a pale golden hue. It was within the pleasures of Lys that Illyrio first beheld Scylla, as she captivated the audience with a mesmerizing dance, her hair swirling in harmony with her movements, evoking the imagery of a woodland sprite. Wealthy as he was, the governor spared no expense to claim the maiden's first night, an enchanting evening forever etched in Illyrio's memory, wherein he fell deeply in love with her. He lingered in Lys South Pleasure Gardens for over a month, entwined with Scylla, not merely to indulge in primal desires, but also to engage in profound intellectual exchanges. Through their dialogues, he discovered that Scylla was no ordinary woman, driven solely by the allure of riches or romance. She harbored grand ambitions and remarkable insights, asserting that had she not been a woman, she would have achieved feats rivaling those of any king. However, mere grandiloquent words failed to sway a seasoned assassin like Illyrio. In their exchanges, Scylla naturally elucidated the political dynamics within the city of Lys, shedding light on the essence of the territorial disputes among Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr, as well as the delicate balance of power among the three factions. Illyrio perceived Scylla as a tarnished gem, a pearl mistakenly buried in the muck. He envisioned her as an invaluable ally in his grand aspirations. Thus, he expended a fortune to liberate her from the pleasure gardens and brought her back to Pentos. In Pentos, he celebrated the union with his cherished pearl through a lavish wedding, proclaiming to the world that he had wed his goddess. However, this act incited the wrath of the then Prince of Pentos, a cousin of Illyrio's deceased first wife. The prince swore to bar Illyrio from stepping foot within the palace. Dismissing the prince's fury with contempt, the trade governor regarded him as nothing more than a noble sacrifice. It was likely that when the Dothraki next raided the surrounding villages of Pentos, the residents would be eager to witness a dagger slice through the prince's throat to appease the wrath of the gods. Thus, Scylla ascended to the role of mistress of the Pentoshi trade house, and under her astute guidance, the prince's enterprises flourished further. When news of the rebellion in Westeros reached the shores across the narrow sea, it was Scylla, brimming with ambition, who first recognized the opportunity to secure this fortuitous moment. At Scylla's suggestion, the governor summoned the spider from the other side of the narrow sea. In this clandestine meeting, Scylla explicitly indicated that the governor's and the spider's ventures had reached their zenith, with little promise of future development. Both individuals hail from humble origins, and in their quest for the pinnacle of power, they find themselves lacking the recognition of other players in this world of power struggles. In such a realm, lineage wields its own formidable influence. Thus, to secure a ticket to ascendancy, one must seek ways to attain noble blood. Presently, Westeros is engulfed in chaos. Aerys is hardly a rational king, while Rhaegar proves to be an impulsive prince. On the rebel side, the alliance of the stag, fish, wolf, and eagle has solidified, claiming 4 of the 7 kingdoms. The Duke of the Westerlands, Tywin, has been driven away by the mad king himself. The guardian of the Reach, the Duke of Highgarden, is, in truth, a weak lord, and although the Reach is prosperous, its military might is feeble. Dorne, while formidable in its homeland defenses, is plagued by arid lands and a sparse population, lacking in wealth and resources. Consequently, the Targaryen dynasty teeters on the brink of oblivion. The task of the spider is to ensure that the Targaryens do not retreat from this precipice, but rather take a step forward. Yet, it is also imperative to preserve a semblance of their bloodline, or at least to instill in the world the belief that the Targaryens still have descendants among the living. Meanwhile, the governor of Pentos is charged with facilitating connections between the Westerosi and Essos, such as the Golden Company, imbued with the blood of Blackfyre and Jon Connington, the former hand of the king exiled by the Mad King. Furthermore, the role of Scylla is pivotal. She is with child, and her pregnancy coincides almost perfectly with that of Princess Elia, Rhaegar's wife. Possessing Valyrian blood herself, she is destined to bear a child with the same silvery gold hair. Should the spider fulfill expectations, there exists a possibility that her lineage, alongside that of Illyrio, could orchestrate a cunning subterfuge to claim the Iron Throne of Westeros. In such a scenario, her child would possess both a legitimate claim and the financial backing of their parents. With the spider inciting discord within the 7 kingdoms, it might just be possible to ascend to that iron chair. To speak candidly, both Varys and Illyrio were astonished by this audaciously reckless scheme, yet upon further contemplation, they recognized its high feasibility. As time passed, while the schemer concealed in the shadows reveled in the unfolding events as anticipated, News from across the narrow sea disrupted all plans. Princess Elia was not slain by the entering Duke Tywin, even had Tywin not taken her life. Eliminating an infant in a cradle and a forsaken Dornish princess would not have posed any challenge for the spider. A fabricated tale could easily have rendered the plan flawless. However, it was unexpected that the White Knight chose not to guard his king, but rather to protect Princess Elia in her flight. Varys was compelled to activate a contingency plan, sending them aboard a merchant vessel bound for Pentos. Upon arrival, he would have ample means to eliminate any obstacles. And with the endorsement of the White Knight, Illyrio's authenticity would be further bolstered. Yet again, the actions of the White Knight defied the spider's expectations. They disembarked midway, vanishing into the royal woods. Weeks later, Jaime Lannister appeared alone in Sunspear, only to walk unscathed from the Water Gardens. According to the nature of the Dornish people, should Princess Elia and her 2 children encounter any misfortune, the secretive White Knight, who entered the city with nothing, would clearly not survive. Subsequently, Prince Doran discreetly led a team into the royal forest and returned alone to Sunspear, further substantiating the fact that Princess Elia and her offspring are still alive, concealed within the woods. In that moment, a significant upheaval left Sarella at a loss regarding her next course of action, gazing at her child in the cradle. Feeling momentarily bewildered. Chapter 16. Echoes of the past in the cold, dark depths of the ocean. Upon a flat seabed, a solitary fish, separated from its school, was drawn towards a glimmering light emanating from the ocean floor, swimming curiously towards it. However, as it approached the unusual brightness, an inexplicable tremor rippled through the surrounding water, startling it away. With the tremors came a faint luminescence rising from the distant seabed. Through the light, indistinct black outlines could be discerned from the pitch-black ocean floor. It was a ruin of a palace, with a roof shattered and largely missing, crumbling walls, and toppled columns. Barnacles and seaweed were abundantly attached to the remnants, evidently. This place had slumbered for countless ages. The massive scratches and charred marks scattered across the debris seemed to indicate that fierce battles had once erupted here. Delving deep into the heart of the palace, within the dilapidated central hall, a towering throne loomed in the center, upon which sat a figure of giant proportions. Time's erosion had decayed the flesh of the body, and beneath the darkened armor, only pale bones were revealed. Yet, the skeletal form seemed still imbued with a semblance of life. Though its visage was terrifying, it still exuded a breath of the living. Should anyone enter this grand hall, it would seem as if they could still hear the host's invitation to visitors. The master of this domain was evidently a warm and generous individual, welcoming guests to take their seats and partake in an everlasting feast. Here, patrons would savor the finest wines and enjoy an endless array of delectable delights. Surrounding him would be enchanting maidens and mermaids, while the most exquisite melodies would grace their ears. They could witness ethereal dancers twirling in the hall, and should a guest take a liking to one, they could rush into the midst and share a delightful evening. Everything seemed to echo the most splendid times of yore. If one could but avoid the descent into oblivion, for only in blinding oneself and shutting out the world could the fragmented truth be faintly discerned. What one might be consuming could merely be the bitter sea water, and what flowed into their stomachs might only be the foul mud. While their bodies became ensnared by the eerie, viscous tendrils, with their essence swiftly devoured by the sea monster. Within the palace, an ancient machine seemed to play slideshows, where the light illuminated scenes of beauty and joy, but as the brilliance faded, those lovely images began to twist into grotesque forms. Yet, when the light succumbed to utter darkness, it appeared as though nothing had transpired. All that remained was a silent, shadowy ruin of days gone by. The skeleton seated upon the throne appears to be animated, yet it remains utterly still, evoking an eerie sensation. However, in a fleeting moment, any observer would be convinced that it had indeed moved. Its hollow eye sought its gaze into the distance. Should one possess the ability to penetrate the inky darkness of the sea, they would discover, extending several leagues along the line of the skeleton's sight, a colossal humanoid corpse resting against an underwater mountain range. This body is so immense that, were it to rise, it could tower several leagues high. A formidable trident pierces its chest, anchoring it firmly to the mountainous terrain. If one were to peer through the barnacles obscuring the trident, they would find it seemingly wrought from pure gold. Yet, in the obsidian depths of the ocean, the enormous corpse bears no marks of time. It has not been ravaged by fish nor eroded or swollen by the saline waters. It appears as though everything has frozen in the moment of its demise. A stark contrast to the condition of the trident embedded within it. If you sought to discern the visage of the corpse, you would retain a mental impression of what you have seen, yet you would struggle to depict it in detail. to capture its countenance accurately. You would merely smear a vortex of starlit skies across the canvas. Before madness consumes you, you would find yourself repeatedly applying colors to the canvas. But they would gradually fade, leaving behind only a swirling pattern of black and white. Should another, hailing from the modern era, behold your final creation, they would undoubtedly marvel at how the ancients seemed to understand the tempestuous formations of satellite weather imagery. The skeleton upon the throne and the colossal corpse in the depths appear to be engaged in a silent communion, exchanging glances that suggest a conversation without words. Damn the storm! How long have you and I battled for dominion over the sea? Foolish deceiver, who can say? We have lingered here long enough. Indeed, our era has passed. The newcomer appears to be a rather innovative individual. Humph, merely an outsider, yet he dares to attempt to orchestrate the song of creation. Arrogance, indeed. But have we not also aspired to drown the world in the ocean? What do you think? Shall we meddle in that young one's designs? Are you weary of our conflict? Have you surrendered? Huh? Will our battle ever yield a resolution? Our time has elapsed. Do you not tire? The young one's ideas are intriguing. I still long to savor Gal's golden grapes. Very well, then it is settled. Let it be now. Surely, you can find a chosen one. Humph, I am no ancient fishwood. I lack the means to secure a pristine vessel. You wouldn't want to be taken advantage of, would you? True enough. Within the royal grove, Lyre has created a pond before his dwelling, fed by a stream flowing from the woods, which exits on the opposite side, traversing a bamboo grove towards Ilia's small courtyard. On this day, he sits by the pond, fishing, when suddenly a tremor stirs within his heart, prompting him to quiet his mind and calculate with his fingers. Upon learning the circumstances, a smile graced his face, for he did not anticipate that the two long-silent ancient deities would wish to forge a benevolent connection. He grasped the dust whisk at his side and waved it gently. Soon, two peculiar fish with striking appearances glided along the stream and into the pond. Observing the two strange fish frolicking in the water, he rose with a smile, seized a gourd nearby, and flung a cascade of crystalline droplets toward the center of the pond. The droplets danced in the air, swiftly solidifying into orbs reminiscent of jade, before cascading into the water below. As if aware of the value of these treasures, the two odd fish began to compete in swallowing the jade-like spheres. At that moment, a burst of laughter echoed through the bamboo grove, and a dark-skinned little girl rushed over. Hee, Daoist Lyre, did you see the two strange fish? I just spotted two exceptionally large ones by the stream. Their appearance was quite odd, and they swam so swiftly that I could hardly keep up with them. Lyre replied with a smile. Are they not right here? They are destined to be with me, so let them thrive in this place. Oh, wonderful. I shall come to feed them. The little girl exclaimed joyfully. Lyre nodded. Very well. I shall have the land spirit send some fish food to you tomorrow. Remember, you may only feed them once a day. Do not overindulge them. Chapter 17. The mimicry bird Pettyberry had altered his family crest from the head of a titan to that of a mimicry bird, as he felt this small creature, capable of imitating the calls of various birds, resonated more with his essence. It was through the clever use of his voice that he gained the trust of the great nobility, earning significant responsibilities that now bestowed upon him the power he wielded. From a minor lord of the Five-Finger Peninsula, he had ascended to become the tax commissioner of the largest external port in the valley, overseeing a flow of gold dragons each day that surpassed the annual income of a mid-tier noble. He believed that one day, he would use his intellect to project his own voice, rather than merely echoing that of a prominent noble, becoming his own mimicry bird. Fortune seemed to smile upon his talents once more. His emotional manipulation of Lisa had once again influenced ticket prices, and her elderly husband appeared to dote on the youthful bride, further elevating Pettyberry's position, bringing him to serve in King's Landing. To be candid, Robert was also greatly displeased with the squalor of King's Landing, despite the Red Keep's lofty perch atop the Aegon Hills. The relentless western winds inevitably carried the city's foul stench into its halls. Coupled with the madness of the Mad King, King's Landing continued its efforts to cleanse and rebuild. Under greater fiscal and administrative strain than in the original tale, Jon Arryn had promoted Peter to King's Landing as a direct official of the hand, tasked with overseeing the reconstruction of the Western District. Feeling that his career was on an upward trajectory, Pettyberry rushed toward King's Landing, brimming with confidence. Yet, he did not foresee that his life was about to embark on a path he had never envisioned. The sunlight warmed his face, and as he felt the cool sea water seep into his clothes, the damp chill gradually transformed into a sensation that was half dry and itchy and half bone-chilling cold. The swaying motion of the vessel caused his stomach to churn, and Pettyberry immediately leaned over the ship's railing to vomit. He felt as though he had expelled all the seawater he had ingested the previous night, gradually regaining a semblance of consciousness. The morning light streamed in from behind, warming his damp, cold back while casting shadows upon the surface of the sea ahead. Through the now tranquil waters, he suddenly noticed something peculiar in the reflection. A head protruding from the boat's edge appeared quite bizarre. The flesh-toned cranium lacked eyes and a nose, possessing only a slightly ajar mouth. Its smooth surface was devoid of contours, as if those features had never existed. Strangely, despite the absence of eyes, he could still see. Yes, he could still see. There were only two individuals on the small vessel. The other, standing at the bow, was Pater Baris. Observing the increasingly frantic figure of the headless man as he clawed at his smooth visage, leaving trails of blood in his wake, yet remained silent, accepting the grim reality. The faceless being slumped at the stern, raising his gaze to this man, and softly inquired, "Who are you?" Noticing the other had quieted, Pater revealed his signature smile and spoke in his gentle tone, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. What matters is that I shall be your master henceforth. I may occasionally borrow your identity, and during this time, you shall serve me." With that, he produced a wooden mask from his cloak and tossed it to the headless man. He caught the mask, a rough wooden visage resembling the face painted on the heart tree, which perfectly concealed the upper portion of his featureless face. Steadying his thoughts, he attempted to adopt a conciliatory tone. "Yes, my master, what would you have me do?" "Ah, a clever one," Pater replied. "I have certain matters to attend to in King's Landing that require your identity. It will facilitate my tasks. Rest assured, I shall not keep it for long." Without waiting for a response, he turned and vigorously waved. In the distance, a merchant ship had spotted them and was making its way towards their location. The most convenient means of transport from Seagull Town to King's Landing was by sea, yet the ocean's tempests often dealt harsh lessons to those who underestimated its might. In his eagerness to assume his role, the headless man disregarded the brewing storm and boarded a merchant vessel that dared to venture toward King's Landing. However, it seemed fortune was not in his favor, as the poorly maintained ship, helmed by a miserly captain, plunged into the tempest, ultimately meeting its doom upon the reefs near Dragonstone. As Pater ascended the merchant ship's gangway and set foot upon the docks of King's Landing, he was unexpectedly greeted by the Prime Minister's wife. Her anxious expression revealed that the news of the shipwreck had evidently reached King's Landing. Observing the two nearly embrace, Peter's servant bowed his head. Although the mask concealed the entirety of his upper face and he possessed no eyes, the headless man could still perceive the fervent affection that the man had for his woman, demonstrating a concern that transcended mere friendship. He was acutely aware of his own lack of sight, yet he dared not cast a glance at this other self. He desperately suppressed his thoughts, fearing that the enigmatic figure might, like the devil in a tale told by a nurse, discern even the faintest trace of animosity flickering in his mind. Faced with the unknown power, he did not dare to gamble. Soon, the two individuals boarded the carriage meticulously prepared by Lady Lisa and arrived at the temporary lodge. After dismissing the somewhat agitated and frantic woman, they closed the door, and Peter quietly observed the masked figure before him. A sense of vulnerability washed over him, as he felt he might be scrutinized, prompting him to avoid shifting his gaze, lest he appear overly guilty. Yet, he dared not engage in a direct stare, fearing it might provoke this enigmatic person, despite the uncertainty of whether his own lack of visible eyes constituted a return glance. Thus, he focused intently on the buttons adorning the figure's chest, striving to convey his humility. After a lengthy silence, perhaps Peter's demeanor indeed pleased the mysterious individual, who responded with a smile and a nod, revealing a book that materialized in the palm of his hand. The guidance contained within this tome indicated that if he diligently performed his duties, there would come a time when his services would be required. "My lord, I shall exert every effort to ensure your satisfaction," Peter declared, his humility deepening further. The masked figure offered no further words but extended the book toward him. Peter reverently accepted the tome with both hands, contemplating whether there were additional instructions. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and the sensation of losing his sight sent a wave of panic through his heart, prompting an instinctive reach for the mask on his face. As his fingers brushed against its coarse texture, he quickly regained his composure, suppressing his anxiety, and calmly inquired, "My lord, are there any other commands?" The opulent room remained eerily silent, with only the sound of his own breathing resonating in the air, as if he were the sole occupant. However, he dared not let his guard down, standing still and striving to exhibit his obedience. After an extended period of silence, Peter wrestled with his thoughts before mustering the courage to softly ask once more. His query went unanswered. It seemed the mysterious figure had truly departed. Clenching the book tightly in one hand, He cautiously reached for the mask on his face with the other, moving slowly and gently, as if to avoid disturbing some lurking beast. As he unveiled the mask, a sudden flood of sunlight streamed through the crystal glass, momentarily blinding him, causing him to shut his eyes. He then cautiously reopened them, scanning the room with care. Upon confirming that he was indeed alone, he dashed towards the mirror affixed to the wall. When his true visage emerged in the reflective surface, he caressed what he deemed a handsome face, emitting a mixture of laughter and tears. Chapter 18. The northern visitor Bran Stark meticulously rolled up his heavy black cloak and secured it atop his backpack. Spring had long passed, and the early summer in the south was proving increasingly unbearable for this northern man. Outside the wall, snow persisted year-round, a cold he had long since accustomed himself to. The ongoing conflict in the south was not unwelcome news for Black Castle. The prolonged vigilance had led all to forget the original purpose of the wall's construction. Nobles and kings had long abandoned their sacred oaths, and many of the bloodlines of those who once swore such vows had vanished into the annals of history. The wall had transformed from a sanctified realm for noble lords and knights seeking greater glory into a penal ground for lords dispatching thieves, brigands, and various miscreants. Consequently, Black Castle had long been plagued by a chronic shortage of manpower. The once unified realm of the Targaryen dynasty has been overthrown by a coalition formed by its own brother. Consequently, a multitude of nobles and knights who misalign themselves are destined to face the wrath of the new king. Clearly, the wall stands as the most prudent solution for all involved. The Supreme Commander intends to leverage the familial connection between Banyan and the victorious Duke of the North, thus sending him southward in hopes of persuading the new monarch to allocate additional manpower urgently required at the wall. Upon the arrival of the Rangers in King's Landing, they were met by a rather despondent Duke of the North. The war had concluded, yet the Northerners felt ensnared by the quagmire that was King's Landing. Faced with the hearts of men that could not be swayed by the sword, amidst various machinations and alliances, the Duke had resolved to return to Winterfell. Despite King Robert's repeated attempts, through lavish feasts and fine wines, to retain his childhood friend, Eddard Stark's decision was resolute. Ultimately, in response to his brother's plea, Robert acquiesced, and in a gesture of brotherly affection, the new king ordered the dungeons of King's Landing to be emptied, sending both the captured loyalists and the prisoners to the northern transport vessels. After the final ship had departed, Banyan engaged in a profound conversation with Eddard. The significance of the wall and the legends of the White Walkers had long since faded into mere tales told by wet nurses, and the traces of magic had vanished from the continent of Westeros, with the dragons of House Targaryen now extinct. However, the experiences of months prior within the Kingsguard had transformed the young Duke. It was evident that magic had not departed from this world, but rather concealed itself from the eyes of mortals, lurking in hidden corners. Yet, the brief encounter with the enigmatic sorcerer had made him acutely aware that this world may never extricate itself from the entanglements of magic. Just as their ancestral tongue foretold, winter was indeed coming. The threat of the White Walkers, it seemed, was not merely a tale of fright. Contemplating the desolate castles beneath the wall, the Duke was still inclined to bolster its defenses. Moreover, he believed it essential for his brother to genuinely experience the power of magic, thus suggesting that the Rangers venture into the Kingswood to seek out the mysterious sorcerer. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Banyan noted that the Rangers were already well acquainted with the terrain of the woods. Had it been the coniferous forests of the north, he would have felt more at home. He remained uncertain of what he might encounter within the dense thicket ahead, but he had always placed his trust in his elder brother. If he deemed this journey necessary, so too would he embrace it. With the arrival of summer, the pressures upon the wall would considerably ease, alleviating any urgency for his return to the north. However, his brother may have miscalculated the vastness of the Kingswood, for he had been traversing the dense forest for several days now, yet had encountered naught peculiar. Touching the pouch of provisions at his side, he calculated his journey and discerned that he had several days left to wander within the woods. As the sun gradually descended from the heavens, a thick mist began to envelop the Kingswood, shrouding the area in an increasingly dense fog that severely impaired visibility. Banyan had never encountered such a dense fog, not even amidst the specters of the forest beyond the Great Wall, where the frigid embrace of winter's chill had long since frozen the morning air. This fog, resembling a viscous liquid flowing along the ground, enveloped him completely. As he cautiously navigated through the mist, he sought a suitable refuge to conclude his day's journey. Leaning against the sturdy trunk of an oak tree, he searched for a robust branch low enough to serve as a perch for the night. Suddenly, the distant sounds of splashing water and playful laughter piqued his curiosity. Surely, finding shelter with others would be far preferable to spending the night outdoors. As he traversed the thicket in the direction of the sounds, a peculiar figure came into view. The figure crouched behind a pile of massive stones, stretching its elongated neck to peer around the boulders. Realizing he had encountered the wondrous creature his brother had described, Banyan quickly concealed himself within the underbrush, eyes wide with intrigue. Though the figure possessed limbs and donned an odd garment, its abnormally elongated neck, coupled with a tail that swayed incessantly and the scales glistening upon its bare skin, made it evident that this being was no ordinary human. At that moment, the sounds of laughter and splashing from behind the stones resumed, and a smile involuntarily crept across Banyan's lips. This whimsical entity appeared to be indulging in the mischief of spying on the young maidens as they bathed. Just as he began to lower his guard, an inadvertent shift of his foot snapped a dry twig. The faint noise alerted the curious figure lurking behind the boulders. A colossal serpent's head twisted around, its large vertical pupils scanning the surrounding thicket, while a crimson tongue flicked out, discerning the scents in the air. A small stone dislodged and clattered to the ground as the strange creature moved. The laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by the anxious inquiries of the maidens. Realizing its imminent exposure, the serpent-like creature darted toward the thicket. Banyan instinctively recognized the need to conceal himself, yet the creature was alarmingly swift, writhing and bounding into the underbrush in an instant. Their eyes, one pair human and the other serpentine, met, and the creature let out a low, eerie chuckle. "Ah, a kindred spirit," it exclaimed. "Come, let us flee." Without waiting for Banyan's response, it seized him and plunged into the depths of the forest. As Banyan was whisked away, he felt as though he were gliding just above the ground. Gazing upward, he saw the sky above them illuminated in a kaleidoscope of colors, momentarily entrancing him. The vibrant hues intensified, and the surrounding trees seemed to sway more violently. Amidst the chaos, Banyan discerned several colossal figures emerging beyond the treeline, and he could swear that trees were being uprooted in their wake. The tumult behind him hastened the serpent's flight. Just as Banyan believed they would be overtaken by the fearsome shadows, a brilliant flash of light soared overhead, striking the ground between him and the pursuing titans. As the serpent led him deeper into the woods, the last glimpse he caught was of that radiant beam, resembling an oddly shaped sword. Chapter 19. To the north the fog had dissipated, and night had descended. In a secluded cave, Banyan ignited a campfire with dry branches he had gathered outside. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed, and the serpent creature entered the cave, carrying 2 rabbits. Handing the rabbits to Banyan, it eagerly exclaimed, "Hurry. The food you humans roast is far superior. Do add more spices." Banyan shook his head with a wry smile, bemused by the creature's familiarity. After all, it had just led him on a frantic escape, and he still felt somewhat dazed, although he understood that the serpent meant him no harm. Its unusual appearance left him feeling a bit apprehensive. As Banyan began to prepare the game by skillfully skinning the rabbits and opening their entrails, the serpent interrupted. Hey, don't throw that away. The entrails are quite valuable, don't you know?" Realizing he had been misled by the creature's anthropomorphic behavior, Banyan recalled how the alpha wolves in the icy wilderness would prioritize the organs after a successful hunt. Nodding in understanding, he handed the rabbit entrails to the serpent. The serpent accepted them without further ado, lifting its neck and opening its gaping maw to swallow the entrails whole. Satisfied, it leaned back and watched the young ranger cook the 2 plump rabbits by the fire. Unable to contain its curiosity at Banyan's adeptness, the serpent inquired, "Hey, buddy, I'm called Qing Shijinjun. What is your name?" As he turned the meat over the flames, Banyan replied to the strangely named serpent, "I am Banyan Stark." "Oh, Banyan, where do you hail from, and what do you do?" "I come from Winterfell in the north, and I am a ranger of the Night's Watch." "Oh, the north. Where is that?" "I must tell you, I was born in this very forest. One day, I swallowed a gem that fell from the heavens, and it granted me intelligence in this remarkable form." Seeing the serpent willing to converse, Banyan encouraged it to continue. "Ha, you are indeed fortunate. It seems the gods are watching over you." The serpent slapped its thigh, exclaiming, "Indeed, ever since I gained my wits, I have felt as if someone is observing me, which is rather unsettling." Banyan, unsure if they shared the same understanding, continued, "Oh, to feel the gaze of the gods is indeed a blessing. By the way, what were you doing behind that boulder earlier?" "Hey, brother, I knew you were one of my kindred spirits, drawn here by the allure of those fair maidens, right? I must tell you, there are 7 beautiful nymphs in this forest. They often bathe in a nearby hot spring. Though I am a serpent, I too yearn for beautiful things." Banyan felt a strong aversion to this blatant disregard for knightly virtue, and could not help but retort, "Qing Shi, ah yes, Jinjun. To spy on women bathing is not the conduct of a true knight." "A knight? Is it wrong to observe women bathing? I used to spend every day entwined with Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan, and that was hardly improper. As my intellect awakens, I find myself far beyond the na-vet of the two before me. I deem them unworthy of my attention. Banyan realizes that the serpent creature has yet to shed its primal instincts and remains untouched by human society, lacking even a fundamental grasp of basic morals. He begins to impart some wisdom regarding human conduct. Remarkably, the serpent creature is receptive to his teachings, and as it displays curiosity, Banyan becomes increasingly animated in his discourse. As the fat from the rabbit drips into the fire, releasing an enticing aroma, Banyan concludes his overview of the chivalric ethos of Westeros and hands a piece of roasted meat to the serpent creature while silently savoring his own portion. Upon inhaling the alluring scent of the spices, the serpent creature refrains from further conversation and devours the still steaming meat whole. Observing the creature's peculiar sounds, whether from the heat or genuine enjoyment, Banyan's appetite wanes momentarily. Noticing the serpent creature's longing gaze fixed on his remaining piece of rabbit, he offers a weary smile and shakes his head, presenting the roasted meat to the creature once more. The serpent, unreserved, accepts the offering and consumes it in a single gulp. With a satisfied pat on its belly, the serpent seems to relish the lingering flavors of the roast before regaining its conversational interest, inquiring, "Banyan, you mentioned that you hail from Winterfell in the north. It seems you are indeed one of the Northern Guardians, a lord among the Seven Kingdoms, correct?" No, the Northern Guardian is my brother, Eddard Stark. I have joined the Night's Watch at the Wall, having sworn an oath that the long night is coming. From this day forth, I shall watch until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, and father no children. I shall wear no crown, seek no glory. I pledge my loyalty and duty, living and dying here. I am the sword in the darkness, the watcher upon the wall. I am the flame that wards off the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the shield that protects the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to the Night's Watch, tonight and every night. The young ranger finds himself reciting his vow unconsciously, his face reflecting the solemnity and reverence of the sacred promise. The serpent creature appears moved by this earnest oath, falling into a contemplative silence before resuming its lively demeanor. "Banyan, your vow is commendable. You are a person of great ambition. However, I must say, to forego marriage and progeny is rather unreasonable. Who will carry on your bloodline? Who will uphold your oath? Look at us. Our lives are but a grand nest." Banyan, contemplating the untamed nature still evident in the serpent creature, recalls its earlier indiscretion of spying on women bathing, leaving him momentarily speechless. Just as the atmosphere grows heavy with unspoken thoughts, a rustling sound emanates from the woods outside the cave. The serpent's expression shifts, and it whispers, "Banyan, it seems those women have returned to seek revenge. Given your introduction, I now realize that my earlier actions may have offended those fairies. Fortunately, they have not seen you. I doubt they would harm the innocent and tarnish their own good fortune. Dear brother, would you kindly allow me to hide for a moment?" Without awaiting Banyan's response, it transforms into a wisp of green mist and swiftly envelopes him, vanishing without a trace. The ranger, visibly astonished, patted his body, feeling no peculiarities, momentarily at a loss. Just then, gentle footsteps echoed from outside the cave, and a strikingly beautiful woman entered. Banyan observed her somewhat peculiar attire, noting the ribbons that danced gracefully behind her. Suspended in midair by the wind, exuding an indescribable beauty and an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a celestial goddess. Chapter 20. To the North, Part 2. The woman approached Banyan and, with a graceful bow, spoke, "My lord, I beg your pardon for the intrusion. I am by Yu, the mistress of the Thousand Mechanisms Cave. I trust the commotion this afternoon did not disturb you?" Banyan, momentarily unable to connect the enchanting woman before him with the immense noise and shadow he had encountered in the forest earlier, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Unsure of how to respond. Noticing his bewilderment, Bai Yu smiled softly. "My lord, there is no need for concern. I am aware that you stumbled upon this place by chance. Additionally, during our bathing, a protective barrier was in place, rendering the serpent demon unable to perceive anything. I have come at the behest of a celestial being to convey certain matters and deliver some items to you." Feeling a bit flustered, Banyan replied politely, "I appreciate your understanding, madam. However, the serpent has already fled. Otherwise, as a knight, I would have insisted he apologize to you. By the way, I am Banyan Stark, a member of the Night's Watch from the Northern Wall." Bai Yu covered her mouth with a light laugh. "My lord, there is no need for concern. We recognize you as a noble knight, which is precisely why you chose to reveal yourself. As for that serpent demon, He likely fears facing us, so it is perhaps for the best that he remains temporarily within your presence." She then raised her hand, gesturing toward the ranger's wrist. Startled by her indication, Banyang pulled back his sleeve, only to discover a vivid green serpent tattoo on his left wrist, seemingly alive. The sudden appearance of the small serpent on his wrist shocked him, yet he felt an inkling of understanding. "There is no need to panic, my lord. The serpent demon, fearing our retribution, has chosen to attach himself to your wrist, posing no harm to you. However, he is currently unable to detach himself due to his limited powers and exists merely as a tattoo, silent, thoughtless, and in a state of slumber." Banyang nodded, albeit puzzled. "How can we help him escape this condition?" "Rest assured, my lord, I have come precisely for this purpose. You are destined to meet with Daoist heir of the Bamboo Grove Cottage, and I have been entrusted by him to bring you a tome of postnatal cultivation methods. Once you practice this technique and cultivate your inner strength to the point of completing a full cycle, the serpent demon will be activated and regain his true form, thus restoring his freedom." Upon hearing the name mentioned by his brother, Banyang instinctively perked up and inquired, "Is this a gift from Master Lier? May I have the honor of meeting him?" "Not just yet," Bai Yu replied. "The celestial being has stated that your fated encounter with him has not yet arrived. You will have the opportunity to meet upon your return from the north." Contemplating the various marvels related to Lier as recounted by his brother, Banyan understood that he could not impose his will and thus accepted the tome handed to him by the woman. "Please convey my gratitude to Master Lier. However, I wonder if I may share the contents of this book with others?" "Of course, but the techniques contained within are immensely potent. Master Banyan must exercise discernment in selecting the readers. Should it fall into the hands of those with malicious intent, the consequences would be dire. I comprehend that only those of noble lineage and upright character are worthy of mastering such advanced swordsmanship." Observing the somewhat bewildered young ranger, Bai Yu recognized that this was merely a divergence of ideologies, and thus refrained from further discourse. She offered a slight bow and turned to depart from the cave. Banyan made no attempt to retain her. Instead, he returned to the fire's warmth, loosening his cuff to gently caress the tattoo on his wrist, lost in contemplation. Aware that no further developments would arise, he resolutely oriented himself and swiftly found the King's Road traversing the royal forest. He managed to catch a freight wagon heading to King's Landing and subsequently located a northern-bound merchant ship at the port, setting sail for White Harbor. In Winterfell, the early summer sun had melted away the last vestiges of snow, yet remnants of winter still shimmered in the woods and atop the hills. In Eddard's study, the two brothers found themselves gazing at a book spread open upon the table, exchanging puzzled glances. The tome was crafted from a type of grass paper purportedly originating from the East. Generally, grass paper is not durable and prone to damage, making it unsuitable for recording significant texts. Scholars and clerics of Westeros preferred the expensive yet sturdy parchment. The text within was inscribed in an enigmatic script, unfamiliar even to learned scholars. Yet, astonishingly, Banyan could comprehend its meaning. Though he could not articulate each rune, their essence seemed indelibly etched in his mind. The scholars believed it to be a form of script from the distant East, yet Banyan subconsciously felt otherwise, suspecting it to be an ancient language of the old gods, decipherable only by those favored by the divine. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from seeking to benefit his family. He meticulously transcribed his understanding and translation into a parchment notebook and presented it to his brother, the Duke of the North, Eddard Stark. They both believed that this would serve as a crucial foundation for the family's prosperity. Upon their return from the royal forest, the brothers recognized the undeniable reality of magic. Thus, the beliefs in the old gods and the myriad tales of wonder recounted by the old nurse, while perhaps not entirely factual, surely possessed a kernel of truth. Reflecting on their family's history, it was evident that their ancestor, Brandon Stark, the builder of the castle, wielded magical powers, and the wall could not have been erected solely by human effort. This led them to ponder when the vital legacy of magic within their lineage had ceased to be passed down. The truth, now submerged in the annals of history, was beyond ascertainable, yet the opportunity to grasp magic once more was not one Eddard would willingly forsake in his quest to strengthen their house. As the young ranger departed from Winterfell once more, embarking on a journey further north, the young Duke of the North found himself grappling with the notes laid before him, his mind ensnared in doubt regarding his own intellectual capabilities. In early summer, the North remained cool, even verging on chilly. Wrapping his dark cloak tightly around him, Banyan Stark felt a growing sense of confidence in this familiar climate. Clutched in his arms was a mysterious tome gifted by an enigmatic sorcerer, and upon his wrist rested a magical serpent. Reflecting on his previous extraordinary experiences, he felt invigorated with strength. Upon his return to Black Castle, the commander welcomed him with warmth. The manpower and resources he had secured in King's Landing were steadily arriving at the wall. Given the substantial provisions that the Duke's brother could offer, it was only fitting that the commander displayed a heightened enthusiasm. Chapter 21, Northward, Part 3. Sensing a slow warmth coursing through his veins, Banyan clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him. He closed the book and tucked it into his cloak, brimming with confidence in the abilities he had acquired. Eagerly, he petitioned the commander to join the next reconnaissance mission beyond the wall. Though the commander initially intended to grant Banyan a reprieve, he recognized the young man's tenacity and spirit, ultimately conceding to his fervent request. As the climate began to warm, it seemed unlikely that the wildlings from the north would pose a significant threat. Time had dulled the memory of the wall's original purpose. Many believed it served solely to thwart the incursions of savage tribes. Each winter, numerous wildling clans attempted to breach the blockade in search of survival. With a dwindling force, the Night's Watch was compelled to shift from a comprehensive defense to a more focused strategy, as they no longer had the manpower to oversee the entire wall. Consequently, the Rangers' missions became increasingly vital. The elite among the black-clad men were tasked with scouting the movements of the wildlings north of the wall, enabling the main body of the Night's Watch to mount a targeted defense against potential ambushes. The Ranger squad swiftly arrived at their first destination beyond the wall, Castle Castor. Banyan had long heard the tales from the seasoned Rangers, who spoke of Castor as a depraved fiend, having not only taken his own daughter, but also having slain all his sons. Although no one had witnessed the act, the absence of boys within his fortress lent credence to the whispers among the black-clad men. However, as the only wildling willing to host the Night's Watch, the Rangers had little choice but to tolerate this villain. Banyan and his companions appeared to have arrived at an inopportune time. Upon reaching the solitary outpost beyond the wall where they could find hot soup, the anxious expressions of Castor's young wives spoke volumes. The captain instructed everyone to keep silent and, adhering to custom, accepted the salt and bread offered by Castor, allowing each man a small portion. After partaking in a relatively warm dinner, the captain permitted no further conversation, and they huddled together in a corner of the first floor, surrendering to sleep. The morning's biting chill lingered in the air, yet Banyan was abruptly roused from his slumber by the commotion emanating from the second floor. Faint curses and the plaintive cries of a young woman reached his ears, prompting Cass to swiftly don a heavy bearskin coat and descend the staircase. Banyan, with barely opened eyes, refrained from making any movements until Cass vanished into the woods outside the cabin. He hastily roused his companions, relaying the unfolding situation. The captain suspected they were witnessing the fabled moment when Cass had slain his son, yet he hesitated to jeopardize their amicable rapport with the enigmatic savage, intending to dissuade the young Rangers from further inquiry. However, the insatiable curiosity of the young Rangers prevailed, urging their companions to investigate further. Ultimately, their inherent human curiosity triumphed over the constraints of guest rights, and several Rangers cautiously rose to venture outside. For the adept trackers that they were, Cass' trail through the forest was easily discernible. He appeared preoccupied, oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly acquired followers. His journey was far from brief, as he traversed the woods for nearly an hour before arriving at a clearing. Surrounding this open space was an orderly circle of massive stones, each adorned with peculiar blue runes. Without hesitation, Cass began to chant strange incantations, placing the swaddled infant upon the ground at the center of the stone circle. Then, as if gripped by an unseen fear, he fled without a backward glance. The Rangers concealed themselves adeptly, eager to witness the unfolding of what seemed to be a bizarre ritual. As Cass vanished into the thicket, an eerie blue luminescence ignited within the stone circle. Just as the Rangers contemplated advancing to investigate, their companions restrained them, urging them to remain hidden. The frigid northern wind swept through the trees, enveloping them in an unforgiving chill reminiscent of the coldest winters. Perhaps this was what the fabled long night felt like. The unnatural gust carried an almost palpable weight, compelling the Rangers to instinctively lower their forms. Banyan's heart raced. His prior magical training rendered him acutely aware of the energy infused in the unnatural cold. Clenching his teeth, he realized he was on the brink of encountering something extraordinary, when the pale, icy figure astride a skeletal black steed emerged from beyond the stone circle. The Rangers felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Before them stood the legendary whites, the frigid aura and the eerie, blue glowing eyes sent chills through their veins, threatening to freeze their very blood. The numbing cold was not merely a psychological effect. As Banyan became aware of two additional whites encircling them, it was already too late. The gossamer-like, translucent blades had already sliced through the neck of one of his companions. With no other option, Banyan forced himself to channel his inner power, dashing forward just in time to evade the icy, razor-sharp blades. The whites, taken aback, had not anticipated that anyone could break free from the freezing enchantment and elude their deadly strikes. Yet two more whites emerged from the dense foliage before Banyan. Encircling him within the stone formation, Banyan forced himself to calm down, diligently striving to channel the inner strength within him, hoping that the mystical technique would bestow upon him a glimmer of hope. The five whites did not grant him much time, although they emitted no sound. Banyan sensed a silent exchange among them before they simultaneously drew their long swords and advanced towards him. The will to survive triumphed over the instinct of fear as the young ranger exerted himself to draw forth the long sword that had nearly frozen in its sheath, striking at the white before him. However, the white's agile form exceeded his expectations, evading the powerful slash, and its eerie, translucent sword clashed against his retaliating blade. In an instant, a chilling frost enveloped the length of his sword. The surge of strength he had summoned failed to yield the desired outcome, resulting instead in the shattering of his already frozen weapon. The other four whites had also closed in, their icy swords piercing through his limbs in an instant. The frost quickly began to creep from his extremities towards his torso. Soon, the five whites, bearing an infant, trudged northward, one of them riding a corpse horse that bore what appeared to be a frozen cadaver. In the southern woods, as he fished by the pond, Lier felt a stirring in his heart and began to calculate with his fingers. Upon discerning the situation, he nodded slightly. The bait had been cast. It remained uncertain what magnitude of fish would be caught. However, preparations for bait meant for another fish should be expedited, though it was unclear whether it would be to the liking of the other great fish. Chapter 22. The Southerner Commander Giamormont felt as though his head might explode, as a series of events made him contemplate whether he truly ought to find a place for self-termination. First, there was the disappearance of Banyan Stark, the younger brother of Lord Eddard Stark, the North's staunchest supporter and protector of the Wall. During a ranger patrol, the entire squad failed to return within the stipulated time, and the subsequent search party only uncovered their last whereabouts at Castle Black. Just as he grappled with how to explain this to the Duke of the North, Balon Greyjoy instigated a rebellion. Those foolish Ironborn had even launched an assault on the Shadow Tower at the western end of the wall, unaware that there was little to plunder there beyond the cold ice. The silver lining was that his son, Jorah Mormont, lived up to expectations, leading the people of Bear Island in repelling the Ironborn attack, even taking the forefront during the campaign against the Iron Islands and earning the favor of the new king, Robert. Yet, fortunes took another sharp turn when Jorah emerged victorious at the tournament in Lannisport, claiming the championship and adorning the head of the noble Lady Lynesse Hightower from the south with the crown of love and beauty. What had begun as a delightful tale of noble knights and romance devolved into a nightmare. The noble lady from Old Town seemed a demon from hell, sent to ensnare his Na'vi son. The impoverished Bear Island could hardly sustain the lavish lifestyle expected by the daughter of the Earl of Old Town, swiftly depleting the wealth of House Mormont. Under the malevolent seduction of that wicked woman, my foolish son has unfortunately engaged in the nefarious trade of human trafficking. And to my dismay, he was discovered. When the news of my son's escape, accompanied by the long claws of the messenger, reached the Black Castle, Old Xiong almost toppled from the heights of the Great Wall. Fortunately, my foolish son had not been foolish enough to sell our family's ancestral sword, for that Valyrian steel blade could have fetched a considerable fortune from the affluent nobles of the south. However, my only bloodline has now irrevocably lost its claim to the inheritance of Bear Island. My voluntary abdication for my son has become a jest. Had I not donned the black garb, perhaps my foolish son would not have forfeited his inheritance for the sake of a woman. The roar of Old Xiong's fury was inaudible to Jorah Mormont in Lys, yet as a mature man, he remained rational in the absence of Lynesse. Yet reason brought him no joy, it only intensified his awareness of his missteps. Overwhelmed with regret, he found no outlet for his emotions. The raucous crowd in the tavern left him feeling estranged, and the storyteller on stage, with his rhythmic and varied narration, failed to capture his attention. This new bard could not elevate his spirits, and so he clutched his cup, incessantly pouring the inferior ale into his mouth, attempting to drown himself in intoxication for a fleeting escape. Lynesse had ventured to the town center for shopping, taking with her his last few golden dragons. He knew his goddess would not return until dusk, but where would the funds for next month's expenses come from? He had sold everything he could, leaving only the longship brought from Bear Island, a trophy captured from Pike Island. Yet what of it? He had already granted the crew an extended leave, and he feared he would soon be unable to pay the dock fees for the coming month. He realized he was on the brink of losing everything. At least the poor quality ale had one advantage. It indeed intoxicated him. He leaned on the table, not fully asleep, yet his mind felt unnaturally alert. The peculiar words of the storyteller penetrated his ears. In this world, there are always disloyal men and fickle women. Today, I shall tell you the tale of Yin Paxi. As the saying goes, those who act nobly often fall among the base, and treachery thrives in times of hardship. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen closely. The storyteller clapped his hands on the wooden block, silencing the noisy tavern, followed by a wave of applause and cheers. Yura clearly heard the conversations of the patrons nearby. Hey, this storyteller's words are rather strange. I've never heard anything like it before. Indeed, you see, this storyteller appeared in lists just last month and has yet to repeat a single tale, all of which are entirely new. Now, the tavern owners in the city are eager to invite him to perform, and every session is packed to capacity. I say it's still morning. How is the tavern already so full? Now it makes sense. The two quickly concluded their exchange, and the storyteller rose to acknowledge the applause and shouts, then resumed his seat, adjusting his posture to commence his tale. Once upon a time, Yin Paxi was renowned for her beauty. Yet her mind was ever so cunning. Jorah found himself perplexed, intoxicated, yet able to comprehend the tale unfolding before him. For a fleeting moment, he felt himself stepping into the shoes of the song official, uncertain of the rank it entailed, whether it was akin to his own title of Earl of Bear Island. However, the narrative swiftly took a harrowing turn. Yin Paxi, having squandered the song official's wealth and enjoyed his favors, grew disdainful of his lack of romantic sensibility and soon became entangled with a young dandy named Zhang Wenyuan. This suddenly reminded Jorah of his youthful wife shopping in the streets, instilling a sense of dread within him. He was indeed inebriated, rendered momentarily incapable of rising from his seat. The story continued to spiral toward tragedy. And as the storyteller recounted how the song official ruthlessly stabbed Yin Paxi and extracted her heart to ascertain its hue, the surrounding patrons, fueled by fervor, erupted in shouts. Jorah felt his breath quicken, as if jolted awake. He clambered up from the table, sensing a newfound clarity. An overwhelming urge compelled him to seek out Linny's. As he burst forth from the tavern, the bustling street and the sunlight gracing his face momentarily disoriented him. Why had he emerged? What was his purpose? Yet, the laughter and curses emanating from the slightly ajar tavern door rekindled his determination. He must find her, to validate his suspicions and quell his doubts. Orienting himself, he grasped the hilt of his sword and turned toward the city center. He could not fathom that Linny's would, like Yin Paxi in the story, easily forsake him. His goddess was perfection itself, and she would not behave thus. Reassuring himself repeatedly, Jorah sought justifications, convinced that his concern was solely for Linny's safety. He had been too careless. As her devoted knight, he ought to remain by her side at all times. Yes, that was it. He was not doubting his goddess, but rather seeking to protect her. When the afternoon sun illuminated Jorah's thinning hair, he beheld a scene that shattered his heart. A man, resplendently adorned in fine garments and lavish jewels, was intimately embracing his goddess, delicately placing a magnificent hairpin into her lustrous locks. The sunlight glistened upon her radiant skin and exquisite jewelry, casting a dazzling glow. How breathtaking Linny's appeared, not unlike the maiden of the seven gods. Chapter 23, The Southward Traveler, Part 2. Frantic and stifled gasps reverberated within the confines of the narrow ship's cabin. He had bribed the captain with a gemstone ring pilfered from that detestable merchant, Rhys, securing refuge in the cargo hold while narrowly evading the ensuing city guards. Once the darkness of the hold fell into utter silence, Jorah could finally reflect upon his earlier actions. Surely, he had lost his senses, whether under the influence of alcohol or the storyteller's evocative narrative. Upon witnessing his goddess in the embrace of another man, he felt as though his capacity for thought had vanished. Almost instinctively, he drew forth his longsword, the very blade that had accompanied him through battles in the Iron Islands. Still keen, it effortlessly pierced through the pair entwined before him. As Linus's faint cries reached his ears, and warm blood splattered across his cheek, a sudden calm enveloped him. However, the profound remorse that filled his heart could not restore the life of the goddess. After all, she was not the true maiden of the seven gods, endowed with the divine power of resurrection. The gasps of astonishment from those around him pierced his awareness as distant city guards rushed towards the scene. In the wake of the unexpected chaos, a few merchant guards, who had initially kept their distance, had also reacted and were now closing in on him. His instinctual combat awareness, honed from his victories in the tournament, enabled him to counter the first wave of swordsmen's assault almost effortlessly. With mere instinctive retaliations, he severed the hands of 2 swordsmen wielding their blades. As the battle intensified, Jola grew increasingly composed. His battlefield experience allowed him to navigate the fray against these hired swords with growing ease. The knights, now alert, recognized that he must escape at once. After fending off the attacking swordsmen with a flurry of strikes, Jola dashed towards a side alley. The fierce daylight battle and the harrowing escape faded away, and the swaying of the ship's cabin indicated that the merchant vessel had ventured into the open sea, freeing him from pursuit. Yet, in this newfound safety, the exiled noble was starkly reminded of what he had done during the day. Crouching in the corner of the cabin, he buried his head deeply in the crook of his arm and wept bitterly. What had he done? He realized he had taken the life of his beloved with his own hands, losing everything he cherished: his title, his honor, and his beloved. Jola was unaware of how long he had cried, but he felt his tears had run dry. When the cabin door swung open once more, the blinding sunlight momentarily hindered his vision. "Get out and get to work, big guy," a voice called. "The captain has said your fare only covers your departure. If you wish to eat, you must earn it yourself." Accepting the cleaning tools handed to him by a sailor, Jola silently exited the cabin, joining the other sailors in scrubbing the deck. His expression remained vacant, his silence so profound that he seemed nothing more than a living corpse. When the merchant ship reached its first southern stop at Villano Island, Jola was unceremoniously cast ashore. He was indifferent. He no longer understood what significance he held in this world, and any place seemed equally inconsequential. Yet, on this island, one of the sun-drenched isles inhabited predominantly by black folk, he encountered a man with a distinctly Westerosi appearance. The similarity in their features caught the man's attention, and after an initial conversation, Jola learned that this individual was Aerys, the son of a merchant from King's Landing. He introduced himself as an explorer, eager to recruit individuals to venture further south to the continent of Essos. Despite knowing that Essos was a verdant hell that devoured souls, Jola, having already descended into his own personal hell, felt that the location of his demise mattered little. Thus, he boarded the explorer's ship heading south. The young adventurer was exuberant, engaging with the crew of diverse skin tones aboard the ship, inquiring about their experiences and the customs of their homelands. At the same time, he articulated his own aspirations. In Yora's eyes, the young adventurer was somewhat overly fanciful. This youth believed that the continent of Essos held the key to humanity's salvation. If only they could discover a means to counter the plagues there, they could vastly expand the realm of human existence and carve a path for the common folk. The chivalric order of Westeros is not so easily breached. Since the Undul's arrival, knighthood has become deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Even in the north, where the old gods are still revered, the oaths and customs of knighthood have taken root. Otherwise, after so many trials, why would Winterfell still belong to House Stark? Yet, this whimsical and spirited lad undeniably enlivened the atmosphere. Aboard the merchant ship, the mood was far from oppressive, and the sailors greeted Yora with his somber demeanor, with warm smiles. Each night before resting, the young explorer would regale them with a new tale he had heard in the taverns of King's Landing. And perhaps it was these exotic, mysterious stories that truly buoyed the sailors' spirits. As a self-proclaimed erudite lord of the north, Yora was not optimistic about the young adventurer's expedition. It was said that even the formidable Jennies of Old Valyria, a member of the powerful Targaryen family, had not returned unscathed from that land, passing away shortly after relinquishing the freehold. But it mattered little. To find eternal rest in a place far removed from Westeros, known by none, might indeed be the best release for him. As the dark green land appeared on the horizon, emerging from the distant southern sea, the atmosphere aboard the ship did not grow oppressive. Rather, it was imbued with a sense of relief that the journey was nearing its conclusion. Yora found the ambience somewhat peculiar, but as he and the young Euron boarded a small boat and began to row towards the shore, it dawned on him that they were the only two aboard. Yora inquired, "Are they not disembarking with us?" Euron, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Why do you ask? Of course, they are not joining us. Are they not part of your expedition? As the captain, should you not lead the way? How could they be part of my expedition? Their only duty is to transport us to the shores of Essos. Could it be that our expedition consists solely of the two of us?" Yora felt on the verge of madness. It became apparent that the crew's amiable demeanor was merely an act of consolation and concern for a man nearing his end. How foolish he had been to heed the fanciful words of this young man and venture into this verdant hell. The merchant ship offered no opportunity for regret. Scarcely had the small boat traversed a few meters when the crew eagerly hoisted the sails and set sail. It was as if the vibrant land before them concealed some ravenous demon ready to pounce. With a heavy heart, Yora continued to row, resigned to his fate. After all, he had resolved to accept his death. Though the impending demise bore no honor, for a man steeped in sin, death might well be the finest form of redemption. Gazing at the solemn expression of the man before him, Early maintained an unwavering smile, as if he were about to embark on a journey towards a land brimming with boundless wealth and power, rather than confronting the perils of a treacherous jungle. Chapter 24. The Southward Voyager, Part 3. The landing point chosen by Early was at a river estuary, where a substantial river flowed forth from the vast rainforests of Sothros. The estuary featured expansive mangrove shallows. The broad delta, with its gentle current, allowed Jorah to paddle with ease, yet he could not suppress his frown as he inquired. Surely you are aware that the continent of Sothros is inhospitable to human life? Since the days of the Gurgi's Empire, numerous monarchs have sought to conquer this land, and even the once mighty Valyrian Empire failed in this endeavor. I am indeed aware, Sir Jorah, Early replied, but according to your local lore, magic is resurging. There are feats beyond human capability, yet magic can accomplish them. Jorah furrowed his brow at this, having only disclosed his name to Early without elaborating on his identity. He pondered how the young man had come to know it, and regarding the notion of magic, he preferred to think it mere youthful fantasy. Just as Count Xiongdao was about to inquire how the young explorer had discerned his identity, Early pointed to a sandy beach by the riverbank and declared, "This shall be our landing spot, sir. We will make land here." This was a bend in the river, where a modest mound of earth obstructed the water's flow, compelling it to curve gently around it. Once ashore, Early nodded in satisfaction. This was one of the few high grounds in the vicinity, ensuring it would not be overly damp. Turning back, he retrieved a large backpack from the boat and tossed an axe to Jorah. "Sir, please fell some of the trees atop this mound and clear a space. I intend to explore the surrounding area and shall return in a few days." "Very well. Just be cautious. Don't let your first day here be your last," Jorah replied with a hint of concern. "Huh, not a chance. You should be the cautious one, sir. While this rainforest may lack the great bears and ice wolves of your homeland, it is certainly not devoid of perilous beasts, Lord Molman," Early retorted before striding into the dense foliage, ignoring Jorah's tightened grip on the sword hilt and his furrowed brow. Jorah watched the figure until it vanished into the thicket. Reflecting that he had little to lose, he shook his head and turned back, dragging the grounded boat onto the beach and securing it to a nearby tree to prevent it from being swept away. Then, he ascended the small mound. The rhythmic sound of wood being struck resonated through the rainforest. Despite his noble title, Count Xiongdao was impoverished, and thus Jorah participated in labor, wielding the axe with remarkable proficiency. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the dazzling expanse of stars filled the sky. Jorah had felled several large trees. Clearing a small patch of land, he had already erected a tent, seated himself on a wooden stump, and kindled a campfire. The damp firewood emitted a somewhat acrid smoke. Fortunately, a gentle breeze graced the night, allowing Jorah, seated in the wind's favor, to endure it. As he chewed on the coarse grain biscuit in his hand, he gazed into the flickering flames, lost in his own thoughts. The chirping of insects from the forest resembled a poignant serenade, accompanied by the crackling of the wood, evoking a sense of melancholy. While the night from the north was enveloped in sorrow, his ears remained alert. After ensuring his surroundings were clear, he surveyed the area for a moment, pinpointed his target, and leapt gracefully to a branch of a towering tree. The foremost challenge facing Lear's ambitions was the lack of manpower. This not only referred to the absence of ordinary mortal followers within the newly established belief system, but also indicated the lack of a mature clerical operational framework. Consequently, to bolster his strength, he set his sights on the largely untroubled continent of Sothros to the south. As he anticipated, this land was indeed primitive. The former creator, whether due to fatigue or an incomplete vision, had left this realm in a state of primal existence. In gaming terms, it seemed as if this place had barely progressed beyond the boundaries of the game's background. If one possessed the ability to delve deeper, they would likely encounter only crude mosaics and misaligned textures. This land did harbor some creatures, yet they appeared excessively primitive and savage due to the incomplete act of creation. However, the rawness of this realm had its advantages. The magical state was entirely untethered, free from the influence of the foundational powers of creation, permitting only a vague awareness of the existence of semi-divine beings. This unrestrained magical essence, combined with the humid climate of the rainforest, gave rise to a virulent magic virus potent enough to slay dragons. Having discerned the general state of affairs, he concluded his meditation, unable to trust the mortal bear. Despite not being the protagonist, for as a significant supporting character, he could not be easily dismissed. When Yura awoke to the dawn's light and the symphony of insects, he beheld the young adventurer seated upon the wooden stump he had occupied the previous night, adding firewood to the dwindling embers. "You've returned. Ah, my lord, you're awake. Splendid. I've caught 2 creatures from the forest. You are in for a treat." Yura followed the direction of the adventurer's finger to see 2 plump carcasses resembling large guinea pigs laid beside the fire. Without further ado, he bent down to retrieve the 2 hefty bodies and proceeded to the river to prepare them. Strangely, the carcasses bore no wounds, and the vivid crimson blood that flowed during the butchering indicated they had recently met their end. Yura felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the adventurer's mysterious hunting methods. After skillfully preparing the 2 creatures on a stick, he set them over the fire. From his backpack, the adventurer rummaged and produced 2 jars of seasoning, naturally offering them to Yura. The former Count of Bear Island said little. Upon inspecting the spices, he recognized them as common grilling seasonings and began to cook with enthusiasm. The young adventurer sat by the fire, extracting a notebook to sketch and write. Yura, while grilling, could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "I have always wondered how you discern my identity. I recall merely stating my name aboard the ship." The young man smiled faintly. "My dear Yura, your tale has spread throughout King's Landing. The brave northern lord, who earned the king's favor through valor, and in the tournament, showcased his prowess, winning the crown of love and beauty for his beloved. Naturally, your visage has been sung about as well." Upon realizing that his narrative had gained such notoriety, Yura felt a pang of sorrow, his thoughts drifting to the lover who had perished at his hand. Observing the middle-aged knight before him, who had fallen into silence, Yura found it somewhat amusing. Indeed, he was the most sentimental in the realm of Game of Thrones. It seemed he could never extricate himself from the web of affection. Yura was not disturbed in his contemplation. Rather, the young man effortlessly took the skewered meat from Yura's hands to continue his preparations. This was to be his breakfast, and he wished to avoid the distress of charred meat throughout the morning. Chapter 25. The Southerner, Part 4. The aroma of the roasting meat suddenly jolted Yura back to reality. He realized something was amiss, even if his story was widely known. His appearance could not be effectively conveyed through mere descriptions, enabling the son of a merchant who had never laid eyes upon him to recognize him. He abruptly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the man before him. He was still deceiving him. Surely there were other channels through which he had learned of his identity. Seeing Yura's realization, the young man presented him with the now golden brown meat, exuding an enticing fragrance. "Fear not. I understand your skepticism. I have no intention of deceiving you. After all, you find yourself with nowhere else to turn. Why not embark on a grand venture in this untamed land with me? What great enterprise could a merchant's son possibly forge here?" Yura frowned, unconvinced. "Ah, do not let appearances cloud your judgment. In King's Landing, I may be the son of a merchant. On the Summer Isles, a reckless adventurer. But here," as he spoke, he gestured with his left hand toward the flames. The fire seemed to come alive, and a figure crafted from flames leaped from the fire pit into his palm. Yura stared in astonishment at the young man's actions. He had witnessed fire conjurers from Essos performing at the tournament in Lannisport. Truth be told, he preferred to refer to them as mere entertainers rather than magicians. Yet, the scene before him transcended his understanding. He was either dreaming or truly witnessing formidable magic. Having captivated Yura with a display of skill, the young man commenced his activities. Under Yura's astonished gaze, he retrieved a small wooden cabin from his satchel, setting it upon the cleared space. The cabin was well equipped, sufficient for the 2 of them to live and for the young man to conduct experiments. Indeed, although he possessed magical protection, he could not rely solely on duplicity and spells. He must prepare various means to accommodate the mortal realm. The primary objective of the inaugural experiment was to elucidate the biological and microbial environment of the area. Soon, Early transformed into a naturalist, meticulously documenting the local flora and fauna while crafting specimens. Meanwhile, Jorah assumed the responsibility of hunting in the vicinity, providing Early with materials and enhancing their diet with meat. In no time, the laboratory, now adorned with a wall of specimens, produced its first concoction, a noxious elixir with a repugnant odor. As the initial test subject, Jorah initially declined to partake, despite Early's assurances that the potion posed no threat to him and could effectively combat the local plague. However, upon encountering the peculiar scent, he instinctively refused. Yet, he evidently underestimated Early's resolve and methods. He found himself inexplicably immobilized by mysterious forces, forcibly having his mouth pried open and the potion administered. With a complex gaze fixed upon the seemingly nonchalant Early, Jorah had yet to formulate an appropriate rebuke when a profound rumble from his abdomen alerted him to the gravity of the situation. A day and night of relentless expulsion left Jorah feeling as though his lower half no longer belonged to him. Regrettably, the insufferable early maintained that this was a normal response. He explained that the humid climate of the rainforest, combined with chaotic magical energies, had cultivated a potent bacterium. Even with the daily consumption of boiled water and thoroughly cooked food, and efforts to avoid mosquito bites, infection was unavoidable. This elixir, however, could effectively eliminate the toxins accumulated within the body due to the proliferation of such bacteria. Naturally, eradicating the bacterium entirely remained an impossibility, as it necessitated a comprehensive understanding of the continent's magical currents to fundamentally eliminate the conditions conducive to its growth. Jorah struggled to grasp the notion of magical interference. But after enduring the debilitating effects of severe diarrhea, he did indeed find relief from the aches and pains that had plagued him from years of battle and toil. Once they had thoroughly examined the surrounding flora and fauna, Early took Jorah deeper into the jungle. Observing the seemingly vanishing wooden cabin, Jorah still found it hard to believe his eyes. Yet, he had no choice but to accept this reality. After all, bowing to the strong is not a shameful act, even in the eyes of knights from Westeros. Otherwise, Aegon Targaryen would not have so easily conquered the Six Kingdoms. Rather than traversing the arduous land routes, they opted for the waterways. To Jorah's astonishment, Early had somehow tamed a colossal crocodile. As he approached the beast basking in the sun along the riverbank, Jorah thought the formidable young mage had lost his senses. To his surprise, however, the creature remained utterly still as Early gently patted its head. In that moment, the beast's eyes underwent a transformation. Though its exterior remained unchanged, Jorah was certain he beheld a glimmer of intelligence within those eyes. Securing their small boat to the prominent ridge of the crocodile's back, the two of them comfortably drifted upstream along the river. Despite the curiosity and tension bubbling within him, Jorah's growing awareness of Early's formidable power instilled a sense of fear. He dreaded the thought that a misstep in conversation might result in being fed to that very crocodile. Eli recognized the shifting demeanor of Count Bear Island, yet he refrained from hastily offering reassurance, for he sought to firmly etch an impression of unparalleled strength in Jorah's mind. As the small vessel advanced steadily under the drag of the colossal crocodile, the verdant rainforest on either side displayed no discernible change. The vast expanse of Sothoros was evident, and Jorah mused that the rainforest before him was certainly no less extensive than the wolf-infested woods of the north. Occasionally, fearsome giant apes could be glimpsed along the banks, or dragons soaring overhead. In the dense jungle, ominous shadows flickered intermittently. Jorah marveled at the silhouettes of these creatures. Perhaps the formidable crocodile leading them was also a sovereign of this wilderness, thus eliciting no disturbance from the surrounding fauna. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "Eli, if you aspire to make your mark on the continent of Sothoros, despite your formidable prowess as a sorcerer, you must surely require manpower?" Eli's expression brightened at Jorah's willingness to engage in conversation. "Do you have any insightful suggestions?" he asked. "I have heard that this continent is home to a race known as the Striped People. While they may lack intelligence, they possess great strength and are well adapted to this climate. With your immense power, conquering a few tribes of these striped folk should pose little challenge. And with their assistance, many endeavors could be realized." The young explorer nodded thoughtfully. "Your idea is commendable, but you are still unaware of the true nature of this world." Jorah furrowed his brow, preparing to listen intently. Eli gazed into the distance with a contemplative expression, stating, "The reason this land is inhospitable to ordinary folk lies in the chaotic flow of magic. The presence of such an array of extraordinary species is a result of this very chaos." "But," Jorah interjected. Eli smiled knowingly. "Oh, but you shall understand upon our return journey. In a world of rapid change, only a fortunate few manage to survive." Jorah found himself perplexed by the young man's cryptic words, yet he sensed that the tranquility of this continent was on the verge of disruption. Chapter 26. The turbulent earth. The journey along the river persisted for several days. As the scenery on both banks gradually transformed, the towering, dense trees gave way to shorter, sparser foliage. Jorah realized they were departing from the rainforest's embrace. A day later, the landscape had entirely metamorphosed into a savanna dotted with scattered trees. Such tropical vistas were absent in Westeros, leaving Jorah in awe. The crocodile leading their vessel exhibited an unwavering vigor, tirelessly pulling the small boat both day and night. Jorah was astonished by the creature's boundless energy. He had witnessed the young explorer feeding it a lustrous pearl, yet remained ignorant of its significance or properties. As the savanna gradually yielded to a yellow desert, Yora abandoned any attempt to calculate the time spent traversing the waters. He merely perceived that the journey, by distance, was akin to traveling from Sunspear to Bear Island. When the scenery shifted once more, transitioning from golden sands to mountains and woodlands, the riverine expedition neared its conclusion. The distant sound of cascading water and the rising mist indicated that the terrain ahead abruptly ascended, a colossal waterfall obstructing the boat's path. The two men once again set foot on solid stone banks. Yora watched as Aerys tossed another exquisite pearl into the mouth of the giant crocodile. The creature, displaying an almost human-like nod, seemed to express gratitude before retreating back into the river, vanishing from sight. Aerys turned to Yora and said, "We must travel some distance now. Sir Yora, follow me." Yora nodded, shouldered his backpack, and gripped his sword tightly as he matched the adventurer's pace. The climate here had turned somewhat cooler, reminding him of the northern lands in the height of summer. They began their journey deeper into the mountains. Aerys evidently possessing a clear sense of direction as he advanced straight towards a towering ridge. Yora found himself perplexed by how Aerys discerned the path forward. Yet the inexplicable aura the explorer exuded throughout their adventure quelled any doubts he might have had. However, as they delved further into the forest, an increasing sense of unease enveloped him. The atmosphere was decidedly amiss. An eerie silence pervaded the woods, devoid of the usual chirping insects or the calls of birds. And even the ground bore no signs of small creatures. It was clear that some ferocious beast lurked in this vicinity. Yora unconsciously tightened his grip on his sword. Yet the trust he had in the adventurer kept him from voicing his concerns. When they crested a ridge, the sight of the chasm below momentarily took his breath away. Before them lay a natural gorge, with sheer cliffs plunging almost vertically downward. Countless enormous figures hung silently against the rock faces. They were the dragons he had glimpsed from afar in the sky, but here, a valley teemed with these colossal beasts. A sight far more magnificent than he had ever imagined. Yora had never encountered a true dragon, but having participated in the War of Usurpers and marched into King S Landing with the northern forces, he, as a powerful lord, had gained entry to the Red Keep and witnessed the immense dragon bones there. He dared to assert that among the dragons before him, at least half were of a size that rivaled Balerion the Black Dread, the largest dragon of House Targaryen. These titanic creatures appeared to be resting. He could see their massive chests slowly rising and falling with each breath, while their enormous wings occasionally unfurled like vast sails. Yora pondered Aerys' intent in coming here. Was he planning to conquer these giants as he had the solitary crocodile? Yet this was not merely one isolated beast, but rather a throng of thousands. Aerys surveyed the situation within the gorge and instructed Yora, "You will rest there for a moment. Do not worry about me. Do not act rashly under any circumstances. Do you understand?" Yora glanced at the small cave Aerys pointed out and nodded slightly. Aerys said nothing more, handing his backpack to Yora before turning to enter the cave cautiously, leaning against its edge to peer outside. With a resolute nod, he leaped outward toward the cliff's edge. Yora felt as if his breath had been stolen. What was the young man doing? Did he believe he could fly? And so he jumped. Yet, bereft of time for contemplation, a terrifying roar echoed through the valley, followed by a chorus of similar cries, indicating that the entire horde of dragons had been roused. Concealed within the cave, Yora felt the ground tremble beneath him. As the terrifying roars of the beasts reverberated through the gorge, accompanied by a cacophony of vibrations. How the young man achieved this feat was beyond Yora's understanding. Yet it was evident he was still alive, with the escalating commotion suggesting he was gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, a myriad of vibrant dragons surged vertically into the sky from the canyon, their roars and the tumult subsiding into silence. With trepidation, Yora dared to peek out, and the scene that unfolded before his eyes would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. The dragons formed a harmonious array, gracefully circling a singular point in the sky. They dominated the heavens, casting shadows that rendered the midday sun dim, akin to twilight. The sunlight glinted off their iridescent scales, radiating an exquisite brilliance that Yora could swear he had never witnessed in his life. Abruptly, a colossal dragon's head emerged from the cliffside, and as Yora gazed at the imposing visage mere feet away, he felt as if his breath had ceased. A gentle breeze swept by, urging Yora to remain still. Yet he could not resist the urge to glance sideways. Another gigantic dragon soared above him, spiraling nearby, its expansive wings generating a powerful gust. As he beheld the young adventurer perched securely atop the dragon that had landed beside him, Yora's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this individual be divine, capable of taming such fearsome beasts? "Fear not, Sir Yora," the adventurer chuckled, This magnificent creature is a gift for you. Climb aboard. Incredulity washed over Jorah. This terrifying beast was being offered to him. He cautiously shifted his weight, wary of disturbing the fierce dragon before him. The creature seemed devoid of malice, lowering its head in a gesture of invitation. Nervously mimicking the adventurer's movements, Jorah mounted the dragon. With a sharp whistle, the two dragons began to flap their wings, propelling them skyward. Jorah clutched the dragon's neck tightly, gripping the protruding spines on its scales. Anxiety coursed through him, rendering him reluctant to open his eyes and witness the rapidly diminishing ground below. The howling wind filled his ears, yet he distinctly heard the young adventurer's voice. Engrossed in a whirlwind of emotions, he found himself momentarily disoriented. Gradually, he released his tension, daring to crack open his eyelids, revealing the swirling congregation of dragons beneath them. Sunlight danced upon their scales, reflecting dazzling hues of the rainbow. Chapter 27. The Roiling Earth, Part 2. Emerging from shock and fear. Jorah began to recognize another voice beckoning him from within his mind, an all-too-familiar one belonging to Lord Aerys. Sir Jorah Mormont, please remain calm. You must listen closely to what I am about to say. Jorah, filled with trepidation, turned his gaze toward the parallel dragon's back beside him. The young man riding on the back of the dragon was far removed from him. In his perception, at such a distance, accompanied by the howling winds, even the loudest voice from the north could not convey words so distinctly. The sounds in his ears seemed as if they had never passed through them. Appearing directly in his mind, just as he was engulfed in uncertainty, the voice continued to resonate steadily within his thoughts. Sir Jorah, our journey together reaches a pause here. It is likely we shall not meet again, yet our fates are not entirely severed. In the days to come, we shall have other opportunities to reunite. Jorah, perplexed by the contradictory words echoing in his ears, found himself at a loss for how to respond in his mind, and thus remained silent. Gazing at the young man upon the dragon's back. Sir Jorah, we are communicating through the art of thought transmission. You need only to silently express your thoughts, and I shall receive your reply. Upon hearing this, Jorah hesitated momentarily, focusing his mind as he internally articulated, My lord, do not hesitate, my lord. I know you are not truly malevolent. Whether it be the actions of Bear Island or those of Lys, they are driven by passion, resulting in impulsive deeds. In our travels, I have come to understand your character, and I wish to offer you a significant opportunity, hoping you will thrive in your future endeavors. Oh, I appreciate your recognition. However, may I inquire where you intend to go? I can accompany you, though my skills may be limited. I possess strength and swordsmanship to assist you. Haha, you are thoughtful, Jorah, yet the journey ahead is not one in which you can aid. Remaining here would only squander your life. Well, I understand I lack your divine abilities. What do you wish for me to do next? Haha, merely a few suggestions. The dragons below are entrusted to you. You may use them to travel to Slaver's Bay to procure slaves. Innocents, skilled highborn slaves, ordinary lowborn slaves, even slave children. All are available. What need do you have for slaves, my lord? Haha, human effort can be limited. How can I change this world alone? I harbor grand ambitions. If you wish to follow my cause, assist me in this endeavor. Change the world? Jorah, you hail from Bear Island in the north. Surely you have heard tales of the others since childhood. Could it be? Indeed. The servants of the cold god have long concealed themselves in the distant north. The life of this world is approaching its end after a millennium. Are you suggesting that the others will once again descend upon us, as they did 8,000 years ago? The underlying logic of this world is flawed. Even with heroes akin to Azor Ahai to vanquish the army of the others, the world is destined to descend into ashes. My grand ambition is to mend this world. To mend the world? Then Still, the world is not solely mine. It requires the collective strength of many. You shall be the one to gather their forces. I understand, my lord. I beg your pardon for my limited insight. Pray tell, once I acquire slaves, where shall I send them? I am grateful to the noble for their trust. Let us transport them to the Summer Isles, where they will be guided back to Sothoros, to cultivate new lands and establish homes. Rest assured, my lord, though I have been stripped of my knighthood, I vow to uphold the knightly oath and remain loyal to your command, hastening to bring you as many people as possible. There is no need for haste. This is not a task to be completed in a day, and one must prepare for a decade's endeavor. Jorah spoke no further, but drew his sword solemnly upon the back of his dragon, paying homage to Aerys. Aerys nodded in satisfaction, gently urging the dragon beneath him, which understood and turned southward towards the mountains. As Jorah observed Aerys disappearing into the distance, he hesitated no longer and attempted to control the dragon beneath him. The sensation of guiding the dragon was peculiar, yet surprisingly as manageable as handling a warhorse. The dragon ceased its circling, tilted its body to the left, and began to veer northward. The dragons in the lower airspace, as if summoned by a leading sheep, also turned to follow Yora northward. By the afternoon, as the excitement and fervor began to cool, Yora contemplated his next course of action, gazing down upon the vast expanse of yellow sands. He was fortunate to have the great river as a guide, knowing that at their current pace, they would reach the grasslands within a day, where he could find ample game for the dragon flock behind him. Suddenly, a strange tremor resonated through the air behind him. Yora quickly turned to investigate, and through the dense swarm of dragons, he could still see the mountains on the horizon. Great plumes of smoke began to rise into the sky from the mountains, and their numbers multiplied, revealing fiery embers dancing in the air. Yora realized that to be visible from such a distance, these were not mere sparks, but entire burning boulders soaring skyward. The distant mountains appeared to transform into a chain of active volcanoes, erupting simultaneously. The tremors in the air grew more frequent and intense, causing the dragon swarm to become alarmed and increase their speed, even surpassing Yora's lead dragon. Feeling the restless movements of the dragon beneath him, Yora sensed an ominous change was imminent. He could no longer afford to worry about the young explorer. He even suspected that these upheavals were intentionally provoked by that individual. Indeed, his presence was of no consequence. The might of the earth and sky was beyond the capacity of a mere mortal to withstand. As he anticipated, the situation began to deteriorate further. Yora clearly observed the yellow sands below rising and falling like ocean waves, as shockwaves swept across the land from behind him. The ground beneath him resembled a boiling cauldron, immobilizing Yora on his dragon, which instinctively accelerated northward to escape. The tremendous roar persisted even into the night. Darkness enveloped the earth, yet Yora understood that the ground below was likely still roiling like turbulent seas. The mountains behind him ought to have been shrouded in the inky darkness of night, yet half the sky was illuminated in a sanguine glow. Bathed in this faint crimson light, Jola observed several dragons nearby straining to forge ahead, acutely aware that some were nearing the limits of their endurance. Nevertheless, these formidable beasts dared not alight to rest. The wind that swept from behind was so swift that at times, Jola felt as though he were retreating rather than advancing. The turbulence of the air grew increasingly chaotic, evoking the sensation of navigating a vessel amidst a tempest. The struggle persisted throughout the night, until the horizon in the east began to pale, and the crimson glow behind him began to recede. After a night of relentless fatigue, Jola's mind became somewhat hazy, and the rhythm of the dragon beneath him faltered. Its powerful wing beats no longer steady. He sensed dimly that the dragon was gradually descending, gliding toward the ground. Chapter 28. A changing continent. The scorching sunlight bathed the yellow sands as Jola awoke from his slumber, the terrors of the previous night still lingering in his heart. Emerging from beneath the vast wing membrane of the dragon he had named the Red Prophet, he felt the astonishing warmth of the afternoon sun. Scattered around the riverbank were numerous dragons. The calamity of the night before had disturbed the dragon herd, and Jola perceived that at least a third of them had vanished from sight. After a night of continuous flight, the dragons lay exhausted upon the sandy earth, basking in the warmth bestowed by the sun. The southern sky remained obscured by thick plumes of black smoke, the flames now extinguished, and the desert was enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the gentle whisper of the breeze. After fetching water from the river to wash his face, Jola leaned against the Red Prophet, contemplating his next course of action. Though he had only ridden the dragon for a day, he felt an inexplicable bond with the immense crimson creature. Knowledge about dragons inexplicably surfaced in his mind. As he caressed the smooth scales and the rugged, keratinous protrusions of the Red Prophet, he could distinctly sense the dragon's contentment in basking in the heat of the sun and the safety of being away from danger. Although he had never seen the secret sea charts revered by the captain, he possessed a general understanding of the conditions of the summer sea. The nearest land from their landing point was the Midsummer Isles, yet traveling north or east from there would be an arduous journey, likely beyond the dragon's stamina to traverse such vast waters in one flight. Moreover, the dragon lacked the Valyrian dragon's prowess in hunting sea monsters. Thus the optimal route would be to follow the coastline eastward, seeking the Morak Isles directly opposite the dragon's wings, and then proceeding northward to reach course, marking the shortest route while deftly avoiding the perilous smoke-laden seas. Dragons, while possessing a prodigious appetite, do not require frequent nourishment. Hence, after a night of rest, Jola mounted the Red Prophet once more, leading the dragon herd skyward. The dragon's speed far surpassed that of the sluggish crocodile swimming against the current, and after merely one night of respite, the vast shadows of the rainforest loomed into view. Yet the atmosphere of the rainforest weighed heavily upon him. Although the presence of dragons, as apex predators, indeed silenced the surroundings, Jorah, soaring high above, felt the eerie stillness of the jungle was overwhelming. When he heeded the prophet's request to disperse the dragon flock to seek sustenance, the commotion of several dragons vying for food caught his attention. Traversing a layer of foliage, he stumbled upon a relatively open glade where a few dragons were tearing apart the remains of a colossal elephant. Not far away, a gigantic python, nearly the size of a dragon, lay slumped beneath a tree. Jorah observed cautiously from a distance, yet it appeared the serpent was already lifeless. Strangely, he noted the python bore no visible wounds. Mounting the prophet, he soared above the treetops, discovering numerous carcasses of immense creatures scattered throughout the forest. Even the village of the local patterned people lay lifeless, with corpses strewn carelessly across the clearing. Jorah realized the young explorer's account was indeed accurate. The anomalies in the central mountains of the continent had extended their reach here, resulting in a wave of death as a consequence of the disrupted flow of magic. In truth, the transformations occurring on the continent of Sothros were far more profound than what Count Bear Island had observed. Originally, Sothros was a realm of chaotic magical currents, a place so complex that even the formidable Valyrian Empire, masters of powerful blood magic, could not navigate its treacherous environment nor successfully colonize it. While such chaotic surroundings could give rise to formidable beings, the tumultuous magic also constrained their potential, limiting them to mere demigods of raw strength birthed from an abundance of magic. Now, Lyre had employed a doppelganger to reshape the entire continent's magical flow, establishing a properly functioning arcane array. This abrupt environmental shift had instantaneously extinguished countless lives. Yet it also laid the groundwork for humanity's future colonization and expansion in this land. Upon further investigation of the dense forest, Jorah discovered that not only large animals, but also fearsome insects and certain flora were perishing in droves. Although he could not ascertain why his dragon flock remained unscathed, he understood that this was not merely a stroke of good fortune. However, not all was devoid of life in the forest. During his flight through the thicket, he witnessed solitary giants traversing the woods on several occasions. Perhaps they were the fortunate ones spoken of by the young adventurer. As he caught sight of the ocean on the horizon, seated atop the prophet, Jorah knew it was time to shift his course eastward. While merchant vessels rarely approached the shores of Sothros, it was not entirely devoid of human presence. Rumor had it that over 20 small outposts dotted the northern coast. Yet they were besieged by pirates, leading to a high mortality rate among the inhabitants. Jorah was uncertain if these individuals had survived the calamity, but he preferred to keep his presence concealed from them. Until he arrived in Astapor, no one would suspect that this migrating flock of dragons had an owner. As Jorah soared eastward, the changing landscape below indeed validated his conjectures. Expanses of yellowed, dead patches resembling balding areas had begun to emerge within the forest. However, in the small outposts near the coastline, the smoke from cooking fires rose steadily, indicative of life. Of course, not all of humanity had survived. He discovered at least 2 outposts bearing the unmistakable scars of raging fires, suggesting that a sudden demise had ignited something, leading to an unrestrained conflagration that utterly consumed the area. The continent of Sothros was undeniably vast. Traveling along the coastline, Jorah flew for several more days, during which the rainforest beneath him continued to present a scene of desolation. After traversing the remnants of several colonial ruins and numerous rivers, Jorah ascended to a higher altitude. At the edge of his vision, he spotted another verdant shadow upon the sea directly opposite the cape. He surmised that this must be the Morak Islands he had been seeking. In the raucous taverns of Morak Harbor, the sailors were abuzz with tales of a recent sighting of great flocks of flying dragons in the skies. These colossal creatures, known scientifically as pterosaurs, were rumored to be the basis of the Valyrian dragons, conjured through blood magic by the ancient Valyrians, allegedly residing in the hinterlands of Sothros. These long-winged beasts had rarely been seen until recently, when the southern skies had taken on an eerie crimson hue one night, followed shortly by the appearance of swarms of flying dragons over the Morak Islands. Some speculated that a significant upheaval had occurred in Sothros, possibly a cataclysmic natural disaster akin to the volcanic eruption that had once obliterated the Valyrian Empire, suggesting these flying monsters were fleeing from danger. Others boasted of their intentions to hunt the potentially solitary dragons, for although they might not be true dragons, the wealthy of this world would certainly pay handsomely for such fearsome beasts. Chapter 29. The slave trader flying westward along the northern coast of the Summer Sea. With the endless blue ocean to his left and the sprawling red wasteland to his right, Jorah understood that this maritime region was a crucial route, frequented by merchant vessels. Yet, he dared not venture too deeply into the red expanse, which lacked both water and sustenance, fearing he might lose his way. Jorah Mormont intended to conceal the dragon flock within the mountains east of Astapor, where he hoped there would be ample game to temporarily nourish the dragons. Jorah had grown indifferent to the possibility of attracting bold adventurers. His activities in Astapor would inevitably draw attention. As his journey approached its conclusion, he had become increasingly adept at directing the movements of the dragon flock. He recognized that this mastery was a gift from the powerful sorcerer. For although these dragons retained their fierce predatory instincts, they responded obediently to his inquiries. Curiously, he had unwittingly acquired a peculiar language. While he could not write it, he could vocalize words corresponding to their meanings. This very language enabled him to command the entire flock. Jorah sometimes mused that this language possessed an intrinsic magic, for the dragons seemed to comprehend it, even harboring a fear of its utterance. He possesses the ability to perceive the emotions of his red prophet, and as he commands the other dragons in this peculiar tongue, he distinctly senses a hint of trepidation clearly resonating in his ears. Jorah has never encountered this language elsewhere, nor does he share the exploratory spirit of the scholars from the citadels. He merely marvels at the finesse with which this enigmatic language directs the dragon horde. Over the course of the nearly month-long journey, Jorah has also discovered that his red prophet, true to its name, is indeed more intelligent than the other dragons. Capable of understanding some of his commands, and at times, even managing the dragon flock on his behalf. This significantly alleviated Jorah's anxiety regarding the myriad troubles encountered during their dealings. As the dragon swarm soared high enough to glimpse the distinctive red walls of Astapor, he had already devised a plan. He led the dragons back northeast, delving several hundred miles into the mountains. The rugged terrain and dense forests should temporarily deter any unwelcome approach. Based on Jorah's experience, even seasoned hunters would require at least half a month to reach this location. He left the Red Prophet to manage the dragon flock, ensuring they did not wander aimlessly. Choosing a dragon adorned with golden scales as his steed, he guided 10 of the most formidable dragons toward the southwest. He understood that the initial impression of a product is of utmost importance. Astapor is an ancient city, its history tracing back to the era of the ancient Giscari Empire. It served as a colonial outpost in Slaver's Bay, enduring the Valyrian conquest of the Giscari Empire without succumbing to the flames of the dragons. Following the destruction of Valyria in the Cataclysm, the Giscari reclaimed their independence, establishing themselves as one of the principal cities of Slaver's Bay. The city's prized commodity is the unsullied, warriors of nearly absolute loyalty, which Jorah deems as the first type of slave he needs to procure. He will soon amass considerable wealth and requires a cadre of utterly loyal guards to ensure his safety and the security of his riches. As the afternoon sun lost its harshness, the masters of Astapor began to awaken, tending to their morning routines in preparation for addressing the accumulated matters of the day before indulging in the vibrant nightlife. However, today was destined to alter the monotonous existence of Astapor's masters, when dozens of enormous figures appeared on the eastern horizon, their forms gleaming with metallic luster under the setting sun. The vigilant, unsullied sentinels quickly spotted these approaching airborne behemoths, immediately reporting to the city defense commander and sounding the alarm. Yet, the commander had not yet risen, having been preoccupied throughout the night with newly acquired bed slaves from Yunkai and indulging in the latest novelties introduced by the Yunkish slavers. He was presently enjoying a deep slumber, nestled between two fresh bodies. The defenses of Astapor have long been entrusted to the unsullied, since 4 centuries ago, when 3,000 unsullied faced and vanquished tens of thousands of Dothraki cavalry beneath the walls of Kohar. A myth was born that no one would dare challenge Astapor again. The innocent ones remain steadfast and tireless, thus all benevolent lords believe the city's defenses are impenetrable. A colossal silhouette swept across the city, casting shadows that obscured even the grand pyramids beneath the crimson glow of the setting sun. A terrifying roar shattered the tranquility, awakening the entire city. Citizens, both free and enslaved, scurried for refuge into any hidden alcove they could find. The benevolent lords, in a frantic scramble, descended from the gardens atop the pyramids to the lower chambers, hoping that the weighty stone structure would offer them protection. Jorah, having achieved his initial promotional objective, did not linger but instead led his dragon toward the eastern peaks of Astapor. He commanded his dragon to perch atop a commanding summit, where the descending sun illuminated its golden scales, allowing the entire city of Astapor to behold its dazzling reflection. Eventually, the sun sank below the western horizon, casting an unusual stillness over the night in Astapor. As night fell, the Worm River was adorned with lanterns, yet no yachts filled with courtesans and slave masters appeared. The pyramids of the benevolent lords stood shrouded in darkness, and not even a single oil lamp flickered in the humble abodes of the common folk. Before sunset, all had glimpsed the dragon perched on the mountaintop. With the onset of night, though the fearsome beast was no longer visible, its menacing roars continued to echo in the ears of those near the eastern wall. The faint cries of dying animals wafted through the breeze, likely the sounds of cattle and sheep that the monsters had devoured from the slopes. No one dared to ignite a flame or utter a sound that might provoke the beasts into attacking. Thus, the perpetually bustling Astapor was graced with an unusually tranquil night. Yet no soul could find rest. Each harbored their own thoughts, tension rendering sleep elusive. Jorah surveyed the city enveloped in darkness, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Though he lacked mercantile acumen, his experiences in warfare had imparted knowledge of various means to undermine an enemy's psyche. He believed that commerce should follow a similar principle. Prior to a formal confrontation, instilling maximum psychological pressure upon the adversary was paramount to shattering their morale, allowing for the easy dismantling of their formations and the conquest of their strongholds. The former Count of Bear Island was confident that tomorrow's dealings would unfold with ease and pleasure. Chapter 30, The Slave Trader, Part 2. As the sun rose in the east, cresting the mountain beyond Astapor, its golden rays illuminated a glittering figure, a reminder to the lords within the city that the threat had not yet departed. Amidst their anxious deliberations on how to respond to these fearsome beasts, which they feared might nest here, a servant respectfully entered the meeting room to deliver a report. My lords, the golden dragon has descended alone from the mountain, bearing a knight upon its back. It seems he wishes to communicate. Oh, so these monsters are indeed controlled by humans. What could that knight have to say? The timid individual, hesitant to take initiative and disturb the esteemed figure, had not yet inquired. One of the noble masters, incensed at the cowardice displayed, bellowed, "You foolish, timid wretch, go forth and summon the powerful knight to escort him into the city. Remember to extend a respectful invitation for him to enter alone, and treat him with the grandest of ceremonies in my pyramid garden. Do you comprehend?" The other noble masters refrained from pointing out that he too was a coward, unwilling to venture out to meet the knight, for they shared the same trepidation. However, if the formidable knight, capable of commanding a dozen dragons, could enter the city alone, surely they should vie for the opportunity to host him. Thus, the noble masters engaged in a dispute over who would host the knight, ultimately leading to the illustrious Grasden family securing the honor, as their pyramid was the tallest and most magnificent in all of Astapor. Jorah, perched upon the golden dragon, awaited for nearly an entire morning. He understood that the lords within the city would debate how best to receive him. Yet he did not anticipate such a prolonged delay from these decrepit slave masters. As he beheld the opulent palanquin and the procession of beautifully clad maidens carrying exquisite delicacies emerging through the narrow opening of the city gate, he realized he had already achieved half of his objective. Seated high upon the dragon, Jorah patiently awaited their approach. The lead middle-aged man, upon noticing Jorah's calm demeanor, jogged a few paces forward, bowing respectfully to the great dragon knight. "My lord, it is an honor to have you grace Astapor. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" "I have come to this slave bay to procure slaves, of course," Jorah replied. "Ah, indeed. The noble lords of Astapor would surely welcome your patronage in this matter. They also extend an invitation for the esteemed knight to visit their grand pyramids at his convenience." "Are you not among those noble lords?" Jorah inquired. "My apologies, my lord. I am but a loyal servant to one of the noble masters. However, the lords within the city have prepared a banquet in the grandest pyramid to welcome your arrival." "Is that so? Very well, I shall proceed there," Jorah responded. "Oh, my lord, my lord," the middle-aged man exclaimed, raising his hands in urgency as Jorah prepared to command the dragon to take flight. "What is it?" "To speak frankly, my lord, your steed is too magnificent. The noble master's pyramid lacks sufficient space for its landing. We have brought a most comfortable palanquin for your use." Seeing the timidity of these noble masters, Jorah chuckled heartily, guiding the dragon's extended wings down to the ground, causing no undue difficulty for the middle-aged man as he settled into the palanquin. He accepted a crystal goblet offered by one of the maidens, savoring the sweet red wine within, and nodded to signal their departure. The middle-aged man, relieved, promptly signaled the bearers to commence, standing respectfully at the side of the palanquin. As the team approached the city gates, the once motionless golden dragon suddenly unfurled its wings and took to the skies. The other dragons, which had been basking in the sun atop the mountain, leapt down and ascended into the heavens. The middle-aged man, feeling a twinge of anxiety, hastily inquired of Yura, who was reclining in a palanquin enjoying fine wine. "My lord, your steed." "Huh, no need for concern. They will merely circle above, keeping watch over me without disturbing the esteemed residents of the city," Yura reassured, observing the dragons now swirling overhead, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The middle-aged man promptly signaled a young attendant trailing behind him to hasten into the city with news of their arrival. Before long, chaos erupted within the city. But as the gates swung open, 2 lines of the unblemished stood at attention, welcoming them with a grand display. The thoroughfare leading through the gates soon fell silent. Passers-by and residents peeked from the sidelines, curious to glimpse the individual capable of taming such aerial beasts. Amidst the multitude of inquisitive gazes, Yura reclined comfortably in his palanquin, savoring the fine wine he once had to exhaust his entire savings to procure. He sensed that his life had once again reached a pivotal juncture. The formidable sorcerer could bestow upon him wealth he had never dared to envision. Should he execute his tasks commendably and present the Lord with a sufficient populace, he might even have the opportunity to study potent magic and become a formidable figure in his own right. With such tremendous power at his disposal, he could hardly conceive that the Lord would remain confined to the desolate expanse of the continent of Essos or the fringes of the Summer Isles. If he were to muster the courage, perhaps the ambition to conquer the continent of Westeros would ignite within him. In that eventuality, he could become one of the first to serve this Lord, and the restoration of his title and honor as the Earl of Bear Island might pale in comparison to the prospect of securing a marquisate or even a dukedom in a prosperous southern realm. As he envisioned a bright future, the palanquin gently swayed, bringing him to the base of a grand pyramid in the city center. Although the pyramid towered magnificently, the esteemed ones never seemed burdened by the effort of ascending its heights. Yura felt as though he were being lifted into the clouds, and before he could comprehend the rationale behind constructing a dwelling so lofty, he began to understand the perspective of the esteemed. The sensation of overseeing the masses imbued one with a sense of divinity, a feeling of transcending the ordinary. Accompanying him throughout the journey, the middle-aged man offered careful flattery. Having surreptitiously gleaned Yura's situation, while the young attendant relayed messages to the pyramid, Yura did not object to this communication. He too sought to glean insight into the affairs of Astapor. As he suspected, the slave masters here were not a monolithic entity. Disagreements among the esteemed were beneficial, for such discord could yield a strategic advantage in subsequent negotiations. Of course, the recently departed Earl of Bear Island understood that allying with as many factions as possible would better facilitate seizing the initiative, much like the alliance of the wolf, deer, fish, and eagle that overthrew the isolated Targaryens. Chapter 31. The Slave Traders, Part 3. The benevolent masters of Astapor have cultivated a character steeped in arrogance. Following the annihilation of Valyria, these erstwhile remnants of the Giscari Empire reclaimed their independence. However, the 3 cities of Slavers Bay and New Gisk did not coalesce into a unified empire. Instead, they maintained their status as autonomous city-states. Relying on the absolute security bestowed by the Unsullied, the masters deluded themselves into believing that they were free from any concerns, content to indulge in the pleasures of life. Consequently, they looked down upon all outsiders, dismissing even wealthy patrons with disdain. Yet, the soaring dragons in the sky stirred the dormant fears that coursed through their veins. Although some esteemed slaves speculated that these creatures were merely dragons from the depths of Essos, rather than the fabled dragons of Valyria, and would not unleash deadly flames, the masters remained enveloped in trepidation. Fortunately, a Westerosi named Yura had no designs of conquest here. Instead, he accepted their invitation. Upon his arrival at the base of the pyramid, the masters heeded the scholar's counsel and promptly offered him salt and bread through their servants. Only after confirming that the Westerosi was willing to adhere to their ancient customs of hospitality did the masters, filled with apprehension, prepare to receive their esteemed guest in the garden atop the pyramid. After all, beneath the slanting rays of the setting sun, the circling forms of vibrant colors in the sky weighed heavily upon the hearts of the masters, instilling a sense that they could swoop down at any moment to seize and devour them. With this mindset, when Yura entered the expansive garden adorned with exotic flora and exquisite decorations, he was greeted by a group of courteous and polite masters. Clad in resplendent togas fashioned from fine silk, they emanated the sweet scent of spices, flanked by loyal Unsullied and enchanting maidens. As Yura stepped into the banquet, he felt as though he had entered paradise. In truth, he began to comprehend the life of Lyness, hailing from the affluent Hightower family, who likely indulged in such opulent feasts daily. Even if he were to exhaust his family's entire fortune, he could scarcely afford a banquet of this magnitude. Although Yora was unfamiliar with Valyrian, aided by an astute translator-slave, he began to raise his cup in toasts with the masters. And the atmosphere of the banquet gradually lightened. Soon the masters discerned Yora's intentions. This remarkable Westerosi had come to procure slaves. It remained uncertain whether the Westerosi, traditionally opposed to slavery due to their faith in the Seven, had undergone a change of heart. Upon learning of Yora's proposal to pay with dragons, the masters became even more exhilarated, as the prospect of becoming figures akin to the dragon lords of Valyria held immense allure for them. With both parties aware of their respective intentions, they refrained from hastening into negotiations. Yora allowed himself to revel in the splendid wines, sumptuous dishes, and captivating beauties, while the masters, too, remained unhurried, knowing that if Yora became enraptured by the indulgences, it would greatly benefit their subsequent bargaining position. Certainly, the astute and benevolent lord would not presume that Jorah alone could tame these ferocious dragons. It was evident that he merely served as a representative on stage. Engaging with such formidable and enigmatic forces cannot be a mere one-off transaction, for only a fool would act impulsively without thoroughly investigating Jorah and the individuals behind him. Indeed, after a few drinks, Jorah inadvertently divulged some experiences from months past. Upon learning of the powerful sorcerer supporting him, the lords, already wary of the terrifying rumors surrounding the Witch of Ayasha, found their convictions reinforced. After establishing a preliminary trust and understanding, Jorah yielded to the requests of the lords, gesturing towards the sky where the dragons soared and pointing towards the eastern hillside beyond the city. The dragons, seemingly responding to Jorah's command, emitted a piercing cry before turning to fly out of the city and alight upon the mountain from the previous night. Very well, I implore you, noble lords, to send some meat to these magnificent creatures, preferably livestock. Rest assured, I have commanded them not to harm humans. Ha ha, truly impressive, Lord Jorah. How do you command these splendid beasts? Ah, it is the divine power bestowed by that esteemed individual. It is a professional power known as the Dragon Lord. Pray tell, once we complete our transaction, how shall we maintain control over these giants? Fear not, for I shall teach you the language of dragons, assisting you in commanding these flying beasts. Moreover, akin to your most coveted product, the purifiers, dragons too possess their tokens, enabling you to command them as you do the purifiers. Oh, how marvelous! It truly stirs an eagerness for that day to arrive. Jorah soon became enraptured by the allure of fine wine and gentle company. This passionate denizen of the north appeared to have found a new clarity, casting aside his deep affections for the goddess and surrendering to the ultimate indulgence. It is understandable that Jorah fell into such a state, having been betrayed by the goddess and subjected to a series of harrowing experiences, personally slaying the goddess and losing all he held dear. He embarked on a remarkable adventure and suddenly found himself in possession of unimaginable wealth. With the potential to ascend once more to the pinnacle of power, a transformation of character is only natural. On that afternoon, as the sun cast its golden rays upon the mountain peaks, the resting dragons shimmered with iridescent hues. Eager lords and curious commoners had already ascended the eastern city walls or other vantage points to gaze upon the spectacle. To speak candidly, the lords were indifferent to the fates of the slaves sent to deliver food. Rather, they preferred to witness the brutal carnage as these beasts tore apart the wretched slaves. Growing weary of the grotesque spectacles in the arena, the lords craved more visceral and thrilling displays to satiate their hollow hearts. Some impatient lords had already begun to devise plans for blood-soaked performances in the arena following the acquisition of the dragons. Soon enough, a herd of goats was driven up the mountain by dozens of slaves. The benevolent lord orchestrating this affair, in pursuit of excitement, had summoned an excessive number of shepherds, hoping that the fearsome dragons would indiscriminately hunt down their own kin. To further test the dragon's combat prowess, he even dispatched a contingent of robust slave gladiators to escort these hapless creatures. The goats, trembling in the presence of the dragon's might, dared not ascend beyond the foot of the mountain, and even the shepherd's vigorous whip could not coax them forward. Ultimately, additional slaves were sent to carry the nearly unconscious goats uphill. As the group neared the summit, the dragons simultaneously twisted their massive heads, their regal slit pupils fixated upon the gathering. The dragon's maw, slightly agape, revealed a row of dagger-like teeth, while its scarlet tongue flicked out, nostrils flaring as it seemed to sense the palpable fear emanating from its potential prey. Not even the bravest of the gladiators could quell their urge to flee, gripping their weapons tightly in a futile attempt to suppress their terror. Prior to their departure, The benevolent lord had promised them that they would devise a way to provoke these ferocious beasts into attacking humans. Perhaps out of a desire to witness their ferocity or merely out of boredom, craving a spectacle of bloodshed and violence. Despite the lord's assurances of various benefits for their families, when faced with the imposing dragons so close at hand, every detail of the beasts vividly apparent. No one dared to instigate these formidable creatures. The slaves, summoning their dwindling courage, placed the goats on a gentle slope not far from the summit. The animals so gripped by fear they could not even utter a bleat, with some having succumbed entirely to unconsciousness. Upon seeing the goats deposited, the largest golden dragon, the very one ridden by Jorah, extended its neck, descending slowly from the peak like a cheetah preparing to pounce. The onlookers, witnessing the dragon's movement, dared not linger and scrambled down the mountain in haste. Behind them, roars echoed as the dragon lunged into the goat herd, voraciously devouring the already incapacitated animals. The lords atop the city walls gathered around the telescopes held aloft by their servants, observing the gruesome spectacle of slaughter at the mountain's peak. Some dragons engaged in fierce competition, even tearing a goat apart, eliciting gasps from the captivated spectators. Although the timid slaves had not acted as commanded, the performance of these colossal beasts was nonetheless satisfying. In a moment of indulgence, the lords decided to spare the slaves a little longer, planning to allow them to be the first batch to enter the arena against their prized warriors once the beasts were subdued. Jorah awoke amidst a tangle of entwined bodies, reflecting on the previous night's indulgence, a release of pent-up emotions that had erupted after months of restraint. In hindsight, he found his actions rather absurd. A servant, alerted by the commotion outside, respectfully entered to attend to Jorah, who realized that such experiences were entirely foreign to the late count. When Jorah arrived at the restaurant to indulge in a lavish breakfast, not a single benevolent master was present. As Jorah pondered the absence of the host, a serving slave informed him that the esteemed lords of Astapor typically rose only in the afternoon, and it was still rather early. Gazing at the sumptuous spread before him, Jorah found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yes, I intend to explore the city shortly and seek out an inn to stay, as it would be rather inappropriate to impose on Lord Glasden for too long, particularly since I plan to linger in Astapor for a while. Very well, my lord, but I believe my master would not mind your intrusion. On the contrary, your presence in our lord's abode is a privilege for my household. You are quite the eloquent one. No, thank you. I prefer to reside independently. Please convey my gratitude to your master. As you wish, my lord. As noon approached, Jorah wandered the bustling streets of Astapor, an ancient city where the red brick roads bore the wear of time. It was no wonder that those pampered noble lords preferred to rise in the afternoon. The searing sun of Astapor was indeed ill-suited for outdoor activities at midday, and the lords were not lacking in golden dragons for lighting. Thus evening and nighttime excursions seemed the most prudent choice. Under the guidance of Glasden's slaves, Jorah took a brief tour of Astapor and chose to lodge at the most opulent inn in the city. The middle-aged slave from Glasden's household, evidently authorized by his master, directly approached the innkeeper, securing the entire establishment and stating that Sir Jorah could stay for as long as he wished, with all expenses covered by Lord Glasden. After expressing his gratitude once more to the man, Jorah declined the invitation to attend the evening's banquet, stating that he wished to rest well that night. He also requested that the slave convey his desire to hold a meeting with the noble lords of the city the following evening to discuss potential trades. Jorah, however, had evidently overestimated the efficiency and unity of the lords. The next day's discussions proved fruitless, devolving instead into another unproductive feast. It became clear that the number of dragons Jorah had brought was insufficient. Every noble lord desired to possess a dragon, and none wished to be outdone by the others. Even when Jorah indicated that he could provide more dragons in the future, the issue of pricing remained unresolved, as did the distribution of the existing dragons. It was impossible to reach a consensus without numerous clandestine negotiations. If Jorah aimed to sell at a premium price, there was no need for haste. He could allow the noble lords to vie for each other's favor for the sake of pride. Yet, in just a few days, Jorah realized that this process could prove excessively protracted, risking the fundamental objective of that enigmatic wizard. He vividly remembered that the powerful sorcerer wished to acquire as many subjects as possible, and the sooner, the better. Furthermore, the emergence of another situation sparked a series of unforeseen events. Jorah's actions in Astapor were excessively ostentatious. The dragons circled ominously above the city, drawing the attention of all. The city-states surrounding Slavers Bay quickly received word of the events, whether motivated by the vanity of noble lords, great lords, and wise lords competing in a display of wealth, or by a desire to prevent an imbalance of power that could lead to regional turmoil, or to thwart the strengthening of local forces that might hinder further infiltration or direct conquest. Representatives from various city-states, each with their own agendas, flocked to Astapor in hopes of making contact with Ura Mormont. Initially, the noble lords sought to obstruct these envoys from meeting Ura, yet the mounting pressure from the cities became insurmountable. Even the noble lords, who fancied themselves invincible, could not withstand the collective force and ultimately permitted the envoys to see Ura. Eventually, Ura proclaimed that a month hence, he would return to Astapor with 500 dragons and orchestrate an auction. He stipulated that those wishing to trade must bring sufficient slaves to barter with any type of slave eligible for valuation. Naturally, warriors, scholars, artisans, and fertile women held the highest worth, while the elderly and children were also acceptable. He demanded slaves, and sellers were to ensure the availability of ample seafaring vessels and sailors, alongside a 6-month supply of provisions and tools for cultivation for all slaves. Chapter 33. Internal transactions. Ura remained somewhat naive, believing he had brought the most valuable commodities that would secure the necessary populace in exchange. However, the intricate relationships among the cities of Slavers Bay began to complicate the smooth progression of trade, as each city harbored divergent intentions. The noble lords of Astapor initially reveled in their control over the dragons, relishing the sensation of dominance once held by the formidable Valyrians. Meanwhile, the wise lord of Yunkai and the great lord of Marine were driven by considerations of pride. As fellow cities of Slavers Bay, they sought to assert their own standing. This not only served to showcase their own strength and status as significant slave traders, but also signaled their financial robustness to enhance their bargaining position. The motivations of new guys were even more convoluted. As self-proclaimed heirs to the legacy of the old guys' empire, they harbored ambitions of unifying Slavers Bay and restoring the empire's former glory. The recently emerged dragons were undeniably potent war machines, particularly given their vast numbers, with rumors suggesting a sustainable supply in the future. Moreover, to prevent potential future adversaries from amassing resistance, they sought to secure as many dragons as possible. Across the bay, the cities of Marine, Yunkai, and Astapor faced pressing realities. Their historical discord, coupled with their geographical proximity, fueled ambitions of annexation. A regional arms race had become the prevailing theme among the three. Furthermore, the rulers of Marine believed they were nearest to the Valyrian Empire's legacy, asserting that they could inherit the mantle of the empire. Thus, possessing a dragon, even one that could not breathe fire, was deemed essential. The notion of a public auction was swiftly halted, as the rulers of various city-states began to coordinate privately regarding the proportions they could allocate. Had Lear been present, he would surely perceive that this coordination bore the semblance of the Washington Naval Treaty. None of the factions possessed the confidence to dominate singularly, nor were they equipped to counter the collective pressure exerted by the others, and they were all unprepared, both psychologically and materially, for immediate warfare. Thus, a balanced compromise among multiple parties emerged as the optimal choice. Initially, Astabo, Yuankai, and Milan sought to allocate the dragon at a ratio of 1:1:1. However, upon the inclusion of New Gis, the ratio transformed to 1:1:1:2. Although New Gis lacked the financial might of the slave masters from the three cities of the Slave Bay, its political ruling group was relatively stable, with a smaller core of authority and higher legitimacy. Moreover, the Iron Legion was considered elite and directly commanded by the New Gis government, unlike the unclean ones of Astabo, which were controlled by dozens of benevolent masters or the fragmented defense forces of Yuankai and Milan. Consequently, New Gis gained a superior position in the negotiations, potentially doubling its share compared to any single city. However, the three cities of the Slave Bay were acutely aware of New Gis's ambitions and understood the necessity of uniting against it. Thus, they collectively demanded that their total allocation of dragons surpass that of New Gis to secure an advantage in the event of conflict. Subsequently, as representatives from Dalros arrived, the ratio shifted to 1:1:2:5. The Dalros representatives recognized New Gis's aggressiveness, yet their primary concern lay with the other two cities nearby. Lacking sufficient financial resources, they resorted to a conservative strategy. Soon after, representatives from Elia and Materis entered the negotiations, further complicating matters. Elia and Dalros, while wary of each other, also had to guard against the demons from Materis, who sought to annex these former Valyrian colonies. Materis, claiming to be the rightful heir of the Valyrian Empire, could not tolerate any faction possessing a greater share of dragons than itself. All three cities were cognizant of New Jis's ambitions at the mouth of the Slave Bay and took precautions accordingly. Ultimately, the negotiated proportions settled at 11, 115, 0, 75, 0, 75, 1, 5. Under considerable pressure, the New Jis Empire was compelled to reduce its share. Although Aerys had two heads representing it, they failed to intimidate the other delegates, ultimately securing the same terms as New Jis. While Elia and Dalros received the smallest shares, their combined strength was sufficient to contend with any other faction. Each party attained a result that, while unsatisfactory to themselves, left no one believing that another party had gained the upper hand. However, under the terms of compromise, the original notion of the highest bidder takes all envisioned by Jorah could not be realized. To avoid offending significant patrons and future sources of supply, all parties also agreed to a price of 800 unclean ones or other equivalent slaves in exchange for a single dragon. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, a single immature dragon was exchanged for 8,000 unclean ones, nearly half of whom were considered semi-finished products. However, these fireless dragons are all adults capable of truly obeying their masters. At this moment, no one felt that they had suffered a loss. Jola had at least fulfilled his mission, acquiring nearly 1.5 million slaves. Such a vast number of slaves could not even be produced at once by the slave trade centers of the entire continent, the Slave Bay Tri-Cities. All parties promised to deliver these slaves within 2 years, including the transportation and the supplies requested by Jola for land reclamation. Among these slaves were 10,000 unsullied or near unsullied, 50,000 artisans, physicians, clerks, accountants, sailors, scholars, and junior officers possessing various skills or knowledge. The remaining slaves were evenly divided between men and women. Jola believed that even if the slave owners were to send substandard replacements, providing too many old, weak, or sickly individuals, securing just 30% would suffice to meet the demands of that great sorcerer. Moreover, he had left behind a promise. As long as all parties delivered their pledged slaves to the Summer Isles, he would return in 2 years with 1,000 dragons to fulfill the needs of all factions. After lingering for nearly half a year in the Slave Bay, teaching various personnel how to control the dragons using simple draconic, Jola led the first fleet of slave-laden ships back to the Summer Isles. Standing at the bow, gazing at the sun setting over the tranquil summer sea, Jola caressed his burgeoning belly. This indulgent lifestyle over the past 6 months had brought about significant changes in him. Reflecting on the fleet that almost filled the entire expanse of the sea, he observed the chained slaves bustling about on deck. The former Count of Bear Island suddenly awakened to the realization that he had strayed too far down the path of the slave trader after being exiled for selling a few poachers who had invaded his territory. Was he not also drifting too far from his honor and beliefs? Yet, recalling that night filled with a crimson glow and that afternoon when the earth boiled like water, he found renewed determination. Though his methods were despicable, he believed he was rescuing these wretched souls from their suffering, which was a truly noble endeavor. Unlike the hypocritical laws upheld by the Duke of the North. More importantly, he was fulfilling the task assigned by that great lord, who represented his hope of returning to Westeros with honor. Chapter 34. The Uprising of the Summer Isles, Part 1, Jarlabassar. The Prince of the Red Flower Valley in the Summer Isles recognized that his aging father would soon pass on the mantle of leadership to him, guiding the valley toward a brighter future. The people of the Summer Isles had endured years of oppression. Since the rise of Valyria, the tall, strong, and wise islanders had become a prime source of slaves. After nearly a century of battling slave captors, the Summer Isles finally achieved victory. However, the cost of this victory was steep. The loss of human resources was secondary to the fact that the various factions ultimately did not unite, but rather became thoroughly divided. This was intricately linked to the history of tribes selling war captives to slave captors, as the enmity among the tribes was no less significant than their hatred for the captors. Ultimately, the Summer Isles, deeply woven into the fabric of global trade, have seen their youth diverge into two distinct paths, one half succumbing to the allure of piracy upon the tumultuous summer seas, while the other serves as archers and seamen aboard merchant vessels traversing those same waters. Those who shun the call of adventure rely on the isle's bounteous climatic conditions to cultivate an array of spices, exchanging them for the tools and minerals that are scarce in their homeland. Yet, the Summer Isles remain fragmented, wealthy yet lacking in strength. The prince harbors a foreboding belief that one day, conquerors from the mainland will set their sights upon the isles. These barbaric invaders will arrive armed with superior weaponry, heralding slaughter and devastation. At such a time, his people would face the specter of eternal servitude. To confront this impending crisis, Uniting the entire archipelago into a single nation is the only path to strength. Initially, this notion was but a nebulous thought born of youthful ambition. But the arrival of a woman crystallized the young prince's aspirations. She was a merchant's daughter, cast adrift to these shores, possessing exquisite gold and silver hair, an unmistakable sign of her Valyrian lineage, hinting at her noble heritage. Upon her arrival, she did not succumb to the fate of many girls, who often find themselves trapped in the shadows of society, for in the Summer Isles, there exists no stigma against courtesans. Rather, their skills are regarded as vital conduits to the divine. Yet, this girl harbored grand ambitions. She boldly approached the palace of the Red Flower Valley, articulating her vision to the prince's father and seeking a loan, promising to bring unimaginable prosperity to the valley within 5 years and to repay the borrowed sum. Although the aging father dismissed her proposal, Lady Salavagarl's confidence and intellect captivated Prince Jalabasar. He found himself enraptured by her beauty and wisdom. And through her tales of the Valyrian dragon lords who once ruled the world, he solidified his own purpose. However, ambition alone cannot suffice, as his father's health waned. The atmosphere of Red Flower Valley grew increasingly somber. Time was not a luxury he could afford. Action was imperative. Thus, he entrusted his entire savings to Lady Salavagarl, granting her the freedom to act as she saw fit, assuring her of his protection. Her gentle gaze softened his heart, and her strategies did not disappoint. Soon, she established a trading company, recruiting accountants and managers from the free cities of Pintos, Lis, and Bravos, and employing the clever local youth. The company forged agreements with the farmers of Red Flower Valley, providing advance payments to support the expansion of spice cultivation. Additionally, it secured loans backed by spices from Bravos' Iron Bank to construct a grand port near the estuary of the Eastern River on Zal Island. As the port began to take shape, subsidies were offered to attract merchant vessels from various city-states for trade. Soon, the port of the Red Flower Valley began to flourish, even earning praise from the prince's father for his adept governance. However, augmenting the wealth of Red Flower Valley was not the prince's ultimate goal, nor did it align with the grand vision that Lady Sira had delineated for him. He needed to assemble his own formidable army to launch a campaign across the entire Summer Isles. Yet, his aged father obstinately refused to relinquish power. The commanders of the royal guard and the tribal forces rebuffed his olive branch. These foolish old aristocrats and bureaucrats, do they not comprehend who embodies the future? Are they unaware of where the truth resides? Gazing at the increasingly prosperous port and reflecting on Lady Sira's counsel, Prince Jalabasar grew increasingly anxious. As Lady Sira had articulated, this wealth was akin to a captivating beauty wandering through a chaotic slum, devoid of valiant knights in shining armor to safeguard her. Such a beauty would inevitably become a target for nefarious deeds. To defend herself, she must either find her guardian knight or don armor and wield a sword herself. This process may well chafe her delicate skin against the cold, unyielding metal, but such sacrifices are worthwhile. Indeed, for a greater purpose, some costs are justifiable. The prince resolved to turn towards a building, a pavilion erected by Lady Sira when the port was established, a place where he could summon talented individuals who might visit. Initially, the prince had perceived this pavilion as an ideal venue for romantic rendezvous with the fair Lady Sira. However, as the port thrived and his ambitions swelled, the enchanting Miss Sira transformed into the sagacious Lady Sira. The prince set aside, or rather temporarily subdued, his yearning for the beautiful lady, recognizing that a woman of her beauty and intellect deserved a king of the Summer Isles. He vowed to achieve great deeds worthy of such a splendid and wise maiden. Thus, this pavilion became the command center for all his forthcoming endeavors. Upon entering the pavilion, where his personal guards stood vigilant, the prince summoned his trusted confidant and began to make meticulous arrangements. He had resolved to employ a final, albeit shadowy, means, yet, as long as the intent was just, the gods would surely pardon him. 2 months prior, through the prince's diligent efforts, the old king had consented to bolster the port's defenses, agreeing to the prince's proposal to hire mercenary companies to augment the guard's strength. Today marked the arrival of the mercenary ships. The swift messenger vessels had already docked, and the prince received confirmed reports that 2 mercenary groups would arrive before sunset. Time was of the essence. He could no longer afford to entangle himself with the decaying bureaucrats and aristocrats. Those priests who obstructed his actions in the name of the gods were but useless individuals, squandering the offerings contributed by the people. And there was his aging father. May the gods grant his soul peace. Father, you are no longer suited for this era. Allow me to lead Red Flower Valley on the path to unifying the Summer Isles. Chapter 35. The Uprising of the Midsummer Isles, Part 2. Upon the elevated platform of the royal palace, the aged king gazed intently at the harbor at the river's mouth. The port was adorned with a constellation of lights, evidence of the prince's effective governance, which had indeed fostered the kingdom's economic advancement. Yet, the prince remained too youthful. Viewing matters through an overly simplistic lens, he failed to comprehend that certain issues could not be resolved with such ease, and that some dilemmas required more than a fleeting moment to be addressed. The old king muttered to himself, "Ah, Jalaba, my time to leave you is regrettably limited." His eyes widened in alarm. He believed himself to be alone, yet a voice emerged from behind him. He yearned to turn and identify the source of the sound, to summon the guards outside. However, he lacked the strength to pivot or to summon any sound from his throat. A sharp dagger pierced through his chest, and blood began to fill his lungs, crimson liquid surging forth from his mouth. "Ah, Jalaba, my child, you are still too young. Your desire for glory has clouded your vision. May the gods bless you." This night was destined to be one of eternal slumber for many. The sounds of flames and cries of battle became the anthem of the city, while commoners quaked in their homes, praying to the gods that the bloodthirsty soldiers would overlook their modest abodes. The noble class was also in disarray, even those families untouched by the conflict, including those who had already aligned with the prince's ambitions, gathered their servants, armed them, and readied themselves to confront the chaos unleashed by the marauding warriors. As dawn's light pierced through the remnants of smoke, warming the earth, the dust settled, revealing mercenaries proudly displaying their spoils from the previous night. The prince strode through the somewhat chaotic streets, flanked by a cadre of guards, while his companion, Sira, appeared troubled and uncertain. Jalabasor noticed the expression of his heart's muse and inquired with concern, "Sira, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Your Highness, is this truly right? These acts of slaughter and cruelty, this bloodshed should not tarnish your honor." "No, Sira, do not speak thus. I understand your concern, but we have loftier goals to achieve. We cannot allow antiquated notions to hinder our progress. I merely worry for you. Your Highness, you bear too heavy a burden." "No, Sira. Only those worthy of such responsibility deserve you. Trust me, I will place a crown upon your head." "Your Highness." The two stood amidst the lingering smoke, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. The tranquility of the Midsummer Isles had been shattered, as Jalabasor, the newly appointed lord of the Valley of Red Flowers, ignited the flames of war. The new king's forces unexpectedly abandoned the conventional maritime routes traditionally employed in island warfare, leading a cadre of mercenaries and loyal troops. Equipped with exquisite gear imported from Kohar, they traversed the central mountains of Zala Island, launching a surprise assault on Tondo town from behind. Having swiftly seized control of the entire Zala Island, Jalaba's reputation soared. He began to exploit the island's abundant timber resources to expand the fleet and continued to recruit soldiers in great numbers. Although Zale Island is the largest among the three principal islands of the Midsummer Archipelago, it boasts the smallest population. The majority of the inhabitants of the archipelago reside on the northernmost Valano Island. However, a larger populace does not equate to greater strength. The towns of Last Dirge, Lotus Harbor, and Tall Tree remain fiercely independent, harboring mutual animosity that prevents them from uniting their forces. Jalaba has shown no urgency in launching an assault on the heavily populated Valano and Auburn Islands. Instead, following the initial expansion of his fleet, he commenced the conquest of the surrounding smaller islands of the Midsummer Archipelago. Once these islands fell one by one, Jalaba's fleet proceeded to blockade the entire coastline of the archipelago, forcing all foreign merchant vessels to trade at the new port outside Red Flower Valley. He heeded Cyrus' counsel, preparing to simultaneously blockade the other two principal islands and undermine their wealth derived from the spice trade, thereby stifling their access to foreign military support. The Midsummer Archipelago lacks mineral resources, rendering it heavily reliant on imported military supplies. At the same time, this strategy could entice enemy fleets into open confrontation. By monopolizing the spice trade of the archipelago, Jalaba's fleet and soldiers would grow increasingly formidable. With the ebb and flow of power between the two sides, the day would inevitably come when the new king could effortlessly seize control of the entire Midsummer Archipelago. The strategic execution proceeded smoothly. Even at the inception of the new port, Jalaba heeded Cyrus' advice by recruiting shipwrights and introducing advanced technologies from Essos to establish a shipyard and stockpile timber. Consequently, his fleet became an unstoppable force within the Midsummer Archipelago, swiftly gaining dominance over the maritime expanse. This burgeoning strength not only bolstered Jalaba's power, but also amplified his ambitions. He aspired not only to grasp the secular authority over the entire Midsummer Archipelago, but also to ascend as a deity in the hearts of its people. As he rallied his forces at the new port, the remaining priests and wooden effigies of the gods on Zael Island were heaped into a colossal pyre. When the fierce flames were ignited, accompanied by the anguished cries and curses of the priests, Jalaba brandished his sword, proclaiming to the island's denizens that he was the one true god of the Midsummer Archipelago. Brutal warfare erupted first on Auburn Island, where more than half of Jalaba's forces were mercenaries recruited from the continent of Essos. They were indifferent to the reasons for the slaughter. Driven by the prospect of greater rewards and plunder, they reveled in the destruction and incineration of religious sites. In no time, the Midsummer Archipelago was engulfed in violent bloodshed, with fires raging as idols and priests were consumed in flames. It seemed as though the gods had forsaken their people, despite fervent prayers. The tide of slaughter could not be halted. When Chola and his fleet reached the waters off Lizard Head, the situation in the Midsummer Archipelago had dramatically transformed since his departure over half a year prior. When he last left Last Dirge, news of Prince Jalaba's unification of Zael Island was just beginning to circulate. Yet, as he gazed upon a small island at the easternmost edge of the Midsummer Archipelago, he remained unaware that Jalaba's forces were besieging Last Dirge. As he watched the blood-red sun slowly sink beneath the horizon, Chola pondered where he would ultimately make landfall. According to the captain's introduction, the nearest new port is a newly developed and vibrant harbor, while the three city-states on the northern Volano Island have a longer history and greater capacity. Lord Hoya, it seems you have not disappointed me. Startled, Hoya turned around swiftly to behold a figure clad in a loose robe who had inexplicably appeared there. The familiar visage was accompanied by an aura that was strikingly different, as if the being before him resembled a human yet transcended humanity, exuding an otherworldly presence. Ah, there is no need for astonishment, Sir Hoya Mormont. You may refer to me as liar. The entity you perceive is merely a manifestation of my essence. Hoya was perplexed by the notion of a manifestation, perhaps akin to a guise or disguise. Chapter 36. The Turmoil of the Midsummer Isles, Part 3. Gazing upon the enigmatic sorcerer, Hoya's demeanor grew increasingly reverent. My lord, how may I serve you? Lead the fleet to the new port. There, a Lady Sarah shall receive these individuals. Yes, my lord. Hoya harbored no doubts. He understood the formidable power of the being before him and dared not question his decree, nor did he perceive any necessity to do so. The following day, as the fleet commenced unloading at the new port, Lyre did not appear. Instead, Hoya encountered a lady accompanied by a contingent of guards. Upon seeing this young and beautiful woman, Hoya could not help but ponder whether she might be Lord Lyre's beloved, and his attitude grew increasingly respectful. After relinquishing the staff of the innocent, Hoya considered his task accomplished and began to explore this newly established port city. The atmosphere of war inevitably cast a shadow over this sole city of the Midsummer Isles that maintained foreign trade. As sailors and merchants in the taverns began to discuss the current state of affairs, in the midst of this, Hoya, within a matter of mere silver deers, extracted a wealth of information from several inebriated individuals. Presently, the new king of the Midsummer Isles, Jalabasar, was besieging the last city that refused to submit, the final lamentation city on Volano Island. The king's forces had been relentless for over 6 months, leading the populace to believe that he would soon conquer it. The new king not only brought forth a unified empire, but also unleashed bloodshed and fire upon the people. At least 70% of the nobility and priesthood had been executed, and numerous temples and totems had been plundered and burned. The new king was not merely dismantling the existing ruling class of the Midsummer Isles, but was also obliterating the beliefs of the common folk. New idols had begun to rise in the new port, as King Jalaba prepared to forge himself as a ruler embodying both divine and royal authority. The king's fierce demeanor brought to Hoya's mind a certain monarch from Westeros, the cruel Maegor Targaryen, whose fate was far from favorable. Another intriguing piece of information came from a sailor from Pentos, who, in his drunken state, insisted that he had seen the newlywed wife of the governor of Pentos, Lady Sarah, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Lady Sarah of the new port that Jalaba had been pursuing. Another merchant ship escort revealed that he had several mercenary acquaintances, belonging to various mercenary companies that had previously operated in regions separated by the vast expanse of Essos. However, they were now all part of the assault on the city of Last Song. Yora sensed the presence of a conspiracy, yet he was uncertain as to its orchestrator. To him, it seemed more likely to be the machinations of Lord Lyre, and since he had not received further instructions from him, there was no need to delve deeper. Although the dragons were primarily utilized for the exchange of slaves, the lords of Slave Bay still gifted him a ship laden with treasures, guarded by his own Unsullied. After hearing his account, Lord Lyre did not express any intention of reclaiming it, as the wealth he currently possessed should suffice to support Linny's extravagant lifestyle for decades. Thus, he harbored no other thoughts, until he received directives from Lord Lyre. He intended to relish life in this place. His primary task in the forthcoming years would likely involve commanding the fleet to and from Slave Bay, transporting slaves. Yet the fleet required rest and could not remain at sea perpetually. Moreover, the slave owners of Slave Bay needed time to gather a new batch of slaves. While Yora purchased a seaside estate not far from the city to enjoy his vacation, his servant, stationed at the port to gather news, brought tidings of the latest developments in the Summer Isles. It was reported that the actions of King Jalaba had ultimately provoked the wrath of the gods. After conquering Last Song, Jalaba prepared to hold a coronation ceremony in the town square to formally declare himself the king of the Summer Isles. However, just as Jalaba placed the crown upon his head, a dark cloud suddenly materialized in the clear blue sky, swiftly converging above the king. A bolt of white lightning, as thick as a millennia-old tree, struck the throne. When the blinding flash and deafening roar subsided, all that remained was the charred corpse of the king, fused with the throne. The king's army scattered in an instant, while most mercenaries, having thoroughly pillaged Last Song, seized the fleet, preparing to wreak havoc across the Summer Isles. Yet before they could act, a new phenomenon emerged. The island's stones began to transform into towering giants, with tiny fragments coalescing into facial features, their eyes radiating an emerald glow. These giants, standing dozens of meters tall, possessed immense strength and wielded trees as weapons, sweeping away any mercenaries who dared to advance. Some of the towering giants even waded into the shallows, traversing waist-deep waters until they reached the warships, demolishing entire vessels with a single blow. The giants emitted deep, resonant roars, astonishingly speaking the human tongue, warning the mercenaries that the Summer Isles were sacred lands protected by the gods, forbidding their reckless actions. The news spread from scattered soldiers who returned to Newport, initially dismissed by the populace as drunken ramblings of defeated men. However, it was soon corroborated by merchant ships docking and farmers entering the city, all bearing the same alarming reports. The giants were not confined merely to the vicinity of Last Song. Their presence was felt across every island in the Summer Isles. They do not proactively attack unhostile merchant vessels or farmers. These colossal beings merely bask in the sun atop a nearby hill, remaining utterly still even as audacious birds gather and nest above them. The populace marvels at the appearance of these peculiar creatures, yet finds themselves at a loss to explain their presence, fearful of their formidable power and hesitant to approach for study. At this juncture, a group of oddly dressed individuals, brandishing a flag reminiscent of a sail, emerges in various locations along the road. They identify themselves as Daoists, claiming to practice the true art of immortality. They offer two services to the island's inhabitants, providing medicine and disseminating rudimentary theological knowledge. They assert that these stone giants are transformed from the spirit stones of the mountains, having absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and cultivated their own intelligence. They are said to be appointed by the heavens to protect the land and its inhabitants, acting in accordance with the natural way. Although the servant may struggle to articulate precisely what the natural way entails, Jola is inexplicably reminded of a phrase Lord Lyre once uttered: "Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all creatures as mere fodder." He does not fully grasp its specific meaning, yet he senses the ruthlessness and coldness embedded within the words. He understands that this phrase bears deeper implications, resonating with the ancient beliefs of the North and the legends of the children of the forest. However, Jola is not a scholar of antiquities and cannot elucidate further. Yet, he is certain that these Taoists must be under Lord Lyre's command, prompting him to immediately instruct his servant to invite one of the Taoists to their home as a guest. Chapter 37. The Chaos of the Summer Isles, Part 4. Although the Taoists appearing along the roads spread their beliefs, engage in medical consultations, and dispense remedies, their missionary zeal is not particularly fervent, or perhaps it is more accurate to say that what they propagate does not conform to conventional notions of religion. They do not venerate a single deity, nor do they claim any one as the sole true God. Instead, they believe that all things possess spirit, with various deities fulfilling different roles. In fact, the gods they describe differ from those of other religious beliefs. Their deities resemble officials in the divine realm, each with their own powers and responsibilities, rather than merely exuding supreme authority. Rather than proselytizing, they seem to be promoting a concept, a broad theological perspective. Generally, such a non-extreme religion, lacking a clear direction, struggles to gain widespread acceptance. However, the previous unification wars waged by King Jalaba wrought immense slaughter and obliterated countless idols, leaving the deities they represented silent and unresponsive. Ironically, it was a divine act that ultimately felled the king. And the towering giants of the mountains appeared to have the most amicable relationship with these Daoists who espoused the natural way. Only these Daoists could communicate with the giants, persuading them to shift their positions to avoid disrupting mortal lives, and occasionally enlisting their assistance in various matters. Furthermore, the elixirs sold by the Daoists indeed proved remarkably effective. And as they did not impose belief in a so-called heaven or threaten anyone, their doctrines gradually garnered acceptance among the populace. In contrast to the natural progression observed within the religious community, the political landscape of the Summer Isles has taken an unexpected turn. Following the king's demise by lightning, the question of who would seize control of the newly unified archipelago emerged as a pressing issue. The remnants of the noble factions began to stir, actively organizing forces and resources. The king left behind no complete governance structure. His intentions were to establish unity before implementing effective administration, relying previously on formidable military intimidation. Consequently, what remained in each town was merely a rudimentary lordship system alongside city guards. In this volatile atmosphere, Sela, who commanded the 4,000 unsullied troops brought by Yora and possessed a wealth of enslaved scholars and technicians, emerged as the most formidable power within the Isles. Building upon the newly organized new port operational team, she proclaimed the establishment of a kingdom and crowned herself queen. As she disseminated this news throughout the Summer Isles, the populace had barely begun to ponder why the new kingdom lacked a king when they were suddenly informed of the existence of a queen. Meanwhile, mercenary groups scattered across the islands, yet to flee or disband, swiftly declared their allegiance to the new kingdom. The restless nobles and the staunch loyalists of King Jalaba faced another bloodbath, for at that moment, the mightiest military forces on the islands were these mercenaries and Sela's unsullied legions. Sela commenced a grand procession across the islands, both as a show of strength to potential adversaries and to instill fear in the ambitious. It also served to exhibit her military prowess to the populace, demonstrating her resolve to maintain stability. The citizens of the Summer Isles had grown somewhat numb. 6 months of unification warfare had wrought too much bloodshed and violence. These cold, machine-like, unsullied troops were, in fact, more palatable than the marauding mercenaries. The final destination of the procession was the city of Last Lament, where Sela intended to formally crown her husband, Illyrio Mopatus, the trade governor from Pentos, as king. As she led her army into the city, her husband was disembarking at the harbor, bringing with him his entire fortune along with 2,000 bodyguards and a multitude of skilled servants. It was at that very square where Illyrio stepped onto the red carpet that had been laid all the way to the dock, surrounded by his loyal guards. He walked along the carpet, flanked by the meticulously arranged unsullied soldiers on either side. His beloved stood upon the central dais of the square, cradling an exquisite crown in her hands. Illyrio's emotions surged. He had never harbored such lofty aspirations. Even after marrying Sela and igniting an ambition for power under her influence, he had only dared to engage in cunning schemes, hoping to leverage the false identity of a deposed prince to secure a future for their child. He had not anticipated ascending to such heights. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, prompting him to involuntarily recall that afternoon in Pentos. It had been a tranquil, warm, and comfortable day, during which he and Sela enjoyed serene moments in their estate outside the city, with Sela leaning against him while gently rocking their cradle, their child having been born not long before. Although the intelligence relayed by Varys indicated that Scylla's scheme had faltered, it was never a particularly intricate plan. Success hinged upon a series of fortuitous coincidences. Alas, it was merely a stroke of ill fortune that thwarted the initial step. While Scylla felt a tinge of disappointment, she ultimately resigned herself to reality under his counsel. Yet, the tranquility of their lives was destined to be disrupted when a servant bore news of an outbreak of plague within the city. Despite his immediate order to seal off the estate, Scylla still succumbed to the affliction. He exhausted every possible remedy, even persuading the priest of the Red God to offer the lives of 10 maidens in sacrifice, yet none could restore Scylla to health. Just as he braced himself to lose his beloved, a mysterious Daoist named Lier appeared within the estate, inquiring what he would be willing to sacrifice in exchange for Scylla's life. Upon receiving his answers, Lier smiled and presented him with a wooden box. The box was unadorned, but upon opening it, he discovered a pill exuding an enchanting aroma. Recognizing this as perhaps his final opportunity, he did not hesitate to personally administer the pill to Scylla. Miraculously, she soon recovered. As he pondered how to repay the Daoist, Lier unveiled his grand plan to both him and Scylla. The Daoist sought neither worldly wealth nor power. Rather, he required a substance known as merit to attain his so-called fruit position. In Illyrio's eyes, Laer appeared to be a sorcerer endowed with extraordinary powers, and his ambition was to establish a religion and gather as many followers as possible. However, Scylla perceived a deeper truth. She later informed him that Laer was endeavoring to propagate a culture and spirit within this world. To fulfill Laer's aspirations, tangible control over land and populace was essential. Scylla discerned the shadow of power within Laer's plans. The Daoist intended to exchange rare beasts for slaves, relocating them to the continent of Suthoros. Having witnessed Laer's methods, Illyrio felt no doubt regarding the plague that plagued that land. Scylla advised him that to colonize Suthoros, the Summer Isles would serve as an excellent launching pad. Uninterested in secular power, Laer sought their partnership as his agents to conquer the Summer Isles. Reflecting on his exquisitely adorned wife upon the platform, Illyrio concluded his reverie, embracing his infant son tightly as he ascended the stage. Chapter 38, Markiro. Though distant from the mainland, the turmoil in the Summer Isles was not unknown. After all, it was a significant source of spices, and upheaval here could not dampen the Lord's enjoyment of roasted meats. When news from the Summer Isles reached Volantis, the first to respond was none other than the high priest Ben Nero within the temple of the Red God. In the eyes of the ruler of Volantis, as long as the price of spices remains unaffected, the affairs of the distant Summer Isles hold little significance. It is far more prudent to focus on seizing disputed territories or the impending elections. Meanwhile, the priests devoted to spreading the faith of the Red God perceived an opportunity. News of King Jalaba's slaughter of the priests in the Valley of Red Flowers and the burning of idols had already reached them. Benelo believed that the king clearly sought to unify the faith across the islands, though the specifics of his intentions remained to be discovered. Nevertheless, the priests of the Red God, under the genuine protection of their deity, should have ample opportunity to showcase miracles to the young king, disseminating their faith and allowing the flames of the Red God to engulf the entirety of the Summer Isles. To fulfill the mission entrusted to him by Rollo, Benelo dispatched the young priest Machiro, who excelled in prophecy. His pitch-black skin, akin to asphalt, allowed him to blend seamlessly with the people of the Summer Isles. Machiro located a merchant ship at the port, preparing to voyage to the Summer Isles for procurement. The captain of the ship, a devout follower of the King of Light, warmly invited him aboard upon hearing of the Red God priest's needs, even providing him with a private cabin. As night deepened, Machiro sat upon his bunk, the flames in the brazier flickering erratically with the undulations of the sea. Engaged in his daily ritual, he focused intently on the flames, beseeching the exalted Rollo for enlightenment. The quivering flames, in stark contrast to the stillness of fires on land, demanded all his concentration to maintain his focus, lest he be distracted and unable to transcend into a higher state. In previous breaths, Machiro could discern visions within the flames. Yet now the dancing fire offered no reflections of the extraordinary. It appeared that Rollo's magnificent power had yet to envelop these waters, as the ancient pseudo-deities who ruled the ocean employed their vile methods to obstruct his communion with the true God. As moments passed, when Machiro's eyes became so strained by the flickering flames that they felt nearly impossible to open, the dryness and itchiness almost compelling him to claw at his own eyes. Suddenly, the firelight vanished, and he found himself transported into a mysterious realm. Surrounding him was a profound darkness, yet he perceived distinctly the undulating, swelling shadows within the gloom. Abruptly, a crimson flame flickered within the shadows, infusing them with color as flowing red lines, reminiscent of molten lava, began to emerge, radiating an unsettling warmth. The shadow took form in the firelight, immense as if a writhing mountain loomed before Machiro. A searing gust of wind, potent enough to melt metal, swept over him, and he felt as if he were on the verge of combustion, as though he might dissolve entirely. A voice, majestic and formidable, resonated through his mind. "My flesh and blood, where are you?" Machiro trembled with excitement, for he might be the first priest to hear the voice of my lord Rollo. Summoning all his strength, he steadied his voice and responded with utmost reverence. "My lord, I am traversing the sea of summer, preparing to spread your flame upon the isles of midsummer. Ah, my loyal flesh and blood, there you are being besieged by the alien gods. Go forth, and let my great flame purify all." Machiro strained to absorb the words of his divine faith, fighting against the encroaching darkness. Yet before he could express his devout belief in Rollo once more, he lost consciousness. Within the hold of the merchant vessel, the sailors, already in slumber, were stirred by the distinct scent of burning wood. The fear of a potential fatality awakened them, and soon all crew members were in a state of panic, frantically searching for signs of a fire. Even the captain, donning a heavy coat, directed his crew with a hint of alarm. Before long, The source of the anomaly was identified. The room of the priest from the Temple of the Red God radiated an unusual heat. The captain, aware of the priest's habit of observing flames, speculated that a brazier had been overturned, igniting the hold. Though a devout follower, he hesitated to disturb the priest's prayers. Yet the instinct for survival compelled him to resolutely knock on the door. However, the increasingly forceful rapping and calls for attention received no reply. Although there were no crackling sounds of wood burning behind the door, and the scent of combustion no longer seeped through the gaps in the planks, the astonishing heat emanating from the walls still conveyed the gravity of the situation. When the walls became too hot to touch, the captain had no choice but to instruct the crew to prepare to break down the door and ready the firefighting tools. Unbeknownst to them, Machiro was suspended in midair. His eyes closed, as crimson tattoos resembling real flames began to emerge upon his darkened skin. An extraordinary heat radiated from his body, and the flammable materials in the room had already carbonized. When the door was finally breached, flames surged forth, quickly filling the entire hold. These uncontrollable flames erupted from every opening of the merchant ship like molten cheese, and as everything reached its breaking point, the fire was utterly unleashed. Rising from the sea like a new sun, with a deafening explosion resonating across the waters. The Sea of Summer was not an uninhabited expanse. It was frequented by numerous merchant vessels traversing to and from the continent of Essos. Witnesses from ships within miles of the phenomenon clearly observed the extraordinary sight upon the dark surface of the sea. The incident occurred not far from the ruins of the Valyrian freehold, shrouded in smoke, prompting cautious and prudent captains to swiftly alter their courses, steering clear of the spectacle. Such an occurrence was evidently beyond human control. Whatever transpired there, it was certain that no one could emerge unscathed. The wisest course of action was to maintain a safe distance. Certainly, adventurers and ambitious souls have always been plentiful upon the vast seas. The captain, with swift resolve, made the decision to steer directly toward the area of the incident. It was not far from the Sea of Smoke. Should he manage to acquire a Valyrian artifact, it would perhaps free him from the perils of the treacherous ocean for a lifetime. These adventurers are not devoid of wisdom. They harbor their own schemes. As the colossal fireball ascended into the heavens, it continued to radiate brilliance, yet ultimately faded into nothingness. Based on their experience, the captains surmised that the perilous area was at least an hour's journey away, and it was likely that danger had already departed. Nevertheless, the remnants left behind would still constitute a significant fortune for an ordinary person. Chapter 39. The Purple Book. Daoist, a grand, three-masted sailing ship, cleaved through the waves under the summer sun, swiftly heading southward. In the world of ice and fire, vessels still relied on a combination of sails and oars, a reflection of Martin's inspiration from medieval Europe, as well as the protracted and unstable seasons that hindered the establishment of consistent monsoon currents. Furthermore, the stagnation of progress over the past 8,000 years remains an enigma, as if some unseen force obstructs the advancement of affairs. Laozi, who does not subscribe to the notion of an unchanging world, commissioned a swift, three-masted ship in a flying scissor design from the shipyard. While it is indeed convenient to ride the clouds, some of his subordinates, lacking sufficient magical prowess, found it arduous to endure long voyages. Since there was no pressing urgency, savoring the experience of maritime travel was a delightful diversion. At this moment, Laozi was not aboard the vessel. Instead, it was piloted by Bayuyu, the master of the Thousand Machines Cave, along with a cadre of fairies. Laozi could not attend to every matter personally. Thus, he had enlightened numerous sentient beings within the imperial forest to assist him. The conquest of the Summer Islands and the continent of Essos was the first step in expanding his dominion, prompting him to dispatch the majority of his forces. The flying scissor ship was inherently swift, and today's course was fortuitously suitable, allowing the three-masted vessel to navigate the seas with remarkable speed. At this moment, Bayuyu stood at the helm, peering through a telescope to survey the ocean's expanse. As a terrestrial creature, she was filled with curiosity about the sea. However, as the eldest of the seven sisters and the leader of this expedition, she needed to exude a sense of gravitas. Although they had all been enlightened simultaneously, varying levels of cultivation did not create hierarchical distinctions among them. To maintain her authority, she could not indulge in the playful antics of her fifth and sixth sisters on the foredeck, nor could she emulate the seventh sister, who dangled from the ship's railing, playing with the water below. Instead, she opted to observe the distant scenery through the telescope, alleviating her own sense of restlessness. In truth, there was no need for her to monitor the surroundings. An owl perched atop the mast was already rotating its head, ensuring that nothing escaped its keen sight. "Sister, why not take a moment to rest?" A gracefully attired lady approached Bai Yu from behind, presenting her with a steaming cup of tea. After accepting the cup and taking a delicate sip, she remarked, "Ah, third sister, where is your sibling? Greetings." The second sister is presently engrossed in her calculations within her chamber. She opines that last month, the sixth and seventh sisters must have been rather indolent, as the silks presented to the immortal were inexplicably reduced by 2 bolts. Bai Yu, with a gentle laugh, reassures it matters not. The younger sisters are at an age where playfulness reigns, and the immortal shall not take offense. Oh dear, you are well aware of the second sister's meticulous nature. Elder sister, the younger ones may indeed find themselves in quite the predicament, she chuckled, shaking her head lightly, her gaze softening as she observed the younger sisters frolicking in merriment. Suddenly, the third sister, in a mock reproachful tone, exclaimed, "Oh, you naughty little rat, scurrying about everywhere. What, do you wish to burrow beneath my skirts?" At that moment, she extended a beautifully embroidered red shoe from beneath her gown, deftly pinning a plump rat by its tail with the tip of her shoe. The rodent, with its sleek, shiny fur, struggled valiantly to escape her grasp. The woman clad in dark attire, who had been leaning against the front mast, did not turn around but swiftly hurled a flying dagger. The blade, swift as lightning, struck just before the rat's nose, causing it to recoil in fright and clutch the third sister's foot with its tiny paws. "Ah, you audacious little creature. How dare you take advantage of me?" The elegant lady in palace garb expressed her disdain, forcefully shaking her foot to send the rat flying far away. The creature collided with the ship's railing, emitting a pained squeak, followed by a swirl of smoke, from which emerged a shifty-eyed old Taoist. Clutching his waist, he lamented, "Oh dear, my old back. This poor Taoist feels as though his spine shall snap." The third sister glared at him sternly and replied, "Humph. Who told you to scamper about in the form of a rat? You have already been enlightened by the immortal, taking on human form. Why revert to your original shape? Should you jeopardize the immortal's good fortune, you shall face the consequences." The old Taoist, with a mischievous glint in his eye, chuckled, "Ha! Out here on the vast sea, surrounded by familiar faces, what harm is there in revealing my true form? Once one has taken on human guise, one must don the appropriate attire. Who would roam about in the nude, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth with such ease? Wouldn't you agree, old cow?" As he spoke, he adjusted his robe, tugging at it as if attempting to achieve a more comfortable fit. The burly man at the helm, bare-chested and silent, remained unbothered, while the young maidens frolicking ahead took notice of the commotion. The fifth sister sprang forth, pulling a face at the Taoist. "You shameless purple book Taoist," claiming to be the foremost among the 12 zodiac signs. Unfazed, the Taoist stood tall and proud. "Huh? Though we have assumed human form, we must not forget our roots. Besides, even when the immortal has business, he does not shy away from revealing his true self to you. If you ask me, the immortal is rather stingy, keeping you sisters so close while neglecting us. Poor my younger brother, who, yearning for but a glimpse of you bathing, has been exiled to the farthest northern reaches. In that frigid wasteland, how can a cold-blooded creature endure such torment? And to add insult to injury, he has seen nothing at all." At the old Taoist's words, the faces of the Spider sisters changed dramatically. In an instant, the dark-clad woman darted before the loquacious Taoist, seizing his collar with her delicate, fair hand and lifting him effortlessly. She produced a dagger from an unknown source with her other hand, pressing it against the cheek of the purple-clad Taoist, her exquisite eyes burning with an intensity akin to flames, scorching the audacious old rat before her. "Oh dear aunt, I apologize, please do not act rashly." The Taoist endeavored to present a conciliatory expression with his left cheek, cautiously avoiding any movement of his right cheek, fearful that the dagger might pierce him should he make a sudden gesture, thus contorting his face into an absurd grimace. "Oh dear, old bull, plead for me. After all, I am your leader." The muscular man steering the ship seemed utterly oblivious to the commotion beside him, steadfastly gazing ahead at the surface of the sea. Suddenly, a rabbit with lustrous fur rose from the man's opposite shoulder, traversing over his head to chime in with a delicate voice. "Ha! You, old rat, strutting about here, day after day with your loose tongue. How does it feel to learn a lesson? Oh dear aunt, please do not stoke the flames further. Utter a kind word and plead for your esteemed sisters." Bai Yu, with a serious expression, fixed her gaze on the purple-clad Taoist and declared, "Old fool. The actions of the immortal are beyond our discussion. What benefits the immortal grants us can just as easily be retracted. Indeed, indeed, thank you for your admonishment, esteemed aunt. I shall remember this and never err again." Bai Yu observed the shameless rogue for a moment longer, noting that his gaze had steadied, suggesting he had absorbed the lesson. She then addressed the black-clad woman before her. "Fourth sister, we must collaborate with our friends from the 12 Zodiac to fulfill the Immortal's commission. For the sake of our elder sister, let him go for now." The black-clad woman maintained her stern demeanor. "Humph, elder sister, I believe this old fool remains unrepentant. I shall teach him a lesson." Without waiting for her elder sister's intervention, fourth sister swung her arm, casting the Daoist far away. "Ah, help! Save me!" The purple-clad Daoist arced through the air, emitting cries of distress. "Humph, swim to the Summer Islands and learn your lesson," came fourth sister's icy voice from afar. Chapter 40, Duel of Magic, Part 1. Desire serves as the greatest driving force for humanity's advancement. When the first merchant ship plunged into the vicinity of the smoke-filled scene, the flames still flickering upon the remnants of shattered vessels had yet to extinguish. The scattered sparks upon the sea served as the finest guiding beacon, and the keen-eyed sailors spotted traces of the shipwreck from afar. The perilous venture yielded no rewards. The cargo aboard was either obliterated by the explosion or had sunk into the depths of the ocean. The intrepid captain encountered neither the mythical sea monsters nor treasures or magical artifacts he had envisioned. Ultimately, they salvaged only an unconscious castaway from the sea, a figure of dark skin and bare flesh, who, on a moonless night, would have been scarcely noticeable upon the surface of the water. However, the vivid crimson tattoos that blazed as if truly aflame drew the sailor's attention. As the sailor retrieved the unfortunate soul from the water with a net, the onlookers were horrified to discover that his eyes had been reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh, with extensive burn scars radiating from the sockets, nearly consuming half of his visage. The ghastly injury elicited gasps of shock from the crowd. However, upon noticing the man's chest still rising and falling, they were astonished that he could survive such a traumatic ordeal. It seemed he was truly favored by the gods, having emerged alive from such a calamity. Ultimately, the intrepid captain commanded his merchant vessel to linger in the area until dawn. Yet, even as the sun illuminated the sea, he had to concede the fruitlessness of his entire night's endeavor, hastily directing the ship to depart the cursed waters. He needed to return to his course, as he was perilously close to breaching his contract. His compassion for the survivor extended only to ensuring that he would not be cast back into the sea before he breathed his last. The sailor placed him in a slightly shaded corner on the deck and then abandoned him to his fate. Fortunately, the latter part of the voyage unfolded without further incident. As the merchant ship was a day and a half away from the new port of the Summer Islands, a keen-eyed sailor spotted a figure in the water, waving his arms. The captain mused that perhaps he was destined to become a salvager, given his uncanny encounters with castaways. Nevertheless, adhering to maritime customs, he ordered the vessel to draw closer. Before long, a drenched old man was hauled onto the deck. Thankfully, the warm waters of the Summer Islands and the afternoon sun suggested that he had only recently fallen overboard, escaping the perils of exposure. Yet, the captain pondered the absence of any reported nearby vessels. How had this old man ended up in such a predicament? "Ah, how grateful I am for your benevolence," the old man exclaimed, overflowing with appreciation. "Hey, old man, how did you end up in the water? You don't look like you've been there long." "But there are no other ships around?" inquired a curious sailor, echoing the captain's thoughts as he scrutinized the elder on the deck, who had not descended from the bridge. "I have been adrift for a day and a night, but my profound mastery of the Tao allows me to fast and float, which is why I have remained afloat until your noble rescue," he replied. "Tao? Are you a wizard?" "Well, one might interpret it that way," the elder responded, prompting respect from the crew. Intrigued by the old man's assertion, the captain, while descending to the deck, called out, all right, disperse. Attend to your duties. How about we share a drink, esteemed sorcerer?" The old man, responding to the captain's invitation, performed a peculiar bow that intrigued the captain. As he finished his gesture, the elder began to tremble violently, reminiscent of the captain's old dog shaking off water. Before he could ponder this further, a plume of white smoke began to emanate from the old man, and his robes visibly dried before their eyes. Witnessing such a miraculous spectacle, the captain marveled, realizing that they might have indeed stumbled upon a rare treasure. The old man trembled for a while, and upon seeing his robe return to dryness, he assumed an air of an exalted being and raised his hand to follow the captain into the cabin. Just as he reached the cabin door, he suddenly called out to the captain, pointing to the shadowy figure in the corner. "Captain, may I inquire who this is?" "Oh, this is another unfortunate soul we rescued from the summer sea a few days ago. I must tell you, at that time I witnessed." The captain began to recount the events of that fateful night to the newly salvaged wizard. Noticing the old man nodding with keen interest, the captain continued, "Strangely enough, Despite his severe injuries, he has remained unconscious for days and could not take in any nourishment. I could only manage to give him a bit of water. Yet he still clings to life, though his body burns with fever. Upon hearing this, the old man stepped closer to examine the figure more intently, one hand fiddling with a strand of his beard. I possess a modicum of medical knowledge myself, but it seems this man is not gravely harmed. Rather, he appears to be caught in a peculiar predicament. It is uncertain when he shall awaken. Ah, I see. Well then, Daoist, let us proceed to the captain's quarters. I have a fine bottle of wine to share. Indeed, I am grateful for your generous invitation, Captain. I hope I am not intruding. Not at all, not at all. Although, I wonder if the wine will suit your taste, Daoist. As the two exchanged pleasantries and entered the captain's quarters, one brimming with curiosity about magic and the other eager to display his skills in the Daoist arts, they found themselves fulfilling the task entrusted to them by Lier. The atmosphere in the captain's quarters was amiable, and their conversation flowed freely. Particularly after the self-proclaimed Daoist of the Purple Book performed a dazzling array of techniques on the captain's back, alleviating his persistent back pain, and showcased his ability to retrieve objects from afar. The captain's respect for the Purple Book Daoist grew immensely. When the Daoist further dazzled him with an elaborate series of divination and fortune-telling, the captain was nearly compelled to bow deeply in reverence. Contemplating the possibility of dedicating himself to the faith of the divine being the Daoist revered. Thus, their delightful interaction soon came to a close. Upon learning that the Purple Book Daoist intended to establish a temple in Lotus Harbor, the captain promptly produced 50 gold dragons and expressed his intention to visit the Daoist once the war in the Summer Isles concluded. The Purple Book Daoist smiled as he tucked the gold dragons into his ample sleeves and departed gracefully. Meanwhile, the unconscious rescuer was carried off the ship by sailors and unceremoniously deposited outside the walls of the dock's warehouse. Once the Purple Book Daoist vanished from sight, he swiftly slipped into a narrow alley, his beady eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings. Noticing the unusual stillness within the alley and the absence of passers-by on the main road, he instantly transformed into a wisp of green smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a sleek, glossy rat leapt onto the rooftops, bounding forward from one building to another. This rat soon returned to the vicinity of the dock, twitching its nose and scanning with its large eyes, beginning its search. Before long, it spotted the slumped figure resting against the outer wall of the warehouse. Chapter 41. The Duel of Magic, Part 2. Markiro awoke amidst the clamor of goods being loaded and unloaded at the dock and warehouse. He ran his hands over his head, feeling the ghastly scars that marred his body, nearly devoid of any covering. It is fortunate that his hands can touch the solid ground, and his body no longer feels the tumultuous sway of the sea. He has been blessed to survive. Under the direct gaze of his master, Laro, and through the refining flames of true fire, he feels his entire being infused with the brilliance of his master. Even though he is utterly blind, the formidable magical power enables him to perceive the world around him with clarity. He believes that although he has lost the vision of a mortal, he has gained the ability to penetrate the superficial and discern the essence of things. He slowly rises from the corner, and despite having gone days without sustenance, he does not feel weary. All of this is a gift from the Red God, a manifestation of the might of the King of Light. Since he has not lost his life and has returned to the embrace of the King of Light, he must continue to follow Laro's directives and journey to the Summer Islands to serve the faith of the Red God. Soon, Machiro gathered the information he sought amidst the clamor of passers-by and taverns. He discovered that he had indeed arrived at the Summer Islands, where the situation had undergone a dramatic transformation. The intelligence he had previously acquired was now obsolete. The trade governor from Pantos, Illyrio, had been crowned king in the city of Last Lament, while the Lady Sira, who had previously been pursued by Prince Jalaba and was instrumental in the construction of the new port, had become Illyrio's queen. The conqueror of the islands, King Jalaba Bor, had been struck down by a bolt of divine lightning, reduced to charred remains. Filling the religious vacuum on the islands were a group of mysterious outsiders who called themselves Taoists. They possessed a number of extraordinary abilities, which momentarily attracted a following among the populace who believed in the divine while they espoused. Machiro inquired further into the current religious policies on the island. Evidently, the newly arrived King Illyrio and Queen Sira were primarily focused on reconstructing the entire governing framework of the islands, utilizing the personnel they had brought with them, along with high-ranking slaves from Jorah and the remnants of the former officials to establish new governmental institutions at various levels. Another crucial task was the allocation of land to the farmers throughout the archipelago. Prior to the onset of Jalaba's unification wars, The economic system and development levels of the Summer Islands were exceedingly imbalanced. In the vast wilderness, numerous tribes practiced primitive collectivist economies, while more developed regions had formed slave economies. However, due to past enslavement and the wars for emancipation, slavery was not the prevailing system. Near some of the larger cities, early self-sustaining agricultural economies and large landowners had begun to emerge. When Illyrio ascended to the throne, bringing an end to over 6 months of turmoil, he employed advanced technologies, managerial personnel, innovative ideas, production tools, and, most importantly, hundreds of thousands of new immigrants to forcibly reform the economic foundations of the entire archipelago. He compelled many primitive societies to transition into feudal smallholder economies. These hundreds of thousands of slaves were granted land, tools, and, most importantly, free status, igniting a fervor for production. With the favorable climatic conditions, it is believed that they will soon resolve their survival issues and lay the groundwork for the subsequent development of the continent of Sothoros. With a myriad of administrative matters demanding attention, the new king naturally exhibits a lack of concern for religious affairs. He neither establishes any particular faith as the state religion, nor does he actively oppose any religion, provided they do not challenge his rule. Machiro, having discerned the current circumstances, soon discovers a modest temple dedicated to the Red God in Newport. This sanctuary was erected by another group of missionaries from Lis, dispatched by the high priest of Lis in response to the evident religious vacuum in the region. Upon revealing his identity and adeptly reciting the sacred texts of the Red God, particularly demonstrating the miraculous ability to ignite flames spontaneously with his hands, Machiro swiftly gains the acceptance of the local clergy. Such divine prowess unmistakably marks him as a genuine priest of the Red God, blessed and chosen, and with his inclusion, the missionary efforts in the Midsummer Isles are poised to advance significantly. Donning the red robe once more, Machiro begins to traverse the city. The methods of evangelism for the Red God are manifold, yet the most straightforward and effective approach is to garner the endorsement of the local ruling class, ideally establishing the faith as the sole legitimate religion. Should he fail to break through at the upper echelons, he must then seek to cultivate followers among the populace. The specific means employed by the priests of the Red God often involve harnessing fire to obtain omens, provide prophecies, or exhibit other forms of power, thereby demonstrating divine miracles. However, the current state of the Midsummer Isles reveals a ruling class heavily dominated by the Illyrian king, while the lower strata have recently endured the scars of war or are newly liberated slaves. Among them exists little conflict, and there is no pressing need for confrontational forces. Instead, what is required are means to heal the wounds of war and restore the courage of the people to resume their lives, a task ill-suited for the flames. Thus, Machiro resolves to exercise patience before commencing his missionary work, opting instead to meticulously survey the city and surrounding countryside for suitable entry points. Quickly, Machiro identifies a distinctive feature of Newport that sets it apart from typical cities. In most urban areas, young children can be seen either playing in the streets or congregating at the docks, engaging in errands, guiding others, or even pilfering. Yet, on the streets of Newport, such youthful figures are notably absent. He soon learns that this is due to a recent policy enacted by the new king, mandating that all children, regardless of gender, receive 3 years of education. These children are afforded the opportunity to learn reading, writing, arithmetic, and a vocational skill at no cost, with the school also providing a meal. The educational institutions are government-operated, with teachers comprising not only high-ranking slaves from the slave bay, but also a significant number of priests and priestesses, as well as other qualified individuals. Machiro perceives a significant opportunity here. These children are destined to become skilled individuals, and by taking on a teaching role, he could instill in them a belief in the Light King from a young age. Upon recognizing this opportunity, Machiro promptly heads to the town hall to apply for a teaching position. However, he encounters an immediate setback and is dismissed at the first hurdle. As a priest of the Red God, the chosen of the Light King, from a young age, he had never engaged in labor and possessed no practical skills. The literacy teachers, devoid of any specialized expertise, taught only a written language known as Chinese, a tongue he had never even heard of. Armed with a Chinese Valyrian dictionary and a general Chinese textbook, Machiro made his way to the temple, resolute in his belief that as the chosen one, he would not be thwarted by a ludicrous language. After all, he was nearly fluent in a multitude of languages from across the world. Whether it be the common Valyrian or ancient Valyrian, the western tongue of West Aeros or the eastern dialects, and even the Dothraki language from the vast grasslands. Chapter 42, The Duel of Magic, Part 3, Language serves as a natural barrier distinguishing different ethnic groups. Finding oneself in a place where one can comprehend the spoken tongue inherently brings a sense of security. Lear did not wish for his influence to spread so far that the entire world spoke English. Thus, alongside the expansion of his power, it was only fitting to disseminate his cultural beliefs as well. It must be noted that Machiro, as a young chosen of the Red God, possessed a remarkable capacity for learning. He swiftly grasped the fundamental usages of Chinese and developed basic communication skills, albeit with a peculiar accent that at least rendered him understandable. While passing the language teacher's recruitment examination remained an impossibility, he could at least comprehend the lectures during his auditing of the school. He had anticipated that the Taoist priests and priestesses would fervently promote their religious theories in class. However, contrary to his expectations, they did not. Aside from engaging narratives seemingly imbued with profound insights, these instructors did not overtly proclaim their deity as the supreme being, nor did they denounce other faiths as false gods. This left Machiro feeling somewhat disoriented, for in his experience, priests from every other sect he had encountered invariably asserted the supremacy of their own gods, deeming other deities as either insignificant or entirely non-existent. These priests would go to great lengths to propagate their beliefs, unlike the Taoists, who simply shared certain philosophies with an attitude of indifference, as if to say, believe it or not, without demanding any contributions for their faith. This approach suggested a rather casual stance, implying that belief was inconsequential as long as it cost nothing. In truth, in a realm devoid of gods and magic, a religion focused solely on self-cultivation and earthly existence, without painting grand illusions of a glorious afterlife or paradise, and lacking stringent dogmas to enforce obedience, would struggle to gain widespread traction. The best it could achieve would be to foster a plethora of lukewarm adherents and shape national character, yet yield no tangible benefits for the sect itself. However, in a world where magic exists, the visible manifestation of the Taoist priests and priestesses' powers could undoubtedly attract followers. Although Machiro found the actions of these Taoist clerics peculiar, he also recognized that the school was not his current priority. It housed only children, and in this world, only by preaching to adults capable of offering worship could one reap actual rewards. Thus, he swiftly abandoned his long-standing attempts to labor slowly within the confines of the school and returned to the streets, eager to explore alternative avenues for spreading his faith. Before long, he discovered a new focal point. The towering giants that had spread across the islands captivated his attention. Clearly, these beings possessed a magical essence, or perhaps they were creatures birthed from the very fabric of magic itself. Such an extraordinary multitude and size could only be wrought by a formidable power, one that did not originate from the Lord of Light, but rather from the abominable creations of the foreign gods that needed to be vanquished. He was acutely aware that the strength these giants wielded surpassed that of mere mortals, yet, feeling the burgeoning, tangible magic within him, he believed his flames could melt stone and metal alike. Of course, there was also the possibility that these mountain giants were not intentionally crafted by the deity, but rather formed naturally from the accumulation of magical energy. If he could harness divine power to subdue them, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the Church of the Red God. Resolute in his decision, he set forth alone towards the nearest locale where the mountain giants were rumored to roam, for the other priests and devotees of the Red God were mere mortals, devoid of divine strength, and might even become a liability. According to hunters who came to the city to sell their quarry, one particular mountain giant preferred solitude, often found seated on a coastal cliff, enjoying the sea breeze, rarely moving from that spot, which lay several dozen miles away. As he traversed the dense forest, the colossal figure became visible from miles away. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, "Fellow Daoist, halt!" Machiro turned to see an elderly Taoist emerge from the woods, his fists clenched tightly. It was evident that the old man had been following him without his knowledge. "What business do you have?" "Haha, fellow Daoist. That mountain giant is merely a spirit formed from the essence of the earth and sky. They are indifferent to worldly affairs, merely safeguarding this land. It would be best not to disturb them." "Is that so?" "My lord, Rollo, requires these spirits to embrace the righteous path and spread his great power to the world." "Oh, you refer to young Ra? He is overthinking matters." Machiro's expression twisted into a snarl. "How dare you? My lord is supreme. You, a mere mortal, cannot insult him so casually." Without hesitation, Machiro unleashed his divine power, enveloping his arms and fists in flames. His ire was not solely due to the Taoist's affront to his deity, but also because he sensed the confrontation would not end amicably. Thus, he charged at the old man. Hey, why resort to violence?" The old Taoist feigned panic, exaggeratedly dodging backward, yet his movements were graceful, effortlessly evading Machiro's assault. Ouch! My old back. After several evasive maneuvers, they created distance between them. The old man rubbed his back while continuing to shout, "Hey, Big White, come quickly to my aid." Humph! Did you not boast of your ability to handle this? Following the sound, Machiro beheld a massive white tiger, clad in armor and wielding a colossal sword, emerging from behind the trees, towering over a man. I had thought that with my eloquence, I could persuade this companion to reconsider, but to my dismay, he resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. As an old man, I shall leave the task of combat to you. Upon witnessing yet another extraordinary creature, Machiro recognized the formidable opponent wielding a sword longer than himself and thus adopted a defensive stance, preparing for the confrontation. The old man, shaking his head and spouting nonsensical arguments, retreated to the edge of the forest, displaying an attitude of non-intervention. Machiro discerned that this meant he was to face the white tiger alone, and without further ado, he summoned his magical energy, intensifying the flames, and charged at the white tiger. Flames enveloped his iron fists, striking down upon the massive sword with tremendous force, causing fiery explosions upon impact that scattered embers in all directions. As sparks ignited the surrounding foliage, the old man hastily gestured, affixing talismans to the nearby trees to construct a protective array aimed at preventing the rampant flames and energy from wreaking havoc on the forest. At this moment, Machiro was too preoccupied to notice the old man's actions. The white tiger's movements, though appearing slow, were deceptively swift. The giant sword sliced through the air with ferocity, each powerful downward strike or sweeping motion threatening to sever the surrounding vegetation. Although Machiro was agile enough to evade the blade, he felt the stinging force of the wind generated by the sword. Chapter 43, The Duel of Magic, Part 4. Machiro sensed that he was nearing his limit. The white tiger's speed was increasing while his own stamina dwindled, making it increasingly arduous to dodge the massive blade. Realizing that this trajectory would yield no favorable outcome, Machiro summoned his strength and delivered a heavy punch against the giant sword, resulting in a burst of flames as the tiger assumed a defensive posture. Utilizing the force of the collision, he leapt backward, hoping to create some distance to either recover his strength or devise a new strategy. As he retreated rapidly, Machiro suddenly felt his body stiffen, taking an unsteady step forward. He sensed that his back had collided with a granite wall. Yet his peripheral vision indicated that he should be amidst sparse trees, at least 20 meters away from the nearest one. Reaching behind him, he encountered an inexplicable sensation of obstruction in his palm, despite the emptiness that surrounded him. From the shadows of the distant trees, the old man chuckled. "Ah-ha-ha. There is no need to test your strength, my friend. This place has been ensnared by my 5-gate 8 trigrams array. With your prowess, it would be futile to attempt a breach. I advise you to relinquish your obsession and join us in cultivating the profound truths of this universe." Machiro did not respond to the old man's words. Instead, he clasped his hands together and began to chant an incantation. "In the long, perilous night, only my Lord remains, with eternal light." Upon concluding the final verse, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The crimson tattoos across Machiro's body blazed to life, flames rapidly enveloping him until he became a colossal inferno, with a dark silhouette at the core of the flames. Magma surged forth from his tightly shut eyes. Observing this unsettling scene, the old Daoist shouted to the tiger, "Run, old boy. This lad has summoned a spirit." With that, he promptly retrieved a yellow talisman and ignited it in an instant. Machiro's eyes flew open, yet their former appearance had transformed into two glowing orbs resembling molten iron, radiating intense beams of heat. The tiger, already sensing the peril, seized the opportunity as Machiro opened his eyes and swiftly fled from the formation. The searing rays pursued the tiger's retreating silhouette, instantly causing the grand formation to tremble, emitting a blinding light and a deafening noise, startling the countless birds in the forest. In the distance, a colossal mountain giant also took notice of the commotion, retreating in alarm, causing the ground to shake violently. The purple book Daoist bellowed to those around him, "Stop gawking. This fellow is desperate. Before the immortal Lee arrives, we must prevent his spirit from wreaking havoc here and destroying this island." Everyone gathered to form the earthly branches formation. No sooner had the Daoist finished speaking than several figures flickered into view amidst the trees. The 11 zodiac signs took their positions, channeling their powers, weaving a new formation outside the 5-gate 8 trigrams array previously set by the purple book Daoist. "Hey, big white cat. What mischief have you wrought to provoke him into such a self-destructive frenzy?" A monkey, with a massive wine gourd at his waist, called out to the tiger. "Humph," asked that wretched mouse. It's his foul mouth that nearly scorched the tail of the Tiger Lord. Silence. Focus on the formation. Your array is flawed at a critical point and cannot endure. My sisters and I will set up the 7 stars, 1,000 threads formation outside. If you cannot hold, retreat. Bai Yu arrived with her sisters, halting the argument among the purple book Daoist and the others. No need for concern, I have arrived. As they spoke, Li Er appeared on the scene, waving his hand to dismiss their attempts at formality. You hold for a moment longer while I assess the situation with this crimson spirit. Approaching the grand formation, Li Er noted that the scorching rays had already pierced the first layer of the array, sending ripples across the 12 earthly branches formation, shrouding the interior in a scarlet hue, rendering it nearly invisible to the naked eye. Li Er calculated briefly, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well. I shall open a portal above the grand formation shortly. You must focus your energies. Seeing that everyone had acknowledged his instructions, Li Er leapt into the air. With a flick of his hand, distortions began to manifest above the formation, transforming from an inverted bowl into a funnel pouring oil. Before long, the flames within the formation identified the weak point in the array, instantly breaching the funnel, and the scarlet flames surged skyward like an erupting volcano. The flames that burst into the sky did not dissipate. Instead, they began to coalesce into a swirling mass, revealing a dark, twisted visage within the fire. From another realm. How dare you defy me? Li Er gazed at the contorted face, smiling as he replied, What of it? You, a crippled entity lurking in subspace. Believe yourself to be formidable? If you possess the courage, come and face me in person. Humph, merely indulging in verbal bravado. The world war is on the brink of commencement. Your reckless audacity will inevitably lead you to face the consequences. Huh. You merely wish to ally with the frost god to confront me. Do you believe I am afraid? I await you. Li Er, weary of engaging in further trivial discourse with these phantoms of the subspace, raised his hand to unleash a surge of celestial energy. This ethereal force coalesced in the air into a cluster of ice crystals, which swiftly pierced the fiery orb above. The flame, provoked by the ice crystals, promptly lost its equilibrium, writhing and contracting like a mass of flesh before suddenly expanding and erupting. A blinding radiance engulfed the entire sky, and a thunderous roar resonated throughout the expanse, as the air compressed, sending shockwaves that rustled the trees below. Such a grand explosion, however, inflicted no harm upon anyone. Li Er smiled, deftly manipulating his incantation, feeling the slight drain of his magical essence, a triumphant grin emerging upon his face. As he descended to the ground, Bai Yu approached with concern, inquiring, My lord, are you unharmed? Li Er gently caressed the delicate hand of the spider spirit, responding with a smile, All is well. My dear companions. Bai Yu's cheeks flushed with modesty, unable to meet the gaze of Li Er or her fellow sisters, quietly retracting her hand. Observing Li Er's actions, the Daoist Zishu realized he could no longer linger like a candle in the wind and swiftly led those beside him to discreetly depart. As Li Er turned to behold the retreating figures, he shook his head. He was not a demon, so why did they fear him so? In that same pitch-black realm, a flicker of flame suddenly ignited within the void. Machiro felt himself suspended in a state between slumber and wakefulness, sensing he had returned to the embrace of his master. From the depths of the immense, writhing shadow, a chain shot forth, causing the flame to twist and transform. When the chain made contact with the flame, it fully morphed into the final link at the chain's end. Machiro, open your heart, and let me see what power the alien deity has infused within you. Machiro felt his soul being severed into fine strands, as though being ground to dust by a millstone. His essence did not ascend to the promised paradise of his master, but was instead shackled in hell, eternally deprived of liberation. Chapter 44. The Great Sparrow, Part 1. The Great Sparrow, having devoted himself to the faith of the 7 gods, relinquished his name. He vowed to embody all the virtues and precepts of the 7. When he proposed to sell all the gold ornaments within the Star Sanctuary to purchase grain for the farmers suffering from hunger and cold outside the old town during winter, he was dispatched by the Archbishop of the Star Sanctuary to procure provisions in Hujian, despite having sold all his possessions. Upon returning to the old town with a cartload of grain in the spring sunlight, he could only behold scattered bones, pursued and fought over by wild dogs. Henceforth, he distanced himself from the opulent sanctuary, evading the city and the Lord's castle, traversing the rural paths towards remote villages, delivering the blessings of the 7 gods to those impoverished regions where practitioners seldom ventured. Years of wandering have bestowed upon him not only weathered skin and calloused feet, but also a measure of renown among the impoverished of Westeros. News of turmoil has once again emerged, the mad King Aerys has incinerated the Duke of the North and his eldest son in King's Landing, igniting rebellion across the lands of the Seven Kingdoms. Fortunately, spring has arrived, and the most arduous days are now behind. The conflict soon drew to a close, with the devastation wrought upon the common folk being relatively modest. Westeros has never known tranquility. Lords vie for dominion over territories, forests, rivers, hunting grounds, and even the meager benefits of a rural path can incite warfare. The relationships among the kings of the Seven Kingdoms, the later guardians of various realms, the Targaryen dynasty of King's Landing, and the noble houses are exceedingly intricate, some driven by ambition for the throne, others by familial interests, and still others by mere foolish passions or ignorant desires. Wars can erupt for any reason, their scale ranging from mere skirmishes between two castles to the annihilation of entire continents. Although Westeros boasts what appears to be the most sophisticated feudal knightly system in the known world and has established a unified realm of seven kingdoms, this seems markedly more advanced than the city-states across the narrow sea that rely heavily on slavery. However, warfare in the Seven Kingdoms remains at a level reminiscent of medieval Europe, with knights responding to their lords' calls, following their feudal lords into battle. While they may equip themselves with armor and steeds, they carry only a scant supply of provisions. The primary forces of war comprise not only well-armed knights, but also a multitude of forcibly conscripted peasant infantry. The responsibility for the army's sustenance falls to the great lords who summon the war, although affluent lords can provide a portion of the supplies. The inadequacies of transportation still hinder the movement of large quantities of food to the front lines. Thus, local provisioning becomes the optimal strategy for warfare. This not only resolves the logistical challenges of food transport, but also undermines the enemy's war potential. Resourceful lords, cognizant of the necessity to maintain their main force's combat effectiveness, may dispatch supply units to gather provisions, sparing their primary troops from such menial tasks that might otherwise dampen morale. Of course, the term local requisition is merely a euphemism. A more vivid description would be looting, accompanied by the horrors of rape, slaughter, and endless devastation. Yet, the lords are indifferent to such atrocities. As long as their castles remain unbreached, the impoverished will, like crops in a field, simply continue to grow. The knightly system of Westeros has been in operation for 6 millennia since the arrival of the Undulls, and no one questions its legitimacy any longer. A small sparrow pushes a cart laden with several bags of inadequately filled grain, a meager collection he has painstakingly amassed to deliver to a village in the Riverlands. Recently, a plague has erupted there, and the Lord has sealed the only road out, forbidding anyone from leaving. Clearly, he has no intention of aiding the populace. He merely hopes that the commoners perish swiftly, lest the contagion spread to other parts of his domain. The sparrow, a somewhat renowned monk, pressed onward despite the warnings of the guards stationed at the entrance. They cautioned him that without the Lord's permission, once he entered, he would not be permitted to leave. Reluctantly, they ceased their attempts to impede his passage. Struggling to maneuver his cart along the muddy woodland path, he emerged from the thicket to behold a quintessential Westerosi village. An air of death pervaded the settlement. Though the ground was not yet littered with corpses, the absence of any visible inhabitants was palpable. The cottages emitted no plumes of smoke, and the once vibrant children were nowhere to be seen, leaving the village as silent as if devoid of life. The sparrow set down the handles of his cart, and, steeling himself, ventured into the village. He silently recited prayers to the Seven, beseeching divine grace to aid both himself and the beleaguered souls of this place. Yet, the Seven appeared disinclined to bestow mercy, as was often the case. His supplications elicited no response. Instead, his gaze fell upon a scene of tragic despair. The villagers were gathered in the central square, where a rare stone statue of the Holy Mother stood, sculpted by the hand of a wealthy benefactor in the village's past. The statue, with a serene visage, gazed down upon the people as if cradling them like a tender mother. However, no compassion emanated from the statue. The sparrow beheld only the grim visages of the dead, faces ashen, bodies rigid, skin festering, and blood pooling from their lips. Some mothers clutched their infants, their cheeks marred by dried trails of blood and tears, while fathers lay prostrate on the ground, arms outstretched, grasping the frail body of a deceased child, as if in a final desperate act to draw their offspring closer to the Holy Mother's grace. The sparrow noted a few corpses turned away from the statue, perhaps having realized that no fervent prayers could sway the divine, and choosing to abandon their pleas. Silence enveloped the sparrow. He could no longer continue his silent prayers. The sight of lifeless bodies pierced his eyes like daggers, penetrating his very soul. Memories surged before him, a cascade of past tragedies replaying in his mind. He had once believed the suffering was a consequence of their insufficient faith in the seven. Yet, he questioned why the avaricious, ignorant, tyrannical, debauched, and shameless lords reveled in endless feasts of roasted meats and cakes, while the impoverished children struggled for mere morsels of bread. He recalled a 12-year-old child, driven by hunger to steal a loaf, facing the Lord's punishment, either amputation or donning the garb of shame. In stark contrast, that very Lord had just pilfered a year's worth of taxes from his foster child's domain, unpunished, even though this Lord never set foot in the temple. The corpulent archbishop adorned in gold and jewels would dutifully visit his castle to offer blessings from the seven during times of celebration. Chapter 45. The Sparrow, Part 2. The sparrow, resourceful and resolute, began to dismantle the thatched cottage that had lost its master, using the tools he found at hand. He gathered available fuel and began to construct a colossal pyre in the village square, meticulously arranging the bodies of the villagers within its embrace. With every adjustment he made to a lifeless form, he silently prayed to the strangers and the Heavenly Father, yearning for a miracle to unfold. These innocent villagers should not perish in vain. If even one soul could survive, it would serve as a testament to the veritable might of the seven gods. Yet, as was customary, no miracle came to pass until the flames were ignited. The roaring fire blazed brightly, illuminating the inky darkness of the night. In the interplay of light and shadow, the serene visage of the statue of the Virgin Mother at the heart of the pyre gradually morphed into that of a skull in the eyes of the great sparrow. The great sparrow gazed calmly at the consuming flames, aware that some things could never be restored. As the morning sun pierced through the ashes and smoke, he had stood quietly before the pyre throughout the night, burying the shattered remnants of the Virgin statue and the ashes of the villagers into the earth before turning to leave. He was oblivious to the name of this village and the identities of its inhabitants. Thus, he did not know how to erect tombstones, leaving only a mark of the seven-pointed star. Perhaps next summer, landless farmers would discover this place and settle here. Perhaps another summer would bring a lord who would send tax collectors to demand tribute. Perhaps other monks would arrive to spread the teachings of the seven gods. Yet, the seven gods would never cast their gaze upon this place or bestow their blessings upon it. Like a mere shell of a man, the great sparrow wandered through the forest, unable to retrace his steps. The guards at the crossroads would not allow his departure, and he was uncertain if he himself had contracted the plague. To prevent the spread of disease, he resolved to isolate himself for a while. Meanwhile, the tranquil existence within the woods allowed him to ponder the significance of his lifelong devotion, deeply shaking his faith in his beliefs and his deity. Thus, he meandered aimlessly through the forest, oblivious to the passage of time, his burlap garments in tatters. It was only when the sound of crashing waves reached his ears that he awakened to the realization that he had traversed hundreds of miles and arrived at the shore. Fortunately, his seven-pointed star pendant remained intact, a token of his identity. Following the coastline for a while, he stumbled upon a town, and upon entering, he discovered he had arrived at the town of En Quan in the Lord's territory. Fortunately, the archbishop of the local chapel recognized him, and with a hint of favor, he acquired an old set of monk's robes and a few silver deer coins. Yet, he remained uncertain of his next destination, his past rigorous asceticism now seeming absurd and devoid of meaning. He sat in a tavern, ordering his first mug of ale. The tavern owner, seemingly unfazed by a monk partaking in drink, accepted his coins and did not disturb him further. The sparrow sat quietly, absorbing the clamor of the tavern. As he swallowed a mouthful of liquor, the fiery sensation in his throat was quite uncomfortable, yet soon a dizzying sensation enveloped his mind, rendering the world in unfamiliar angles. Amidst the intoxication, the raucous conversations of the sailors grew increasingly distinct. He could easily discern who was boasting and who was recounting genuine events. Before long, the discourse of two merchants at the adjacent table captured his attention. "Hey, have you heard that the turmoil in the Summer Isles has come to an end? Indeed. The spice prices in King's Landing have begun to decline. I suggest you seize this last opportunity before those northern bumpkins catch wind of it. Make haste to White Harbor for another run." "Humph, as if luck is on our side. Big Mouth Colin has already headed north. I saw his ship leave port yesterday. This news can no longer be concealed. By the seven, how could this be? If only the unrest in the Summer Isles persisted a few more days." "Oh, who wouldn't he agree? I heard that the king who sought to unify the Summer Isles was struck down by lightning. They say it was divine retribution for his disrespect. Who knows? However, I did hear that a merchant from Pintos ultimately reaped the rewards and became the king of the Summer Isles. Oh, if only I could possess such fortune. But the Summer Isles are too remote. I've heard tales of moving giants there, as large as hills. It hardly seems a desirable place. Whom have you been listening to? How could there be moving giants?" even at the Red Temple in Volantis. I've never seen the most deranged fire priests perform magic larger than a house. Upon overhearing their conversation, the sparrow fell into contemplation. Setting aside doctrine, he acknowledged the existence of magic in this world. However, since the extinction of the Targaryen dragons, traces of magic had nearly vanished. Once, the fire-wielding sorcerers who came to King's Landing merely performed tricks rather than displaying true magical prowess. Yet, the tales of the lightning-struck king and the hill-sized giants were utterly alarming. He could not fathom that those who had not witnessed reality could conjure such wonders from thin air. Resolute, he decided to journey to the Summer Isles to uncover the truth. Since the faith in the Seven could not save humanity, and since he could not compel the Seven to watch over the people of Westeros through prayer, he would seize power himself and strive to rescue the corrupt and fallen realm of Westeros. With this conviction, the Sparrow found a merchant ship willing to carry him to the Summer Isles. The captain, a devout follower of the Seven, admired the fervent monk's willingness to venture to the distant Summer Isles to preach and generously offered him a free passage. Half a month later, gazing at the silhouette of Sunspear gradually fading on the horizon, the Sparrow realized he had officially departed from the continent of Westeros. He was uncertain of what he would encounter in the Summer Isles or what he might gain. Nevertheless, he understood that the Seven were but 7 useless pieces of wood, devoid of any miracles to aid mortals. Through conversations with captains who have ventured to the Summer Isles, he became aware that significant events were indeed unfolding there, and that magic had returned to the realm for the first time. He knew he must seize the power of magic before it slipped away. Otherwise, the Church would continue to deceive mankind with the guise of the 7 gods' divine power, as it had done for millennia. Those nobles and bishops, unworthy of their elevated positions, would persist in enslaving the people of Westeros. The Sparrows felt a great purpose rekindled within his heart, reigniting the fire of his ambition, transporting him back to his youth. In those days, he had just grasped the tenets of the Seven, filled with fervent hope as he practiced the faith of the Seven in Westeros. Now, he resolved to embark upon the path he had chosen, to deliver divine retribution to those who acted with impunity in the name of the gods. Chapter 46. The Sparrows, Part 3. Upon setting foot on land once more, the Sparrows arrived at his first destination in the Summer Isles, the docks of Last Right City. The situation in the Summer Isles had stabilized. The government of Illyrio had effectively regained control over the internal affairs, and the blockade of the entire archipelago had been largely lifted. To the outside world, the Summer Isles appeared as a remote island far from the main continent, possessing little value beyond its spices. A merchant king could ostensibly better safeguard the interests of traders from various regions, especially since this king was rumored to have intricate ties with forces capable of taming dragons. Consequently, no one sought to provoke trouble for meager gains. For the island's inhabitants, the chaos had wrought excessive bloodshed and destruction. Thus, a new king who could ensure stability and a measure of fairness was deemed acceptable. The Sparrow's first stop was the city center square, now transformed into a memorial site, where locals had begun referring to it as Thunder Square. The remnants of the former king and the platform for Illyrio's coronation had been dismantled, yet the stone slab at the square's center still bore the immense radial scars. The once orderly stones lay shattered, forming a shallow circular pit. Surrounding the pit, a wooden fence had been erected, drawing a gathering of onlookers. A vendor was selling long aromatic incense sticks, and some had purchased these sticks to ignite them in reverence before the pit. Curious, the Sparrows approached an individual who had just completed their act of worship and prepared to depart. "Good sir, I have some inquiries that I hope you might assist me with. Would you be so kind as to spare a moment?" The man, noticing the Sparrow's humble attire yet kind visage, exuded an approachable aura, and thus did not refuse. "Who are you?" "Oh, I am a priest of the Seven from the continent of Westeros. I have forsaken my worldly name and now call myself the Sparrows." "Sparrows? Is that a name of a bird?" "Indeed, it is the most common and humble bird from our land." "Ah, then why does the master choose such a name?" "Beneath the divine, we are all mere mortals, and the distinctions of nobility and commonality between us are rather insignificant. Names, in truth, hold little importance. They are merely tokens of identification. The name Sparrow serves as a constant reminder that, before the 7 gods, we are but insignificant sparrows." "Ah, what profound insight you possess." "Esteemed master." The great Sparrow, having been captivated by the one before him, revealed a benevolent smile and inquired, "Might I ask what you were engaged in just now?" "Oh, this is a recently popular method of prayer. Lighting incense and candles is akin to offering reverence to the deities," came the response. "Oh, do the gods of the Summer Islands not require offerings?" "Once, they did, Some tribes on certain islands even demanded human hearts as sacrifices to ensure victory in battle. Oh, has there been a recent change? Indeed, the change has been significant. As he spoke, he swallowed hard and surveyed the surroundings. The great sparrow smiled gently and said, "It would be unwise to merely speak here. That establishment is a tavern. How about I treat you to a drink?" "Ah, would that not trouble you, master?" "Not at all. I have severed my ties with the church. As long as my faith in the 7 gods remains intact, nothing else matters." "Ah, your wisdom is commendable." The two entered a tavern by the square, found a table, ordered 2 bottles of beer, and continued their conversation. "You mentioned there have been changes on the island recently?" "Yes, this all traces back to King Jalaba's initiation of the unification war for our summer islands. That butcher from Red Flower Valley is quite the ambitious character. When he goes to war, he is truly terrifying. It is said that 90% of the noble chieftains and esteemed priests on the island have fallen to his armies. Oh, how can such a brutal individual maintain a lasting rule over a kingdom? Ah, he has yet to establish his reign. Just as he was about to conquer our last bastion, Elegy City, he held his coronation ceremony in Thunder Square. However, due to his rampant slaughter, the heavens could no longer bear witness and struck him down with lightning, leaving him as a charred corpse." "Ah, is that the very pit you just reverenced?" "Indeed. That is the spot. The pit marks the trace left by the thunder. Then why do you choose to worship there?" "From your words, it seems King Jalaba is not held in your esteem." "Regarding King Jalaba, we do not harbor animosity towards him. After all, he only slays the wealthy lords and priests. However, we do not worship him. Rather, we offer our gratitude to the heavens for their greatness." "And who, pray tell, is this deity of the heavens?" "The heavens are. Well, I cannot quite comprehend. I have heard it said that the heavens are the supreme God above all, and thus we worship them. Besides, the heavens demand no offerings from us, nor do they impose a tithe through priests. A simple act of reverence may suffice, and perhaps, in their benevolence, they may bestow upon us some blessings. That would not be a misfortune. Are there no priests of the heavens among mortals?" "There are indeed. Those newly arrived Daoists and fairies are examples. However, they differ from typical priests. They do not accept offerings without cause, but rather charge fees akin to doctors for their services or educators for tuition. Moreover, unlike other priests who cater only to the elite, they also attend to us common folk." Upon listening to the somewhat superficial and half-informed words of this individual, the sparrow discerned that these Daoists and immortals likely differed fundamentally from all the deities he had previously encountered in his rituals. Moreover, the philosophies they propagated resonated remarkably with his own experiences and contemplations cultivated over the years, potentially aiding him in the pursuit of his aspirations. Most significantly, it was evident that these individuals possessed genuine magical abilities. Setting aside the miraculous account of the king struck by lightning, the numerous tales of miraculous healings attributed to these Daoists and immortals stirred his imagination. After all, the scholars of the Citadel were still administering opiates and bloodletting to the lords and kings of Westeros. The sparrow was not entirely convinced of the existence of an exalted celestial being, as this notion bore no distinction from the elusive 7 gods. It seemed merely a ruse to deceive the masses. However, the existence of magic was irrefutable and constituted the essence of his path. He understood that he had made the right choice, for regardless of the outcome, he was determined to witness magic firsthand. Should he be able to harness such power, it would be ideal. If not, he would return to the continent of Westeros, bringing children to learn the arcane arts and instilling in them his own vision. He envisioned these children, imbued with his ideals, igniting a flame of hope in Westeros, purging the decayed and fallen lords, kings, bishops, and monks. 6 millennia had been far too long. It was time for a thorough renewal. As for the price to be paid for this transformation, he remained indifferent, for he deemed every sacrifice worthwhile. Chapter 47. The Sparrow, Part 4. The sparrow did not rush to seek out the so-called Daoists and immortals. Rather, he wished to conduct a thorough examination of the circumstances on the Summer Isles, to discern the impact of this newly emerged religion upon the land. Decades of arduous training had not only bestowed upon him an aged visage and roughened skin, but also endowed him with a patience that far surpassed that of ordinary men. He began to traverse the Summer Isles on foot, noting that the climatic conditions were indeed splendid, true to its name, even in the heart of winter. The temperature remained akin to that of summer. As he walked along the main road leading away from the city, he observed that the fields in the outskirts had been harvested and were now awaiting the arrival of the next rainy season. Unlike the farmers of Westeros, the farmers here did not retreat into their humble abodes. Instead, most remained actively tilling the soil. The sparrow was quite adept at engaging with the common folk, and eagerly joined the farmers in their labor, quickly forming camaraderie with those around him. Before long, he discerned that what had emerged was not merely magic and religion, but also a novel form of governance. The land had been distributed among the farmers, granting them ownership, which accounted for their enthusiastic dedication to their fields. Furthermore, the new king of Illyria had instituted remarkably low tax rates, thereby garnering widespread support from the common populace. However, from the sparrow's perspective, given the advantageous climatic conditions of the Summer Isles, the farmers ought not to exhibit such fervor for production, as the abundance of food rendered it quite inexpensive. Upon further inquiry, the sparrow unearthed the underlying secrets of this phenomenon. With the Illyrian king's complete control over the archipelago, his queen, Lady Sarah, established a network of trading houses throughout the Summer Isles. The clerks of these trading houses entered into procurement contracts with the farmers, securing large quantities of grain. Although the contract prices did not significantly rise compared to the past, their stability ensured the farmers could at least break even. Naturally, no one would easily trust the clerk's words if they only approached with empty promises. However, following the recent harvest season, it was these clerks who arrived with tangible gold to purchase the grain, thus earning the farmers' trust in their commitments. The sparrow observed with increasing astonishment and curiosity, for he had never encountered such integrity among grain merchants in Westeros. It was customary for them to exploit the farmers' vulnerability and ignorance, employing inaccurate measuring tools to secretly undercount weights, utilizing convoluted currency conversion systems to underpay in coppers and silvers, or, in the worst cases, offering nothing but tattered tools and garments in exchange for the farmers' produce. In this grim reality, the lands of Westeros belonged to knights and lords, leaving the farmers often unable to claim their own harvests. With a mere command, a lord could demand that the farmers surrender the fruits of their year's labor, allowing the lord to procure costly spices and armaments from merchants while the farmers were left with scant potatoes to sustain themselves. Come autumn, a benevolent lord might leave them a meager portion of their yield, while a callous one would remain indifferent to the farmer's plight. As snow blanketed the land, lords retreated to their warm castles, emerging only when spring beckoned new crops to sprout. In the sparrow's eyes, while the farmers of Westeros might be free, their circumstances were not necessarily superior to those of slaves on the continent of Essos. After all, slave owners would not easily dispose of their property. The questions that lingered in the sparrow's mind were beyond the comprehension of these farmers, as no one knew why the king and queen required such vast quantities of grain. Nonetheless, for the common folk, such inquiries held little significance. As long as they could earn a living, that was sufficient. After sharing his meager lunch with the farmers, the sparrow continued his journey. Upon traversing a dense thicket, he stumbled upon a scene of land being cleared. Numerous frail, ragged individuals were engaged in felling trees and uprooting stumps. The sparrow regarded them with suspicion, as they bore a resemblance to slaves, yet no guards patrolled the area, nor were there chains binding them. Moreover, the expressions on their faces lacked the typical numbness associated with bondage. Instead, they radiated joy and contentment. Intrigued by these individuals, the sparrow approached them. They conversed in a variety of peculiar dialects, though a few were able to communicate with him in Valyrian. Through their shared labor and animated gestures, he swiftly gained their trust and gleaned the situation. They had been rescued from the Bay of Slaves by the noble Yora, who rode a great dragon. Both Lord Yora and Lady Sarah, who later took charge, treated them well, ensuring they received ample food and allocated land, which was now the very land they were in the process of cultivating. Thus, they are cultivating the land for themselves, and the guild has provided sufficient sustenance to last until the next harvest season. Naturally, their deepest gratitude should be directed towards a celestial being known as Laozi. Although they have never encountered this immortal, according to the Daoist who tended to their ailments and educated their children, King Illyrian, Queen Sela, and Lord Jorah have all acted under the guidance of Laozi, resulting in their benevolent deeds. Moreover, this Laozi seeks no recompense. He neither demands tributes of their harvest nor requests the construction of a statue in his honor. Nevertheless, they have learned from the Daoist a custom of erecting a longevity tablet in Laozi's name. After a day of labor, the little sparrow accompanied these individuals back to their communal encampment, which remains rudimentary. In the sweltering summer heat of the archipelago, a simple thatched shelter suffices for protection against the elements. Everyone remains focused on the arduous task of clearing and farming, as it pertains to the critical issue of whether they will face hunger next year. However, at the heart of the camp stands a delicate wooden cabin, where a long table is adorned with several wooden tablets. The little sparrow once again observed the elongated incense burning, placed in a small wooden bowl. The tablets bear peculiar runes, According to the villagers, these are the characters and language utilized by Aerys and the Daoists, which their children are also learning in school. Among these tablets, one is elevated and centrally positioned, inscribed with the words, "Blessings of great virtue and grace to the immortal Aerys," wishing him longevity and boundless celestial fate. The other tablets represent the longevity tablets of Lord Jorah, Queen Sela, and King Illyrian. This is a method of expressing gratitude and reverence towards benefactors, taught by the Daoists, which requires no elaborate offerings. A simple bow or recitation of a blessing suffices. The incense remains the only modest possession the group has, purchased from the city, and some have proposed that after a bountiful harvest, they should place the first measure of grain here as a token of gratitude to the immortal and to showcase their year's achievements. According to the Daoists, if one wishes to contribute, it is sufficient to express their intentions without wasting resources, and these offerings can be shared among everyone after 12 hours of veneration, serving as a means of sharing the blessings bestowed by the immortal. Chapter 48, The Little Sparrow, Part 5. These recently liberated slaves, with their varied accents and speech, conveyed to the little sparrow the greatness of Aerys and their profound gratitude. Although the little sparrow had also been diligent and eager to learn in his youth, mastering multiple languages at the church, understanding them proved somewhat challenging. Additionally, these slaves, being the most ordinary of the lowly class, lacked the education of those skilled higher slaves and often spoke in a disjointed manner. Thus, it took the little sparrow 2 days of living among them to grasp the entirety of their situation. After laboring and living alongside these individuals, who were filled with hope for a brighter future, he set forth on his journey once more. On the road leading to Lotus Harbor, he observed a scene that bore little difference from his previous encounters. The harvested fields were still tended by industrious farmers, while others, seemingly from various regions, were cultivating their own new lives. As he approached Lotus Harbor, a peculiar procession piqued his curiosity. The main body of this group consisted of boys and girls around 7 or 8 years of age, flanked at both the front and rear by several adults, clad in uniform attire, with swords and knives at their sides, marching in an orderly fashion. These adults bore serious expressions and maintained a profound silence, moving like machines. Although they lacked armor and did not wield polearms, shields, or bows, they unmistakably exuded an air of elite forces. In stark contrast, the children were filled with exuberance, laughing, chasing, and playing among themselves. They occasionally engaged the adults in conversation, who, despite their usual reticence, did not instill fear in the children. Rather, the youngsters appeared quite at ease in their presence. The sparrow, increasingly intrigued, noticed a figure in the center of the group who resembled a commander and approached him. "Greetings, esteemed sir. I am a Septon from Westeros, known as the Sparrow. I am currently traveling through the Summer Isles, seeking to enrich my understanding of the world. Might I accompany you for a while?" The youthful commander furrowed his brow in contemplation, sizing up the sparrow's attire, seemingly at a loss for a decision. At that moment, an elderly man in a robe spoke up beside him. "Ah, my lord Blackrat, let this Septon join us. He appears to be a benign soul." The young commander, showing great respect towards the elder, nodded in agreement. The sparrow expressed his gratitude and continued alongside the procession. The elder turned out to be quite talkative, and soon they were engaged in conversation. "Oh, I have yet to introduce myself. I am the Purple Book Daoist, and I oversee a small temple to the north of Lotus Harbor, also serving as the academic director of the local primary school. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting the Summer Isles? I have heard of the unrest in the Summer Isles and rumors of miraculous occurrences, which prompted my visit to investigate," replied the sparrow. "Ah, how fares your exploration?" the elder inquired. "Haha, I have only just arrived a few days ago and have merely heard some whispers. The changes on the island are indeed intriguing, which is why I requested to accompany you. May I ask, what brings you here, esteemed Daoist?" "These are all students from our school. Today happens to be a holiday, and I am visiting their homes." "You are truly diligent in your duties," the sparrow remarked. "Haha, thank you for your kind words. It is merely my responsibility," the Daoist responded. "I find this procession quite peculiar, particularly the adults. Oh, they too are unfortunate souls. These individuals are soldiers from the king's army here. Previously part of the Unsullied from Astapor, whom you may have heard of. They were trained as elite soldiers through brutal means, yet their masculinity has been stripped away." The little sparrow nodded, curiosity etched upon its face. It seemed that the wooden-faced commander had been penned up for too long, and with newfound enthusiasm. The Purple Book Daoist began to elucidate. After establishing control over the archipelago, Illyrio disbanded the majority of the hired mercenaries, retaining only the mercenary group he had wielded influence over for many years. The army of the innocents was also liberated from slavery, and alongside the remaining mercenaries and a contingent of soldiers from the Midsummer Isles, they formed a professional army. A novel system was established, allocating land to each soldier. According to the stipulations, the military land granted to soldiers could not be traded or divided. Each family unit of soldiers was required to provide one eligible male for service. In the event of war, should a soldier perish or become incapacitated, leaving the family without anyone able to serve, and if there were underage male heirs, the family could retain their land and receive basic welfare until the male heir reached maturity and was ready to serve. In cases where no male heirs remained, widows could claim a substantial welfare benefit and return the military land. To support the soldiers of the innocents, Lord Jorah organized a group of orphan slave children to be raised by them. Each soldier adopted a boy and a girl, thus preventing demographic imbalance and ensuring sustainable development within the military villages. The group the Little Sparrow encountered today comprised children adopted by the innocents who were returning home from school for the holidays. It is noteworthy that the children from innocent families were the most exemplary in implementing the new policy, with all children attending school, while even in urban households, the enrollment rate barely approached 50%. The adults accompanying the children were some of the parents from innocent families. Although the situation in the Midsummer Isles had stabilized, the dense jungles still posed threats from wild beasts or remnants of soldiers and bandits. To safeguard their children, these innocents took turns to escort them home. Moreover, children from military families received additional privileges. Under the current policy, besides enjoying 3 years of free basic education, these children could also receive 3 years of free vocational training to acquire a skill. Furthermore, those who excelled in examinations could gain priority admission into higher-tier academies and even receive scholarships. Listening to the Purple Book Daoist's exposition, the Little Sparrow realized that this unprecedented system would undoubtedly forge an unwavering loyalty to the king among these military families. For the king not only provided excellent benefits, but also instilled hope in the soldiers, far more astute than merely bestowing golden dragons upon them. Though Captain Blackrat, walking beside them, maintained a stoic expression, the Little Sparrow observed that with each policy described by the Purple Book Daoist, Blackrat's posture grew increasingly erect, and a heightened aura radiated from him. The Little Sparrow understood that he and his subordinates would willingly lay down their lives for the architect of this policy. Even when faced with the depths of hell, they would not flinch. Chapter 49, The Little Sparrow, Part 6. As evening approached, the group finally arrived at their destination, a rather sizable village. According to the account provided by the Black Mouse, this village comprises 100 families of the innocents. In addition to the innocents and their offspring, there are also 10 elderly single women of slave descent, specifically assigned to teach the innocents the art of child-rearing, assist in caring for the children, and undertake tasks such as mending clothes, washing, and cooking. The Sparrow is aware that the policymakers have considered the situation with great foresight. This arrangement not only addresses the issue of the innocents' inability to marry and the village's lack of adult women to tend to familial duties, but also offers a pathway for these unfortunate elderly individuals who have lost their capacity for labor. Clearly, Illyrio, as the former governor of Pantos, could not possess such insight. The Sparrow believes that this unprecedented system was brought forth by the esteemed Sage Lee. However, the Sparrow's confusion deepens. He cannot comprehend why, if Sage Lee has such means, he would relinquish the Summer Isles to that Pantos merchant. The Sparrow, coming from the Seven Gods Church, finds it perplexing that Lee neither seeks worldly power nor aims to establish a rigid religious organization. Nevertheless, he does not rush to seek answers. He is prepared to observe the village composed of the innocents, as the path led them through the final grove of trees. The first sight that greeted them was an expanse of fertile fields. The land allocated to the soldiers was certainly not uncultivated wasteland or jungle, but rather the finest arable land reclaimed from the former nobility or priests of the island. At the horizon, a cluster of houses could be seen. This had once been the estate of a noble from Lotus Harbor, with a standalone villa repurposed as the village hall and accommodations for the elderly women and visiting guests. Surrounding this villa were a series of standalone wooden houses, each with a small courtyard. These were the fruits of labor from the first batch of slaves transported to the island. And through these constructions, the slaves earned their initial wages and a promise of freedom upon completing their work. As the procession approached the village, the children in the group scattered, rushing forward. It turned out that in the open area before the village, 2 sturdy men were engaged in a mock duel, one wielding a small round shield and the other a wooden sword, while a circle of spectators sat around them. Once the children located their parents, they began to cheer for the combatants. According to the teachings of the Purple Book Sage, although these innocents had been freed from slavery, They had retained the habit of rigorous training over the years, persisting in daily practice. While mastering combat skills is indeed the mission of every military household, the dedication and seriousness with which these innocents approach their training is unparalleled. Almost all the villagers had gathered here. Among the onlookers were quiet warriors, while the children cheered loudly. Some of the older boys even began to mimic their fathers, playfully practicing their own punches and kicks. Despite their distinctly different styles, the sparrow found the atmosphere remarkably harmonious and warm. Soon, the time for dinner arrived, and the soldiers who had completed their training began to line up in an orderly fashion. Though he had formed his own family, many military customs remained prevalent here. Soldiers dined collectively with their children in the large cafeteria of the village hall. An elderly woman clad in an apron served rice onto the plates of those waiting in line. Only after everyone was seated in neat rows did the leader give the command to commence the meal. The previously solemn and quiet atmosphere was instantly shattered as children began to chatter and share their recent school experiences with their companions or report their findings to their fathers. At the end of the long table, the young sparrow observed the peculiar ambience of the hall, momentarily losing focus. This strange atmosphere was difficult to articulate, yet a gentle sense of tranquility and happiness washed over him. He understood that this collective spirit would dissipate with the passing of this generation of innocence, but by then, the village would have transformed into a place even more beautiful and blissful than it is now. After dinner, no further communal activities ensued. The somewhat odd, yet harmonious groups returned to their homes to rest. As the young sparrow made his way to his guest room, he encountered the same ancestral tablet in the hall of the village office. That night, he pondered deeply, as hazy visions began to surface in his mind. He spent the night in a half-dreaming state, unable to rest well, so that when the morning bugle roused him, he found himself momentarily too dazed to rise. When the orderly shouts echoed from outside, he donned his clothes and opened the window, allowing the morning light to flood the room, momentarily blinding him. The refreshing morning air invigorated him. In the open space before the village, the innocents stood in neat ranks. Behind them, a slightly chaotic group of youths ran in circles, shouting slogans as they jogged. The sharp yet somewhat youthful voices of the young men and the chaotic yet spirited cries of the boys emanated an invigorating vitality, heralding the dawn of a new day. After a communal breakfast, the innocents commenced their agricultural duties, with the rainy season yet to arrive. The current tasks primarily involved tilling the soil, turning over the dormant insect eggs to expose them to the sun's rays for extermination, while also bringing the nutrients from the lower soil to the surface. The boys followed their fathers to the fields. Although their physical limitations prevented them from wielding the hoe for long, they could assist with weeding and various chores. The girls accompanied the women, learning the arts of homemaking and family care. After a midday meal, a period of rest followed, succeeded by military training, during which the children watched attentively. To the young sparrow, the entire village resembled more of a military camp than a farm, everything orderly and methodical. Here, he labored alongside the children, sharing tales of Westeros, quickly melding into their camaraderie. Although the adults maintained the customary demeanor of the untainted, the young sparrow sensed their acceptance of him. The visit of the Daoist priest concluded the following day, marked by a brief exchange with the village chief, or rather, the leader of the Pure Ones. Before bidding farewell to the sparrow, the priest extended an invitation to the sparrow to visit his temple outside the Lotus Harbor city, which the sparrow accepted. However, he chose not to depart immediately, having discovered innovative techniques in cultivation. For instance, he learned that the Pure Ones collected human and animal manure, which they mixed with household waste and straw to create compost. According to the village chief, Black Rat, this method was taught by a Daoist and was said to eliminate pathogens in the manure, transforming it into fertilizer that, when spread across fields, would enhance soil fertility and yield bountiful harvests. Chapter 50, The Sparrow, Part 7. The sparrow resided in the village of the Pure Ones for nearly half a year, not only acquiring their agricultural skills, but also self-studying Chinese, along with their training and organizational methods. In truth, the Pure Ones possessed only a rudimentary understanding of many issues and often lacked awareness of underlying principles. They merely executed the commands issued by their superiors without any inclination to question. Fortunately, technicians from the Commerce Association and Daoists regularly visited the village to provide technical guidance and medical assistance, allowing him to seek counsel from them. Furthermore, the sparrow occasionally accompanied children to audit classes at the town school, where he could pose questions to the teachers. Thus, he spent nearly half a year unraveling the answers to the queries he had encountered. As another harvest season arrived, having stored the last bundle of wheat straw in the temporary granary and observing the birds searching for scattered grains in the fields, The sparrow sensed that it was time to bid farewell. The pure ones and their children had grown accustomed to this kind-hearted elder, who labored, lived, and learned alongside them, regaling them with tales from Westeros, much like a grandfather to a large family. Upon learning of his intentions to leave, Black Rat organized a farewell gathering. Though lacking theatrical performances and gourmet dishes, the laughter of children returning home for the holidays and the visibly abundant dinner still tugged at the heartstrings. Instinctively, the sparrow contemplated remaining in this tranquil existence, yet amidst the joyous scenes, memories of his experiences in Westeros flooded his mind. The stark contrast of these images intertwined in his thoughts, prompting reflections on his purpose for coming to the Summer Isles, what he sought, and what he aimed to accomplish, thereby reaffirming his resolve. The sparrow rose early, just as dawn broke in the eastern sky. He penned a farewell letter before departing. Aware that some children had conspired to send him off, yet he could not bear to witness their tear-streaked faces, thus deciding to leave at the earliest hour. By the time the sun reached its zenith, he had arrived in a valley to the north of Lotus Harbor City. He had inquired and learned that upon entering the valley, he would encounter the Daoist priest's temple. With determination, he took the final step, resolved to master true power. The Daoist warmly welcomed him, and after exchanging pleasantries, the sparrow did not hesitate to articulate his desires directly. "Oh, esteemed great sparrow, do you wish to learn the art of Tao from me? Indeed, I believe you truly possess the mastery of magical powers, or rather, the essence of Tao. I wonder what the requirements are for you to become my disciple. The methods I practice may not be suitable for you. Let me consult the immortal first before proceeding." "Are you referring to Immortal Li?" "Yes, our cultivation has been derived from the teachings of that immortal, and I do not possess a method that would suit your practice." The great sparrow cannot compel the Daoist of the Purple Book. Receiving such a response from him has already exceeded expectations. Regardless of the authenticity of magic, even if it be mere illusion, it remains a treasured skill not easily imparted to others. At that moment, the Daoist of the Purple Book lifted a piece of yellow paper from the altar, folding it several times into the shape of a small paper crane. He held the crane delicately, uttered a few respectful phrases, and then cast it into the air. As the crane floated upward, just as it was about to descend, it suddenly ignited spontaneously, swiftly transforming into a wisp of green smoke that dissipated into the atmosphere. Observing the great sparrow's expression of curiosity and bewilderment, the Daoist proudly explained that this was the art of transmitting sound across great distances, capable of conveying messages to Immortal Li in an instant. Engrossed in conversation, let us retire to the back courtyard for tea. Immortal Li is quite busy, attending to numerous celestial maidens, and will not be able to respond swiftly. Do not fret." The great sparrow, noticing the Daoist's peculiar demeanor, was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to react. Just as the Daoist ambled toward the back courtyard, a refreshing breeze swept through the hall. The Daoist's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an invisible pressure gradually approaching. Before the force could draw near, he prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming, "Immortal, spare my life. I confess my verbal transgressions and accept my punishment." The great sparrow felt no disturbance, but witnessing the Daoist's unusual behavior, he curiously scanned the surroundings, bewildered by the situation. "Do not take offense, esteemed great sparrow. This rat demon is sharp-tongued and often spews vile words. A lesson is warranted." Upon hearing a melodious voice from behind, the great sparrow quickly turned to see a young woman of ethereal grace entering through the temple gate, clutching an exquisitely crafted staff of vibrant green. The two young Daoist disciples stationed at the entrance appeared oblivious to any unusual occurrences, engrossed in their play with pebbles. Realizing that this was the person who instilled fear even in the Daoist of the Purple Book, the great sparrow hastily bowed in respect. "I have encountered this esteemed fairy from the Seven Gods Church." The woman, not exhibiting any arrogance, simply smiled gently and replied, "There is no need for excessive courtesy, master. I am Bai Yu, the mistress of Chenji Cave, sent by Immortal Li to deliver some items and to provide a lesson to this ungrateful old fool." I understand that Daoist Purple Book's words may have been somewhat improper, but I believe there was no intention to insult Immortal Li. Perhaps his words were merely a bit too frivolous. The master need not plead for this old fool, for this is not his first transgression. Were it not for my bringing the jade scepter of the immortal today, he would not be so compliant. Let him lie here for a few days. It shall serve as his chastisement. At this moment, the large sparrow finally took notice of the situation concerning the Daoist of the Purple Book. Tremors coursed through his entire body, yet he remained frozen in a single posture, his eyes betraying a mixture of fear and supplication, unable to move even slightly. Saliva dribbled from his slightly parted lips, yet he could not swallow. Witnessing such a miraculous technique, the large sparrow felt a deeper reverence. Realizing this was beyond his capabilities to rectify, the woman turned her gaze away from the prostrate Daoist and continued, "The immortal has already comprehended what the master seeks. But the world is currently undergoing great upheaval, and the spiritual energy has yet to saturate the realm. Thus, it remains quite challenging to wield Daoist arts in the land of Westeros." She gently raised her hand to stifle the large sparrow's inquiries and continued in hushed tones. "Of course, the master shares a connection with the immortal, who is willing to extend his assistance in your grand ambitions. I present to you a tome titled The Tranquil Pursuit of Tao, which I hope you shall utilize wisely." The large sparrow observed as a peculiar book, crafted from an unusual material and binding method, materialized in the woman's hand. Recognizing the characters on its cover, he reverently accepted it with both hands. "Miss Bai, it seems I shall not have the opportunity to express my gratitude to the immortal in person. Please convey my deepest thanks to him. The people of Westeros will be forever grateful." Bai Yu smiled in response. "The path ahead for the master is fraught with thorns. One must not be hasty. As spiritual energy gradually revives, the Daoist arts will naturally become as effortless as an extension of your own limbs. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Bai. And I once again express my gratitude to the immortal." Bai Yu nodded with a smile, casting a disdainful glance at the Daoist of the purple book on the ground before transforming into a wisp of white mist and drifting away. Chapter 51, The House of Black and White, Part 1. Indeed, Liar was not on Summer Islands. He had long since discovered the large sparrow's arrival through the Daoist of the purple book. Coupling this with the original narrative of the large sparrow's organization of the impoverished assemblies and the sons of warriors, forcibly obtaining the position of the High Septon, and attempting to manipulate the king and the situation in King's Landing through religious fanatics, Liar concluded that he was either a mere ambitious schemer or a fervent zealot. In truth, there is little distinction between the two. The large sparrow's purpose for arriving on Summer Islands was undoubtedly not to retreat into pastoral tranquility. Given his lack of actions to propagate the faith of the Seven, Liar understood he sought magical power. As tales of the peculiar occurrences on Summer Islands had evidently reached the continent of Westeros. After leaving behind a volume of inscriptions, Liar set forth to Essos, with his destination being Braavos, more specifically, the House of Black and White. It should be noted that during the low tide of magic depicted in the original work, the only verifiable manifestations of magical ability, aside from the Fire Priest's divinations, were the miraculous skin-changing abilities of the faceless men from the House of Black and White. Their capacity for disguise was undoubtedly magical, as they not only altered their visages, but also transformed their heights, physiques, and voices. This is precisely what makes the faceless men so detestable. Their ability to impersonate anyone renders them nearly indefensible. The absence of detection methods has led to an unfortunate trope in fan fiction, where protagonists are frequently ambushed by these assassins, often to the point of relentless pursuit, culminating in a cycle of vengeance that could even lead to the annihilation of the entire Braavos. Naturally, Liar is not exempt from this narrative, yet he is resolute in not waiting for the faceless men to come to him, regardless of whether he can confront them. Allowing such assassins to invade his domain is a blemish on his honor. Thus, he resolves to take the initiative. It is said that the organization of the Faceless Men prides itself on serving the many-faced God, claiming that all assassinations are manifestations of divine will, a gift from the deity. However, the House of Black and White operates almost openly within Braavos. Assassinations require contributions that correlate with the difficulty of the target. One could argue that the House of Black and White is akin to a brigand masquerading as a nobleman, a notion that resonates with Western sensibilities. It is implausible to believe that they are devoid of political influence within Braavos. The Iron Bank's audacity to extend loans across the known world without fear of default, even to the extent of dealing with recalcitrant debtors with lethal measures, suggests that the Faceless Men are one of the most significant deterrents. According to legend, they are among the foundational powers that established Braavos, indicating they undoubtedly have a vested interest. As the morning sun pierced through the thin mist hovering over the waters of Braavos, it illuminated the small square before the House of Black and White. The door creaked open slightly, revealing a humble elder wielding a broom, diligently sweeping the plaza. Despite the absence of noticeable debris from the night before, the old man meticulously tended to every stone tile. Unbeknownst to him, a common insect of Braavos flitted through the crack of the door and into the house. The fountain, its waters laced with poison, and the statues of death from various religious beliefs, coupled with the subtle magical aura in the air, convinced Liar that he was indeed in the presence of a group of assassins who had mastered sorcery and fabricated the myth of a many-faced god to justify their actions. Inside the hall, an eerie silence prevailed, indicative of the assassin's corporate culture. The stillness was so profound that even the faintest flutter of insect wings sounded jarring. Liar dispelled his transformation, quickly morphing into a nebulous mist, and glided toward the staircase at the end of the hall. The house of black and white, devoid of windows, fostered an oppressive darkness that not only exuded an atmosphere of death, but also facilitated Liar's stealthy infiltration. Sensing the magical fluctuations, Liar traversed the corridor lined with tightly shut doors and adorned with myriad human faces, arriving at a stone wall that clearly concealed the most crucial secrets. With a subtle incantation, he summoned ethereal energy that began to waft like delicate tendrils of smoke through the crevices of the wall. As he sensed an approaching presence from the hidden passage beyond the wall, Liar maintained his guise, slipping into the shadows of a nearby corner. The third subterranean level is evidently a realm frequented by only a select few. The sound of a sliding secret door reverberates against the stone walls. Yet the solid wooden doors of fish-beam construction on the second and third floors effectively muffle the noise, preventing it from drawing the attention of the servants and acolytes above. A middle-aged man emerges from the yawning black void, holding a dim oil lamp. To the average observer, his visage may appear fleetingly forgettable, resembling an ordinary middle-aged man beyond description. However, for a devotee of the god of 1,000 faces, one who has experienced psychological suggestion, he would manifest as a terrifying skull, devoid of flesh, with hollow eye sockets that resemble gaping abysses, evoking dread. Yet, Lier perceives clearly that the man's face is shrouded in a veil of subtle enchantment that influences the observer's mind, distorting their perception. Lier refrains from unleashing his magical power to dispel this illusion, opting instead to conceal himself in the shadows and slip silently into the dark passage. As the stone wall behind him seals shut, the last vestiges of light vanish from the tunnel, yet Lier can distinctly see the spiraling staircase descending before him. After traversing a considerable distance down the staircase, the stone walls on either side and above him fade away, revealing a natural underground cavern. The stone steps continue their descent, imparting an impression of an endless journey into the abyss when illuminated by the oil lamp. Nevertheless, Lier has already discerned the staircase's conclusion. After descending approximately 200 meters, he encounters a platform perched above the cavern's rock walls, which features a cave leading to an unknown destination. Lier ascends effortlessly, gliding like a fallen leaf, and soon alights gently upon the platform. The cave at the platform's edge appears to be hewn by human hands, presenting an unusually regular arched threshold constructed from stacked stone, inscribed with ancient Valyrian script. Upon seeing the inscription, Lier shakes his head. This simple opening spell evidently derives from the legacy of the Valyrian Empire. This further substantiates his hypothesis that the Braavosi, in their escape from the Valyrian freehold, carried away fragments of the Empire's arcane knowledge, which these faceless ones manipulate for their shape-shifting tricks. With a sigh of boredom, Lier shakes his head and flourishes his handheld brush, causing numerous threads to extend from it, reaching toward the cave's entrance. These threads, akin to vines, entwine along the door and the textures of the surrounding stone walls, swiftly enveloping the entire opening. Lier raises his other hand, forming intricate gestures, swiftly unraveling the workings of this simple magical array. A surge of magical energy courses through the threads toward the door, producing faint sounds as it begins to creak open slowly. With a flick of his brush, the threads transform into glimmers of ethereal light, dissipating into the air. Chapter 52, The Domain of Black and White, Part 2. As the entrance to the cave swung open, a palpable aura of magic began to seep forth from within. The magical essence emanating from the cave was enigmatic. It bore the unmistakable scent of flames, yet was undercut by an intense chill. Leal ventured into the cave, not straying far before he found himself in a cavern that, while not as expansive as the outside grotto, was still comparable to the size of a basketball court. The air was thick with a frigid atmosphere, and wisps of eerie blue flames flickered from the crevices of the rocky walls. At the center of the cavern, a grotesque mass of flesh twisted and writhed slowly, intermittently releasing a faintly crimson heat from the gaps between its undulating form and the ground. Refraining from approaching the bizarre ice-blue mass, Leal stood at the cave's entrance and released a talisman. The intricate yellow paper floated forward, transforming into a delicate paper figure just before it touched the ground. The figure cautiously advanced, skillfully dodging the flickering blue flames that erupted from the cracks in the rocky floor. Clutched in its tiny hands was a silver needle, which, in comparison to its diminutive size, appeared as a spear. As the figure drew within 2 meters of the grotesque mass, it suddenly surged forward, the needle plunging deeply into the flesh with the momentum of its charge, nearly vanishing entirely within. A slender thread was threaded through the eye of the needle, the other end held firmly in Leal's hand. Upon witnessing the needle's penetration, a surge of probing magic coursed along the thread towards the mass of flesh. According to external knowledge, the Valerian dragon royal family was adept in the arts of blood and fire magic. Leal discerned that this grotesque mass was a product of such magic. However, it was evidently a failed experiment of Valerian creation. Instead of evolving into the so-called dragon worm, or even a dragon of magic, it had devolved into a formless, unconscious amalgamation of flesh. This biological entity absorbed heat, converting it into ice magic. The blue flames within the cave were a manifestation of the heat drawn from the volcanic vent below, transformed into ice magic yet inefficaciously released within the cavern. The conversion efficiency was alarmingly low, bordering on wastefulness. In simpler terms, the energy was expended merely to ignite, yielding no practical performance, while the only byproduct was a trace amount of pheromones capable of interfering with human cognitive judgment. It was clear that such inefficiency marked it as a quintessential failure, and the scant pheromones produced held no sway over the Valerians, who wielded formidable magical prowess. This meager magic was far too weak to contend with the overwhelming power coursing through the Dragon Kings, who could easily negate any interference from such insignificant pheromones. Moreover, the Valerian Dragon Kings, endowed with potent magic and dragons, had no need for such a product lacking prospects for large-scale application to assert their dominion over the world. They could instill fear with blood and fire directly. The fate of this failed creation was clearly one of abandonment by researchers. Evidently, the ancestors of Bravos discovered this forsaken mass of flesh and recognized the subtle utility of its pheromones, leading to the foundation of the Faceless One's organization originating from this very entity. Lear shook his head in resignation. Clearly the situation had not exceeded his expectations. Yet the outcome was utterly mundane. How much more captivating it would have been had a hidden demigod emerged for a grand confrontation. This mass of flesh bore resemblance to a cancerous tissue sample. As long as power was continuously supplied, it could indefinitely divide and sustain itself. However, the efficiency of this grotesque mass was decidedly lacking. Lear estimated that after several centuries, its volume had at most doubled. Setting aside the thread in his hand, it became apparent that this mass held little value for alchemical purposes, as it had failed to develop any energy-storing organs, allowing nearly all its energy to dissipate uselessly. Moreover, the misshapen, twisted flesh was far too reminiscent of Lovecraftian horrors, rendering it rather unsightly. Lear chose not to linger further, casting 5 thunder talismans before gracefully departing. The talismans activated without wind, forming a formation around the mass of flesh, and soon a storm cloud enveloped it. In an instant, the cave was illuminated by flashes of lightning as the mass was entirely reduced to ashes. Lear ascended swiftly through the cavern, the faint rumble of thunder echoing behind him. The mass of flesh had been utterly obliterated, disrupting the delicate balance of the active volcano. Years of accumulated potential energy began to erupt, and soon a jet of lava surged forth from the cavern's mouth, the intense heat melting the rock above. The entire underground cave system lay beneath the seafloor surrounding the islands of the gods. Based on his previous perceptions, Lear estimated that in a few days, the lava would breach the seafloor, which would not lead to a large-scale disaster. Rather, the seawater would flood the cave, gradually rising to submerge the lower levels of the Black and White Institute, which lay beneath sea level. Lear retraced his steps back to the surface with ease, effortlessly exiting the confines of the Black and White Institute. He revealed himself in a secluded corner, now clad in a finely tailored silk robe that would easily suggest he was a wealthy scion. He began to explore the various islands of the gods, a place that housed nearly 70% of the known world's religions, a hallmark of the freedom that Bravos always proclaimed. Lear was eager to investigate the various religious practices, particularly the moon-chanting priests reputed to possess prophetic abilities. Naturally, he was also curious to observe any subsequent reactions from the Black and White Institute. However, it was evident that the Institute's overseer would not be checking on the mass daily. They likely only visited at scheduled intervals to harvest the semi-transparent pheromones that had accumulated. As traversing that nearly 1,000-meter deep, dark passage daily would be quite perilous. After 3 days of wandering in Bravos, Lear had hired a small boat to navigate the waterways and admire the architecture along the banks. Suddenly, he witnessed a commotion on the surface of the sea not far away. water began to boil before a column shot upwards, soaring to great heights. The surrounding boats and onlookers gasped in astonishment as steam rose into the air. Shortly thereafter, the water column gradually diminished, revealing a vortex that grew increasingly larger. The nearby vessels had long since fled to safety, but fortunately, the vortex did not expand indefinitely and began to stabilize. Despite the immense uproar, the Black and White Institute remained eerily silent, clearly unaware that seawater had begun to surge into the cavern. The current leader of the Black and White Institute, a benevolent figure, had been restless over the past few days, sensing that a significant event was imminent. Just yesterday, a colossal whirlpool had formed on the surface of the sea not far from the island housing the Institute, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, this morning, when a servant reported that seawater had overflowed the staircase leading to the third floor, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The very foundation of the Black and White Institute was submerged in the depths of the ocean, beyond the reach of any recovery. Chapter 53, The Black and White Institute, Part 3, The core industry of Bravos revolves around the Iron Bank, and the 23 founding keys to the vaults serve as the 23 pivotal seats. Throughout centuries of ebb and flow, certain families have faded into the annals of history, while new affluent entities have emerged to claim their place among the 23 seats. Nonetheless, the majority of these positions are still held by the enduring founding families. This generation's benevolent leader hails from one of these ancient lineages, having adeptly expanded the influence of the Black and White Institute as the last guarantee of the Iron Bank's collections. The infamous Faceless Men, whose reputation stretches from Westeros to Karth, instill fear with their uncanny ability to assume any guise. Yet now, their very essence lies drowned beneath the waves, leaving the question of whether the Black and White Institute can continue to pose a threat to the enemies of the Iron Bank a matter of time. There will always be those undeterred by death who may attempt to default on their debts, and when the populace discovers that the Iron Bank's final safeguard has failed, the financial empire shall inevitably collapse, heralding the potential ruin of all Bravos. The Black and White Institute typically engages little with outsiders. All present within the sanctum can find temporary refuge. However, the benevolent leader dared not conceal the status of the 23 seats. Upon confirming the irrevocable nature of the situation, he promptly delivered a clandestine report to the 23 seats. It was evident that the lords of the 23 seats had no viable solutions. Summoning all the Faceless Men and collecting their remaining sacred oil, while carefully selecting targets to minimize assassination attempts, might sustain them for a time. But it would not address the problem at its core. It merely postponed the inevitable demise. Some lords had even begun to contemplate the dispersal of their assets to prevent their entire lineage from perishing alongside the Iron Bank in the event of bankruptcy. Although Bravos appeared tranquil on the surface, Lyre, who had been monitoring the Black and White Institute, sensed an undercurrent forming. He was indifferent to the fate of the Iron Bank. His sole focus was awaiting the moment when all the Faceless Men returned to the Black and White Institute. Clearly, the Faceless Men had not utilized the carrier pigeons, relying instead on secret contacts within the Black and White Institute's outposts in various major cities to gather information, often encountering delays and unforeseen circumstances in the execution of their missions. Thus, Lyre waited for over half a year to ascertain that all the Faceless Men had indeed returned to the Black and White Institute. The Black and White House on the Isle of the Gods can no longer serve as a sanctuary for assassins, following the sealing of its underground entrance. This sanctum has transformed into a temple dedicated to the Faceless God, remaining open to accommodate visitors. In truth, the stronghold of the Black and White House has relocated to a manor outside the city, nestled against vast forested mountains, which is ideal for discreet evacuations in times of crisis. The benevolent figure understands that once the last drop of sacred oil is exhausted, the very essence of the Black and White House will dissipate. At that point, the Faceless Ones will face not only external adversaries, but also the perilous attempts of the Iron Bank to silence them. It is evident that having performed too many unsavory tasks for the Iron Bank, the loss of their deterrent power would render them vulnerable to elimination. With such thoughts in mind, the benevolent figure decided to move the organization's headquarters to this location, which also afforded Lyre the opportunity to broaden his perspective. After all, constructing extensive underground facilities here was impractical. All actions were exposed above ground, and the sparse population of the area ironically favored Lyre's movements. When the last Faceless One returned to the Black and White House and surrendered the remaining sacred oil, the benevolent figure convened all the Faceless Ones to elucidate the current situation. Serious expressions adorned their faces, as the previously indistinct visage of the benevolent figure became vividly clear to all present. affirming the gravity of his words. The number of faceless ones was limited. Having endured rigorous training and trials, only a select few could ascend to this status, making them the core members of the organization. They were acutely aware that should the organization falter, their own fates would not be much brighter. As these individuals convened in the manor's dining hall, Aerys stealthily infiltrated the benevolent figure's chamber, performing a few calculations and utilizing his magical abilities to scan the entire room. He produced several talisman papers and dispatched them. The talismans, catching the breeze, transformed into diminutive figures that scoured the room in search of hidden items. Soon, 3 small vials concealed by the benevolent figure in various locations were discovered. The little figures coordinated in pairs to uncork the vials. One figure entered a vial, while the other restored it to its original state and returned it to its hiding place. After completing this task, the remaining figures flew into Aerys' palm, losing their vitality. Satisfied that the mission was accomplished, Aerys gracefully departed. He had imbued the last of the sacred oil with sorcery, rendering it ineffective and transforming it into a potent acid. It remained uncertain how long it would take for the faceless ones to experience the effects of this caustic transformation. Clearly, even in the absence of the Black and White House and the physical deterrent of the faceless ones, the Iron Bank possessed alternative means to reclaim debts, such as supporting the enemies of debtors to realize the full extent of their claims. However, the loss of the faceless ones would undoubtedly undermine the confidence of the Iron Bank, prompting them to approach the assessment of borrowers' repayment capabilities and integrity with greater caution. It remained to be seen whether King Robert could still procure as much funding as he did in the original tale. Having concluded his sojourn in Bravos, Aerys chose not to return to Westeros or the Summer Isles by ship, but instead embarked on a new journey heading eastward. He yearned to observe the situation of the Dothraki people. Frankly speaking, the portrayal of these individuals in Martin's narrative seems to draw inspiration from the invasions of Europe by the Huns, dubbed the Scourge of God, as well as those by the Mongol Empire. However, it is evident that he lacks a profound understanding of the culture of the nomadic tribes, resulting in a somewhat bewildering depiction of Dothraki culture. In truth, nomadic peoples have never shunned armor. They would not recklessly charge into battle with their leaders at the forefront, nor would they resort to brutality by resolving all matters through duels. The depiction of the Dothraki is steeped in a complex blend of disdain and fear toward Eastern cultures. Of course, Aerys does not intend to enact any changes upon them, nor does he plan to reform them according to Mongolian or Eight-Banner systems. After all, the foundational culture of the Dothraki is already firmly established. Imposing a more advanced military system upon them would only lead to further bloodshed and would not contribute positively to the advancement of this world. Surrounding the vast Dothraki Sea are only underdeveloped city-states. Should the Dothraki continue to grow in power, they could potentially stifle the progress of the Essos continent entirely. Therefore, even if the Dothraki were of Asian descent, Aerys has no intention of aiding them, and he does not perceive any Asian features in Drogo's visage. There are no kin among his people in this world, and he bears no inexplicable burdens. Chapter 54, The Wrath of the Sleeping Dragon, Part 1. Robert Baratheon is not as forthright as he presents himself upon ascending the Iron Throne. He realizes that the seat beneath him is precarious. In order for his Baratheon dynasty to secure its reign, he believes he must eliminate the remnants of House Targaryen. His foster father, Lord Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, is a man of integrity. He believes that to maintain stability within the realm, one must govern with caution. Treat the populace kindly, respect the law, cultivate alliances with the nobility, and promote chivalry. By embodying the qualities of a wise ruler, the kingdom could experience enduring peace, free from external threats and internal strife, rendering the exiled Targaryen princes and princesses powerless to challenge his throne. Yet, Robert is not a patient man, nor does he possess the inclination to govern diligently. In truth, he prefers the life of a warrior, engaged in battles or entangled with various women. He is acutely aware of his inability to be a good king and recognizes that many within the Seven Kingdoms do not acknowledge him. Still anticipating the return of the Targaryen remnants to rally beneath the banner of the three-headed dragon. Moreover, the embers of the Targaryen dynasty's legacy are indeed quite formidable. According to the latest reports from the Spider, the widow of Prince Rhaegar and his 2 children remain unaccounted for, while the offspring of the Mad King are maturing in Bravos. They are not alone, for a considerable number of followers have already gathered around them. Not to mention, the wretched knight, Ser Jaime Lannister, has also made an appearance in Bravos, alongside the likes of the Targaryen sympathizers, Lord Willem Darry and former Prime Minister John Clinton. Though he had wed Cersei Lannister as his queen, Robert, the sole son of the old Lion Tywin, could not assure himself that the West would stand by him in the future. The loyalty of the Reach and Dorne to King's Landing was equally dubious. As the spider continued to nurture the Targaryen prince and princess in Braavos, and they attended feasts held by the Sea King under the watchful eye of Jaime, an increasing number of guests began to extol Prince Viserys as possessing the bearing of a true king. Robert mused that rather than living in perpetual fear of the Targaryen restoration, it would be more prudent to take decisive action and eliminate them physically, thereby preventing the nightmare that haunted him from ever materializing. Of course, such matters could no longer be discussed with his foster father. Yet the capable Petyr Baelish emerged as an excellent candidate for this endeavor. Thus, on a languid afternoon, when Robert arrived at the upscale brothel run by Baelish, he refrained from immediately immersing himself in the company of women, instead summoning the proprietor to engage in clandestine deliberations within a private chamber. Baelish felt no moral burden regarding the assassination of the former royal children. He was not a man of ethics, nor had he reached a stage where morality held any sway over him. Though he had bolstered the treasury through the reclamation of the ruins in the West and diversifying his ventures, earning the favor of the hand of the king, and presenting high-class courtesans from the pleasure gardens of Lys to the king, he remained merely a humble master of coin, his domain confined to a meager, barren peninsula. Indeed, the ceiling of Westeros seemed rather low. At least in Petyr Baelish's view, his intelligence was sufficient to safeguard a realm. As he sat in the hold of a merchant ship bound for Pentos, the young Baelish pondered his troubles while tossing a piece of parchment into the brazier before him. This was a directive from the enigmatic individual who held sway over him. If the king wished to eliminate Princess Daenerys, he was to ignite the yellow paper adorned with peculiar runes. The sensation of being manipulated like a marionette was profoundly unsettling. Even though the knowledge gleaned from the book bestowed upon him had proven immensely beneficial, he was unaccustomed to the presence of unseen hands guiding his fate, especially one that could so effortlessly dictate his life or death, employing methods that bordered on the unreasonable. Baelish had long sought to extricate himself from this perpetual state of intimidation, yet thus far, all his efforts had yielded no hope. He had visited the Great September of Baelor, consulting with the clergy there regarding the existence of magic, and even ventured under the guise of official business to Old Town to seek counsel at the Starry September and the Citadel. Yet, both the priests of the Seven and the scholars of the Citadel concurred that magic had vanished without a trace, with most even denying the very existence of magic as a historical fact. He had privately interacted with individuals from across the narrow sea who claimed to be sorcerers, yet their clumsy performances appeared riddled with flaws to the astute Littlefinger. Their finest efforts merely earned him a wry commendation for their sleight of hand. Thus far, Littlefinger had not discovered a means to counter that enigmatic figure. He was compelled to endure and obey the instructions given to him. Fortunately, the mysterious individual had only tasked him with one assignment thus far and had yet to impose any unacceptable demands. Of course, Littlefinger was resolute in his attempts. He had heard whispers of the turmoil in the Summer Isles and the potential existence of magical phenomena. Yet he lacked both the time and the justification to journey there personally. Consequently, he hired several wandering knights to venture forth in shifts, gathering intelligence on his behalf. "What are you pondering?" A calm voice emerged from behind Littlefinger. Recognizing that familiar yet alien tone, he realized it was his own voice. The enigmatic figure bearing his visage had reappeared. Petyr instinctively reached for his face, and upon confirming the familiar contours of his nose, eyes, and mouth, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He quickly turned around, adopting a respectful demeanor, slightly bowing, and casting a flattering gaze upon the face that mirrored his own, adorned with his signature smile. "My Lord Baelish, you have performed admirably. Pray, enlighten me on King Robert's plans regarding Daenerys." "My lord, King Robert has instructed me to hire an assassin to eliminate Prince Viserys and Princess Daenerys. To avoid arousing suspicion, I dared not employ anyone in King's Landing and instead ventured secretly to Pentos, hoping to procure a reliable assassin." "Oh, did the king not direct you to Braavos?" "My lord, that was indeed the king's intention. However, the Targaryen prince and princess frequently visit the palace of the Sea King in Braavos, attending his banquets as esteemed guests." Littlefinger slightly raised his gaze to observe his own reflection, noticing no change, and continued, "I persuaded the king, under the pretext of needing to borrow funds from the Iron Bank to alleviate financial strain, to refrain from hiring an assassin in Braavos. This would prevent direct offense to the Sea King and avoid exposing the trail leading back to King Robert's orchestration of the assassination." Chapter 55. The Fury of the Sleeping Dragon, Part 2. The mysterious figure displayed no excess emotion, merely nodding in acknowledgement of Littlefinger's explanation before posing a question. What is your plan for assassinating them? My lord, I have prepared 2 crossbows inscribed with the mark of wildfire, intending to hire an assassin to shoot Prince Viserys and Princess Daenerys with bolts. Indeed, commendable. Here is a vial of poison. You shall present it to the assassin, instructing them to coat the arrowheads with it prior to the strike. Do you comprehend? All will be executed as you command, my lord. Very well. Excellent work. You shall be richly rewarded in the future. Thank you, my lord. Littlefinger bowed respectfully, and at that moment, the air before him shimmered, and the figure vanished into thin air. The little finger relaxed instantly, leaning against the side of the ship's cabin on the bed. He clasped and unclasped his hand slightly, gazing at the small vial of poison resting on the table, momentarily at a loss as to what action to take. Uncertain whether he remained within the gaze of the enigmatic figure, he refrained from any immediate movement or speech. After a brief contemplation, he secured the vial and turned to lie on the bed, fully clothed, surrendering to sleep. In Braavos, nestled within a tranquil alley, stood a small courtyard graced by a red wooden door. Here resided the exiled prince and princess of the Targaryen dynasty. Their life was serene, as both were still youthful and yet to reach the age of fanciful musings. Accompanying them were Sir Willem Darry, the former master-at-arms of the Red Keep, Earl John Clinton, the former hand of the king, and Sir Jaime Lannister, the white-cloaked Kingsguard. Sir Willem Darry took charge of the daily care of the prince and princess, having been among the first to stand guard beside them. It was he who, after the royal fleet was ravaged by a storm and the Lord of Dragonstone intended to surrender the prince and princess to the usurper, decisively led a small band to secretly escort them to safety in Braavos. Now of advanced age, he fulfilled the role of a kindly father, providing them with the utmost care. Earl John Clinton, once of Griffin's Roost and a close friend of Prince Rhaegar, had been exiled to the continent of Essos following the defeat at the Battle of the Bells. He recounted having joined a mercenary company in Pentos, participating in a few simple escort missions, until overhearing sailors in a tavern discussing the whereabouts of the prince and princess. Sir Willem held no doubts regarding John's intentions, knowing him to be an upright man, perhaps overly so, as his refusal to employ fire to flush out Robert had led to the arrival of enemy reinforcements and the loss at the Bells. Willem trusted John's integrity, believing the prince required the guidance of such a virtuous individual. However, he harbored reservations regarding the arrival of the white-cloaked knight. After all, it was the defection of the Kingsguard that had dealt the fatal blow to King Aegon. Furthermore, Jaime Lannister's claims were riddled with inconsistencies. He professed to have secured the widow of Prince Rhaegar in safety, yet had not remained by her side, opting instead to come here. The White Knight also refused to disclose the specific whereabouts of Princess Elia and her children. While Jaime's commitment to his vows was commendable, both Willem and John remained skeptical of his motives for coming. Nonetheless, the remnants of the Targaryen dynasty were few, and they had to accept the reality of potential ulterior motives among those around them. After all, having allies, even those with hidden agendas, was preferable to solitude. It is precisely due to the presence of the prince and princess that this small court appears to hold significance, which is why the Sea King of Braavos regards them as esteemed guests, frequently inviting them to the royal banquets at the palace. Of course, the Sea King's intentions may not be entirely altruistic. Harboring this exiled court serves as a strategic reserve. The foundation of Braavos lies in its iron bank, and the means to ensure the recovery of loans, apart from the faceless assassins, often involves supporting the enemies of sovereigns who default on their debts. Once these adversaries succeed in usurping power, they must assume responsibility for both their own obligations and those of their predecessors. After all, merely eliminating a debtor, while it may provide satisfaction and serve as a deterrent to others, does little to revive bad debts. Allowing the remnants of the Targaryen dynasty to persist serves as an effective threat to the current occupant of the Iron Throne. The Iron Bank could readily support the restoration of the Targaryen lineage, given that it has been borrowing from the Iron Bank since the era of the Dance of Dragons. This debt has accumulated to a substantial sum, and anyone who dares to deny its existence becomes an adversary of the Iron Bank. Sir Willem and his companions are well aware of the Sea King's and the Iron Bank's motivations. However, this understanding ensures their safety in Braavos, at least for the time being. After all, King Robert has yet to establish rapport with the Iron Bank, and his credibility remains unrecognized. Hence Braavos will not permit them harm as a contingency. This is why Sir Willem chose this city as their refuge, a judgment later affirmed by the arrival of John and Jaime. They are also cognizant that as time progresses and King Robert's reign solidifies, Braavos' protection will wane. Yet, they require time for Prince Viserys Targaryen to mature. For only a grown prince can attract the allegiance of those with vested interests and garner the support of the noble houses within the seven kingdoms. No one would rally behind a destitute child. Thus, the prince and princess grow day by day. Today marks yet another banquet hosted by the Sea King, prompting them to prepare their retinue for the occasion. Sir Willem Darry has passed away within the year, leaving the responsibility of raising the prince and princess to Sir John Clinton, while Jaime continues to fulfill his duty as a member of the King's Guard. The Sea King's enthusiasm has waned since their arrival. There are no longer special banquets held in their honor, and they are no longer the primary guests of the feasts. Nevertheless, the Sea King maintains a semblance of decorum, reserving them a seat during grand celebrations. While they may not receive special attention, at least they are spared from neglect and derision. Their traveling party has significantly dwindled since their initial arrival in Bravos. Over the years, Sir Willem Darry had dismissed superfluous servants to economize, leaving only an elderly nurse to attend to the princess's needs. Apart from an elderly knight left to guard the estate, the other knights who accompanied them were compelled to forge their own paths, most of whom joined mercenary bands and gradually lost contact. In Chapter 56, The Fury of the Sleeping Dragon, Part 3, with the old knight and an aged maid tasked with safeguarding the home, Jaime and Jon assisted Prince Viserys Targaryen and Princess Daenerys into an ordinary cart. Their party consisted of 4 individuals. Jon drove the cart, while Jaime rode a frail warhorse, an injured steed unfit for galloping beyond the city walls. Nevertheless, Jaime, a knight clad in white, felt it would be excessively humiliating to have the Kingsguard walk alongside the royal carriage. To preserve some semblance of dignity, he donned his white cloak, eschewing armor as he rode the aged horse, ensuring his presence beside the cart. It was not that they were entirely bereft of possessions. Indeed, it was the last hope for the Targaryen restoration. Sir Willem had managed to gather 2 chests of treasure upon fleeing Dragonstone, and after spending some to settle in Bravos, the majority remained securely locked in the Iron Bank's vault. Jaime and Jon harbored no grievances regarding their temporary hardships. Both were resolute in their beliefs, and thus refrained from lamenting their material scarcity. Prince Viserys, on the other hand, occasionally voiced his dissatisfaction with their current circumstances, having previously enjoyed 7 years of princely affluence before the loss of his kingdom. He often painted vivid pictures of the lavish life within the Red Keep to his younger sister, which sparked the little princess's imagination with dreams of the grandeur he described. Fortunately, the young prince retained a sense of reason, understanding that their limited resources could not be squandered on indulgent living. Apart from his complaints, he refrained from any irrational actions. Thus, the sporadic invitations from the Sea Lord became the most anticipated moments of joy for the siblings, where, despite the prying eyes and gossip of other guests, an abundance of delectable fare awaited to satiate their appetites. Moreover, Sir Jon and Sir Jaime would remain by their side, shielding them from excessive remarks and provocations. Today was another joyous occasion, as the young prince and princess reveled in the delightful prospects of the evening's banquet, wondering what culinary delights awaited them and whether new performers would showcase captivating acts. Listening to the cheerful voices of the youth within the cart, Jaime and Jon exchanged glances, both wearing relaxed smiles. This was a rare moment of joy for them. The two outside were equally touched by the buoyant atmosphere. A gentle breeze stirred the curtains, shielding the cart's windows, occasionally revealing the curious eyes of the young ones peering outside. As Jaime rode alongside the cart on the old horse, a sudden prickling sensation coursed through him, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. The instincts of a warrior compelled him to tighten his grip on the hilt of his sword, while scanning the surroundings for any unusual occurrences. Contemplating whether to caution Lord Jon to be vigilant, a sharp sound sliced through the air from the side. Jaime recognized it as the unmistakable sound of a crossbow being fired, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the glinting arrowhead approaching. The White Knight instinctively drew his sword with remarkable speed, swinging the long blade to intercept the incoming crossbow bolt. The sharp sound of metal clashing reverberated down the long street as he accurately deflected the arrow. Turning his head towards the source of the threat, he caught only a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure disappearing into the now chaotic crowd, vanishing at the end of the thoroughfare. At this moment, Jon also regained his senses, glancing at the White Knight, who had sheathed his sword and assumed a defensive stance, before turning to peer into the carriage. What he beheld within the carriage sent chills down his spine. The prince cradled his young sister in his arms, while a crossbow bolt had lodged itself into the opposite wall of the carriage, its tail twitching slightly. The prince appeared unscathed, though his expression was one of panic and urgency. In stark contrast, Princess Daenerys bore a peculiar look, rather than the fright one would expect from an assault. She seemed drowsy, as if on the brink of slumber. John noticed a small laceration on the exposed arm of the princess. Logically, the injury should not have been severe. However, a second glance at the arrow embedded in the carriage revealed a faint blue glow emanating from its sharp tip, leading him to suspect that the princess had been poisoned. News of the incident swiftly reached the Sea King's palace, yet it did not disrupt the festivities. After all, the life or death of a long-exiled princess held little weight in the mood of His Highness. He expressed only a token concern before dismissing the matter from his mind. To be frank, the remnants of House Targaryen had languished in obscurity for far too long. In Braavos, few genuinely cared for their so-called restoration, with only the usurpers across the narrow sea still viewing them as a threat. Jaime escorted the carriage back to their residence, leaving John to guard the prince and princess. He immediately set off in search of a physician within the city. However, the doctors proved unfamiliar with this peculiar poison. Daenerys's condition was perplexing. Her breathing was steady, her complexion rosy, and all bodily functions indicated robust health. Yet, no matter the method employed, they could not rouse the slumbering princess. The pursuit of the assassin was equally unfruitful. The city guard, responding to the reports, found only 2 crossbow mechanisms marked with the sigil of Blackfire at the scene, but apprehended no assailants. After discussing the matter, Jaime and John concluded that the motivation for Blackfire to target the Red Dragon was minimal. The Targaryen dynasty had been obliterated, and all parties were but lost souls. What grudges remained from the olden days seemed trivial. In contrast, King Robert of King's Landing had far greater motive for assassination, yet regrettably, there was no tangible evidence to support such a claim. Daenerys's condition indeed troubled the two men, yet fortunately, her state had not deteriorated. Aside from her unresponsiveness, she exhibited no signs of weakness. Even though they could only administer a few drops of honey water daily, her cheeks retained a healthy flush. After exhausting all medical resources in Braavos without success, Jaime recognized that his final hope lay within the mysterious realm of the King's Guard he had once visited. After conferring with John, he resolved to take the risk of returning to Westeros in search of that enigmatic sorcerer. John did not comprehend Jaime's decision. He had never encountered the sorcerer named Lyre, and was perplexed as to why Jaime held such unwavering confidence in Lyre's ability to resurrect the princess. However, upon witnessing the resolute visage of the white-cloaked knight confronting an insurmountable predicament, and recalling the prince sorrowfully seated by his sister's bedside, John reluctantly acquiesced to Jaime's choice. Their shared days had afforded him insight into the steadfast beliefs and noble character of this Kingsguard knight from House Lannister, who would never abandon his sacred vows in favor of retreating to Westeros to flatter the usurper in King's Landing. Although he could not fathom the source of Sir Jaime's confidence, he chose to believe in his decision and bestowed his blessings upon this courageous knight for the successful completion of his mission. Chapter 57, The Wrath of the Sleeping Dragon, Part 4. As the White Knight once again set foot on the lands of Westeros under the cover of night, the evening in Braavos was shrouded in ominous portents. Despite being perpetually enveloped in mist, Braavos occasionally experienced fair weather. And tonight was one such splendid evening with a scantily populated moonlit sky. The Sea Lord of Braavos had arranged an al fresco banquet at the Sea Lord's palace, inviting the city's elite to revel in the beauty of the night. This evening's moon was a perfect full moon, a rare sight indeed for Braavos. While the ruling class of the city indulged in merriment under the enchanting moonlight, a transformation occurred in the celestial body that had captivated their attention. A blood-red shadow began to creep across the lunar surface, initially manifesting as a thin crimson line along the moon's edge, gradually enveloping a substantial portion of the moon's visage. The guests at the banquet took note of this unsettling change. The once boisterous atmosphere fell into an ominous hush, punctuated only by the anxious whispers that echoed throughout the gathering. The Sea Lord's expression darkened. The recent 2 banquets had not gone smoothly, with the last one culminating in the assassination of a relatively unimportant guest, and now the very theme of tonight's celebration was beset by this peculiar phenomenon. At that moment, the captain of the Sea Lord's Guard approached to report that this rare lunar display had not only captured the attention of the city's nobility, but had also drawn the gaze of the impoverished citizens who toiled throughout the day. The majority of the populace had witnessed this phenomenon, and unease began to spread throughout the city, with the captain discerning signs of unrest from the murmurs rising within the streets. Having ruled Braavos for many years, the current Sea Lord was a seasoned and astute politician. Thus, he suppressed his own trepidation, adopting a demeanor of composure while addressing the assembly with authoritative words. There is no need for concern. I believe the distant moon will not immediately disrupt our festivities this evening. This is likely a portent of some kind. Of course, my knowledge of theology is rather limited. Yet I shall issue a decree to the Isles of the Gods tonight, trusting that the deities will safeguard our well-being." Seeing the Sea Lord's attempts to assuage their worries, the banquet guests expressed their agreement. However, the ambience of the celebration had undeniably descended into a state of gloom. Aquaman, feeling a sense of helplessness, recognized that the banquet had culminated in utter failure and thus decided to dissolve the gathering prematurely. Concurrently, the city guard was instructed to intensify their patrols within the city to deter any potential disturbances and prevent anyone from seizing the opportunity to incite chaos and cause destruction. This night was destined to be one of insomnia. However, the administrative team of Bravos proved to be efficient, and soon news from the Isles of the Gods arrived. As the moon began to be enveloped in a crimson shadow, the priests of the Moon Singer Temple were the first to react. As a faith devoted to the moon, this rare opportunity to observe the celestial body was of utmost importance to the entire temple. Several high priests of the Moon Singers displayed expressions of astonishment. Just as they found themselves at a loss, a young priestess behind them fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The startled exclamations of those around her drew the attention of the high priests, who exchanged glances and hurried over. The young girl lay with her brow furrowed and eyes shut, cradled in the arms of her companions, her body occasionally convulsing. The surrounding young priests looked on, their faces etched with anxiety. One high priest bent down beside the girl, placing a hand on her forehead and lifting her eyelids to examine her, then nodded to the other high priests. They promptly instructed several young priests to carry the unconscious girl to the high priest's private chamber and disperse the onlookers before following her into the temple. The high priests of the Moon Singers understood that this could signify the moon goddess's renewed favor upon them, yet they dared not proclaim it until the girl regained consciousness. As participants in the founding of Bravos, it was the Moon Singers aboard the slave ship whose prophecies led the original Bravosi to settle in this location. It was precisely due to their astute choice of site that the perpetual fog over Bravos obscured the vision of the pursuing Valyrian dragon lords, which ultimately contributed to the city's flourishing. Thus, the Moon Singer Temple stands as the grandest temple among the Isles of the Gods, a testament to the contributions of the ancient Moon Singers to the people of Bravos. However, all of this was predicated upon the Moon Singers' ability to prophesy, a gift they had long since lost for centuries. While the Moon Singer Temple still holds a place in the cultural and historical narrative of Bravos, it has entirely forfeited its standing in matters of real power, to the extent that even the crucial position of the key holder to the Iron Bank was relinquished long ago. The unusual lunar phase and the fainting of the young priestess ignited a flicker of hope for the high priests that the Moon Singer Temple might rise once more. Though they had long been bereft of prophetic abilities, the legacy of the Moon Singers had not been entirely severed. They still possessed knowledge of what the Moon Singers had been like before delivering their prophecies. Provided that the young priestess was not merely experiencing an epileptic seizure at this critical moment, it could almost be confirmed that they would once again possess a true Moon Singer capable of prophecy. Certainly, in the spirit of prudence, it was impossible for them to publicly announce the matter at the earliest opportunity, nor would they inform the grassroots priests. Throughout the years of the Moonchanter's decline, there have indeed been bold individuals who sought to deceive, compelling them to verify the facts repeatedly before daring to take action. As a few high priests gathered in the prayer chamber, awaiting the awakening of the girl next door, an attending priest arrived to report that the Sea King had issued an order regarding the night's celestial phenomenon, instructing the temples across the Isles of Deities to interpret the lunar anomalies and to reassure the praying populace. The high priests exchanged glances, aware of the urgency. They were uncertain how other temples would respond, but first impressions are often accurate, and they could only hope that the young priestess would awaken swiftly. Despite their anxiety, the high priests dared not disturb the slumbering maiden, for the ancient rituals and knowledge had been passed down through generations, leaving them unsure of what constituted genuine knowledge and what was merely superfluous embellishment added over time. Thus, the most prudent course was to wait for the young girl to awaken on her own, for regardless of the version of the sacred texts, they all indicated that the moon chanter would pray devoutly to the moon, fall asleep under its luminous embrace, and receive revelations from the moon goddess in dreams, interpreting these insights to deliver prophecies. If they were to awaken her hastily while she was dreaming of crucial matters, it could ruin everything. As the morning sunlight penetrated the thin mist enveloping Bravos, casting a cool, dim light into the temple through the window, the sounds of the girl awakening and conversing with the high priestess who had cared for her throughout the night finally echoed from next door. Unable to bear the weight any longer, the other high priests rushed into the chamber. Chapter 58, The Wrath of the Sleeping Dragon, Part 5, His Majesty. The Sea King of Bravos had slept soundly the previous night. Although the banquet was disrupted by the lunar phenomenon, the Sea King did not believe that the moon's hue, whether red or white, would genuinely affect Braavos. The world of magic had indeed been silent for far too long, with the last dragons having perished over a century ago. Thus, the Sea King did not perceive any supernatural threat to his rule. His primary concern was to soothe the fears of the ignorant populace, preventing any opportunistic individuals from inciting unrest. After relishing a sumptuous breakfast, he summoned his attendants to inquire whether the temples had organized reassuring messages for the citizens. The responses from the various temples of the Isles of Deities were rather unremarkable. Some claimed it was a blessing from the gods, heralding that Braavos' merchant vessels would not be destroyed by storms in the coming year, ensuring that traders would not suffer unforeseen losses. Others interpreted it as a warning from the deities, signaling impending brutal wars afar, yet assuring that Braavos remained under divine protection and would not be drawn into conflict. Some proclaimed it a sign of the arrival of a prolonged summer, with the red moon indicating a brighter sun and potentially rising temperatures ahead. The Sea King was generally satisfied with these interpretations, as long as they did not disrupt the stability of Braavos. The attendant reporting was also well versed in the philosophy of reports. After delivering a string of favorable news, he briefly mentioned the last two situations. The largest temple on the island, the Moon Chanting Temple, has yet to provide an explanation regarding last night's lunar anomaly. However, it has been reported that a minor disturbance occurred at the temple's sacrificial site during the celestial event. Additionally, the Red God Temple created quite a commotion following the lunar change, as a fervent acolyte set himself ablaze, fervently chanting a singular phrase until the flames completely consumed him. After the long summer, the stars weep blood, and darkness shall reign over us. The Sea King furrowed his brow upon hearing the attendant's final report. The activities of the moon-chanting acolytes were inconsequential. These women had not delivered a useful prophecy in centuries. Remaining silent was a wise strategy to avoid further embarrassment. However, those damned followers of the Red God perpetually disseminated mad proclamations, and now they had instigated such a lunacy. With rising ire, he instructed the attendant to warn those fanatics. Inform the municipal officials managing the Isles of the Gods that we in Braavos prohibit the slave trade and uphold the equal rights of all individuals. This time, it was their priest's own desire for death. I can tolerate that. Yet, should they dare to conduct those bloody rituals involving the residents of Braavos or any non-Red God acolytes, it will not be tolerated. Should there be a next time, I shall decree the expulsion of the Red God faith. Even deities must adhere to the laws of Braavos. Yes, my lord, the attendant quickly bowed and responded, eager to escape the wrath of the Sea King. Meanwhile, within the Moon Chanting Temple, a group of aging high priests encircled the bed of a young female acolyte, eager to glean the visions she had experienced in her dreams. To avoid frightening the young priestess, the elder priests endeavored to adopt a kindly demeanor, forcing smiles they deemed as benevolent. The young acolyte appeared somewhat alarmed, feeling the soft embrace of a plush bed in stark contrast to her usual hard cot, while the formerly aloof high priests loomed over her with twisted smiles. Fortunately, her mentor, who had stayed by her side throughout the night, promptly recognized the awkwardness of the situation and, through gentle persuasion, helped her to calm her nerves, allowing her to recount the visions from the previous night. I saw the moon begin to turn red, and I started silently reciting our moon-chanting prayers, hoping that the moon goddess would reveal herself and bless us. Then, I felt the world spinning, and after that, I cannot recall what transpired. The young priestess swallowed hard, noticing the eager expressions of the high priests, summoning her courage. She continued in a hushed tone, "When I awoke this morning, I felt as though I had indeed experienced a long dream. I seem to have seen many things, but most of them are unclear." The faces of the gathered priests slightly fell, yet fearing they might distress the young girl, they quickly resumed their encouraging expressions, maintaining their attentive demeanor. The girl could only recall a sky shrouded in a crimson haze, the resonant sound of enormous wings flapping, and, oh yes, a slumbering dragon nearby, its hot breath scorching her. The memories of the young maiden began to fragment, her descriptions becoming increasingly abstract: flames, splattered blood, terrifyingly distorted shadows, culminating in a medley of indistinct and bizarre hues. The high priests understood this to be a typical phenomenon of dreaming. According to ancient texts, the moon seer could receive the moon goddess's revelations of future visions within dreams. However, each individual's capacity to endure these visions varied. Upon awakening, in order to prevent their minds from becoming overwhelmed and descending into madness, the brain instinctively purged the portions it could not bear. Consequently, the awakened moon seers often retained only fragments or distorted glimpses of the dream's imagery. to aid the moon seers in interpreting these fragmented images. Countless practitioners had compiled various patterns, some useful and others less so, to elucidate what each image might signify. Naturally, the moon seers also had their own methods of training to enhance their endurance, hoping to reclaim more complete visions from their dreams. Yet, as magic faded from the world, such knowledge began to lose its relevance, becoming increasingly distorted through generations of transmission, rendering it ambiguous at best. After listening to the young priestess's account, a group of elderly women commenced a hushed discussion, some retrieving their sacred tomes to cross-reference the recorded lore and decode the meanings of these visions. However, interpretations varied widely among them, leading to spirited disagreements over the prophetic content. The girl sat helplessly on her bed, staring vacantly at the intensifying argument among the high priests. Observing her distress, her mentor consoled her, saying, "Do not worry, Fiona. You are a child blessed by the moon goddess. The future will brighten." Leaning against her mentor, the girl nodded weakly. Ultimately, the Sea King received a message from the Temple of the Moon Seers, but it was not a public reassurance for the populace. Rather, it was a secret prophetic communication. The elderly priest who had personally come forth spoke with unwavering certainty, assuring that this prophecy was infallible, and that its fulfillment was imminent within the city of Braavos. Reflecting on the Moon Seer's prophecy, the Sea King hesitated, uncertain whether to believe it. Given that centuries of history had demonstrated the loss of predictive capabilities among these individuals. Yet, the genuine demeanor they exhibited was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. And surely they would not squander their remaining credibility and dignity. The Sea King gazed thoughtfully at the slip of paper bearing the prophecy, which contained a succinct phrase, "The true dragon sleeps. Upon awakening, it shall bring blood and fire to its foes." Chapter 59, The Time Traveler, Part 1. Tyrion Lannister had long lost count of how long he had traversed the Royal Guard's domain, fully aware that the likelihood of finding the sorcerer named Lyr was exceedingly slim. As Lyr departed, he remarked upon the formidable defenses surrounding the area, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders. Jaime had witnessed the extraordinary power of that enigmatic sorcerer, yet he was willing to take a chance for the sake of Princess Daenerys, convinced that he shared a fateful bond with the sorcerer that would allow him to reunite with Lyr. They had scoured the city of Braavos in search of physicians and religious practitioners claiming to possess healing powers, but to no avail. None could even identify the poison afflicting the princess. The sorcerer remained the last hope for the White Knight. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating Jaime's handsome visage as he basked in the midday warmth, seeking a clean spot to rest. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, he rummaged through his empty provisions bag, realizing he must prepare to return to the city. Although his experiences over the past few years had bestowed him with considerable wisdom, he remained incapable of surviving alone in the forest for an extended period without supplies. It seemed his efforts were in vain, and he pondered the changes that may have transpired in Braavos over the past month, wondering if the princess could endure. At that moment, a faint sound of a military horn echoed from the dense thicket ahead. As a member of the King's Guard, Jaime instantly became alert, recognizing the signal of a military advance. Currently situated within the Kingswood, the likelihood of a battle occurring amidst this thick wilderness was minimal. Theoretically, the Kingswood was the domain of the Seven Kingdoms sovereign. Thus, it was most probable that a usurper was hunting within its confines. The sound remained distant, and Jaime found himself in a quandary. As a sworn protector of King Aerys Targaryen, he was obligated to regard Robert Baratheon as an adversary. The forest was dense, and a hunting party could not easily congregate. With his skills, he could approach Robert without difficulty. However, recalling the inferno in King's Landing and the myriad tales he had witnessed and heard regarding the Mad King, he understood that the epithet was well-deserved. Although such thoughts were deemed treasonous and contrary to the chivalric code and the teachings of the Seven, he genuinely believed Robert might be the better option, at least preferable to allowing the Mad King to obliterate the Seven Kingdoms entirely. Moreover, the act of assassination contradicted the chivalric education he had received. While he could engage in battle, employing the methods of an assassin would bring shame upon Prince Viserys and fail to garner the support of the noble houses, only complicating the prince's future claim to the throne. The horn signals gradually resolved, and Jaime deduced from the sounds emanating from various directions that this hunting party was rapidly pursuing a quarry. Given their current trajectory, they would soon pass by not far from his position. Exercising caution, the White Knight selected a sufficiently robust tree to ascend, its thick branches and leaves concealing his presence. As long as he kept his distance from the base, he should remain unnoticed. The horn's signals indeed faded into the distance, indicating a skilled hunting party. Even within the thicket, Their speed exceeded Jaime's expectations. It seemed he had no opportunity to approach them, for without a horse, a man's legs could never outpace those of a steed, even in such dense woodland. As James prepared to return to the ground, the crisp sound of hoofbeats echoed from the nearby woods. The White Knight steadied himself, concealing his shadow within the shade of the trees, and observed intently. A woman adorned in an exquisite gown rode gracefully upon a magnificent white steed, slowly approaching, followed closely by 4 fully armored knights draped in crimson cloaks. James furrowed his brow, fixated on this small procession. The woman's silhouette and profile were strikingly familiar, yet he dared not utter a sound. Although the insignia on the cloaks of the 4 knights was obscured, it was evident they were formidable warriors, clad only in leather armor. He recognized the challenge of confronting 4 fully equipped knights. As the woman rode forward, her countenance revealed displeasure, clearly indicating her reluctance to ride through the woods. Upon reaching the tree where James was concealed, a glimmer of golden light caught her eye. It was a lock of golden hair, caught against the mottled bark of the tree, illuminated by the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy, reflecting a radiant glow. James felt his heart quicken as she halted beneath the tree. Had he inadvertently left a conspicuous trace? Yet from his vantage point, he discerned no flaw in his concealment. At that moment, the woman lifted her exquisite face, and their eyes met. James felt as though his heart might cease. It was his sister, his only beloved, Cersei. The woman too appeared taken aback by the familiar visage hidden among the branches, biting her lip in a desperate effort to contain her emotions, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. One of the knights behind her, sensing the anomaly, gently nudged his horse forward to inquire, "Your Grace, is there an issue?" Suppressing her tumultuous feelings, Cersei turned her back to them and replied tersely, "I am weary and wish to rest here for a while. Stand back and do not disturb me." "Your Grace," the knight persisted, "His Majesty has prepared a banquet at the camp ahead for Lord Eddard and requires your presence. Time is of the essence. Let that accursed northerner wait. I need to rest." Cersei, visibly angered, spun her horse around, glaring at the 4 Lannister knights. The crimson-cloaked knights, unwilling to defy the daughter of their lord, silently took the queen's reins and assisted her to the ground, retreating to a distance of several meters. Cersei walked back to the base of the tree with an elegance she endeavored to maintain, attempting to mask her agitation as she leaned against the very spot where James had lingered, resting upon a protruding root. She seemed to admire the woodland scenery while delicately picking through the fallen leaves, as though in search of a beautiful keepsake. James, watching the woman beneath the tree, too struggled to contain his feelings. He loved his sister deeply, and each night was filled with cherished memories of her. From his hiding place, he noticed one of Cersei's hands gliding over the ground, seemingly inscribing something. In that moment, an overwhelming desire surged within him to glimpse the words she was etching upon the earth. Cersei did not linger in this place for long. She soon selected 3 exquisite fallen leaves, rose to her feet, brushed off the dust from her attire, and approached the group of knights. Jaime's gaze remained fixed upon his sister's silhouette as he observed her mount a white steed, attended by their knights, gradually receding into the distance. He waited in the tree for quite some time. Although the urge to descend was tumultuous within him, he dared not act recklessly, for it would not only jeopardize himself but also endanger his sister. As the sun sank completely below the horizon, with silence enveloping the surroundings and devoid of any flickering lights or metallic glimmers, Jaime finally ascertained that it was safe. He leaped down from the tree. Chapter 60. The Time Traveler, Part 2. Jaime refrained from lighting a torch. Instead, he relied on the cool moonlight to cautiously assess the ground beneath him. He moved with utmost care, fearful of disrupting the delicate words his sister had inscribed on the earth. Upon uncovering a patch beneath the tree, concealed beneath leaves, he discerned his sister's elegant script illuminated by the moonlight. "No one has come here since your departure. I await your return." After confirming the message, Jaime hastily erased the words and, using the still bright moonlight to orient himself, made his way in the opposite direction. Just the day before, he had crossed a brook in this direction, and he knew that following this stream would lead him to the great river, which would ultimately guide him out of the forest. Meanwhile, as Jaime journeyed through the night, a few miles away, a gathering was taking place in a clearing within the woods. King Robert Baratheon was entertaining his brother, the Duke Eddard Stark from the north. The scale of the banquet was modest, yet the sight of a whole roasted stag over the fire, the elegant pastries and fresh fruits adorning the long table, and the golden wine from the arbor flowing in exquisite crystal goblets all showcased the royal opulence. The participants were few. Queen Cersei stood apart, quietly savoring her wine while observing the king and the duke engaged in conversation by the fire, lost in her own thoughts. Lady Catelyn Stark approached Cersei, holding a goblet, and performed a courteous noble greeting. Your Grace, thank you for the hospitality extended to us by you and His Majesty. Cersei, roused from her reverie, smiled in response. The king always seeks various excuses to venture out for hunting. I believe hosting the banquet at the Red Keep would have been a greater sign of respect for Lady Catelyn and her family. Haha, I appreciate your graciousness, Your Grace. Men, after all, relish showcasing their valor through their conquests. Humph, I still wish the king would exercise more prudence. There is a realm that requires his governance, and I do not wish to become a widow to a man slain by a wild boar. How can that be? Today, King Robert personally hunted 2 deer. His prowess remains undiminished. Enough about them. I have heard you are here to escort your children to school? Ah, indeed. My husband has persistently recounted his encounter with a mysterious sorcerer in the forest. This year, we received an admission letter from the so-called Westerlo Academy of Sorcery, informing us that our children Bran and Arya have been accepted. My husband harbors no doubts and has brought our entire family here, though I cannot fathom his reasoning. Men can often be so naive and stubborn. As the 2 ladies engaged in conversation regarding their husbands and their children's futures, Robert and Eddard sat by the fire, indulging in hearty drinks. Robert raised his goblet, beckoning a nearby servant to refill it. While casting a glance at his brother's weathered visage, he lamented, Eddard, my brother. How many years have passed since we fought side by side to vanquish Rhaegar? I dearly miss those battles. It has been nearly 20 years. And look what time has wrought upon you. Robert, your belly might soon prevent you from donning armor. Huh? Curse it. Eddard, my warhammer has not aged. Do you dare to challenge me? Alas, you are my king. Chuckling, he continued, jesting aside. I hear you intend to send your children to learn sorcery from the wildlings in these woods. The world is changing, Robert. You must be aware of the transformations occurring in the Summer Isles and on the southern continent. We must adapt to the shifting tides. Trust me, Robert. Your children should also learn the arcane arts. Such tricks merely deceive the peasantry. No one can withstand my warhammer. Eddard chose not to respond further, merely offering a resigned smile. Magic is indeed on the rise, yet it has yet to impact the continent of Westeros. For one who has never truly encountered sorcery, it is difficult to comprehend the profound astonishment of past experiences. Noticing his dear brother's silence, Robert sought to redirect the conversation. Fear not. Since that wildling has established a school in the forest, it falls under the king's jurisdiction. I shall dispatch a knight to inspect the establishment and ensure your children's safety. My gratitude, Your Majesty. Eddard, must you still be so formal? We ought to be kin. Lynna, you should not have sent her back to the north. It is too frigid there. She ought to rest in the warmth of the south, where she adored flowers, in a place where blooms can be seen throughout the seasons. Sensing the atmosphere had grown somber, Eddard, harboring secrets, hastily shifted the subject. Let us not dwell on the past. Instead, let us discuss how many men you can support for the wall this year. Oh, cursed Eddard, I know your brother's disappearance has deeply affected you. But you need not be so preoccupied with matters of the wall. Over the years, how many men have you gathered from the south? Your Majesty, winter is approaching. The seasons have been changing with increasing frequency. Did you not receive the White Raven from the Citadel last month? The scholars there have announced that there will be 4 distinct seasons for the coming year. There is no harm in that. At least we shall not endure a prolonged summer, for that sweltering heat is truly unbearable, dripping with discomfort. However, what if the transition of seasons becomes more frequent? The climate may grow increasingly harsh. In recent years, the storms and blizzards in the north have occurred with greater frequency than in the past century. Perhaps this foreshadows the long night, and we must prepare ourselves. Enough, Eddard, I am merely lamenting a bit. Leave the matter of the long night to the scholars to vex you. When I return, I shall have old John clear out the dungeons of King's Landing for you, just as in years past. Thank you, Your Grace. The North and the Wall shall not forget your contributions. Enough of this, let us drink. By the way, your daughter. The beautiful one, what is her name again? Robert, Your Grace. She is named Sansa Stark. Yes, Sansa, Eddard. We should bring to fruition the union that should have been realized many years ago, the marriage between House Baratheon and House Stark. Eddard, my son. The heir Joffrey Baratheon has now reached adulthood. We should become kin, as was meant to be 20 years ago. Robert, it is my honor, and Sansa's honor. Indeed, it is a privilege for House Stark. Relax, brother, it is only right. Our alliance of wolf and stag will grow ever more robust, and we shall no longer fear the challenges posed by any enemy. Eddard nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned his gaze to a corner of the banquet hall, where the children were earnestly relishing the evening's feast, a delight seldom afforded in the north. Chapter 61. The Time Traveler, Part 3. Arya and Bran were engaged in a spirited tussle over a piece of cake at the table, their forks flailing as their little faces became smeared with cream. Today, they had been out hunting, and the elderly nurse who usually kept a watchful eye on them had not accompanied them. Their parents were preoccupied with the king and queen, leaving no one to temper the children's exuberance this evening. On the opposite side of the long table sat Joffrey, his expression one of disdain as he observed the raucous antics of the two young wolves. He could not fathom why his esteemed father, the king, would be so closely allied with these uncouth northern savages, nor why he was compelled to endure their boorish behavior in this remote wilderness. At that moment, a calm voice resonated behind him. "What troubles our noble prince? Are you unable to endure the company of our northern friends?" Joffrey turned to see a diminutive figure behind him and smirked derisively as he witnessed the man struggle to ascend the chair beside him. "Just a couple of foolish little children. You fit right in with them, uncle. You ought to be good friends. To scorn one's allies is true folly. My simple nephew." The inability to conceal one's likes and dislikes is not a quality befitting a king. Tyrion paid no heed to his nephew's jibe regarding his stature. Instead, he smiled and raised his goblet, savoring a sip of the fine wine from Arbor, aware that he could not best his astute uncle in verbal sparring. Joffrey turned his face away in displeasure, staring blankly at the distant fire. Observing his nephew's lack of wit, Tyrion shook his head in mild disinterest, leaped down from the chair, and walked toward the Stark's side, goblet in hand. Arya and Bran were still vying for the last piece of cake, oblivious to the fact that the imp had approached them from behind. "Children, there is no need for such rivalry. Hey, you there! Fetch another slice of cake for our esteemed guest," Tyrion commanded a nearby servant while watching the children playfully tussle, a smile gracing his lips. Startled by the sudden voice, Arya and Bran recalled their mother's stern admonitions before their departure, quickly composing themselves into a semblance of decorum, respectfully turning to face the source of the sound. The imp found their awkward attempts at elegance amusing and chuckled heartily, gesturing with his hand. "Ah, dear little ones, there is no need for such formality. This is the Kingswood, not the banquet hall of the Red Keep, and you are guests here, meant to revel in this splendid evening." With that, he raised his cup in a toast to them. Unable to maintain her facade of ladle-like poise, Arya's playful grin broke through as curiosity overtook her. "Are you truly the imp? I have heard you are the cleverest man in the Westerlands." Bran, hearing his sister's words, felt a pang of concern that they might offend the younger brother of the queen, but before he could contemplate an apology, the imp responded with a smile, tapping his broad forehead with a stubby finger. "Indeed, the seven gods did not grant me a robust physique, so I must rely on my wits to navigate the malice of this world." Arya nodded thoughtfully at Tyrion's words. "A clever strategy. I often find myself outmatched by Robb, but I can attack his back with swifter footwork." "Huh, a clever girl," Tyrion replied, taking another sip from his cup, curiosity piqued. "I hear you have received a letter of acceptance from a school of magic?" Bran, sensing the imp's unexpected warmth, relaxed and eagerly joined the conversation. "Yes, it was delivered by a peculiar white bird, adorned with a bright red crown, a long neck, and slender legs. A truly beautiful creature." "Oh, do your parents approve of your pursuit of studies here?" "To be honest, I have resided in King's Landing for some time, and have yet to hear of such a remarkable school within the Kingswood. Our mother is indeed somewhat apprehensive, but our father has met the headmaster of this magical institution, a man named Lyre, who is said to be a formidable sorcerer." "Ah, truly? I had no idea Lord Eddard had such a wealth of experiences. How I wish I could share in adventures as rich as his." "Believe me, my Lord Tyrion, those adventures are not always pleasant." Catelyn had been observing the children from afar, and, concluding her conversation with Cersei as gracefully as possible, hastened to their side. Tyrion turned to acknowledge the children's mother, raising his cup in a gesture of goodwill. "Lady Catelyn, no offense intended, but your husband is indeed a great warrior and lord." Grateful for Lord Tyrion's commendation. "Ah, the cake has arrived. Fear not, children. If it proves insufficient, simply request more, for the royal chef will always cater to your desires. For now, the moonlight tonight is truly enchanting. I shall step outside the camp to admire it. Farewell, my lady." The imp distinctly sensed the children's reticence and the palpable awkwardness between the two parties following Lady Catelyn's arrival. He understood the tension and sensitivity of a mother preparing to send her young ones into the unknown. Thus, he politely raised his cup in a gesture of farewell before taking his leave. Without a backward glance, the little monster departed, only to hear his mother's soft reprimands directed at the two children, now adorned with paint upon their faces. He chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he glanced at the king and the Duke of the North, who were still engaged in intimate conversation by the fire, and then at his older sister, who stood proudly and independently by the tent's edge. With a sense of ennui, he beckoned 2 guards and strode towards the camp's exit. In truth, the distance to the King's Road and the Blackwater River was not far. He intended to journey back to King's Landing overnight. Aware of a modest fishing cottage on the southern bank of the Blackwater, where the fisherman's daughter possessed a gentleness and strength unlike the women of the King's Landing brothels. Rather than idly swatting mosquitoes here, he preferred to fill the hearts of the maidens with his golden dragons. Shortly after the imp's departure, Lal appeared outside the camp, wielding a feather duster. Who goes there? The vigilant knights surrounding the camp were the first to notice the newcomer, calling out loudly. Both Robert and Eddard, seated by the fire, rose to observe the source of the commotion, and soon, the other camp occupants were drawn to the disturbance. Lal approached the camp with an unhurried grace, standing before the 2 knights who obstructed his path, and declared in a resonant voice, "I am Lal, the headmaster of the Westerosi Academy of Mystical Arts, here to escort my 2 students for enrollment." Though Lal did not raise his voice, every person in the camp felt as though he were speaking directly into their ears, leaving them astonished by his method of projection. The 2 knights placed their hands on their sword hilts, while King Robert strode forward, wielding his warhammer. At the long table, Caitlin clutched her 2 children, anxiously observing the stir at the camp's edge. Eddard, noticing their anxious expressions, nodded to reassure his wife and children. He hastened his steps to catch up with the king's advancing figure. Chapter 62, The Time Traveler, Part 4. King Robert, with his characteristic booming voice, called out before even drawing near, "I have heard you are a formidable sorcerer. I wonder if you can withstand my warhammer?" Eddard, trailing closely behind the king, caught sight of Lyle, his face betraying a look of embarrassment. Lyle waved his feather duster lightly and smiled gently. "Your Majesty, I am merely adept in certain mystical arts and do not excel in combat." "Ha, coward!" Robert bellowed, laughing heartily at the words of the oddly dressed young man. Raising the glistening leg of deer he held in his hand. Laughter abruptly ceased, and Robert distinctly recalled that in his grasp had been his own warhammer. However, the warmth radiating from his hand contradicted the icy nature of his weapon. Sensing the anomaly, several knights and the royal guards nearby exhibited palpable tension. A few among them had indeed witnessed His Majesty, the king, charging forth with the warhammer, yet in a fleeting moment of distraction. The very object raised by the king had transformed into a steaming leg of venison. They all placed their hands upon the hilts of their swords. Yet none dared to draw them, for the strength of their adversary was inscrutable. It was best not to provoke him. Eddard bore a wry smile as he approached to greet Lyre. "Masterly, it is a pleasure to see you again." Lyre returned the gesture with a respectful nod towards the Duke of the North. "Ah, it is an honor to meet you, Your Grace. Did your letter not mention that you would come to escort the young master and Miss to school? How is it that you have taken the trouble to come in person?" "Ah, my wife is somewhat concerned, and I also wish to formally pay a visit to you." Masterly, Lyre understood that Eddard genuinely wished to see his sister's children, but the presence of others made it imprudent to speak openly. Of course. I understand the Duchess's concern for her offspring. How about this? September 1st is the day our school opens. I would like to extend an invitation to you and the Duchess to attend. Thank you for the invitation, Masterly. Meanwhile, King Robert noticed that Eddard's conversation with Master Lee had alleviated the earlier awkwardness. He tossed the leg of venison to a nearby guard and waved his hand. "Return to your posts. I shall entertain Master Lee with Lord Eddard." Without awaiting Lyre's response, he attempted to seize Lyre and lead him towards the fire. Lyre deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the king's grease-stained hand, and took a step back, following the king's lead towards the fire. Observing Lyre's evasive maneuver, Robert's eyes glinted momentarily, yet he said nothing further, instead placing his hand behind his back and striding purposefully towards the flames. Eddard uttered no more, merely gesturing subtly to Lyre as they proceeded together. By the fire, a gleaming war hammer stood silently, as if it had never been moved. The king caressed the handle of the hammer, choosing silence, and warmly invited Lyre to take a seat on the newly arrived chair provided by the attendants. Lyre accepted graciously, settling comfortably into the chair, and took a sip from the goblet of fine wine handed to him by a servant. Excellent. I see that Master Lee is a man of great spirit. Eddard, where did you come to know him?" Eddard Stark, observing Robert's restored exuberance, pondered briefly before responding. "Robert, do you recall my departure from the company before reaching King's Landing?" "Ah, yes, you went in search of Lyanna, didn't you?" "Alas." Eddard, noticing Robert was about to drift into nostalgia, quickly interjected. "Indeed, while returning from the Tower of Joy, I was eager to reach King's Landing to partake in the battle. So I took a shortcut. Unexpectedly, I became lost in the Kingswood, and it was Master Li who came to my rescue, allowing me to survive. Liar chimed in. Indeed. It has been 2 decades since our last encounter. Ed, reflecting on this, gazed upon Liar's seemingly ageless visage with a sense of nostalgia, remarking that the past 20 years appeared to have left him unchanged. As one devoted to the path of enlightenment. Cultivating both body and spirit while meandering through these woods without a care, one might say I have mastered the art of preserving youth, Liar replied with a smile. Curious. Cersei, who had approached, seized upon the conversation and inquired, Liar, can you truly enable one to retain their youth? Turning to the elegantly attired noblewoman, Liar recognized her as the queen and responded warmly. Fate has brought us together. Allow me to bestow a gift upon her grace. With that, he produced a small brocade box from within his robes. Though maintaining her haughty demeanor, Cersei's eyes betrayed her yearning. Discreetly, she signaled her attendant to retrieve the box from Liar's hands, suppressing her urge to open it immediately. Liar, still smiling, declared, This is a beauty balm. If you apply it to your face for just 1 hour, its wonders will be revealed. Cersei's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she graciously thanked him, already eager to return to her tent and test the miraculous ointment. Robb, however, expressed his impatience. Women and their trivial pursuits. Liar. Your earlier evasive maneuver was quite impressive. I presume your martial skills are commendable as well? Cersei's expression darkened at her husband's disregard, and, casting a scornful glance at him, she retreated toward her tent with her attendant in tow. You flatter me, your majesty. My skills are merely rudimentary, Liar responded deftly to Robb's probing. Robb was not as reckless as he portrayed. Beneath his facade lay a cunning individual, masked by a love for indulgence and a reluctance to engage with the mundane affairs of governance, thus presenting himself more as a warrior than a king. As night deepened, Catelyn had already returned to her tent with the children to rest. The crackling of the firewood echoed clearly in the stillness of the night, while Robb continued his awkward conversation with Liar. Eager to recruit Liar as his royal sorcerer, Robb found his overtures met with indifference. For Liar harbored no interest in serving as a subject to Robb. Rather, he sought to disrupt the status quo across Westeros. Realizing his attempts to persuade Liar were fruitless, Robb eventually relented. Fortunately, Liar agreed to extend an invitation for the royal family to attend the upcoming ceremony, fostering a budding camaraderie. Upon recognizing that Liar was no mere juggler, Robb also came to understand that the peculiar happenings in the Summer Isles, relayed by the 8-legged spider, might not be mere drunken sailors' tales. To maintain their reign, the crown indeed required a measure of magical prowess. Ed's observations rang true. The situation was indeed undergoing unusual transformations. Thankfully, his association with Liar marked a promising beginning. With persistent communication, a solid relationship could ultimately be established. As midnight approached, Liar took his leave, gracefully vanishing into the woods. Robert patted Eddard Stark's shoulder and remarked, Eddard, my brother, your foresight is indeed correct. We must embrace change. Stay. King's Landing needs you. I need you. Eddard gazed in the direction where Liar had disappeared, momentarily at a loss on how to respond to his brother's plea. He belonged to the wilds of the north, a dire wolf of the open fields, and should not linger in the mire of King's Landing. In the early hours of the following day, Cersei did not accompany the king's hunting party, but returned to King's Landing with her guards and handmaidens. The king displayed little reaction to the queen's departure. In fact, to Eddard, he appeared almost pleased. Cersei was eager to test the effects of the so-called beauty balm gifted by the mysterious sorcerer. Naturally, she prided herself on her intelligence and would not be easily deceived. Prudently, she had one of her trusted old handmaidens apply a small amount on the back of her hand first. She needed to ascertain its efficacy. If it proved effective, she would hastily apply it all over her body. Her foolish brother had returned, and she was determined to present her most splendid self before him, confident he would once again fall at her feet. Jaime Lannister stood once more on the southern banks of the Blackwater River, gazing across at the bustling cargo docks and the towering city walls in the distance, feeling a sense of disorientation. Years had passed, and the changes in King's Landing were far more significant than he had anticipated. As he arrived at the northern dock via ferry, this sensation intensified. The once damp, dilapidated, muddy, and squalid alleys had been replaced by wide, well-paved streets. The buildings along the streets, both new and old, had evidently undergone extensive renovations and reconstructions. The fish market, cargo docks, and ferry terminal were all meticulously organized, and he even noticed distant bridge piers under construction, indicating plans for a new bridge spanning the wide Blackwater River. Fortunately, the secret exit he knew still existed, although the pathways had altered. As an elite knight, He relied on his memories and sense of direction to find the correct old house amidst a cluster of aged buildings. He observed the surroundings for a while, noting that this area was unusually quiet during the day, significantly more so than the slums he remembered. Yet, the old house showed no signs of neglect. On the contrary, the garments hanging from the windows and other domestic details suggested it remained a densely populated living area. Though puzzled by the quietude and seeing no passers-by, he cautiously leaped into the old residence. The modest courtyard and the house itself seemed well maintained, though a thin layer of dust on some objects indicated that the mysterious caretaker did not frequent the place often. Inside, the furnishings had not changed, and Jamie easily located the entrance to the underground passage. Although aware of the perilous nature of traversing the secret passage, his yearning for his sister became insurmountable. Confident in his martial prowess, he boldly stepped into the passage. At the entrance, torches awaited, indicating that this route had not been abandoned. Igniting a torch and sealing the entrance behind him, James advanced based on memory. The passage was dark and winding. Upon reaching its end, he felt as though an eternity had passed, likely exacerbated by his anxiety to reunite with his beloved. Cautiously, he crouched by the concealed door, listening intently for an extended period, and upon confirming that no one was present, he gently activated the mechanism to push open the door. A sliver of the setting sun streamed through the bright crystal glass into the room, and as James stepped into the tidily arranged bedroom, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Striving to calm his racing heart, he turned to close the concealed door, only to discover a note on the floor. It appeared someone had slipped it through the door's crevice beforehand. The familiar, delicate handwriting ignited a surge of excitement within him. He knew what was to follow. From any rational perspective, he ought to refrain from proceeding, yet the twisted emotions coursing through him acted as a lethal poison, rendering his reason powerless to govern his actions. Following the note's instructions, he made his way to the room on the top floor and lowered the curtain of a specific window as a signal before returning to the bedroom to wait in silence. Cersei, too, had felt a sense of unease in recent days, never anticipating that her brother, who had been lost to her for over a decade, would suddenly appear in the Kingsguard. Their father had long sought to summon his foolish son back, yet according to Varys' intelligence, James had vanished after the poisoning of the last Targaryen girl many years prior. Over the years, their father expended vast sums of gold, hiring men to search the eastern continent for his brother, unwilling to relinquish the family legacy to his loathsome dwarf sibling. Each of his attempts had ended in failure. Cersei's feelings for James were complex. They were each other's physical awakening and closest confidants. She had reveled in her control over him. Yet the reality that he had been indoctrinated by the so-called knightly oaths and had fled with the Targaryen exiles across the narrow sea was unfathomable. She had presumed her foolish brother had perished in some dark corner, yet James's sudden presence in the Kingsguard stirred fond memories of her youth. Thus, in a moment of impulsivity, she resorted to a mysterious ointment, determined to maintain her cherished image in his eyes. This time, she would employ every means at her disposal, honed over 2 decades in the Red Keep, to bind James to her side, ensuring he would not slip away again. The secret passage that James once traversed had been investigated by her agents, and was indeed a remarkably convenient route. She believed it to be one of the many passages left behind by the cruel mayor, assuming it was discovered by James during his time as a White Knight. Cersei dispatched someone to acquire the courtyard at the exit of the secret passage, assigning another servant, unaware of its existence, to routinely maintain the area. The only individual privy to the passage's existence was a family servant who had served for generations. Her family resided in Casterly Rock and Lannisport, thus rendering them a form of hostage. This elderly handmaiden had been Cersei's personal attendant, a trusted confidant through the years. Cersei had not utilized this passage for many years, having gained control over the Red Keep through other means, leaving the passage as her final recourse. Upon her return to King's Landing from the Kingsguard, she feigned the need for the Maiden's Tower to accommodate the forthcoming Stark family members, orchestrating for her maids and servants to tidy the long-neglected tower, adorning it with splendid new furnishings and decor. She sought to create a private sanctuary for herself, and the isolated tower seemed an ideal location. As dusk approached, she discovered that the curtains of the room at the top of the tower in a corner of the Red Keep had been drawn. Instantly, Cersei tensed, realizing that her foolish brother had indeed arrived. With an elegant turn, she summoned her maid to attend to her grooming. This night was destined to be one of restless anticipation. Robert had yet to return, and most of the guards in the Red Keep were Lannister soldiers, making her the de facto authority here. As evening fell, the Queen commanded her servants to arrange a small banquet in the common room of the Maiden's Tower to ensure no detail had been overlooked in the preparations. A lavish spread was laid upon the table, and the queen ordered everyone to leave, subsequently instructing her personal guards to secure the entrance. There were no objections. Over the years, she had deftly maneuvered her way into controlling the court of the Red Keep. In Chapter 64, The Time Traveler, Part 6, Jaime sat in his study, striving to maintain his composure. He had recently noticed the sounds of servants preparing for the banquet below, and through the window, he glimpsed Cersei approaching with a retinue. The commotion below gradually subsided, and Jaime, holding a book he had randomly pulled from the shelf, sat in a chair without absorbing a single word. The sound of light footsteps grew clearer, and Jaime held his breath, forcing himself not to look toward the door. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a melodious call reached his ears. "Jaime, you finally came to find me." Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Jaime stood and turned toward the entrance. Cersei, equally exhilarated, rushed into her brother's embrace. With a thud, the book slipped from Jaime's grasp and fell to the floor. He pressed his lips together, trembling hand reaching to caress the delicate visage of the young woman before him. Cersei's life over the years must have been filled with happiness. Her beautiful face bore no traces of time, appearing even more youthful. Cersei, in turn, gently caressed Jaime's face, marveling at the wonder that her brother seemed to possess some elixir of youth, looking as fresh as he had 2 decades prior. Cersei, with her mature and sultry voice, gently spoke, "Jaime, my dear brother, where have you been all these 20 years? Do you have any idea how much I've missed you?" "Sister, I have missed you too," Jaime replied, momentarily taken aback as he embraced her voluptuous figure. A strange realization dawned upon him, prompting him to hesitantly inquire, 20 years? Surely not. In just a few months, it will be Joffrey's 19th birthday. 20 years, how could that be? Cersei observed her brother's panicked expression and sensed a hint of something amiss. Cautiously probing, "Jaime, what troubles you?" I clearly. Jaime suddenly grasped something, tightening his hold on her arms, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Cersei, do you know what has transpired in Braavos?" The queen felt a pang of disappointment, recognizing that her brother remained preoccupied with those cursed nightly vows, and was reluctant to respond. Yet, witnessing his troubled demeanor, she felt a twinge of compassion. "You do not know? After you left Braavos 15 years ago, Daenerys has remained in slumber." Jaime collapsed into a chair behind him, cradling his head in his hands. "Has so much time truly passed? I was only in the Kingswood for a little over a month." Cersei pulled up a chair to sit opposite him, gently taking one of his hands and softly inquiring about his state. "Jaime, do you remember how long you have been away from here?" "More than 5 years. Though I cannot recall the specifics." 5 years. Where did you go after leaving Braavos?" I went to the Kingswood. It was nearly a month before I saw you. But, the spider mentioned you had left Braavos 15 years ago. You have been missing for 15 years. But, I clearly left Braavos just over a month ago. Observing her brother's confusion, Cersei found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to console him or clarify the discrepancy of those 15 years. "Jaime, why did you go to the Kingswood?" The White Knight hesitated, his lips moving as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Princess Daenerys was poisoned. We consulted every physician in Braavos, yet to no avail. I knew of a powerful sorcerer in the Kingswood, and I sought him out in hopes he might save the princess." "The one named Elwire, is it?" "Ah, yes. How do you know of Master Elwire?" Shortly after we parted ways, this sorcerer appeared at Robert's camp and gifted me a vial of rejuvenating ointment, which is why I appear so youthful." "Then, can you contact Master Elwire?" Cersei furrowed her brow, observing Jaime's astonishment, feeling a mix of irritation and helplessness. "Jaime, that sorcerer is quite enigmatic. We cannot reach out to him directly. However, rest assured, I shall arrange for someone to seek him out in the Kingswood. For now, let us dine. You have not enjoyed a proper meal in years." Cersei took Jaime's somewhat dazed hand and led him out of the room, intent on distracting him from his troubled thoughts. The banquet hall of the maiden's residence is rather modest, its windows elegantly draped with sumptuous curtains, while exquisite chandeliers and candles upon the dining table emit a warm, inviting glow. The aroma of delectable dishes wafts through the air, and the wine in the ice bucket exudes a chilling allure. Cersei presses down on Jaime's shoulder, guiding him into a chair at the table. Pouring the crisp, chilled arbor gold into 2 crystal goblets, Cersei takes a seat beside Jaime, handing him a glass. Instinctively, Jaime raises his hand to accept the goblet, the cold sensation jolting him back to awareness. Gazing at his sister's delicate visage and her gentle gaze, he realizes that he belongs to her this evening. As the night deepens, having relished a cozy dinner, the two stand beside a hearth at one end of the hall, the crackling fire providing warmth as they embrace in silence. Suddenly, Cersei begins to hum a light tune from the Westerlands, and Jaime instinctively holds his enchanting sister. Swaying slowly to the melody, a sweet sensation flows between them, the crackling of the fire accompanying Cersei's mature, sultry voice, intoxicating in its charm. They confide in each other until late into the night, Jaime expressing his love and the sorrow of not being able to remain by her side, while Cersei shares her longing for her brother over the past 2 decades. Jaime struggles to conceal his confusion over the disorientation of time. He must find a way to meet with Ser Loras again, for he surely understands the nature of his predicament. Moreover, he must possess the means to rescue Princess Daenerys. Cersei savors her lover's tender words, though a hint of sorrow lingers in her brow, yet she remains confident in her ability to manipulate those before her. Over the course of 20 years, she has endured much, and she is certain that with her beauty and the title of queen, no man can escape her grasp, except that cursed Robert, the scoundrel who only sought to indulge in debauchery and mourn the passing of that northern woman. That wretched Lyanna not only lured away the perfect Rhaegar, but continued to ensnare her husband even in death. Truly, she knows no bounds. Jaime notices a flicker of displeasure in his sister's eyes. Years of familiarity have made him aware that his distraction may have caused her discontent. He quickly tightens his embrace around Cersei, leaning down to whisper sweet nothings into her ear, striving to mend his mistake and keep her from anger. This night is destined to be one of sleeplessness, as the clouds have completely obscured the moon, plunging the Red Keep into darkness. Even the occasional flicker of oil lamps cannot dispel the profound gloom. Within this darkness, unspeakable, sordid affairs are unfolding. Chapter 65. The Changes in King's Landing, Part 1. After a few days of blissful togetherness, Cersei's devoted handmaiden arrives with news that King Robert and his entourage have returned to the Red Keep. Cersei prevented Jaime from departing, assuring him that all within the Red Keep were her loyal subjects, and no one would disturb him in the secluded maiden's house. She urged him to remain at ease, promising to assist in locating the sorcerer known as Lisa, advising him to simply wait patiently. Having arranged for her former lover, Cersei made her way to the banquet hall to meet with Robert. The king and Prime Minister Jon Arryn were to host a welcome feast for their kin, the family of his foster son. Eddard encountered his foster father, Lord Jon, whose visage, though markedly aged, retained a vibrant spirit. Over the years, Robert had proven to be an inept monarch, reliant on Jon's guidance to maintain the kingdom's stability. The banquet was extravagant, drawing nearly all the nobility of King's Landing. Eddard and Catelyn stood somewhat apart in a corner of the hall, observing Bran and Arya indulging in delectable pastries. Lord Eddard, Lady Catelyn, this feast is in honor of you and your children. Why do you linger in the shadows? Are you uncomfortable? A middle-aged man, elegantly attired in a finely tailored garment, approached them, raising his goblet in greeting. Eddard recognized him as Peter Baelish, a subordinate and vassal of his foster father, infamous for his audacious challenge to Eddard's brother in a bid for Eddard's wife. Catelyn also recognized the man she had known for over a decade. Yet she merely offered a polite nod and stepped back, allowing her husband to take the lead in the conversation. Peter maintained his affable demeanor, inquiring, "Have you had the opportunity to inspect your accommodations? Should there be any grievances, please inform me, and I shall rectify them promptly." With a stern countenance, Eddard begrudgingly offered a compliment. "I thank you, Lord Baelish. My wife and I are quite satisfied with the villa. You are indeed the Prime Minister's most capable aide." Recognizing Eddard's unyielding demeanor and Catelyn's deliberate avoidance, Peter realized he had overstayed his welcome. He graciously bowed and elegantly turned away from them. Once Peter had distanced himself, Catelyn resumed her conversation with Eddard, inevitably steering the topic toward Baelish. "Eddard, while I hold Peter in disdain, I must concede that he is indeed a valuable asset to Lord Jon. Indeed, Peter has always been astute, though he often overestimates himself. However, he may have matured over the years. Time tends to bring change," Eddard mused, his acknowledgement of Peter not mere flattery. Faced with the extravagant excesses of King Robert, the very survival of the realm's central treasury had relied on Peter's deft maneuvers. Following the catastrophic explosion and fire in the west of King's Landing, Jon Arryn inherited a far worse predicament than depicted in the original tale. Besides the customary appeasement of the South and the unification with Dorne through marriage, he, influenced by his young wife Lisa Tully, had early on appointed Peter to oversee the reconstruction of the west of King's Landing. Littlefinger, living up to expectations, proposed a refreshingly innovative strategy. He put forth a comprehensive plan to entirely reconstruct the entirety of the Westerlands. King's Landing, a quintessential medieval city, is characterized by its narrow, winding streets devoid of a sewage system, where residents often disposed of their waste directly onto the streets. relying solely on heavy rains to wash the filth into the Blackwater River. The city can be described as exceptionally filthy and foul-smelling. Remarkably, such conditions did not lead to an outbreak of the Black Plague, and the population swelled to around 500,000, a testament to the divine protection of the deity Martin. Recently changed hands, King's Landing faced two significant challenges: a multitude of impoverished citizens rendered homeless by the flames, and the refugees congregating in the city due to war. Although the inferno claimed the lives of tens of thousands, the sheer number of those who had lost everything remained substantial, threatening to ignite further unrest at any moment. It is noteworthy that the populace of King's Landing had the capability to slay dragons. Whether those capable of such feats were truly the rabble remains highly questionable. Yet it underscores the terrifying potential for civil disorder among the city's inhabitants. Littlefinger's plan adeptly addressed both dilemmas. The Southern Territories, eager to avoid the wrath of the new king and the confiscation of their lands, contributed substantial provisions to King's Landing, while Tywin Lannister, in his quest for his daughter to ascend as queen, also provided a considerable amount of gold. With these resources, Littlefinger employed laborers to clear the ruins and stabilize the restless populace. He did not merely tidy up the debris and repair the city's defenses, abandoning the citizens to their own devices for the reconstruction of their homes. Instead, he seized the opportunity presented by the devastation wrought by the fire, acquiring vast tracts of land in the Westerlands through various means, knowing full well that for those who had lost everything, even a loaf of bread could secure a deed to land, as these individuals lacked the capital to rebuild their homes regardless. Fortunately, the city was experiencing a prolonged summer, with relatively warm nighttime temperatures, allowing citizens to forego concerns over shelter from the cold. The mere presence of food was sufficient to pacify them. After temporarily calming the populace, he directed them to clear the wreckage while simultaneously maneuvering southward, purchasing land all the way to the Blackwater River. He even persuaded the small council to temporarily dismantle a section of the city wall adjacent to the riverbank. Upon clearing all structures from the land he had acquired, he commenced the excavation of a comprehensive sewage system throughout the area. To gain the council's approval for such extensive undertakings, he highlighted the deceased King Aerys, the Mad King, who had buried an untold quantity of wildfire throughout King's Landing. The only individual privy to the locations of these hidden caches, former Pyromancer Guild leader, Prime Minister Rosart, had self-immolated with a jar of wildfire upon confirming the fall of the city. The other pyromancers involved had long since been silenced by the Mad King. Hence, no one knew whether they were standing atop a concealed jar of wildfire poised to explode. It was this very uncertainty that Littlefinger leveraged to persuade the lords and the king to undertake the complete renovation of King's Landing. During the excavation of the sewer, he indeed uncovered numerous cellars and secret passages, and due to the workers' inadvertent mishaps, several minor explosions and fires were triggered. This further substantiates the necessity of mobilizing such a grand endeavor. King Robert even contemplated the notion of relocating the capital to Dragonstone. Fortunately, the ever-reliable Spider repeatedly assured him that no canister of wildfire remained hidden beneath the Red Keep. Prime Minister John also guaranteed the king that he had dispatched guards to meticulously investigate all the secret passages beneath the Red Keep, and none were found. The reckless decision to transfer the capital to Dragonstone was deemed unwise, which led King Robert to abandon the idea. However, prior to Littlefinger's complete renovation of King's Landing, the king scarcely returned to the Red Keep, preferring instead to hunt in the Kingswood, tour his realm, and indulge in the company of various beauties. Chapter 66. The Transformation of King's Landing, Part 2. Littlefinger did not merely reconstruct the west side as it was, he instead reimagined it with broad avenues, exquisitely designed three-story stone houses, and truly opulent garden villas. He sold these grand residences to the wealthiest merchants and nobles within King's Landing, and it was evident that the city's elite eagerly flocked to purchase properties in this newly secure and tidy environment. Naturally, while acquiring these homes, the nobles, having witnessed Littlefinger's capabilities, began investing in his ventures, offering him their lands and other regions for renovation and development. After 5 years, Littlefinger completed the extensive renovation project within the city walls, transforming the entire visage of King's Landing. Of course, this process did not come without its casualties, as numerous homes belonging to commoners were razed to make way for larger garden villas. Faced with the well-armored city watch, the scattered residents were powerless to resist. Nevertheless, Littlefinger was not devoid of means to placate the populace. Throughout the renovation of King's Landing, a cadre of astute merchants naturally gravitated towards him. They either possessed a degree of financial strength or were agents of various nobles. Initially, Under Littlefinger's technical guidance, they established a material company outside the city, producing bricks and refining limestone transported from the Westlands into cement. Since the Kingswood belonged to the king, and King Robert cherished hunting within its confines, the primary construction materials for the city's reconstruction were cement and bricks. As the employment of King's Landing's citizens gradually stabilized, wages transitioned from mere food to silver stacks. To ensure stability for the unemployed populace, Littlefinger organized merchant groups to procure cotton in bulk from the south and Dorne, establishing textile factories in King's Landing. In order to produce the machinery for spinning and weaving, mechanical processing plants were also required. Soon, a series of workshops were constructed, significantly absorbing the city's surplus of unemployed individuals. These workshops were located outside the city, necessitating that many urban residents spend considerable time commuting. The merchant groups also erected 6-story brick buildings just outside the city walls, providing communal living spaces with running water, which were well received by the surrounding working citizens. Moreover, it coincided with Littlefinger's extensive demolition within the city, compelling citizens to relocate. Under the influence of these two factors, the populace eagerly withdrew their silver stags to make purchases, with some even beginning to embrace the novel trend of acquiring homes through loans. These transformations are gradually reshaping the power dynamics of both King's Landing and the entire realm. However, to the nobles and lords, everything appeared to be progressing favorably. King Robert perceived that King's Landing had achieved complete safety, with newly constructed opulent brothels housing beauties from around the world for his indulgence. A grand arena was erected on the site of the Dragon's Lair, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators, where magnificent tournaments could be held to showcase both valiant spirit and the kingdom's prosperity. Jon Arryn observed that stability had returned to King's Landing, with significant improvements in public safety. The troublesome dens of vice had been eradicated, and those potentially inciting unrest had been expelled from the city. Now, the residents of the city were, at the very least, modestly affluent commoners, whose employment would preclude any disturbances. Most splendidly, with the flourishing of commerce, the kingdom's tax revenues surged, and lords across the land prospered from the cultivation of cash crops, thereby solidifying King Robert's reign. The major lords and nobles witnessed their wealth steadily increase, enabling them to indulge even more extravagantly, while the atmosphere of King's Landing became notably more refreshing, as the once despised ragged commoners were driven beyond the city limits. However, it must be noted that the artisan workshops outside the city might represent the pinnacle of this development, for fundamentally, this world lacked the coal and oil necessary to ignite an industrial revolution. The world of ice and fire is a stable planar realm, with a thickness of several tens of thousands of kilometers, yet devoid of geological activity and the millions of years of carbon deposition needed to create the geological conditions for coal and oil. Nevertheless, over the past decade, the changes in the southern continent of Essos have once again created possibilities for an industrial revolution. As the southern continent was developed, adventurers ventured further inland, ultimately discovering a naturally luminescent crystal deep within the mountain ranges. Soon, the practitioners of magic, who had spread across the Summer Isles and southern continent, discovered that this crystal could release heat under specific magical formations. In recent years, steam boilers powered by this crystal began to appear in the workshops of King's Landing, while machines imported from the Summer Isles gradually found their way into these factories. Evidently, the existence of magic has begun to permeate the populace. Yet the noble lords remain oblivious to these changes, as long as these workshops consistently produce golden dragons, immersed in feasts and the company of beautiful women. These nobles would not deign to glance at the sweaty, filthy factories. Naturally, professional managers handle these bothersome matters for them. Of course, not everyone is blind to these shifts. Littlefinger had recognized these changes early on. One could even assert that it was he who, following the directives of that enigmatic figure, was the first to introduce those devices and magical crystals. He was acutely aware that these innovations would yield products at a pace exponentially faster than anything witnessed over the past several centuries, even millennia. Soon, the merchants of King's Landing would find themselves in the awkward predicament of being inundated with unsold goods. This would create a colossal upheaval, a veritable bomb far more lethal than the wildfires buried beneath King's Landing, for it could jeopardize the entirety of the continent of Westeros. Yet, Peter Baelish found himself utterly powerless to resist. That mysterious individual loomed over him like a sword, and he dared not defy him in the slightest. Indeed, at times, he harbored no desire to rebel, for the tome entrusted to him by this enigmatic figure was nothing short of a sacred scripture. Guided by its teachings, He not only exceeded the expectations set forth by Lord John, but also gradually seized control over the kingdom's finances and the merchant class. The introduction of these machines, which could potentially incite chaos, appeared to present an excellent opportunity for him. After all, as the adage goes, chaos is a ladder. Without a significant upheaval, how could a minor noble from the Fingers hope to ascend the stage of the power game and become a formidable player? He believed that the mysterious figure was also intent on instigating such turmoil, akin to his own ambitions, and he occasionally mused that perhaps he should pledge his unwavering loyalty to him. Until that enigmatic figure revealed a flaw, he would remain his most advantageous master. Chapter 67. The opening ceremony. The upper echelons of the Red Keep were not entirely oblivious to the world's transformations. Upon learning of Robert and Eddard's experiences in the Kingsguard, Jon Arryn fervently urged the king to regard the opening ceremony of this mysterious school of magic with utmost seriousness. Clearly, regardless of how reluctant the scholars of the Citadel and the bishops of the Faith of the Seven were to acknowledge the existence of magic in this world, ample evidence suggested that it was indeed an integral part of existence. In the face of such unknown powers, rejection and suppression were not the appropriate responses. Rather, mastering them remained the prudent choice. It is worth noting that the Undulls ruled Westeros for 8,000 years, relying on their advanced knighthood and iron armor and weaponry. Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms through the might of his dragons, and Valyria became the sole empire due to its possession of dragons and blood magic. Jon Arryn sought to seize this opportunity to engage in meaningful dialogue with the esteemed Lyre, for as a school of magic situated in Westeros, their decision to present themselves to the world meant that the lords should derive commensurate resources from their presence. Just as the Citadel accepted the younger sons of lords as scholars and dispatched scholars to assist lords in governing their domains, so too should the lords and even the king be entitled to a magical advisor. In this context, the procession attending Bran and Arya's school opening ceremony swelled continually, expanding from the 4 children of Eddard Stark to include the king and his Kingsguard, followed by the queen and ultimately the hand of the king along with his astute aide, Peter Baelish. By the time the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the square before the Red Keep, the retinue had burgeoned to nearly 1,000 individuals. The lords of the small council were intrigued to witness the spectacle, while the various nobles within King's Landing were eager to partake in the festivities. Eddard felt somewhat exasperated. He had not anticipated that his simple desire to personally escort his children to school would culminate in such a grand affair. King Robert, on the other hand, reveled in the exuberance, appreciating the adoration that accompanied such gatherings, which reinforced his perception of himself as a truly great monarch. As the procession crossed the Blackwater River via ferry, the sun began its descent in the western sky. Fortunately, these nobles were not traveling alone. By evening, while encamped on the King's Road within the Kingswood, each noble was attended by their own servants, who assisted in erecting tents. Prior to this journey, Eddard had met with Liara once more at their temporary residence in King's Landing. Upon learning that many wished to visit the school, Liara expressed her delight and warmth in welcoming them. Eddard inquired about Liara's intentions, to which she replied that her sole purpose was to disseminate knowledge of magic, with no desire to meddle in worldly disputes. She reassured the Northmen that the 2 children had grown up healthy and were now on the continent of Essos. Eddard refrained from further discussion, merely instructing Arya and Bran to diligently study the arcane arts at school as it pertained to the future of House Stark. The following day, as the vast procession turned onto a newly revealed fork on the King's Road at noon, a gasp rippled from the front to the rear of the line. Robert and Eddard hurried to the forefront, where they beheld a colossal mountain peak emerging through the trees, towering into the clouds. It was peculiar that such a formation had not been previously discovered, given its proximity to King's Landing. One could easily spot it from atop the city walls. Liara, accompanied by several similarly clad individuals, awaited at the junction to greet the assembly, providing an explanation to the king. It turned out that a mystical array surrounded the area, cloaking it from mortal sight, and that this very route had only recently been unbarred for outsiders to discover. Following Liara, the assembly was led by the enigmatic Daoist, who was mounted on a strange, large white bird. According to the Daoists behind him, this creature was known as a Xianha, or celestial crane. As they traversed the final thicket of trees, the group arrived at the base of the mountain, only to realize that this sheer peak did not rest upon the earth, but rather floated above them like a gigantic rock suspended in the air. The oppressive presence of this terrifying monolith rendered the nobles silent, as they grasped the astonishing and fearsome nature of the magic that these self-proclaimed Daoists referred to as Daoist arts. At the foot of the mountain lies a magnificent, translucent white circular platform, intricately carved with exquisite cloud patterns. It is said to be sculpted from a gem known as jade. The platform is spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of individuals. Master Li granted permission for numerous dignitaries to ascend the mountain, even allowing the royal guard to accompany the king. Upon witnessing such formidable power, no one dared to voice dissent. They obediently followed the priest's guidance onto the platform. A gentle sensation of swaying emanated from beneath their feet as the jade platform began to ascend slowly. Observing the increasing height, Caitlin tightly grasped Arya and Bran, who were eager to peer over the edge, fearing they might fall. Several equally anxious nobles also inched inward, while the king, in an attempt to display his bravery, ventured a few steps toward the platform's edge. The platform's ascent, though seemingly slow, was indeed swift, and soon the assembly reached the summit. Atop the mountain, the platform revealed a vast square, comparable in size to the Grand Plaza of King's Landing, paved with smooth bluestone and impeccably clean. In the center stood a colossal red archway, adorned with a crimson banner inscribed with golden Chinese characters. According to the priests nearby, this is the language of the immortals, signifying the opening ceremony of the Westeros Academy of Taoist Arts. Beneath the arch, dozens of young men and women had gathered. Ealer walked to the podium under the arch and delivered a brief address in Chinese. Although the Westerosi nobles could not comprehend the language, they sensed an aura of mystique, as if each syllable resonated with a magical melody. Arya and Bran, filled with excitement, stood among the other youths, secretly greeting their parents nearby. The young ones were animated, brimming with curiosity and exhilaration at the prospect of this novel world, eager for a chance to alter their fates. Most hailed from humble peasant families in the Summer Isles and Essos, with parents who were predominantly former slaves. Though they had now gained their freedom, life for the commoners remained far from ideal. They had long admired the ethereal priests, who healed and saved, and their wondrous arts. The priest's esteemed status was deeply rooted in the hearts of the local populace, revered as living deities. Now, they had the opportunity to become akin to these celestial beings. Indeed, they found themselves in a realm above, embarking on a distinct path in life. Today marked a watershed moment in their destinies. Chapter 68. Anecdotes. The proceedings of the opening ceremony concluded swiftly. Ealer accompanied the king and Lord Eddard on a tour of the academy's classrooms, auditorium, dormitories, and library. Aside from some peculiar decor, Robert found little distinction between this place and the Citadel, barring the extraordinary magic. In response to the king's invitation, Ealer expressed his desire to lead a life akin to that of a carefree wanderer, devoted to teaching and nurturing rather than venturing to King's Landing. However, he noted that the Academy's first cohort of graduates was on the cusp of entering their internship phase. According to Robert's understanding, they would establish an external magical guild named the Taoist Temple in King's Landing, where wandering sorcerers would seek employment. Meanwhile, the Academy would remain closed to outsiders, not engaging in hostilities with the Seven Kingdoms. Robert did not impose any demands, recognizing that Lyre's demonstrated power surpassed his comprehension. Having a good beginning was, in itself, a notable advancement. In the afternoon, the group commenced their return journey. Although Lady Caitlin was reluctant to part with her children, the wonders they had witnessed allowed her to find some solace as her offspring quickly integrated with their peers. The party shared laughter and conversation on their way back, exchanging information with the Daoists responsible for their reception. Soon, a stir within the group piqued the curiosity of many, as whispers spread rapidly. It turned out that an earl had quarreled with his wife, believing that their 3 sons bore no resemblance to him, leading him to suspect infidelity. Lacking evidence to support his suspicions, he discreetly inquired of the self-proclaimed sorcerers whether there was a means to validate his doubts. A somewhat gaunt Taoist, after receiving a small pouch of gold from the nobleman, cheerfully presented him with a small jade bowl. The Taoist explained that by dripping the blood of both individuals into the bowl filled with pure high-proof liquor, the truth would be revealed. If they were related, the 2 drops would merge, otherwise, they would remain separate. The nobleman, elated by the acquisition of the jade bowl, could not contain his excitement during the return journey and boasted of his find to his fellow nobles. Unbeknownst to him, his wife overheard the bowl's intended purpose. She vehemently chastised her husband for being deranged, believing the Taoist's nonsensical claims were an attempt to strip her and their 3 children of their inheritance. The surrounding nobles erupted in laughter, urging the couple to confront one another and hasten back to the city for a public blood test. Upon hearing the report from his attendant about the commotion, King Robert laughed heartily, mocking the earl for being unable to manage his own wife or ascertain the paternity of his children. He failed to notice Jon Arryn's contemplative expression or the fleeting glimmer of coldness in Cersei's eyes. This incident did not linger in Robert's memory, as he swiftly forgot it, disappearing into a narrow alley with the Kingsguard upon returning to King's Landing. Cersei, watching her husband's retreating figure, clenched her teeth in frustration. She understood he had gone to indulge in the peculiar pleasures offered by Littlefinger's establishments, showing her no consideration whatsoever. As her mind swirled with complex emotions, Cersei settled into her opulent carriage, returning to the Red Keep, before heading to the Maiden's Retreat to seek solace from Jaime. She summoned her devoted handmaiden and instructed her to discreetly monitor the situation regarding the nobleman who had caused a stir upon his return to the city. The following morning, as Cersei emerged from the Maiden's Retreat, her handmaiden bore troubling news. Upon his return, the nobleman had gathered a group of miscreants around him. Encouraged by these individuals, he indeed conducted the blood test for kinship, and, as foretold by the sorcerer, the results were remarkable. The blood of 3 children could not merge with his own, yet the blood of his illegitimate son did. Alarmed by the unfolding events, the nobleman's wife was the first to turn against him, fleeing to her family with the 3 children. Although she did not explicitly acknowledge the truth of the situation, her actions indirectly confirmed it, provoking mockery from numerous nobles. Simultaneously, some nobles began to inquire about locating the sorcerer, eager to acquire such a miraculous jade bowl for themselves, with some even approaching the nobleman to purchase it. The intentions of those seeking the jade bowl were unspoken, yet understood among them. Seated before the grand vanity mirror in her queenly chamber, Cersei listened intently to the reports from her confidant while her handmaiden attended to her grooming. She realized that she might find herself in a precarious situation. Although she had borne several children for the king, she was acutely aware that few, if any, were truly his, particularly the current prince, Joffrey. She was certain that he was the product of a passionate night with Jaime on the eve of her wedding. In Joffrey's handsome visage, she could discern the youthful features of Jaime. He was certainly not the offspring of that dullard. Nobles held an almost obsessive regard for their bloodlines, intertwined with their faith in the Seven and the very fabric of the aristocratic system, where illegitimate offspring were wholly devoid of inheritance rights. Even in the event of a noble's demise without heirs, it would not be the illegitimate child who would inherit, but rather a legitimate relative. Therefore, should that accursed jade bowl become a requisite for confirming lineage among the nobles, her children and their claim to the throne would be doomed. Moreover, that foolish, reckless Robert would undoubtedly seek to eliminate her offspring. This was no mere paranoia, but a tangible threat. She understood how swiftly such notions could spread among the aristocracy. Waving away the others in the room, she retained only her handmaiden and whispered, "You mentioned you recently met a wandering scholar?" "Indeed, your grace," her handmaiden replied. "His name is Coben. He claims to have been expelled from the City of Learning for wishing to investigate the relationship between human anatomy and magic." "Oh, he appears to be quite the diligent scholar. What skills does he possess?" "He professes to have studied magic for 10 years under a sorcerer on the Summer Isles. And he is now a sorcerer himself." "A sorcerer? The Summer Isles? Is he suggesting he is a sorcerer?" "Yes, my lady." "Very well, let him come to see me. Arrange for the necessary individuals, and ensure that no one is aware of this matter." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately." Cersei felt it was imperative to act swiftly, for this was not only a matter of her own fate, but also of her children's destiny, as well as the future of the entire Lannister family. She considered herself the most exceptional offspring of Lord Tywin, and she would not remain idle. Chapter 69, Assassination, Part 1. Cobain was indeed a person of great curiosity. He was willing to forsake morality and ignore any taboos in his quest for knowledge. He was expelled from the Citadel for conducting vivisection and studying necromantic magic. Thus he held no aversion to the arcane arts. In the original text, he demonstrated the ability to animate a creature akin to Frankenstein's monster using the corpse of a mountain giant, indicating his talent for magic. After being expelled from the Citadel, instead of venturing to the eastern continent, he was drawn by rumors to the Summer Isles to learn sorcery. Through his intellect, he earned the recognition of a Daoist priest, exchanging the knowledge he acquired at the Citadel for numerous spells. However, his philosophy diverged from those who preferred to cultivate their inner selves, detached from worldly affairs. He was more inclined to engage in secular disputes. Consequently, upon completing his studies, he did not remain in the Summer Isles but returned to Westeros, with his first destination being King's Landing. After all, to partake in worldly matters, the best entry point was to serve a lord. And the most powerful lord in Westeros was none other than His Majesty King Robert Baratheon. Nevertheless, matters did not unfold as he had anticipated. King's Landing was not as splendid as he had imagined, and he found himself unable to approach any of the great nobles. The beautiful, pristine inner city of King's Landing was not a place where he could linger for long, as he needed to earn money to cover the exorbitant costs of rent and sustenance. Thus, Cobain was compelled to work in Peter Baelish's brothel, providing patrons with aphrodisiacs and attending to the gynecological needs of the courtesans with his medical knowledge. As for how Cersei's handmaiden became acquainted with Cobain, it was due to the fact that the moon tea he concocted had the least side effects and the most effective results in all of King's Landing. Naturally, Her Majesty expected the finest service. As time passed, Cersei's handmaiden grew familiar with Cobain. Cobain was secretly brought into Maegor's holdfast, and as he beheld the unassuming elder before him, Cersei, with an air of pride, inquired, "Are you a Taoist?" "Indeed, Your Grace. I studied Taoism in the Summer Isles for a decade and have graduated." "Ah, are you familiar with the esteemed Master Liar of the Westeros Taoist Academy?" "Oh, he is a legendary figure. His name is known throughout the realm of Taoists." "Then how do you compare to him?" "I would not dare to mislead Your Grace. No one can rival Master Liar, but I am confident that I am not inferior to any other." "Very well, what do you desire?" Cobain, who had previously kept his head bowed, now lifted it slightly, stealing a glance at the smiling expression of Queen Cersei. Feeling a surge of resolve, he clenched his teeth and determinedly replied, "Your Highness, I pledge my loyalty to you, hoping to earn your recognition and support." Cobain understands that this is a rare opportunity, perhaps even a singular chance. He has heard whispers among the nobles in the city regarding the imminent departure of Lear's student to establish a temple in King's Landing. At that point, he may find himself lacking in competitiveness. Cersei remained silent, observing Cobain's stooped form, intending to apply pressure through her silence and test his acumen. Cobain recognized this as a typical noble tactic and maintained a humble demeanor. After a few minutes of silence, Cersei concluded that she had subdued the elderly man before her. And with satisfaction, she declared, "Very well, I accept your fealty. From now on, you shall serve as my personal magical advisor. If you diligently fulfill your duties, rewards will surely await you." "Thank you, Your Highness. By the way, I heard from my subordinates that you are skilled in potion making. Is that correct?" "Indeed, Your Highness." "What do you require?" "I have an enemy whom I wish to see perish swiftly, yet it must not be traced back to murder. Can you devise a means?" "Oh, certainly, but such a potion necessitates many rare ingredients. Please compile a list and submit it to my personal handmaiden. She will make the arrangements." Cersei casually added, "By the way, you do not yet have accommodations, do you? I shall have my servants prepare a room for you within the Red Keep, along with a laboratory for your magical research." Cobain understood that this was Cersei's way of expressing her lingering skepticism towards him, effectively placing him under a form of soft confinement. Nevertheless, he recognized this as an opportunity for advancement and feigned a look of gratitude. Cersei lost interest in further discussion and waved for her handmaiden to escort Cobain away. In King's Landing, there were several plotting assassins, and Peter Baelish, a man who prided himself on his cunning, had already sensed danger upon hearing the rumor on his return journey. His relationship with Lisa was no secret. He had even boasted in his youth about his involvement in her miscarriage, proudly claiming to have taken the virginity of the Tully sisters. Although he had deliberately maintained distance from Lisa in public over the years, he could not guarantee that Duke Jon Arryn held no suspicions about him. Especially considering that damned madwoman Lisa, Peter could not ensure she would remain as discreet as he had been. Upon returning to the city, Peter retreated into a hidden bunker. Above this bunker was a brothel he owned, not the most luxurious or renowned among the many in King's Landing, but it had been surreptitiously constructed during renovations. He remained deeply wary of the mysterious figure who controlled him from the shadows. As someone who aspired to master his own fate, Peter yearned to free himself from the grip of that formidable devil. Over the years, he had secretly acquired numerous magical artifacts and tomes of arcane knowledge from the Summer Isles. Within this bunker, he has established layers of intricate magical formations over the years, confident that one day, these spells will empower him to ambush and vanquish that enigmatic figure. He has been secretly practicing the arcane arts. Although years of study have not enabled him to cultivate the elusive energy, they have transformed him into a true sorcerer. Yet, his keen intellect has allowed him to adeptly craft talismans and magical arrays using external materials. He has deciphered the spell that deprives one of their visage, a mere illusionary trick, through various texts on the mystical arts. That accursed demon has not shown itself for many years, but he is resolute in his belief that he can succeed. Over time, this bunker has evolved into Littlefinger's clandestine stronghold and magical laboratory. He is poised to concoct a vial of exquisite poison. Lisa, that foolish woman, is already under his control, and once the poison is prepared, he can easily administer it to the mouth of the esteemed Prime Minister. Littlefinger must consider how to navigate the aftermath of the Prime Minister's demise, pondering whether greater opportunities for profit will arise. Who says danger cannot be an opportunity, just as he firmly believes chaos is a ladder. Chapter 70, Assassination, Part 2. Lisa Tully is a stubborn and neurotic woman. She believes that only she can care for her sole surviving child, Robert Arryn. She refuses to entrust the child to anyone else, even to the maid who has grown up alongside her. In her eyes, everyone but herself is wrong in their methods of nurturing the child, and their mistakes could be fatal. For Robert's sake, she would mete out severe punishment for even the slightest misstep from the maid. However, there are some adversities she cannot confront. Despite her elderly and unattractive husband being preoccupied with governing the realm, he still harbors intentions of seizing their only child from her embrace. He dares to send young Robert to be raised by Tywin Lannister, to accompany that monstrous old lion, a creature capable of slaughtering an entire castle. How could young Robert possibly endure life in such a den of horrors? Recently, that old fool ventured out again. Upon his return, he proposed the outrageous idea of sending young Robert to some school of magic. How could Robert be separated from her, left to fend for himself? This is utterly unacceptable. Moreover, her lover, Littlefinger, has revealed to her certain magical phenomena. The horrifying sight of a transparent tank saturated with corpses lingers in her mind. How could Robert be subjected to the study of such gruesome sorcery? It would spell doom for her child. That cursed Jon Arryn, with his mad ideas, will eventually bring about the demise of her child, just as it happened with her previous offspring. Yes, that wretched Jon Arryn. Only his death would quell these perilous notions that threaten her child's life. The frantic mother, easily stirred by the slightest provocation, found herself unable to discern right from wrong. With a cup of spiced milk in hand, she made her way to her husband's study. Lissa, with a clear purpose, appeared remarkably calm and composed. She gently knocked on the door and entered only after receiving a response. The elderly Prime Minister was diligently attending to his daily paperwork, devoted to ensuring the longevity of his adopted son's reign. "Time for bed, John," she said, naturally placing the milk beside her husband. "Very well, Lissa. Tomorrow we shall find a moment to discuss Robert's future," he replied. "All right, I shall take my leave," she said, as she departed. Though he found it odd that she had not engaged him in a debate about child-rearing today, he dismissed the thought, as the pile of documents before him was substantial. He lifted the milk to his lips, savoring a sip. Today's milk was sweetened with honey, quite delicious. This night was destined to be exceptional. While the old Prime Minister toiled tirelessly for the kingdom, King Robert Baratheon reveled in the indulgences of a brothel in King's Landing. Littlefinger indeed possessed a flair for talent. He had gathered beauties from across the realm and crafted a variety of atmospheres within the establishments, continuously introducing inventive pleasures that delighted Robert immensely. Despite the kingdom's finances remaining robust, Robert's reluctance to govern inevitably allowed Cersei's influence to encroach upon his authority within the Red Keep. Thus, his surroundings were increasingly populated by Lannisters, including his cupbearer, a young Lannister named Lancel. Robert had grown weary of the Queen's sour visage, yet marrying Cersei had been a necessity for the kingdom's stability. A king's marriage was seldom a matter of choice. He could not divorce her, but he could humiliate her, as he was about to do now, by commanding a few courtesans to lay Lancel bare upon the grand bed. Today, he intended to indulge in something different. The golden-haired youth resembled his aunt in both softness and delicacy. Lancel's face was a portrait of terror as he beheld the Bear King approaching him, his heart laden with despair. This was not the first time. He had previously implored the Queen to allow him to return to Casterly Rock. She had consented, but only on the condition that he spend one last night with the king. He had gritted his teeth in agreement and returned to the King's side after sharing breakfast with his aunt. The late evening in King's Landing was tranquil. Even the bustling brothel had quieted, as the king had reserved the establishment for himself, and no other guests dared to intrude upon his revelry. Suddenly, a panicked outcry erupted from the king's quarters, and the door burst open. Several disheveled courtesans rushed out, their faces marked by fright. The brothel's servants hurried to assess the situation, but the courtesans were too rattled to articulate their fears. Reluctant to enter this den of desire, the king's guard, alerted by the unusual commotion, charged inside without a word, heading straight for the king's chamber, their minds untroubled by the chaos unraveling around them. As they approached the threshold, the scene within the room brought all to a halt. A corpulent wild boar was rooting about on the bed, and the king's cupbearer lay motionless beneath it. The iron guards gripped their sword hilts tightly, while the captain seized a tattered prostitute, demanding answers. "What is happening inside? Where's the king?" The woman, evidently terrified, trembled and stammered incoherently. The captain, with his gauntlet hand, struck her across the face, forcing her to regain her composure. As they listened to her still disjointed words, the guards drew in a sharp breath. The king had been reveling heartily that night, having dallied with several courtesans before turning his attention to his cupbearer's rear. They had assisted the king in capturing the handsome youth, intending to partake in the merriment alongside him. However, amidst the king's indulgence, calamity struck. The king's body began to swell grotesquely, his limbs growing stout and short, fangs protruding from his mouth, and his hands and feet transforming into dark hooves. Terrifying beastly roars erupted from his throat as coarse, dark hair sprouted across his body, and a stubby tail emerged from his backside. The young man trapped beneath him fell silent. The iron guards exchanged glances, uncertain how to confront the horrifying tableau before them. Suddenly, the youngest of the guards had a revelation, suggesting they seek the Daoist priest, Master Liar, from the academy outside the city, as this was evidently a matter of sorcery. The captain pondered for a moment, casting his gaze upon the increasingly grotesque scene inside, and commanded, "First, we must consult the Prime Minister. He must decide how to handle this situation. We cannot allow outsiders to learn of such a scandal." After some discussion, tasks were swiftly assigned. One group would head to the Red Keep to inform the Prime Minister and the Queen. Another would remain to secure the brothel's front and back entrances, preventing any escape and the leakage of information. And a third would mobilize the city guard to seal off the establishment entirely. As the actions of the King's Guard unfolded, the tranquil night in King's Landing was gradually shattered, and whispers of the incident began to circulate among the villas. Chapter 71, Chaos. The Prime Minister's tower, located within the Red Keep, became nearly inaccessible to outsiders after nightfall. Peter Baelish, as the instigator, was eager to ascertain the developments of the situation. He understood that the location of the king would naturally become a hub for news during a crisis, and he was well aware of the king's whereabouts. The brothels of King's Landing lay largely under his control, and he had spared no effort in catering to the king's diverse desires for beauty. Naturally, such investments yielded returns. For now, he concealed himself in a secluded courtyard adjacent to the brothel. Leisurely seated on a sofa, savoring this year's vintage wine, Peter maintained an air of elegance, awaiting the latest tidings. To claim an absence of fear regarding failure would be utterly disingenuous. To betray one's sovereign is indeed a grave transgression, should one falter. There exists no opportunity to don the cloak of anonymity. Yet, he harbored confidence in his stratagems. The foolish woman, Lisa, was firmly under his control, and his current ploy was nothing short of ingenious. He had concocted a colorless, odorless poison, which, provided no magical individuals were to immediately inspect the Prime Minister's remains, would dissipate within 12 hours. The Prime Minister would appear as though he had peacefully succumbed to slumber, like any elderly man. Moreover, the poison was not directly entrusted to Lisa. He had merely allowed her to inadvertently discover its hiding place. He then skillfully provoked her inexplicable maternal instincts, leading her to act autonomously in the ensuing events. Even if the plot were to unravel, Lisa would be incapable of confessing anything that might implicate her. All that remained was for a swift steed to hasten to the neighboring inn, where the king would urgently depart with his iron guard, ensuring all would be well. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Approaching the early hours, before the swift steed had delivered its news, chaos erupted within the neighboring brothel. Soon, a trusted confidant of Littlefinger arrived via the tunnel connecting the two establishments with alarming news. Upon hearing such shocking tidings, Littlefinger realized that the fate of the Prime Minister was of no consequence to anyone. Although witnessing the king's debacle from the front row was immensely gratifying, to avoid being splattered with blood, Littlefinger promptly resolved to vacate the premises. The carriage passed in close proximity to a contingent of soldiers hastening towards the brothel. Littlefinger slightly lifted the curtain of the carriage window, observing that the entire city of King's Landing was stirring awake, with lights flickering on and off in the dimness. A tumult was brewing. He needed to contemplate how best to place his bets in the unfolding chaos. When the carriage arrived at Littlefinger's public residence in King's Landing, his steward was already waiting outside, halting the vehicle. Peter, noticing the steward's anxious demeanor, gestured for him to enter the carriage and convey the urgent matter. "My Lord Baelish, Lord Varys has just arrived, and Lady Lisa is also awaiting you in the hall." Littlefinger's expression darkened, cursing the foolish woman under his breath, and he fixed his gaze on the steward. They did not encounter one another, did they? "No, my lord. Lady Lisa entered through the main gate in the unmarked carriage you prepared, without encountering any of the servants. Lord Varys disguised himself and entered through the back door." where I have arranged for him to wait in the small garden adjacent to the rear entrance." The steward, recognizing that Littlefinger was not as benevolent as he appeared, relayed the information without hesitation. Littlefinger's countenance softened with satisfaction as he nodded. "I shall first attend to the Prime Minister's wife. You must personally entertain the spider. Ensure he does not depart. I will join you shortly." "Yes, my lord." Littlefinger straightened his attire, adopting an air of calm composure, and gracefully descended from the carriage. Entering his villa, Laozi approached with a visage marked by anxiety. Although she had exhibited remarkable composure during the ordeal, upon returning to her residence, her mind became a tempest of fear. Unable to summon the courage to revisit her husband's study, she found herself ensnared in a restless night. Hours slipped by, yet no unusual sounds emanated from the Prime Minister's tower. Unable to endure the torment within her heart any longer, Laozi clandestinely departed the tower with her devoted maid and son. Over the years, under the guidance of Peter Baelish, she had utilized his substantial resources to win over certain guards of the Prime Minister's tower and the Red Keep. Thus, their escape from the Red Keep was seamless, as they boarded an unmarked carriage arranged by Peter, concealed nearby. On the journey, Laozi even contemplated the dreadful ramifications if she were to find herself unable to trust Peter. Consequently, she instructed her maid to sequester young Robert Arryn in a tavern they passed along the way. Alas, had Peter been aware of this turn of events, he would have simply sighed at the folly of this woman. The maid, having grown weary of Laozi's neurotic tendencies, had already been swayed by Peter's sweet words and a few golden dragons, effectively becoming his ally. However, Peter had little time to indulge in Laozi's whims. It was clear that chaos loomed over King's Landing, and he needed to discern any opportunity to maximize his gain. Taming this nearly deranged woman proved to be a daunting task, requiring careful handling and considerable effort on Peter's part. Ultimately, after much persuasion, he managed to calm Laozi and secure her compliance with his plans. Her mental state rendered her incapable of remaining in King's Landing any longer. In terms of the support she could provide, Laozi was more likely to be a liability than an asset. With a hand resting on his weary back, Peter maintained his signature smile as he waved farewell to the women in the carriage. He had convinced Laozi to return to the Vale with Robert Arryn post-haste while disseminating rumors of a possible assassination of the Prime Minister. Peter understood that a woman with a young child could not effectively command the Vale's minor lords. Nevertheless, her presence was sufficient to deter the lords of the Vale from participating in the impending turmoil. In the game of power, to truly become a player, one must wield strength, and that strength invariably lies with an army. Through years of diligent effort, Peter had amassed a considerable fortune in golden dragons. His next step was to exploit the chaos in King's Landing to seek an opportunity to intervene in the Vale, or even to engulf it entirely. Before he could consolidate his power in the Vale, it was paramount that discord reigned among its people, preventing them from engaging in the chaos of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, the Vale could not descend into utter chaos, for the losses would ultimately diminish his future strength. In summary, Laozi would cultivate a ripe peach for herself, awaiting the moment when Lord Peter Baelish would personally come to pluck it. It was only when the carriage turned the corner and vanished from sight that Peter retracted his smile and turned to his attendant, inquiring whether the guests in the rear courtyard were in a hurry. The steward, who had been attending to the guests, replied that he was unaware of the specifics, but judging by the commotion, it seemed there was no urgency. The little finger observed the clever demeanor of the servant and nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 72. The Chaotic Situation, Part 2. Varys, known as the Spider, realized that since King's Landing fell to Tywin, he was increasingly aware of the precariousness of his position. Initially summoned by King Aerys, he arrived in King's Landing with aspirations of showcasing his talents and achieving prominence. However, despite attaining the position of Master of Whisperers, the noble lords of the Seven Kingdoms continued to regard him as a lowly eunuch and a jester. He gradually discerned that his influence stemmed from King Aerys rather than his own capabilities. The ancient aristocrats held him in disdain, viewing him merely as an upstart. For them, noble blood and a storied lineage were the only traits worthy of respect. Even King Aerys perceived him merely as a useful tool for espionage, rather than a trusted confidant. He understood that he would forever remain a pawn in the game of power, never to become the player. In correspondence with his friend Illyrio across the narrow sea, Varys' companion realized that even with immense wealth, he was merely a fat sheep in the eyes of true power holders, not even rivaling the strength of a robust bull. Clearly, no matter the location, the upper class would strive to prevent newcomers from encroaching on their territory, never willing to share their cake of power, at most granting mere crumbs to sustain the illusions of others. Confronted with this harsh reality, The two steadfast friends, having shared life and death, engaged in several clandestine discussions, ultimately devising a bold plan, spurred on by Illyrio's newlywed wife, Sarella. As the dire circumstances of the Seven Kingdoms worsened with the increasingly unhinged king, the spider believed that the time for action was imminent. Regrettably, the very first step of the plan encountered an unforeseen obstacle. The White Knight, not accounted for in the scheme, unexpectedly intruded upon the maiden's residence. Varys realized he could not contend with the formidable swordsman clad in heavy armor, Jaime. He surmised that if a White Knight could validate the princess' identity, it would lend greater credence to their cause. Thus, he cunningly led Jaime into the secret passage. Unfortunately, neither the White Knight nor the princess was a mere puppet to be controlled. They audaciously abandoned ship mid-journey, escaping his grasp. Months later, upon learning that Jaime Lannister had appeared alone in Dorne, he presumed that the princess and the prince had perished within the royal precincts. Yet, the White Knight's unexpected safe return from the capital contradicted the typical behavior of the Dornish. Moreover, Prince Oberyn's clandestine expedition to the royal precinct suggested that there were indeed family members he sought to meet. As the spider, he was averse to events spiraling out of control, thus dispatching several groups to investigate the situation within the royal precincts. Regrettably, most of them vanished into the dense woods, and the few fortunate ones who returned did so in a state of madness, muttering incoherently about monstrous beasts and terrifying specters. As he endeavored to fulfill the new king's demands regarding the search for the remnants of House Targaryen, his thoughts were consumed with plans for the future. Meanwhile, his dear friend across the narrow sea faced an unforeseen calamity. A sudden plague struck Pentos, nearly claiming the life of Illyrio's beloved, Sarella. Following this epidemic, his friend's behavior transcended his understanding. In a letter, he explained that a self-proclaimed sorcerer named Lee, who called himself a Daoist, had miraculously saved his beloved. Furthermore, this Daoist engaged in profound discourse with Illyrio and his wife, imparting wisdom that to establish one's own kingdom, one must command an army, appoint officials, and govern a territory effectively. The notion that any claim through bloodlines alone would compel the nobility to submit is evidently a misguided perception shaped by worldly culture. It is vital to remember that even the conqueror Aegon subdued the continent of Westeros through blood and fire, not merely through noble Valyrian lineage. Illyrio informed Varys that he and Sarella had accepted the Daoist's invitation and were preparing to launch a conquest of the Summer Islands to assist in spreading the so-called teachings of the Tao. The spider was taken aback upon reading his friend's letter. Yet he was not entirely trusted by the new king and could not afford to vanish from the monarch's sight for an extended period to persuade his friend. Ultimately, when his little bird brought news of the turmoil in the Summer Islands, he recognized that their previously conceived plans had ultimately collapsed. However, as tidings continued to flow in, he felt a sense of solace upon learning that his friend had been crowned king in the Summer Islands. At least he had fulfilled his aspiration to become a true ruler, and not through the machinations of having his son impersonate him. Yet, he pondered where his own path lay. He could not accept his friend's invitation and forsake everything in King's Landing. He still yearned to achieve something through his own capabilities. But as a solitary figure, how could he advance? Unable to father heirs, he momentarily lost his sense of purpose. Thus, he remained indifferent to Littlefinger's extensive renovations in King's Landing, which severely undermined his methods of information gathering by tearing down the underground passages. As Littlefinger endeavored to win the king's favor through the allure of courtesans and whispered tidings, the spider paid little heed. Indeed, he was prepared to embrace stagnation. Apart from dutifully relaying the king's inquiries, the aimless spider found himself devoid of a clear objective. Consequently, even though he had heard rumors of the queen's indiscretions within the Red Keep, he chose to remain uninvolved. He had witnessed firsthand the tormented entanglement of the two star-crossed lovers on the eve of the king's wedding. He was also acutely aware that the premature Prince Joffrey was evidently not the king's offspring. After all, on the wedding night, the king, in a drunken stupor, was oblivious as the queen pricked her finger with a silver needle, staining the sheets crimson. Subsequently, the king ventured out for nearly a month of hunting. And although the prince was purportedly a premature birth, he was robust and healthy. He was acutely aware that the king's illegitimate offspring possessed dark hair, while the queen's progeny exhibited both dark and golden locks. Furthermore, the king's cupbearer, Lancel Lannister, frequently visited the queen's chamber. Naturally, he confided none of this information to anyone, for he discerned no advantage in divulging such intelligence. Until, one day, a mystic bearing a letter of introduction from the king of Illyria sought him out. The mystic spoke little, merely demonstrating before him the miraculous feat of restoring a short-legged frog to its full complement of limbs. He recognized that this self-proclaimed disciple of the great sage Liar had presented him with purpose, with a newfound meaning in life. That evening, he found himself in the garden of Littlefinger, contemplating the shifting dynamics in King's Landing while reflecting on the final phrase of the letter, "Prepare a clean land for the new king." Chapter 73, The Tumultuous Situation, Part 3. Littlefinger entered the garden, maintaining his signature smile, and gestured to dismiss the steward standing beside the octopus spider. "Lord Varys, what brings you to visit at this late hour? Is there some urgent matter at hand?" inquired the octopus spider, seated at the table. As he admired the nocturnal beauty of the garden, his voice imbued with a distinctive softness. "Nothing of particular importance. Rather, I sensed a palpable tension in the air of King's Landing lately, and with nothing to occupy my time this evening, I thought to engage in conversation with Lord Peter." "Ah, welcome, welcome. The esteemed master of whisperers graces us with his presence. I am always at your service." "Am I? Lord Baelish is quite busy with affairs, and I do wonder if my visit proves to be an inconvenience this evening." "Ah, my apologies, Lord Varys. I was preoccupied with some financial matters that required my attention, and I must ask for your understanding." "Not at all. The Chancellor of the Exchequer indeed toils tirelessly for the kingdom. Securing funds is no simple task. Indeed, His Majesty's expenditures are considerable. Were it not for Duke Eddard's insistence on an immediate return to the north, the king would have hosted yet another grand tournament." Littlefinger observed that the octopus spider's expression remained unchanged, prompting him to continue. "For the sake of the kingdom's finances, the Chancellor has indeed overexerted himself, and as the Minister of Finance, I shall endeavor to alleviate some of your burdens. Lord Baelish truly is a loyal subordinate to the Chancellor." Littlefinger stifled the urge to furrow his brow. The octopus spider had deliberately emphasized the term loyal, leaving him curious about what his little birds had uncovered. The octopus spider, astutely sensing the slight shift in Littlefinger's demeanor, was convinced that he was indeed scheming something. "Lord Varys, you too are a devoted servant of the Iron Throne." Littlefinger chose not to remain passive, actively recalling the octopus spider's past service to the Targaryen kings. After this initial round of probing, a silence enveloped the two. Littlefinger prided himself on the recent unfolding of two significant events within the city, one of which he had orchestrated, while the other had reached his ears almost instantly. However, the spider, upon arriving at his abode, may remain oblivious to the occurrence of both events. He resolved to adopt a more proactive stance to discern the true intentions of the spider. "My Lord Varys," he stated, "I suspect your visit tonight is purposeful. Let us speak candidly. Since Lord Peter is so forthright, I shall be equally direct. The atmosphere in King's Landing has grown unsettling, though I lack concrete evidence. I sense that significant events are imminent." "A momentous event has indeed transpired." Littlefinger mused silently, remaining composed. "Indeed, it is a tumultuous season. I have heard merchants speak of recent news from bravos across the narrow sea regarding the two sons of Prince Rhaegar, who have resurfaced beside their uncle Viserys after decades of disappearance. I have also caught wind of this news," Varys continued after a brief contemplation. "But I have yet to ascertain their identities, which is why I have not reported it to the small council. However, Lord Peter, I believe the eye of the storm will be King's Landing. I wonder how you plan to respond." "Ha ha, my Lord Varys, as a vassal to the hand, I fear I cannot remain as agile as you," Peter replied. "You may mock my history, yet experience has taught me that early preparation is far superior to being caught unawares when calamity strikes." "Oh, is Lord Varys preparing to be an advocate for a certain lord?" No, you misunderstand, my lord. I merely seek to find a dependable ally amidst the forthcoming tempest." "An intriguing proposition indeed. I wonder what you have in mind. I trust you understand that information is power. You, who control the brothels of King's Landing, must be well informed. I propose that our first step towards establishing trust could be the exchange of intelligence." Littlefinger had not anticipated that Varys sought an alliance, yet the proposal was undeniably tempting. With both of their intelligence networks dominating King's Landing, should they join forces, the king, the hand, and even the great nobles would find themselves rendered deaf and blind. Littlefinger nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Your proposal is indeed quite interesting, my Lord Varys. I am pleased to see your interest, Lord Peter. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall share a fascinating tidbit. It is rumored that Rhaegar and Princess Alia's son bears a natural black birthmark on his left arm that occupies much of his elbow." Littlefinger nodded. As the master of intelligence for Aerys, a eunuch with free access to the court should possess such information. The moment he mentioned Prince Viserys' recent movements, Varys responded with a sharply pointed piece of intelligence, indicating genuine intent. "Allow me to reciprocate with a rumor of my own," he said. "Oh." Varys's expression reflected curiosity. His Majesty the King has encountered an unforeseen incident tonight. He may no longer be able to fulfill his responsibilities. Varys's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Littlefinger would provide such explosive intelligence. Yet he immediately realized that this was a secret that could no longer be kept by Dawn. The timing of his choice was rather unfortunate. Had he not come to the Littlefinger, he might have received a report from the little bird. The two had established a preliminary understanding, and the news was indeed astonishing. The octopus had not lingered longer than necessary and swiftly took his leave from the villa. Meanwhile, the unusual occurrences in the brothel had already spread. Although the precise details remained undisclosed, the Iron Guard was scouring the city, gathering the city watch to seal off the brothel and forcibly open the gates of the Red Keep, causing quite a commotion. Various factions had already begun their inquiries, and exaggerated rumors had spread throughout King's Landing. Faced with the increasingly dire situation, the white-haired Petyr Baelish felt as if he were losing all his hair. His previous king was a madman, incapable of rational thought, and the prince he served was a rogue unable to control his baser instincts. Now, the current king was even worse, unable to rein in both his mind and his desires, and cursed by the gods. Listening to the grunting of wild boars and the sounds of furniture colliding, the old knight felt as though his entire world were collapsing. As a white knight of noble lineage, he had never heard of any malevolent magic capable of transforming a man into a beast. Even the curse of Prince Garen of the Loiners, which caused grayscale, and the legends of the others brought by the god of winter, at least allowed one to retain their human form. What deity's punishment could possibly turn a king into an animal? Robert may not have been a good king, but his inability to control his base desires did not seem a grave issue to him. After all, the king had not wantonly sullied the daughters of noble houses. Merely indulging in the farmers' daughters and foreign courtesans hardly qualified as moral decay, did it? Chapter 74, The Chaos, Part 4. Petyr Baelish had to grapple not only with the shocking revelation of the king's curse, but also with concerns over the loyalty of his Iron Guard. He deeply regretted the day he accepted King Robert's invitation to don the white cloak once more. On that fateful day at Ruby Beach, where he was grievously wounded, Robert Baratheon had indeed displayed the noble qualities of a great king, granting him mercy and arranging for scholars to tend to his injuries. Truth be told, in that moment, Robert exuded the aura of a true monarch, and his charismatic presence had indeed captivated Baelish. Moreover, for Petyr, a more favorable outcome than that depicted in the original tale had emerged. Rhaegar's widow had not been slain by Tywin, and Robert did not revel in the corpses of mother and son. For the captain of the Iron Guard, who required a king, Robert appeared to be the best choice at that time. Yet the subsequent developments had surpassed Petyr's expectations. King Robert was indeed a man of considerable charisma and a great warrior, but he was not a good king. He was quick-tempered, impatient, indulgent in pleasures, and fond of hunting, yet utterly unwilling to sit at the council table to deliberate state affairs with his prime minister and the lords. Moreover, King Robert is remarkably ambitious, reveling in the organization of tournaments for various reasons and bestowing substantial rewards upon the victors. Balistan has overheard the Chancellor and the Prime Minister discussing how the national treasury might endure such strain and how to defer the repayment of the considerable interest owed to the great lords, particularly the Duke of the West. Naturally, the interest to the Iron Bank cannot be postponed. Fortunately, there exists a capable Littlefinger to manage it, albeit with difficulty. Even Balistan, who prides himself on adhering to the knightly code, has chanced upon the unsettling knowledge that the king has deliberately avoided him, instructing Littlefinger and the Spider to hire assassins to eliminate the young prince and princess of House Targaryen across the narrow sea. Gradually, he has come to recognize that beneath the rough and grandiose facade of King Robert lies a heart shrouded in darkness and cruelty. In recent years, during the stillness of the night, Balistan often found himself pondering whether this could be the seven gods' retribution against him. Each king he encountered initially displayed a semblance of wisdom and valor, yet ultimately revealed their essence to be either madness or brutality. The fate of the Mad King was far from glorious. What destiny awaits King Robert? At times, he even contemplates that perhaps Jaime's choice was the correct one. Although in exile, he has remained true to his original oath, serving under the same banner, even as he accepts the fate that may befall him. Balistan never anticipated that destiny would toy with him so cruelly. The king met with an unfathomable mishap, though he survived. Listening to the beasts roar from the room behind him, Balistan doubts the king can continue to govern this realm. At this moment, the Seven Kingdoms have once again lost their sovereign. Observing the four new knights in white, their faces bearing peculiar expressions and their eyes occasionally drifting toward the interior, Balistan felt a mounting sense of concern. To be candid, none of these newly recruited knights truly merit the honor of their white cloaks. In an effort to placate the West and South, the new king, upon his ascension, has offered the position of the King's Guard to win over the nobles of these regions. The outcome has been that these knights are not paragons of virtue or exceptional martial prowess. Rather, they are hypocrites adept at flattery, skilled in gaining Robert's favor. Over the years, Balistan has heard whispers of their transgressions against the sacred code of knighthood, committed behind his back. Yet, having changed his allegiance, Balistan Selmy acknowledges his own moral shortcomings. Thus, apart from diligently fulfilling his duties, he has relinquished control over his subordinates. He is acutely aware that these Kingsguard have long abandoned their knightly vows. They are willing to betray for wealth, power, and women. To prevent the king's scandal from spreading throughout the city, catching the Prime Minister and Prince Joffrey off guard, he has retained the most cunning and morally flexible knights, Meryn Trant, Boros Blunt, Preston Greenfield, and Mandan Moore, to guard the courtyard. In a calculated effort to oversee their actions personally and prevent them from escaping to disseminate information for personal gain, Balistan remained vigilant. While the White Knights, including Alex Oakheart, dispatched to inform the Red Keep and to mobilize the City Watch, were not particularly discreet. Balistan understood that they would not recklessly spread news for mere gold coins. Rather, they were likely aligned with the true power players within King's Landing. Balistan's suspicions proved accurate as these individuals prioritized fulfilling their captain's directives before seeking out their respective patrons to relay the news. However, he was taken aback by the realization that many in King's Landing were astutely aware of the unfolding events, and he was not the sole bearer of critical intelligence. Upon the return of the spider to his lair, his agents within the Red Keep delivered a shocking revelation. The White Knight, who had rushed to the Prime Minister's tower, burst into the Prime Minister's chamber only to discover that the Prime Minister had succumbed to eternal slumber. Moreover, his wife and young son were missing. Connecting the dots with Littlefinger's ambiguous ties to Lysa Tully and the events of the evening, the spider suddenly grasped that Westeros was on the brink of not merely a minor upheaval, but a full-blown civil war. The course of his subsequent actions would determine the intensity of this impending conflict. Standing at the window, with the eastern horizon beginning to glow, the spider resolved that the suffering of the Seven Kingdoms paled in comparison to the urgency of regaining a corporeal form. Many would undoubtedly struggle to find rest that night. Meanwhile, in a state of distress, Lysa Arryn was abruptly roused from her slumber by a servant, wrapped in a blanket and clad only in undergarments. She gazed at the White Knight standing in the hall, furrowing her brow. "You say my brother has met with an unfortunate fate?" "Indeed, my lord. Moreover, during my visit to the Prime Minister's tower, I discovered that he too has passed away." Lysa found herself momentarily overwhelmed by the weight of these two shocking revelations, sinking into a profound silence. At that moment, the butler hastily entered the hall, presenting a letter to Lysa. "My lord, a mysterious individual left this missive at your doorstep, insisting that you must read it." With a frown, Lysa opened the letter, which explicitly informed her that the City Watch was assembling under the Queen's direct orders. Recalling various rumors, Lysa suddenly became alert, realizing that further delay was untenable. "Thank you for the news, Lord Alice," she declared. "My butler shall prepare a generous gift." After bidding farewell to the White Knight, Lysa promptly led her guard away from her residence. The dawn had broken, and the gates of King's Landing were on the verge of opening. She needed to return to Dragonstone immediately to prepare for the storm that was fast approaching. Chapter 75, The Chaos, Part 5. In stark contrast to Lysa, who had never faced significant adversity, Stannis Baratheon was as cold and unyielding as the stones along the shores of Dragonstone. As the master of ships, commanding the royal fleet, he held considerable influence in King's Landing. It is not beyond the realm of possibility to bring the sailors from the vessels docked at the harbor down to the shore, in collaboration with his loyal knights, to launch a surprise assault on the Red Keep. He harbors no belief that his brother is under any curse. The simultaneous demise of the Prime Minister is evidently not a mere coincidence. All signs point to the presence of a conspiracy, and the primary beneficiaries appear to be the Queen, Prince Joffrey, and the forces lurking behind them from the Westerlands. Stannis has long established himself in King's Landing, and as a celebrated war hero who once defended Storm's End and the King's own brother, he is not without allies. A stream of intelligence soon reaches his residence. Although signs of unrest are beginning to surface in the city, it is clear that the Queen's preparations are insufficient, and Stannis has discerned the flaws in her deployment. The Red Keep has yet to be placed under martial law, and he continues to receive information from his clandestine sources within its walls. Reports indicate that the Lannister soldiers within the Red Keep have not been fully mobilized, suggesting that the Queen's faction is inadequately prepared. Stannis waits in quiet anticipation for dawn. It seems that the Queen, that foolish and licentious woman, possesses no substantial plan. Were he orchestrating this coup, he would have swiftly sealed off the Red Keep and targeted unstable elements like himself, rather than feigning ignorance and leaving the city gates unbarred. According to the current intelligence, the gates of King's Landing will still open as usual today, and at that moment, his forces composed of sailors will surge into the city, executing a surprise attack on the Red Keep. Securing Prince Joffrey and Queen Cersei will pave the way for subsequent maneuvers. Just as Stannis sat in contemplation for several hours, pondering the potential shortcomings of the impending plan, a striking woman clad in red entered the hall, Melisandre, the priestess of the Lord of Light, whom he had summoned. Unlike his foolish brother and sibling, he remains acutely aware of the changes in the world around him. The existence of magic is no longer a secret. As the master of ships, he regards the tidings brought by sailors and merchant captains with utmost seriousness. Thus, he is increasingly proactive in seeking out wizards who might serve his interests. At this moment, the priestess of the Lord of Light has fortuitously come to him. This enchanting lady reveals various miracles, from imbuing swords with flames that can ignite enemies to glimpses of prophetic visions seen within fire. Even after entwining with her fire-like beauty, he senses flames beginning to spread within him. Melisandre explains that he is the destined son foretold by the Lord of Light, and it is through her that the deity infuses strength into the prophetic air. Stannis is convinced that Melisandre speaks the truth. The most compelling evidence lies in the small flame that has recently begun to flicker from the tip of his index finger. Though the flame flickered weakly and held little practical significance, it nevertheless indicated that he was gradually wielding magic, transforming into a sorcerer. Stannis gazed quietly at the approaching woman in red, refraining from speech, as was his customary demeanor. He preferred to allow his subordinates to speak first. The red-clad woman slightly bowed, revealing her ample fair skin, and softly said, "My lord, I bring forth the oracle of my master." "Oh, Melisandre, what have you seen in the flames?" "My lord, I have witnessed vast expanses of white snow and towering walls of ice." "Ah, is it the wall of the north? Does your master wish for me to direct my attention there?" Stannis lowered his head, stroking his chin in a thoughtful gesture. "My lord, I believe my master intends for you to journey northward, for that is your destined place. After all, the long night approaches, and the world requires your salvation." "The north, you say? I shall go, but only once I have attended to the matters in King's Landing. Furthermore, my brother has already provided considerable support in men and resources to the north, so I trust that there is no immediate urgency." Seeing Stannis unmoved, Melisandre resorted to her true arts. "My lord, let us gaze into the flames once more. Perhaps you will discern the genuine oracle." Stannis remained silent for a moment, his lips trembling slightly, a habitual gesture of his. Eventually, he acquiesced to the Red Woman's invitation, allowing her to embrace his arm as they stood before a brazier in the hall. Melisandre waved her hand toward the flames, which instantly surged to life. Stannis watched in silence as the shapes of the fire shifted erratically, its light and heat searing his eyes. While most would have been blinded by the blaze, Stannis resisted the impulse to close his eyes, observing the elusive images that danced before him. This was a form of divination from the Red God, a secret art known only to those with the gift of magic. Yet since he had ignited the flames, he too could begin to perceive visions within them. However, his magical prowess was still insufficient, necessitating Melisandre's assistance. Of course, visions are often fleeting and ethereal. Interpreting their content demands skill and insight. Today's visions were unexpectedly chaotic, and Stannis's gaze gradually lost focus, as if his thoughts had entered an ethereal state. He heard what seemed to be the clashing of swords and the cries of warriors in their final moments, yet the images before his eyes were a blur, presenting only vast swathes of red and black intertwining and writhing. Suddenly, a glimmering shadow shot toward Stannis's brow. He jolted awake, instinctively stumbling back, but Melisandre steadied him. "My lord, what did you see?" she asked softly, gently stroking his back in a soothing manner. Yet Stannis remained silent, merely grinding his teeth as he continued to gaze into the flames. He was aware that this was not a favorable omen. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede. He believed that these so-called prophecies from the gods were not invariably accurate. A knock resounded on the door from outside, and Stannis recognized it as a signal from his subordinates that the dawn was fast approaching. The gates of King's Landing were about to open, and he had to take action. With a final, resolute clench of his jaw, he shook off Melisandre, who had clung to him, and strode purposefully toward the hall. just as he donned his full suit of armor and mounted his steed, charging forth from the courtyard of his residence. The sun rose majestically above the walls of King's Landing, casting its golden rays upon the entire city. Stannis felt a sudden thrill in his heart and instinctively raised his right hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. However, the hand that shielded him was not only blocking the glaring sunlight, it also intercepted a gleaming crossbow bolt. As blood splattered and obscured his vision, he finally registered the searing pain in his palm. Fortunately, clad in full armor, the protective covering on his hand mitigated some of the bolt's penetrating force, preventing it from piercing his eye. Yet, the agony, coupled with his instinctive reaction, compelled him to tumble from the saddle, uncertain if the assailant would launch further lethal projectiles. He suddenly recalled the fleeting shadow that had shot toward him from the flames moments earlier. His knightly retinue quickly surrounded him, encircling him protectively. The streets remained eerily quiet in the early morning, save for the sounds of his guards' shouts and the whinnies of their steeds. Stannis knelt, clutching his injured wrist with his other hand, gritting his teeth. Melisandre hastened through the throng, parting the crowd to reach him. She knelt beside Stannis, grasping his wounded hand. His loyal knights soon joined, directing their squire to carefully sever the shaft of the bolt and gently extract the tip, assisting Stannis in removing the damaged gauntlet. Blood gushed anew from the wound, splattering those nearby. Though the pain in his palm was excruciating, Stannis remained resolute, biting his lip until it bled, refusing to utter a sound of distress. He considered such displays a sign of weakness unbefitting his stature, fearing that showing vulnerability would undermine his authority. The red-robed woman placed her hands over the injured area, closing her eyes as she began to murmur incantations. Those surrounding Stannis were accustomed to witnessing the enigmatic Red Priestess perform her magic. Suddenly, flames flickered to life between their entwined hands. Melisandre's chanting intensified, the fire quietly searing their palms, yet neither seemed to suffer any burns. The incantation continued for about 10 minutes, and as the flames gradually extinguished, she released Stannis's hand and rose respectfully, standing by his side. Stannis rose to his feet, his palms stained with dried blood, yet the wounds had healed remarkably. The knights surrounding him were no strangers to such phenomena. Many bore the blazing heart insignia upon their armor. Their conversion was not achieved through persuasion or allure, but rather through Melisandre's repeated displays of divine miracles. Stannis examined his palm before concealing it behind his back, turning to survey the tranquil streets through the gaps in the wall of knights. A captain of the guard reported that they had failed to locate the assassin who had loosed the crossbow bolt. To minimize commotion, they had only pursued a few streets. Finding not a single suspicious shadow, Stannis began to absently grind his back molars, blood seeping from his lips. The first summons of the prophecy had been realized. The path ahead promised only bloodshed and carnage. Yet whether these ominous portents were retribution for himself or for that woman, Cersei, left him momentarily uncertain. Noticing his hesitation, Melisandre stepped forward at an opportune moment. "My lord, perhaps to move forward, one must first retreat. To journey south, one must first head north. This may well be a warning from Lawler. We should regroup our strength on Dragonstone before proceeding." Stannis glanced around at his men, noting their lack of dissent towards retreat. Adopting a reluctant expression, he nodded slowly. The group immediately shielded Stannis as they departed through the back of the courtyard, heading towards the docks of King's Landing, where 5 royal warships awaited, poised for departure. Stannis's actions had not truly alarmed the master of the Red Keep. Cersei was unaware that while she plotted, others were preparing to take the life of the Old Hand. Consequently, she had not arranged for any clandestine measures. And the 2 major informants in King's Landing had their own agendas, leaving her uninformed of the night's unfolding drama. As she emerged from the maiden's house, her cheeks flushed and her spirit invigorated. Her first sight was that of her anxious handmaiden, who was fretting in circles. Cersei had issued a strict order forbidding anyone from entering the maiden's house at night, making it inappropriate for even her handmaiden to disturb the queen's slumber. Observing the urgency on her handmaiden's face, Cersei inquired with irritation, "What is the matter that you are so flustered?" "Your Grace, there has been a grave incident in the city, the king and the hand." Cersei furrowed her brow, musing inwardly about the potency of Qyburn's poison. What mischief was old John up to? She waved her hand, silencing her handmaiden, and calmly returned to her chambers while allowing the maid to assist her with her grooming, all the while urging her to speak. The handmaiden, already on the verge of distress, managed to restrain herself, knowing Cersei's temperament, and diligently began to prepare her, softly recounting the events in King's Landing from the previous night to the present. Upon hearing the report of the White Knight that the king had transformed into a wild boar, Cersei erupted into raucous laughter. The wretched fat pig had indeed turned into a wild boar, a most gratifying turn of events, and she resolved to reward Qyburn handsomely for this. As for the news of the Prime Minister's demise in his sleep the previous night, Cersei felt a secret delight. The old man, who had clung to power for nearly 2 decades, was finally dead, allowing her father to assume the role of Hand of the King for Joffrey, thereby ensuring greater stability for the realm. With this thought in mind, Cersei inquired, "Have you dispatched the letter to the Duke of the Westerlands?" The loyal knight had set out 2 days prior, and he should soon arrive at Casterly Rock. "Excellent," she said. "Send a raven to Casterly Rock to inform my father of the changes in King's Landing and invite him to attend Joffrey's coronation, while also offering him the position of Hand of the King. Your Grace, should we convene a council meeting?" Cersei frowned impatiently. "Very well. Summon the lords to the throne room. They must pay their respects to the new king." The handmaiden contemplated suggesting something, but, recalling Cersei's temperament, promptly silenced herself and diligently attended to the queen's hair. "By the way, see if my darling has awakened. Today is his grand day, and he must be dressed to impress, so that the lords are awed by the prince. No, the king, the new king's majesty." The handmaiden, observing the queen, or rather, the queen mother, in high spirits in the mirror, quickly adopted a cheerful demeanor, echoing the queen's enthusiasm. She pledged to craft a magnificent hairstyle that would accentuate King Joffrey's regal presence, eliciting peals of laughter from Cersei. Chapter 77. The Eternal Emperor, Part 1. Joffrey had matured into a young man, inheriting his parents' esteemed lineage, which rendered him tall and handsome, complemented by a mane of golden curls, making him the heartthrob of the maidens of King's Landing. He had received an excellent education, with the king's maester, Pycelle, instructing him in mathematics and literature, while his mother personally taught him courtly manners. He also occasionally trained in swordplay and knighthood under Ser Barristan. Despite his father's indifference, Joffrey held a deep admiration for him, viewing him as an invincible warrior and a great king. However, he often grappled with self-doubt, fearing that he would be incapable of inheriting his father's throne and safeguarding the realm's subjects. Yet, within him, a voice persistently affirmed that he was a born ruler, and his dominion was beyond question. As the morning sunlight streamed into his chamber, Joffrey opened his eyes, perceiving it as yet another ordinary day within the Red Keep. Seated at the dining table savoring a lavish breakfast, he was informed by his mother as handmaiden that he was required to attend the council meeting today, dressed in finery. Despite years of royal education, this would be his first council meeting, and he felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. The tension of his thoughts prevented him from noticing the anxious expressions of the servants in the Red Keep. In truth, even without the influence of these thoughts, he would have remained oblivious to their presence. His upbringing had conditioned him to overlook the existence of such individuals. To Prince Joffrey, they were no different from the vases adorning the room, merely existing to fulfill his demands. As he traversed the corridor and approached the side of the throne room, he discovered that his mother was already awaiting him. Today, she donned the opulent attire reserved for official royal occasions, exuding an extraordinary air of grandeur. Cersei held her head high, radiating a noble demeanor as she spoke to Joffrey in an elegant tone. "My dear little Joffrey, today marks your first audience with your ministers. They shall aid you in ruling the 7 kingdoms. Exhibit your royal presence." Joffrey, taken aback by his mother's words, found himself momentarily stunned. Observing her son's reaction, Cersei dismissed it, rationalizing that his youth warranted some astonishment. She took Joffrey's hand, leading him into the throne room. Cersei gracefully ascended the first step before the Iron Throne, standing alongside Joffrey as she surveyed the assembled lords below. The hall was notably sparse today, with only the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, the Master of Whisperers, Varys, and the Grand Maester, Pycelle, in attendance. Cersei, somewhat displeased, inquired, "Where have the Captain of the King's Guard, the Master of Ships, and the Master of Laws gone?" The men exchanged uneasy glances, uncertain whether the Queen was unaware of the disturbances in the city or simply indifferent to the events of the previous night. After a brief exchange of looks, Varys finally steeled himself to respond. "Ser Balon Swan is leading the King's Guard to protect His Majesty. Lords Renly and Stannis have already departed from King's Landing." Cersei's brows furrowed in distaste. She had not anticipated such a blatant disregard for the new king and herself in light of the clear circumstances. "Have the King's Guard return to the Red Keep. The king they are to protect is right here." She subtly gestured towards the standing Prince Joffrey. Upon hearing his mother's command, Joffrey instinctively puffed out his chest, as if to assert his readiness to bear the responsibilities of ruling the kingdom. The lords below exchanged bewildered glances. Pycelle, trembling slightly, ventured to speak. "Your Grace, Queen. What of King Robert?" Cersei, visibly annoyed, raised her hand dismissively. The king is dead. Do you wish for that monster from the brothel to occupy the Iron Throne behind me? The three men were taken aback by the queen's disdain for King Robert and her unrestrained bravado. Naturally, none of them were particularly loyal patriots, and thus they had no intention of contesting her words. Littlefinger and the spider were even pleased to witness Cersei's increasing audacity. It was Pycelle, however, who displayed greater diligence towards the Lannister family, cautiously inquiring, "Your Majesty, indeed, many bizarre occurrences transpired last night. Currently, whispers abound in King's Landing regarding the king's affairs, and we must tread cautiously," Cersei remarked with growing impatience. "Those damned Kingsguard should certainly not be stationed at that wretched brothel. What does the queen imply? My lords, the king has been resting within the Red Keep, mourning the natural passing of the prime minister in his sleep due to old age, and thus has no desire to meet outsiders," Cersei continued with an air of haughty satisfaction, observing the astonished expressions of the three below. "As for the creature in the brothel, it is merely a wild beast that has strayed into King's Landing. We shall simply arrange for a few hunters to eliminate it." Peter and Varys exchanged knowing glances, both aware that the bond between the queen and the king had long since dissipated. Yet they were taken aback by the extent of her animosity towards him. Cersei's gaze shifted to Peter. The Minister of Finance, Peter, donned his signature smile and bowed. "What is your command, your grace?" Cersei appeared quite pleased with Peter's submissive demeanor. "You are to prepare an emergency fund. We are about to organize 2 funerals. One for the Prime Minister and the other for His Majesty the King, in addition to a grand wedding for your Joffrey." "Very well, your grace. Although you may be aware that the kingdom's finances are exceedingly strained, and it seems rather impossible to procure such a substantial sum at once." Cersei flashed a self-assured smile. "You need not worry. I have already written to my father, Lord Tywin Lannister, who will assume the role of the kingdom's new prime minister. He will achieve what you cannot, and you need only assist him." "As you command." Peter maintained his humble demeanor. While it was rather unconventional for the queen to directly invite a duke to assume the position of Hand of the King, the three below had neither the inclination to oppose nor to debate with Cersei. Cersei then turned her attention to Varys. "My Lord Master of Whisperers," Varys bowed respectfully. "What is your command, your grace?" "Keep a close watch on Renly and Stannis. I wish to know their intentions for departing King's Landing unannounced." Varys was well aware of their motives, yet he chose not to divulge anything to the foolish woman before him, merely nodding in agreement to monitor the two and report back at any moment. Cersei reveled in the deference shown by those present, feeling a thrilling sense of power and dominion over the realm. She was eager to dismiss them quickly, longing to return to her chambers and share her joy with Jaime. Her mind was in a state of exhilaration, and she craved a physical release of that energy. Chapter 78, The Eternal Emperor, Part 2, Joffrey, in a state of confusion, attended a rather absurd meeting of the court. Everything was too sudden. Though he had reached adulthood, he had yet to experience the true tempests of life. Throughout the entirety of the meeting, he remained silent, still reeling from the shock of losing his father. Although the conversations among a few individuals were vague, he sensed that his father had met with an unfortunate incident. His mother's tone, however, instilled a profound fear within him, as if she were plotting to eliminate his father. It dawned on him just how severe the animosity had grown between his parents. The curses uttered by his mother were not mere expressions of discontent, oblivious to his turmoil. His mother assumed he was merely struggling to adapt to his altered identity and offered him a few hasty words of comfort before departing the palace in a flurry. Joffrey leaned against the headboard, curled up in a ball, suddenly feeling that the Red Keep was both alien and perilous. The history of the Seven Kingdoms, which he had previously learned from the Maester, resurfaced in his mind, painting a gruesome tableau rife with bloodshed, intrigue, and treachery. He realized with a jolt that the servants who smiled at him might be conspiring to poison him, and the once respectful lords could very well be plotting his downfall in shadowy corners. The abrupt disappearance of his uncles weighed heavily on him. Although the spider had said little, he understood their lack of recognition of his claim to the throne. Perhaps they intended to contest his right to the Iron Throne. "Father, oh father." He seemed to have suffered a calamity. His father was no longer the invincible warrior, but rather a man with formidable adversaries. His mother, once gentle and nurturing, had revealed a cruel and venomous side, openly commanding the lords to conspire against his father. With his eyes tightly shut, 2 crystalline tears slipped down his cheeks. His world had collapsed entirely. The very foundations that had once supported his existence were crumbling. The idol he had revered was being slain by his beloved mother, and the constraints that loomed over him were dissipating. Suddenly, Joffrey's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, The shackles that had once bound him were vanishing. He unfurled his body and descended from the bed. Standing before the full-length mirror, he scrutinized his reflection, a tall, handsome young man with golden hair, adorned in splendid attire. He straightened his posture, placing a hand upon his chest, striking what he believed to be a regal and confident pose. His mother was correct. He was now the king of the 7 kingdoms, and all must bow before him, abiding by his laws and executing his commands. He was the valiant Robert Baratheon's son, inheriting his father's bravery. None would stand against him. As the head of the powerful House Baratheon, he commanded dominion over the Riverlands, the Vale, and the North. His grandfather, the formidable Tywin Lannister of the Westerlands, was a lion feared by all. He had already seized control of 5 of the 7 kingdoms. Although the Roses of the Reach were affluent, they were weak and easily manipulated. Their armies comprised of mere cravens. As for the foul and unyielding Dorne, there lies nothing but yellow sands. Should they dare to oppose me, let the armies of the 6 kingdoms trample upon Sunspear and drive the Dornish into the desert to feast upon sand. Humph. The illustrious King Joffrey shall lead the 7 kingdoms onward, and the people of the realm shall undoubtedly rejoice in his sagacious leadership. It can be said that Joffrey's heart is fortified. He swiftly acclimates to the transformation of his status, dispelling the trepidation within, and regains his confidence. Just as Joffrey basked in his self-satisfaction, Barristan received a command from the Red Keep. He stared incredulously at the knight delivering the orders, reaffirming their content. He realized that the royal secrets he had consciously chosen to ignore might not be mere fabrications. Having served for decades as the captain of the Kingsguard, he could not fail to perceive the profound rift between the king and queen. Yet, he had consistently refrained from probing deeper into these matters, choosing instead to remain oblivious. Today, however, he was compelled to confront the reality. The queen evidently had no intention of seeking to heal the king, having even ceased to acknowledge that the beast within the chamber was indeed the king. Meanwhile, Prince Joffrey remained a child easily swayed by others. The door behind him had long since closed, secured by stout wooden beams. And the intermittent sounds of crashing and the beast's roars underscored the creature's growing impatience with the confining environment, yearning to break free. Surveying the faces of the Kingsguard, each displaying varying degrees of uncertainty, hesitation, and retreat, Barristan discerned a conspicuous absence of loyalty to the king. He understood that these guards were far from being the exemplary knights of the realm. In his overconfidence, Robert had neglected the selection of worthy candidates for the Kingsguard. Thus, their ranks had been filled with those who sought to curry favor with the nobility of the 7 kingdoms, rather than to recruit truly honorable knights. Their current ambition lay more in hastening their return to the Red Keep to ingratiate themselves with the new king in hopes of garnering greater rewards. The disturbances behind him grew increasingly frequent and pronounced, and Barristan recognized that the situation could not deteriorate further. He held no authority to make decisions, nor any means to resolve the pressing predicament. Contemplating his circumstances, he observed that the sun had risen high above. Yet no adult capable of taking charge had arrived to assess the situation. Not only had Queen Cersei and Prince Joffrey failed to make an appearance, but even the king's own brothers, Renly and Stannis, were silent. As for Peter Baelish and the Spider, he held no expectations for their involvement. Concerning the Hand of the King, he was already aware of the old man's demise, having witnessed the rise and fall of 2 dynasties. The seasoned knight had caught the whiff of conspiracy, yet, like his reluctance to scrutinize the discord between the king and queen, he had no desire to entangle himself in these disputes. At present, his sole concern lay with the duties befitting a knight. Ballaston remained silent for an extended period, his long-standing prestige and legendary experiences rendering the other white knights hesitant to voice any dissent in the presence of their captain. The old knight observed the furtive glances exchanged among the white knights, and, with a resigned gesture, declared, "Very well. You shall all adhere to my orders and return to the Red Fortress. However, the city guards are not permitted to withdraw. They must continue to maintain the blockade here. I shall make my way to the magical academy outside the city, hoping that the esteemed Master Lier can rescue the king." The white knights exchanged glances, realizing that their earlier eagerness may have been overly hasty and somewhat contrary to the tenets of their order. Yet, their inner yearning for power compelled them to cling to the opportunity to pledge fealty to the new king. And accompanying the old knight outside the city in search of a remedy was evidently not aligned with the desires of the new master of the Red Fortress. Ballaston regarded them without uttering further words, simply grasping his sword and striding purposefully out of the courtyard. He felt the need to assert his authority over the captain of the city guard stationed there. As a prominent member of the royal guard with a seat at the royal council, the legendary Balashton's threats still held weight, at least in his own estimation. Chapter 79, The Timeless Emperor, Part 3. Joffrey gazed at Sandor Clegane, who knelt before him, an unsightly figure with half his face disfigured by burns, yet serving as his steadfast protector. Initially, Joffrey had been unnerved by the man's appearance, but over time, he grew accustomed to having a taciturn yet reliable guardian by his side. The Clegane family had been vassals of his maternal grandfather, loyally serving the Duke of the West for 3 generations. The dog before him had been specifically requested by his mother from his grandfather. In truth, Joffrey had always yearned for a more imposing and formidable knight, such as Ser Gregor Clegane, but he dared not contest his grandfather's wishes and had to accept the arrangement. As Joffrey's mind settled, he found his intellect remarkably clear and began to reflect on the history of how past emperors governed the 7 kingdoms. To his astonishment, he discovered that the true rulers of the 7 kingdoms were not himself, but rather the various dukes and lords. This had been the norm for 8 millennia until Aegon's conquest established a unified monarchy over the 7 kingdoms. However, once the Targaryen family lost their dragons, the foundation of the dynasty's rule became as fragile as a castle built upon sand, susceptible to being swept away by the waves. The success of his father had stemmed from this very situation, as the alliances of deer, wolves, fish, and eagles coalesced, while the king had actively excluded the West from King's Landing. Consequently, the true power within the realm shifted to his father, who commanded the strongest military force. After the last army loyal to the Targaryens was vanquished at the Trident, the fall of King's Landing became inevitable. Clearly, authentic power emanated from the armies loyal to the monarch. In the past, these knights, infantry, and peasant soldiers had pledged their fealty to the lords of the 7 kingdoms, a phenomenon that was not conducive to the rightful order. As the king of the 7 kingdoms, these forces ought to owe their loyalty to him, the illustrious King Joffrey. The young king, believing he had discerned the essence of power and grasped the most profound secrets of ruling the realm, resolved to govern according to his own vision. His first step was to secure the loyalty of the Kingsguard. The hound knelt reverently before Joffrey, acutely aware that the young prince relished the display of deference, as it afforded him the pleasure of feeling the respect due to his station. This attitude is a common trait among those in power, whether it be Lord Tywin or Queen Cersei. However, some wield this power with finesse, while others display it in a manner that is merely comical and clumsy. From the hound's perspective, when he knelt before Lord Tywin Lannister, he dared not allow his thoughts to wander. He remained focused, fixated on the Lord's toes, attentively listening for every sound, ever ready to respond. In contrast, Joffrey's imitation was rather inept. He merely struck a pose of authority, deliberately prolonging the moment. Yet his intellect likely paled in comparison to that of the hound. Pleased with the hound's display of respect, Joffrey decided to reward him. "Dog, I have made my decision. You shall henceforth be my Kingsguard. Don the white cloak." The hound did not hesitate. He merely bowed his head lower, concealing his eyes from Joffrey. "As you wish. Your Highness." "Dog, I shall grant you another chance. How should you address me?" Joffrey rose from his seat, looking down at the armored knight who knelt at his feet. "My apologies, I should address you as your grace." "Excellent. Come with me, dog." Satisfied, Joffrey turned and strode toward the door, oblivious to the fleeting expression of contempt that crossed the hound's face as he rose. In truth, the hound had no desire to join the ranks of the White Knights, to forego marriage, to remain childless, or to renounce his claim to inheritance. These were not ambitions he harbored, nor did he possess such lofty morals. His brother, Gregor Clegane, was a brute, the very visage of his face marred by being held against a pyre by this monstrous sibling. Dubbed the Mountain, this fiend was indeed a demon, having even violated their own sister. For years, the hound's greatest wish was to slay his brother with his own hands, to eradicate the shadows of his childhood. Of course, should he also inherit the family lands and wed the daughter of a stout little lord, begetting 2 strong sons, that would be a welcome turn of events. Alas, though his brother was brutal, he served as Tywin Lannister's most formidable hound, leaving the hound with little opportunity. Yet, he did not abandon hope. With the ferocity of a wild beast, he believed that one day, his brother would meet his demise at the edge of a blade. Now, with Joffrey insisting he become a White Knight, this could potentially sever the bloodline of House Clegane. Though they were of no noble lineage, none wished to see their bloodline extinguished. However, Sandor Clegane was a composed individual. He understood that the adults would disregard dissent from the lower ranks, and those who dared to voice opposition might be perceived as disloyal. A disloyal hound holds no value in the eyes of the powerful. As a member of a family trained in the art of subservience to House Lannister, The hound was acutely aware of how the Great Ones dealt with hounds that dared to bare their teeth at their masters. Yet, he also recognized how hounds could elude their master's gaze, stealthily devouring small prey and the discarded bones left behind. He paid little heed to the somewhat humiliating nickname the adults had bestowed upon him, as he understood that sometimes, hounds lived far more comfortably than their hunters. With a spirited demeanor, Joffrey strode alongside the hound toward the throne room, now fully cognizant that he was on the cusp of becoming the ruler of this realm. He had reached adulthood, while his mother had recently become a distant figure, often absent from view. This suited him perfectly, as no one could obstruct his desire to govern the kingdom according to his own whims. News had already reached him that the Kingsguard had returned to the Red Keep, awaiting within the throne room to pledge their fealty to him. This marked his initial step towards seizing control of King's Landing and ultimately the Seven Kingdoms. Any traitor who dared to refuse allegiance would meet the fate of decapitation, their heads displayed upon the walls of King's Landing. Reflecting on the morning's council meeting, he recalled how the lords had regarded him with the eyes of one looking at a child. Such an attitude was unbecoming of proper subjects, and the magnanimous Joffrey Baratheon resolved to grant them a chance for redemption. Should they dare to belittle him in the next council meeting, he would command the White Knight to sever their heads and hang them at the main gate of the Red Keep. He intended to send a stern warning to all who dared to underestimate him. The majesty of the king must not be disregarded, and the king deserved respect. As the attendants stationed at the entrance to the throne room respectfully opened the grand doors for King Joffrey, he strode in with his head held high. Upon seeing the few white-cloaked knights assembled within the hall, Joffrey flashed a confident smile. Chapter 80. The Eternal Emperor, Part 4. Joffrey flicked the hem of his cloak and seated himself upon the Iron Throne with what he deemed an imposing demeanor. Noticing the absence of one member from the Kingsguard, Joffrey's expression soured. Where has that old man, Barristan, gone? The White Knights exchanged glances, taken aback by the new king's utter lack of respect for the legendary commander Barristan Selmy. Seeing no one respond, Joffrey grew impatient. What is going on? Do none of you know where your captain has gone? The knights exchanged furtive looks, and one brave soul stepped forward. Your Highness, he began. Sandor Clegane, catching a glimpse of Joffrey's displeasure, immediately interjected. Enough. Before you stands the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the protector of the Undulls and the First Men, His Majesty King Joffrey Baratheon. Upon hearing the sound of the hounds, Joffrey displayed a satisfied expression. Indeed, these hounds were obedient and perceptive, proving themselves to be commendable creatures. His decision to reward one with a place in the Kingsguard was evidently justified. Yes, forgive me, Your Majesty, it was my folly, he remarked. The White Knight, noting Joffrey's demeanor, hastily adjusted his approach and changed his address. Your Majesty, Captain Barristan has departed for the outskirts of the city. He mentioned he intends to seek out the Magical Academy to consult with the esteemed Maester Lurdo regarding the curse afflicting King Robert. Joffrey suddenly realized he had not truly grasped the specifics of his father's condition and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Oh, what exactly is the situation?" The White Knights became acutely aware that pledging allegiance to the new king might be fraught with peril, especially when it came to informing a child that his father had transformed into a wild boar, a revelation not easily digestible. Particularly considering the boy wielded absolute power over their fates, caution was imperative in their words. Your Majesty, last night, during a visit to an establishment in the city, King Robert, perhaps under the influence of a curse, experienced some changes to his physical form. The knight's speech faltered, unsure of how to phrase his words without inciting the ire of the youthful sovereign. Changes to his physical form? Joffrey's attention was piqued, and he wore a curious expression, devoid of any displeasure, as if the discourse were not about his own father. Yes, it appears that King Robert is now closer to. The knight, sensing the king's lack of anger, tentatively continued. Closer to what? Closer to a wild boar, a very large wild boar, came the reluctant response. Joffrey's face darkened. Boldness. The speaking knight immediately knelt, bowing his head in a submissive display of contrition. Rising from the Iron Throne, Joffrey surveyed the assembly from his elevated position. My mother announced to the lords at court this morning that my father has succumbed to grief over the passing of the hand of the king last night and is now resting in his chambers. Scanning the room and observing several white knights adopting submissive stances, Joffrey nodded in satisfaction and continued, How could that beast possibly be my father? You foolish Kingsguard. Have you fallen victim to some absurd ruse? The knights lowered their heads, refraining from retort, merely exchanging glances. Joffrey, with unyielding arrogance, proclaimed, It is merely a beast wreaking havoc in the city. The great King Joffrey shall vanquish this creature, just as my valiant, invincible father would have done. And you all, follow me, and witness how I shall deal with this beast. Hound, fetch my crossbow. Several white knights bore expressions of astonishment, taken aback by the new king's intent to personally slay the monstrous entity, especially considering it was none other than the transformation of his own father. They suddenly realized that King Joffrey was not the bashful boy they had previously imagined. Beneath that handsome facade lay a mind teetering on the brink of madness. The Hound regarded Joffrey with a peculiar gaze, astonished by the profound transformation his master had undergone in just a single morning. The adoring, fearful Prince Joffrey had vanished, replaced by a king overflowing with arrogance and violent impulses. Of course, he was no stranger to brutality. His brother was a similar rascal, and he understood how to navigate such treachery. Without waiting for Joffrey to reveal any sign of dissent, he promptly nodded in acknowledgement of the king's command and turned to stride out of the hall. Soon, the Hound returned to the throne room, bearing an exquisite crossbow and a quiver of arrows. Joffrey was quite pleased with the Hound's efficiency and led the way out of the hall. The white knights exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. The Hound cast a mocking look at the knights before following King Joffrey's lead into the open air. The knights, understanding that they had no choice but to follow this path, gritted their teeth and trailed after the king. A contingent of Lannister soldiers clad in red robes awaited them outside the hall. The Hound assisted King Joffrey in mounting the magnificent white steed and then directed the soldiers to form a line on either side before mounting his own horse to accompany the king towards the gates of the Red Keep. The White Knights also mounted their steeds, with Mandon Moore even urging his horse to catch up with the king, clearing the way for Joffrey. Seeing the White Knight's obedient demeanor, King Joffrey's satisfaction swelled as he rode proudly atop his horse. This was the great King Joffrey Baratheon, first official inspection of his capital, the fair and beautiful King's Landing. Littlefinger had done quite well. Under his guidance, the city's layout was reasonable, the streets wide and lovely, and the buildings neat and clean. The notorious stench and the bothersome throngs of the impoverished had dissipated. Yes, Littlefinger deserved a greater burden, while the Red Keep was commendable. It was not worthy of the great King Joffrey. The king ought to possess a grand and splendid palace in each of the 7 kingdoms. He should traverse between these palaces, rooting out those who dared defy the great King Joffrey. He would execute the traitors, displaying their severed heads on the city gates, relegating their daughters to servitude, to be looked upon or rewarded to those who pledged loyalty to him, like his loyal Hound. Thus it was settled. He trusted that Littlefinger would manage it well. As Joffrey reveled in the scenery while basking in the awed gazes of the common folk who stepped aside from the road, he set forth his first royal decree since ascending the throne. On the grand streets of King's Landing, the spirited King Joffrey led the way, advancing in the direction indicated by the White Knights. He felt a surge of power, as though commanding a vast army to vanquish his enemies. Chapter 81. The Eternal Emperor, Part 5. Littlefinger established dozens of brothels in King's Landing, each of which King Robert had frequented. Littlefinger possessed an intimate understanding of the king's preferences. The grand and opulently decorated establishments, while initially captivating to Robert, eventually lost their allure after a few visits. In contrast, the smaller, more secluded brothels, tucked away in quiet corners, often held the king's attention for days on end. Littlefinger recognized that Robert was nostalgic for the glorious victories of the Battle of the Bells, sometimes even requesting the women to don helmets and impersonate Rhaegar and Jon. The brothel where King Robert met his demise was one such establishment, situated at the end of a street. This brothel had its back against the southern walls of King's Landing. When Joffrey and his entourage arrived, the place was still under lockdown, with the surrounding courtyards cleared of all inhabitants. Despite some residents voicing their objections, none dared to confront the fearsome city guards. The cunning Janos Slint was notably absent, leaving only a squad leader to greet the new king. Upon learning that the situation inside the brothel potentially involved a significant royal scandal, those with any sense refrained from approaching, leaving only the unfortunate souls behind. Joffrey, oblivious to these nuances, eagerly inquired, "Where is that beast?" "I've heard it is a great boar." The squad leader, aware of the misfortune of his assignment and wary of displeasing Prince Joffrey, replied respectfully, "Your Highness, I am not entirely informed about the situation inside. Our orders were simply to secure the area and prevent anyone from entering or leaving." At that moment, the Hound, standing behind Joffrey, frowned at the Emperor's grunt of displeasure and stepped forward, kicking the squad leader to the ground while issuing a warning. "This is His Majesty, King Joffrey Baratheon." Yes, I misspoke. "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty," the squad leader quickly pleaded for mercy. Joffrey, dismissively waving his hand, ordered, "Good dog. Well done. Bring the people from the courtyard. I wish to inquire about the situation." The hound bowed and strode into the courtyard. Soon, the sounds of women arguing echoed from within. As several heavily made up, scantily clad women were ushered out by the hound, the squad leader, sensing he might overhear some royal secrets, quickly retreated to a corner, hoping to remain unnoticed. A few of the courtesans were brought before Joffrey. As he beheld these voluptuous and beautiful women, their soft, flirtatious voices momentarily captivated him. Having been well guarded by Cersei, he had seldom encountered such bold and uninhibited women. The noble ladies at royal feasts were always decorous. Thus, upon his first encounter with such audacious figures, he found himself irresistibly drawn to their allure. The women, having been warned by the hound, stood before Joffrey with lowered eyes, displaying a semblance of obedience. However, the young prince's demeanor struck her as unusual, prompting her to boldly raise her gaze and discreetly observe him. Upon discerning the youthful expression of infatuation on his face, the astute courtesan recalled King Robert's notorious penchant for indulgence, reflecting that the apple truly does not fall far from the tree. Unconsciously, she began to adopt a more seductive posture. Joffrey, having never encountered such overt advances, found himself increasingly flustered as the daring older woman drew closer, striking poses that accentuated her alluring features. The heavy scent of her perfume enveloped him, causing his cheeks to flush, transforming him into a bashful young man. The hound, somewhat bemused, noted the uncanny similarity between father and son, both seemingly unwavering in their tastes. Choosing to turn his back on the awkward scene, he stepped away a few paces. The White Knights accompanying Joffrey exchanged glances, but their years of service beside King Robert had hardened them to such spectacles, prompting them to also turn away and maintain their distance. The Lannister soldiers who followed were equally seasoned, having proactively taken over the duties of the city watch, ensuring that the curious onlookers were kept at bay. The hound, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, could hear the increasingly distressing sounds behind him. The inexperienced fledgling was at the mercy of the seasoned vixens, and he even caught the sound of Prince Joffrey's soft gasps. The giggles of the courtesans echoed in the air. Suddenly, a furious shout pierced through. "Ah, dog! Kill this wretched harlot." Faced with the prince's volatile temperament, the hound could not afford to be careless. He immediately turned and drew his sword. Upon hearing the metallic sound of the blade, the courtesans were frightened, hastily kneeling, with one desperately clutching Joffrey's thigh in a plea for mercy. The hound was oblivious to how the courtesans had incited the prince's wrath, yet he did not inquire. His expression remained stern as he extended his iron hand towards the pleading woman. Joffrey's expression darkened. These damned courtesans had dared to question the might of the great king. Such insolence deserved death. It was evident that the fragile threads of the young prince's pride had been wounded, a challenge to his masculinity that he could not bear, akin to how one might mock a master who falters in his craft. He surveyed the scene, irritation mounting, and issued orders to the White Knights. "You there, come forth. These harlots are guilty of conspiring against the king and must be executed immediately. Each of you shall take one and behead them." The courtesans shrieked in terror, while the White Knights hesitated, taken aback by Joffrey's swift decree to execute them. As the royal bodyguards, sworn to protect the king, they questioned the propriety of carrying out such an execution. However, the hound harbored no such reservations. He brandished his sword, forcing the already terrified courtesans aside to shield Joffrey, and swiftly aimed his blade at one of their necks. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the White Knights understood that hesitation was no longer an option, and they too drew their swords, closing in. In the distance, a squad leader, concealed in the shadows, caught sight of the White Knights commencing their merciless slaughter of the courtesans. He realized that a grave royal scandal had indeed unfolded here the previous night, necessitating the direct intervention of the king's White Knight to manage the witnesses. Terrified, he dared not glance back. Just as the Lannister soldiers completed their shift change, he hastily turned away, leading his men in a swift retreat from the scene. He fervently prayed that his grace, King Joffrey, would not recall his name, for otherwise, he feared he too would succumb to the fate of silence. Perhaps he should hasten to the docks in search of a merchant vessel bound for the shores across the narrow sea. Though serving as a mercenary could prove perilous, it was unlikely to result in his demise. Alternatively, he contemplated donning black attire and heading to the wall, aside from the perpetual companionship of ice and snow. At least there, no one would covet his life. Upon hearing a piercing scream from behind, the squad leader quickened his pace. He had valuables stashed at his lodgings in the city that needed securing. There was no longer any time to linger in King's Landing. In a different scene, Joffrey surveyed the bloody tableau before him without exhibiting the typical fear one might expect from a boy witnessing such horror. As the cries of women echoed in anguish, A glint of madness flickered across his face as he stepped forward. A drop of splattered blood adorned his cheek, and he extended a trembling finger, caressing the crimson stain. Holding the bloodied fingertip before his eyes, the sunlight cast an eerie beauty upon it. Joffrey fixated on his finger, a smile creeping across his lips, gradually morphing into a near-manic laughter. The hound, having wiped the blood from his sword, sheathed it silently and positioned himself behind Joffrey. He understood the mindset of such lunatics. They reveled in the cruel spectacle, deeming it the most exquisite sight of all, wishing for no interruption. His brother was of the same depraved ilk, and he was loath to provoke King Joffrey at this moment. The surrounding Lannister soldiers stood rigidly, their expressions betraying no discernible change. In this age, although the continent of Westeros boasted the absence of slavery, claiming to be comprised of free folk, the nobility regarded the lives of commoners as less valuable than those of their slaves. These soldiers had long accepted the notion that nobles could tyrannize or even slay commoners at will. Joffrey's actions were no more outlandish than those of any other noble lord. After a spell of laughter, several white knights mimicked the hound's actions, silently taking their places behind the king. No one dared to voice a word. Although Joffrey did not exude the aura of a ruler, his madness had instilled fear in them. Perhaps due to the silence that surrounded him, Joffrey, feeling a touch of ennui, retracted his smile and turned to the men behind him. They all bowed their heads in respect. Joffrey found himself at a loss for words. These men were dreadfully dull. However, considering their relative obedience to his commands, he decided to allow them to remain as his kingsguard for the time being. Turning his gaze to the now deserted courtyard, Joffrey extended his right hand towards the hound. The hound immediately understood, removing the crossbow from his back and respectfully presenting it to King Joffrey. The White Knights, witnessing the king's willingness to take matters into his own hands, hesitated, contemplating whether to caution him. The boar was no small creature, and even they were uncertain of their ability to easily subdue it. Particularly, it was astonishing to consider that this beast was truly the transformed form of King Joffrey's father, King Robert. Could the king genuinely be poised to commit patricide? Though Joffrey remained indifferent to the expressions of those around him, the hound clearly perceived the White Knights' conflicted faces. Initially, the hound had dismissed the notion of a cursed king turned beast as mere superstition, believing instead it to be an exaggerated description of a grotesque death caused by some vile poison that had ravaged the king's body. He thought Joffrey's desire to demonstrate his bravery by slaying the monster bore no real peril. However, after arriving at this scene, coupled with his earlier inquiries to the prostitutes and the current demeanor of the White Knights, he began to suspect that the beast, the boar, was not merely a metaphor. There was indeed a dangerous creature lurking within the courtyard. Naturally, the king's authority must be upheld, and the hound could not question Joffrey's courage. He had his own methods. He called out loudly to the White Knights behind the king. "Did you witness the events of last night? Just how large was the boar you mentioned?" The White Knights seemed to realize the hound was seeking their input, and quickly responded, "Ser Sandor, we indeed witnessed it firsthand. A boar of the size of a full-grown bull emerged from that room, and it was this beast that killed the king's cupbearer, Lancel Lannister." One of the White Knights swallowed hard. He had come to understand Joffrey's temperament, and therefore refrained from revealing the truth that the boar was King Robert transformed. Instead, he fabricated an account of a massive boar appearing in a brothel within King's Landing, claiming they were merely passers-by and good citizens acting in defense. Joffrey, overhearing the exchange between the hound and the White Knights, leaned casually on the crossbow, feigning indifference. Yet the hound knew that Joffrey was attentively listening to their discourse. He recognized that the king remained the same timid young prince, still possessing a sense of fear regarding danger. The hound, ever observant of Joffrey's subtle changes in demeanor, bravely approached him and respectfully suggested, "Your Grace, the confines of the courtyard seem inadequate for your marksmanship. Perhaps we should lure the boar outside, allowing you to slay it more conveniently." Joffrey maintained a stern expression, not explicitly agreeing, yet the hound sensed the tension in his body had eased. He realized the king had acquiesced to his proposal, albeit reluctant to vocalize it. The hound respectfully stepped back 2 paces before turning to command the White Knights to enter and drive the boar out. The White Knights, feeling helpless, observed King Joffrey maintaining his posture without a response, and reluctantly proceeded into the courtyard. The hunting dogs, alongside the Lannister soldiers, had already set up a formation at the entrance, preparing to ensnare the wild boar. Joffrey's expression grew increasingly relaxed. The dogs had indeed proven their worth, and he resolved to reward them generously after vanquishing the beast. As the White Knights entered the courtyard, the door to the chamber remained firmly blocked, and the wild boar had ceased its attempts to break through. A series of tremendous snorts emanated from behind the door, and upon peering through the cracks, They beheld the creature soundly asleep amidst a chaotic scene. Strangely, the beast appeared significantly larger than the previous night, although it lay on its side. Its massive bulk still towered to the height of a man. The knights suddenly realized that if all this were indeed real, and not some trick of the eye, such an enormous wild boar would likely not fall easily to their swords. Noticing the Lannister soldiers forming ranks outside, they exchanged glances and began to cautiously dismantle the obstructions at the door. Despite their efforts to be gentle, the creature was startled awake. A piercing shriek erupted from within, followed by a cacophony of destruction. Furniture was toppled and shattered, windows rattled violently, and the very ground and buildings trembled beneath the beast's movements. One knight, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, let out a terrified scream and bolted towards the courtyard. Before the others could react, the door splintered explosively, hurling the wooden frame and surrounding walls like arrows into the midst of the gathered crowd. Chapter 83. The Eternal Emperor. 7. Alex Ockhart sat helplessly on the ground, debris from the shattered building and furniture strewn about him, yet he had no time to concern himself with such matters. As the door was obliterated, the dust and smoke obscured his vision, but he distinctly perceived a pair of enormous crimson eyes materializing through the haze. The vast, shadowy form gradually emerged from the smoke. The remaining white knights huddled closely together behind Alex. Though they managed to stand firm, their expressions bore little resemblance to the valor they had displayed while slaying the prostitutes. Before them stood a wild boar, towering to the height of a floor. Alex was desperately trying to retreat, yet he could not evade the creature's approach. He could already smell the foul stench emanating from the beast's gaping maw. The enormous, curved tusks were now less than an arm's length from his face. How could it be that when they had sealed the door the night before, the king, transformed into a boar, had been of a mere ordinary size? Yet overnight it had grown larger than the very room itself. At such a close distance, he could even see the thick, short legs of the beast, muscles writhing and expanding, its fur bristling and its teeth elongating and thickening. As the beast's form swelled, fragments of crumbled brick and tile clattered to the ground, and the onlookers felt as though the ever-enlarging creature was consuming the very space of the courtyard. Alexis gazed at the enormous tusks bearing down upon him, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, and cried out, retreating further. The other white knights, like startled chicks, dared not advance to rescue their white-robed brethren just a few paces away. Instead, they rushed towards the courtyard entrance in a frenzied stampede. Several heavily armored men found themselves trapped at the narrow doorway, unable to escape. In Robert the Boar's eyes flickered a fierce light, and he emitted a thunderous, piercing roar as he charged at them. His massive hoof struck Alexis's chest, and the finely crafted knight's armor crumpled like a fragile cardboard box under the force. Before Alexis could even utter a cry, blood gushed from his mouth, and he fell silent. Those trapped at the threshold felt the urgency of the situation and struggled with increasing fervor, but their frantic movements only tightened the bindings of their armor. Robert afforded them little time. He barreled through them like a relentless steamroller, toppling a section of the courtyard wall in his wake. The wall, towering over a man, could no longer conceal Robert's immense form. Outside, the Lannister soldiers had already discerned the commotion within and began to reform their ranks. A line of crossbowmen stood ready, and as the wall collapsed, revealing the boar's colossal silhouette, a volley of sharp bolts was unleashed. The steel-tipped crossbow bolts, propelled by the immense kinetic energy of their intricate mechanics, pierced through the dense fur of the boar, breaking through its thick hide. Blood sprayed forth, and the pain ignited Robert's ferocity. He let out a shrill scream and charged towards the tightly knit wall of men. The Lannister soldiers, mere flesh and blood, witnessed the exaggerated beast rushing towards them and, to their credit, managed to maintain their composure and release their arrows in disciplined formation, quickly sidestepping to either side of the street. The Lannister commander, remaining relatively calm, promptly ordered the spearmen to attack the boar from the flanks. The optimal strategy against such a mindless beast was to avoid direct confrontation. By continuously diverting its attention and launching flanking assaults, they could gradually bleed it out and ultimately bring it down. A solitary beast, no matter how formidable, could not withstand the onslaught of a well-trained and organized army. As the Lannister forces began to encircle King Robert, King Joffrey was led away by the Hound to a corner of the street. The Hound, a man of keen instincts, realized that trouble was brewing the moment he glimpsed Robert's colossal form over the courtyard wall. He understood that the day's events would not unfold favorably. Without hesitation, he retreated with the king, while Joffrey remained silent, refraining from any impulsive acts to demonstrate his supposed bravery. Once they reached what he deemed a safe position, The hound resumed a respectful demeanor and leaned closer to Joffrey, speaking in hushed tones. "Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. The soldiers of Lannister are well trained and will swiftly deal with that beast." He shared the commander's view that the creature stands no chance against an army. However, before Joffrey could express his desire to personally slay the beast to demonstrate his valor, the situation took a turn. Clearly, the wild boar was not a mindless creature. The essence of King Robert lingered within its skull. Though Robert Baratheon was not the wisest of men, he was a formidable warrior, adept at reading the battlefield's dynamics. He was not distracted by the exaggerated movements and strange noises of the light infantry. His mind had regained a semblance of clarity. He understood that now was not the time for hesitation, and he needed to escape swiftly, clad in no armor to shield him from arrows. And without his hammer in hand, he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash violence. Yet he was becoming increasingly composed, sensing a return to the battlefield. Many decisions required no deep contemplation, merely the instinct of a warrior. He oriented himself, knowing that by breaking through this street and turning a corner, he could reach the road leading to the Mud Gate, escape King's Landing, cross the Blackwater, and find refuge in the Kingswood. This complex thought process transpired in an instant, and Robert did not slow down, maintaining the same speed he had when he charged through the crossbowmen, heading for the street corner. Joffrey stared in shock as the roaring beast bore down upon him like a mountain. Instinctively, he raised his crossbow. The steel bolt, already loaded, was released with a swift flick, shooting towards Robert's face. A piercing cry erupted from the beast, and the legendary shot pierced one of its eyes. The hound bit his lip to suppress his curse. This boy couldn't hit an apple on a good day, yet today he was fortunate. With no other choice, he leaped and shoved Joffrey out of the boar's path. The boar thundered around the corner like a roaring train. Joffrey's south face was perilously close to the beast as it rushed past, allowing him to see every detail of its massive body, which filled his entire field of vision. Yet what lingered in his mind was the large eye, identical to his father's, glistening with tears and anguish. Chapter 84. The Eternal Emperor, Part 8. The thunderous collision faded into the distance, and Robert did not hesitate, heading straight for the city gate. Joffrey leaned against the wall, curled up, his arms wrapped around his knees, burying his head deep within them. The hound struggled to rise. The earlier leap had rendered him quite disheveled. Though he had not been directly brushed against by the colossal creature, he exerted every ounce of his strength to safeguard the prince's safety, resulting in a heavy collision with the unyielding stone pavement. Clad in armor, he nonetheless felt the unmistakable pain of at least 2 broken ribs. Yet, he could not afford to relax. Casting a glance at Joffrey's condition, he shook his head in resignation and turned to approach the Lannister soldiers, who were now in disarray. The dignity of the king must be preserved, particularly that of the capricious and overly proud Lord Joffrey Baratheon. Thus, Sandor Clegane commanded the relatively unscathed soldiers to stand at a distance along the street, continuing to secure the area, while instructing a messenger to return to the Red Keep with news and summon a carriage. Having given these orders, Sandor refrained from disturbing Joffrey, who was softly weeping, choosing instead to stand a few meters away, resting his sword against his back. From time to time, he would caress his side through the armor, the pain escalating. Once he escorted the king back to the Red Keep, he would need to seek a physician, for it seemed his ribs had indeed been fractured. The street lay in disarray, with tendrils of black smoke rising over the southern district, signaling that the situation had escalated dramatically. One could only wonder how exaggerated the rumors surrounding the king would become. Curious citizens began to appear at a distance, drawn by the commotion. Yet they were kept at bay by the soldiers, peering inquisitively from afar. Since the disturbances began late last night, they had attracted the attention of onlookers. But the timely arrival of the city watch had effectively curtailed their closer scrutiny. Nearly an hour later, the carriage finally arrived. Joffrey, situated behind Sandor, had regained his composure. Yet he remained too fearful to rise, uncertain of how to address the current predicament. Sandor approached the king cautiously, bowing slightly to inquire if they should return to the Red Keep immediately. However, upon seeing Joffrey still bowed in silence, he caught a faint odor in the air, leaving him somewhat speechless. With no other recourse, he bent down and gently lifted the king into his arms. Though his armored hand could not detect the dampness below the king's waist, the weight of Joffrey's body, as he rose, sent sharp pangs through Sandor's ribs, causing him to grit his teeth and break out in a cold sweat. Joffrey kept his eyes tightly shut, allowing Sandor to laboriously place him into the carriage's interior, too afraid to open his eyes or utter a sound, opting instead to feign sleep. Once Sandor had settled the king onto the plush cushions of the carriage and secured the door, he took his place on the seat outside, commanding the driver to return to the city. Feeling the carriage sway, Joffrey was cocooned in darkness. The heavy door and curtains shielding him from the light and sounds of the outside world. Cautiously, he opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. And upon realizing he was alone within the carriage, he clutched the embroidered blanket tightly, biting down on its edge as tears streamed down his cheeks. As he brushed past the monstrous being, he had glimpsed his own reflection in its enormous eye, fragile and insignificant. Yet the monstrous creature did not take its own life. Nor did it pause. He recognized the owner of that eye. Indeed, it belonged to his father, whose eyes he knew all too well and revered. The resemblance was unmistakable. Astonishingly, he found himself contemplating the act of slaying his own father, the man transformed into a wild boar. He was intent on vanquishing that beast, that wild swine. It was not his father he sought to kill, but a demon that had instilled such terror within him that he had soiled himself. He felt a shameful loss of courage, realizing he was not as valiant as he had envisioned. Yet, he must have struck the beast. The anguished cry and the spurting blood, along with the vivid images that flashed before his eyes, lingered in his memory. Indeed, he recalled clearly that no one could contend with the wild boar, which had one eye pierced by a crossbow bolt. His bolt. Yes, it was the great and valiant King Joffrey who had blinded that fearsome creature and driven away the menace threatening King's Landing. All credit was due to the illustrious King Joffrey. As the carriage rolled through the gates of the Red Keep, the hound gently pushed open the carriage door. Eager to observe the king's condition, Joffrey, already wearing a triumphant smile, proactively lifted the curtain and stood at the entrance. The hound marveled at the king's remarkable self-regulation but dared not inquire further, hastily bowing his head and assuming a posture to assist the king's descent. Although his trousers bore a slight dampness, Joffrey paid it no mind, confidently stepping down from the carriage and presenting a smile to his awaiting mother. Cersei, filled with anxiety, rushed forward upon seeing Joffrey alight. The commotion within the city had already roused the Red Keep. Even from behind closed doors and heavy drapes, she had heard the disturbance. Emerging disheveled from the maiden's tower, her devoted handmaiden awaited her at the entrance, delivering the urgent report from the hound. Thankfully, Joffrey had encountered no mishap, allowing her to maintain her composure as she awaited her child's return. Perched atop the heights of Aegon's Hill, the Red Keep afforded her a view of the billowing dust and smoke rising from the southern streets of the city. Under Littlefinger's reconstruction, the structures within King's Landing were neither densely packed nor towering, failing to obscure the massive form of the beast. Cersei witnessed the creature rampaging through the streets of the Mud Gate, tossing various objects and people into the air. She could clearly see the Mud Gate crumbling under the beast's assault, collapsing like a child's sandcastle kicked apart. The creature showed no signs of halting, charging towards the docks by the Blackwater River before leaping into its depths. In no time, the monster had traversed the wide expanse of the Blackwater and vanished into the woods on the opposite bank. As she gazed upon the relentless turmoil, with towering trees collapsing intermittently, Cersei felt a surge of trepidation. She never anticipated that her dear Myrcella would dare to confront such a monstrous beast. That wretched Robert, transformed into a creature of chaos, seemed determined to wreak havoc, nearly costing her beloved Myrcella her life. Fortunately, that hound had informed her of Myrcella's safety. Otherwise, she would have skinned him alive. Upon witnessing her son disembark from the carriage unscathed, her anxiety erupted, and she rushed forward, enveloping Joffrey in a tight embrace. Chapter 85. The Night Feast at the Red Keep. Joffrey was brimming with excitement, having completely shaken off the remnants of fear and regret. His sole thought was that the magnificent King Joffrey had vanquished the terrifying monster, thus safeguarding his kingdom of King's Landing. In light of this triumph, he resolved to host a grand banquet, a sentiment echoed by Queen Cersei, who believed a splendid celebration was in order for the new king's ascension. The servants of the Red Keep were summoned to spruce up the throne room, while the interior and exterior of the castle underwent thorough renovations. Naturally, no one dared to linger near the Maiden's Tower. Following the king's demise, the queen had relinquished all restraint. After several instances where delays in news were caused by preventing others from intruding, she had permitted a select few close confidants to enter the Maiden's Tower. However, this inevitably led to the dissemination of information. Although the identity of the gentleman whom the queen had taken to her private chambers remained unknown, whispers of her romantic escapades had quietly spread among the castle's servants. While there had been rumors of the queen's indiscretions in the past, such brazen conduct had surpassed many people's imagination, reinforcing the notion that the king and queen's relationship had long since deteriorated. Despite the queen's newfound openness, no one wished to approach the tower, for knowledge of royal scandals was not a path to safety. This, however, did not hinder the spread of these royal secrets, with many willing to exchange such information for personal gain. In a city boasting a population of 500,000, the number of individuals involved with the royal household and providing direct services to the crown was in the thousands. Not to mention, a multitude of nobles and high-ranking officials resided within the city, creating a demand for such information. Understanding the king and the royal family's secrets, and discerning the king's personal preferences to act accordingly, had become a survival tactic for these nobles and officials. The banquet that evening was nothing short of extravagant. With over 1,000 guests in attendance, all were eagerly anticipating the arrival of the new king and his inaugural public address. The recent turmoil in the southern part of King's Landing had left the populace on edge. The simultaneous deaths of the king and the prime minister had sent shockwaves through the realm. Although the royal family remained tight-lipped regarding the king's passing and did not hold a public funeral for the two esteemed figures at the Great September of Baylor, speculation arose about whether the two had met with natural ends. Consequently, rumors began to swirl throughout the city. The most ludicrous rumor circulating is that the king met his demise at the jaws of a wild boar that inexplicably breached the gates of King's Landing, while the esteemed prime minister succumbed to a poison from the continent of Essos, resulting in extensive decay of his skin. Both distinguished gentlemen perished in such an unsightly manner that a public funeral was deemed inappropriate. According to the tenets of the faith of the Seven, the deceased are to lie in state within the church for 7 days, their eyes covered by golden coins for public viewing. As the sun dipped below the western horizon, a gentle evening breeze swept across the narrow sea, whisking away the oppressive heat of summer. The Red Keep, perched atop the towering hill of Rainey's, offered its guests a splendid view of King's Landing as they disembarked in the square before its grand entrance. The twinkling lights of the city mirrored the stars above, while a band performed soothing melodies upon the lawns of the Red Keep, inviting all to revel in the tranquil ambience of the night. The throne room radiated brilliance, as exquisite waltzes played by the finest musicians of King's Landing enchanted the atmosphere. The guests fortunate enough to enter this hall, emblematic of the highest power, wore gentle smiles, feeling as though they too possessed a share of this authority. Within the hall, elegantly attired envoys weaved through the space, presenting fine wines from the arbor to the esteemed attendees, while a long table on one side overflowed with an array of delicacies. Nobles adorned in luxurious garments and stylishly dressed ladies engaged in hushed conversations, adhering to the standards of refined etiquette. Everything appeared unchanged, as if the king and prime minister were still very much alive, and the world remained splendid. A stirring melody and the blare of trumpets resounded, prompting the guards stationed at the side entrance of the throne room to stand at attention. Clad in resplendent crimson and gold, and crowned with a stag's head, Joffrey Baratheon entered the hall with a confident smile. Following closely was the regal figure of his mother, Cersei Lannister, her beauty reminiscent of the king's sister. The pair approached the Iron Throne, where Ser Meryn Trant, now donned in a white cloak, stood vigilant behind them. As the music abruptly ceased, all eyes turned reverently towards the throne, gazing upon the two figures. Joffrey struck a pose of authority and confidence, stepping forward to commence his opening address. Lords and ladies, I, Joffrey Baratheon, have vanquished the beast that claimed the life of my father, Robert Baratheon, mere days ago. The audience reacted with astonished expressions, and Joffrey, pleased with their response, continued, Today, we gather to celebrate this monumental victory, and in the days to come, I shall lead you to further triumphs, defeating all foes. Cersei, smiling at her valiant son, noticed a lull in the audience and beckoned a servant to retrieve a goblet. She raised her glass high, proclaiming, To your king. Long live the king. The crowd, regaining their composure, echoed the sentiment, lifting their glasses in unison to shout, Long live the king. As the musicians timely struck up a lively tune, the atmosphere within the grand hall instantly relaxed, and all assembled began to feign laughter and merriment. Joffrey was thoroughly pleased with the audience's display. Their subservience to his authority was a clear testament to the deep-seated nature of his reign. Cersei, too, was highly satisfied with Joffrey's demeanor. Handsome, valiant, and commanding, he exemplified the very essence of royal bearing. It was time to seek a suitable noblewoman for her little Joffrey. In the past, Cersei had vehemently resisted the notion of finding a wife for her son, to the extent that when Robert proposed securing an appropriate bride for the heir, it culminated in a fierce quarrel between them. This aversion stemmed from a childhood prophecy. An ugly old crone had cast a wicked curse upon her, foretelling that one day she would be supplanted by a woman younger and more beautiful than herself. Consequently, she had harbored a long-standing disdain for any noble maidens who might usurp her status within the Red Keep. Yet, A recent fortuitous encounter with the Kingsguard and the miraculous ointment provided by the Maester had transformed her perspective. To her, the prophecy had already come to fruition. The one who would replace her was none other than a younger version of herself. Even now, when standing beside her little Joffrey, devoid of any external adornments, a stranger might easily mistake her for Joffrey's sister. Chapter 86. The Night Banquet at the Red Keep. Part 2. The Hound silently followed the exuberant King Joffrey, who donned a hefty white knight's helmet that obscured his scarred visage. His silence had earned him the position of commander of the Kingsguard, and King Joffrey was exceedingly pleased with his reticent attitude concerning the details of their beast-hunting exploits. Whenever Joffrey boasted of his grand achievements, he would invariably include the Hound as a witness to these events. Regardless of how many iterations of his tale had evolved, the Hound consistently acknowledged the image of the brave and fearless hero that Joffrey conjured, with a silent nod of approval. This reaction continually garnered gasps and adoration from the assembly of youthful and beautiful noble women. Cersei engaged in conversation with several familiar ladies, relishing their envious glances at her youthful appearance, while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on Joffrey's activities. Although her other children were also present at the banquet, she devoted more attention and concern to her eldest son. As Joffrey matured, Cersei clearly saw the shadow of young Jaime reflected in his features, which further fueled her favoritism towards him. However, the Queen Regent was not the only one fixated on King Joffrey. The spider, with hands tucked within his sleeves, stood discreetly in the corner of the hall, observing the young monarch with keen interest. As the king's master of whispers, although he had somewhat faltered in recent years, his intelligence-gathering capabilities in King's Landing remained formidable. While he had yet to win over the Lannister commander, he had gleaned a general understanding of the truth through descriptions provided by several Lannister soldiers and the City Watch. Magic is indeed wondrous, capable of transforming King Robert into a colossal wild boar capable of demolishing city walls. It seems that the promises made by that Daoist priest can indeed come to fruition. This new king of the Seven Kingdoms is astonishingly arrogant, to such an extent that the octopus spider has realized that his task appears rather uncomplicated. He understands that the intentions of that esteemed individual are evidently to cleanse the entire ruling class of the Seven Kingdoms, and this new monarch will assist him in effortlessly achieving this goal. Before reaching this juncture, he must strive to support this new king diligently. The octopus spider stood in the corner of the hall, lost in his thoughts, surrounded by an air of emptiness. Although he always presented a seemingly harmless demeanor, the nobles of King's Landing were reluctant to approach this intelligence chief who had served under 2 reigns. After all, no one knew what secrets he might possess, and provoking or befriending him did not seem a wise choice. Maintaining a prudent distance and choosing to ignore him appeared to be the most sagacious course of action. Not far off, Littlefinger engaged in amiable conversation with a group of wealthy merchants. Casting a glance at the contemplative octopus spider, he refrained from approaching the octopus spider. Although they shared a tacit understanding, it was inappropriate for them to be seen together publicly. Littlefinger was acutely aware that his former patron had been eliminated by his own machinations, and his current value to the new king lay in his ability to resolve the royal treasury's financial dilemmas. Thus, until the prevailing situation became clearer, his priority was to cultivate relationships with the affluent merchants of King's Landing to prevent a decline in tax revenues. Lord Peter, I wonder how extensive the damage from the beast incident has been for King's Landing? Inquired a construction merchant, raising his goblet in salute to Littlefinger. Littlefinger recognized that the merchant sought to ascertain whether he had any lucrative projects to offer him. Without much contemplation, he donned his signature smile and replied, "Ah, my lord, I am indeed troubled by the losses incurred from the beast incident. That creature rampaged through the southern part of King's Landing, demolishing numerous structures. Indeed. You have worked hard, my lord. Is there anything I can do to alleviate your burdens?" "Haha, well said. What is most pressing at the moment is the swift restoration of the walls and gates that the beast has brought down. Oh, Lord Peter, allow me to boldly recommend my construction crew. My team is more than capable of meeting your requirements." As the guests in the hall raised their goblets, indulging in fine wine, exchanging tidbits of gossip, and conspiring for mutual benefit, the grand doors of the hall were suddenly flung open. A diminutive figure, limping slightly, entered the hall. This dwarf resolutely made his way toward the Iron Throne, drawing the astonished gazes of the nobles and ladies present. Although his appearance was somewhat grotesque and comical, reminiscent of a circus clown, his lavish attire adorned with the unmistakable lion sigil, along with the 2 Lannister knights flanking him, compelled those present to instinctively part and make way. A person of some discernment would recognize that such a peculiar figure could only be the infamous Tyrion Lannister. the heir of Tywin Lannister, the Duke of the Westerlands. This gentleman has been confined within Casterly Rock by Lord Tywin since the disappearance of his brother, rarely venturing out. It is said that he has a penchant for literature and enjoys listening to tales of distant lands, even rewarding sailors and captains with golden dragons for their stories. There are also rumors regarding his visits to the brothels of Lannisport, yet at least Lord Tywin has arranged a marriage for him with the daughter of an earl, and they have already produced 2 sons and a daughter. Tyrion wore a grave expression, refraining from greeting the surrounding nobles and ladies, and proceeded in silence. As he approached the elevated platform of the Iron Throne, Joffrey, holding a wine cup, emerged from the crowd and obstructed Tyrion's path. "Ah, is that not my dear uncle? Have you come to congratulate your valiant king on his victory over the monstrous beast?" Tyrion, with a darkened countenance, fixed his gaze upon his arrogant nephew for an extended moment until Joffrey, unable to contain himself, was on the verge of an outburst. Tyrion then softened his expression, revealing a peculiar smile, and bowed slightly. "I have seen His Majesty the King. I am here at the behest of your grandfather to assist in King's Landing. Does my father have any directives?" Cersei, having noticed the unusual exchange in the hall, parted the crowd and stepped forward, her face betraying a barely concealed disdain. Observing his sister's continued superficiality, Tyrion could not help but jest. "Oh, my dear sister, have you recently ingested some elixir of youth? How have you grown so remarkably youthful and beautiful?" Though Cersei initially intended to disregard her brother's seemingly flattering yet mocking words, her vanity regarding her beauty was her greatest pride, and Tyrion's remarks struck a chord. She responded with an imperious smile, "Humph, my foolish brother. That is the wondrous magic of transformation. It seems you have been dulled by your time in Casterly Rock and are unaware of the world's changes. Indeed, the world is rapidly evolving, yet our blood ties remain unaltered. I shall forever be your beloved sister, shall I not?" Witnessing the unsightly grin reappear on Cersei's face, the imp felt a surge of satisfaction within. It had been many years since he had so openly ridiculed his dear sister, and he found himself nostalgic for the days when the 3 of them lived together in Casterly Rock.